Pity. Such a pity. It would have been better if Jun Moxie was killed. At least, that would have made his bastard grandfather's heart ache. Lady Heir said between gritted teeth. Hearing that Jun Moxie had unexpectedly escaped death caused her to feel extremely regretful. Under the boat, Jun Moxie was racking his brain but was at a loss as to how he had offended this Lady Heir. Judging from the bitter resentment in this young lady's voice, it sounded as if she had been violated 100 times by Jun Moxie. Lord Lu slowly pondered and said, "Now that this situation has escalated to this point, the mission to assassinate the princess will be temporarily called off. We are fortunate to have acquired the Xian beast tendons without a hitch. At this juncture, I can make arrangements for your departure from Tianxiang. As for the other issues, I'll personally report to my master and see what the old man has planned. Perhaps we may have to collaborate with your hall once again, and I'll have to inconvenience everyone to return at that time. Please send greetings to the Blood Sword Hall's Grandmaster on my behalf and tell him, although this was a failure, heir is still grateful." His voice suddenly became very solemn when he said these last words. Apparently, this sentence was quoting the direct words of this so-called heir. Jun Moxie was speechless as he twitched his mouth. Who doesn't know that heir is the second prince at this point? And you still try to be so mysterious. Heir, or, literally translates to second grandpa or elder. It's not that far of a stretch to put two and two together. Lord Lu, thank you for your generous words. As for our departure, we naturally have our means. We'll take our leave. The three men immediately stood up and cupped their fists. The Xian beast tendons have been given to Lady Heir for safekeeping. 30 tendons is not a small number, so we hope that we will be informed as soon as this matter is resolved. That which belongs to us, we will personally come back to retrieve. Lord Lu laughed. No need to be polite. When you return, please ask the Grandmaster if he had given some thoughts to our request to assassinate an emperor. Regardless of his answer, please inform our side as early as possible. Yes. The three men filed out and disappeared into the night. Lord Lu did not send them off. Lady Heir. The palace had already conducted a thorough purge after the incident with the princess, and all three sides have lost men. But this does not concern us. What's more important is that the one behind all this is most likely the eldest brother. Therefore, you need to complete your assignment we've discussed earlier as quickly as possible. In case the information leak, do your best to arrange some subordinates to get into the palace. Be vigilant and maintain only a single line of communication. Lord Lu lowered his voice and spoke urgently. Yes. Lord Lu and heir can rest assured. I have already made preparation a long time ago and have selected only virgin maidens. Lady Heir's gentle and beautiful voice echoed. If not for heir's important plans, even Heir would want to go to the palace to play for a few days. Lady Heir is one of Tianxiang's top beauties. Who can resist your charms? Lord Lu laughed a while before lowering his voice once again to speak. Heir has ordered that we move forward with the plans to create crossbows out of the Xian beast tendons. They might be needed at any time, so there is not a moment to waste. Since many parties are watching our every move, it would be inconvenient for us to be personally involved. That is why we entrust you with completing this task. Lady Heir replied uneasily. I naturally understand, but these strips of Xian beast tendons are too exceptional. Using ordinary steel would not be able to bring out the full potential of these tendons. Unfortunately, we will not be able to employ Shenbing Pu, even though his craftsmanship is unrivaled in Tianxiang, since a tall tree attracts the wind, attracts unwanted attention. Our only option is to do business with Jiannan's famous Zhao Clan Trading Company. I have already sent messengers to get in touch with them before the auction, but I have not received a response yet. The sooner this issue is resolved, the better. We are even willing to double the payment if that is what it takes. Lord Lu said cautiously. These crossbows will be crucial to us in the future. Not only has heir paid an almost prohibitive price, but he is also taking a significant risk to involve himself personally with the representatives from the Blood Sword Hall. Before this business with the Xian beast tendons is completed, we absolutely cannot have any mishaps. This subordinate naturally understands. Lady Yuer gently smiled before continuing. Lord Lu, do you know what came of the matter I asked of Yi? Lord Lu's voice became quite solemn. Lady Yuer, Jun Tian is a cornerstone of the Qianxiang kingdom. Killing him is easier said than done. Even the Blood Sword Hall, who dares to assassinate a princess, will still hesitate and not make their decision so lightly when it comes to Jun Tian. Yi only needs to mobilize a fraction of his manpower. We can frame Jun Tian for plotting a rebellion by taking advantage of the recent uproar the old man caused in the capital. With anger clouding His Majesty's mind, the result will be obvious. Extreme resentment was palpable in Lady Yuer's voice. Even in my sleep, I dream of the death and destruction to that old man's family. Is Yi going to let this decisive opportunity slip away? That's out of the question. Lord Lu resolutely rejected this suggestion. Jun Tian controls at least half of the power in Qianxiang. We can target Jun Tian himself but not when it may implicate his entire faction. What Yi wants is not a fragmented Qianxiang kingdom. Jun Tian left my country in ruins and my family dead or scattered. Listening to your words, don't tell me, despair was evident in Lady Yuer's voice. If Yi is not capable of accomplishing this task on my behalf, then why would I continue working with him? Outrageous. Lord Lu harshly scolded before lowering his voice. Lady Yuer, your personal grudge is not a priority. Blood Sword Hall is still hesitant, so wait until they have completed their assignment in the Yutang Kingdom. At that time, Yi will certainly have ways to make them submit. The three masters from the Blood Sword Hall are all at the Sky Xian cultivation level, and their mysterious leader is even rumored to be a peak-level Supreme Divine Xian expert. Dealing with a trifling Jun Tian would certainly not be a complicated matter. Besides, Jun Tian already has 1 foot in the grave, what's the harm in letting him struggle at death's door for a few more months? Lady Yuer snorted angrily but did not say a word. Jun Moxie trembled. They are planning the assassination of his grandfather. Not only were the assassins from Blood Sword Hall actually 3 Sky Xian level experts, but their leader is apparently at the Supreme Divine Xian cultivation level. But because the lake's surface had been incomparably tranquil, the water had unavoidably made an incredibly slight splash sound when he trembled. Although the sound was almost inaudible, Jun Xie still immediately cursed in his heart. Who's there? A voice snapped. There's someone under the boat. His position has been exposed. Jun Moxie didn't have time to think before turning his body around and firmly kicking off the bottom of the boat. His body looked like a big swordfish as he violently shot off underwater, quickly swimming far away. An explosion rocked the pleasure boat as the roof of the cabin disintegrated into a shower of splinters. A figure layered in a bright and dazzling golden radiance, stormed into the air almost 5 zhangs high. Like a flash of lightning, his 2 eyes sweep across in all directions to discover Jun Moxie's silhouette escaping underwater at great speed. With a flash of golden light, the figure returned to the boat to seize the helmsman's long bamboo pole star. Shwa! With a heave, the pole looked like black lightning enveloped in golden xian qi as it flew out from his hands towards Jun Moxie's underwater silhouette. At the same time, the figure launched high up in the sky and flew out in the same direction as the bamboo pole. Gliding over the lake surface with the sleeves of his robe fluttering, this dazzling golden figure appeared as if a god had descended to earth. Traditional Chinese river boats, or punts, do not have oars, sails, or motor, it is propelled and directed with a pole. This is precisely Lord Lu. Peak gold level cultivation and just a half step from Jade Xian level. Jun Moxie continued to press on and swam toward the distance when he suddenly sensed layer upon layers of heavy pressure pushing down from above. The water surrounding his body felt as if it suddenly froze and a feeling of impending crisis grew within his heart. His blood rapidly ran cold. Without turning his head, Jun Moxie could sense that the trajectory of this attack would penetrate his torso. If he is unable to avoid it, then there would inevitably be a bloody big hole. Swiftly making up his mind, he instantly circulated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune at full strength. Feeling the stress on his body reduced, he exerted all his effort to lean to one side, puff out his chest, stick out his butt, and suck in his waist, his appearance that of an S shape. A really killer figure with curves in all the right places. Schwa. The 4 zhang long bamboo pole barely scraped by Jun Moxie's skin, continued past the small of his back, coincidentally threading through his clothes and even through his underwear, before deeply inserted into the lake bed. Jun Moxie felt a chill running down his thigh and a stinging pain as short curly hair suddenly floated around in the water. If the bamboo pole deviated by a hair's breadth, he feared that young Master Jun will wait upon His Majesty the Emperor. He immediately burst into a cold sweat. Standard bamboo poles are only 2 zhang in length, but the bamboo poles used at Spirit Fog Lake are relatively longer because of the depth of the lake. Jun Moxie struggled to get free. The bamboo pole that was inserted into the space between his clothes and flesh unexpectedly did not budge. A small and exquisite flying dagger appeared with a flip of his right hand before he made a quick backward slash and became free. 2 pieces of gown resembling a pair of butterflies parted to either side of him to reveal a stark naked body in between. If this was a young lady, then it actually would have been very alluring. Up in the sky, the golden figure quickly descended. Before even touching the lake surface, the speed of his descent had caused waves to ripple out and the water under his feet to sink just enough to expose one end of the bamboo pole. Jun Moxie's eyes opened wide as he watched the figure sweeping down from the sky. Snorting in his heart, he suddenly straightened himself and rushed up towards the surface. Don't worry, he would never rush up to fight. As he is now, a Gold Xian Peak expert is still an insurmountable mountain. As his body shot upwards, his left hand suddenly punched out right as he was about to reach the surface to create a water arrow that exploded toward the falling figure in the sky. Simultaneously, his other hand grabbed the exposed end of the bamboo pole as he rapidly swam back into the lake. Circulating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune at full strength, the bamboo pole was unexpectedly pulled into a crescent shape and continued to issue out cracking sounds that caused people's teeth to sour. When the pole had been bent as far back as possible, Jun Moxie suddenly lets go after exhausting his strength reserves, his naked body swimming away extremely rapidly far away. The bent bamboo pole straightened out with tremendous energy, and a droning, whing sound ricocheted out. Jun Moxie noticed a long time ago that, while this man had aimed to strike him dead with the bamboo pole, he had also held back so that he could use the pole as a foothold. This point is further supported by his diving position. He had kept both legs pointed down toward the lake during his descent. An ordinary expert in this scenario would typically dive head first, which would more than double his current speed. This exposes a critical weakness. This Lord Lu, this aloof and dominant peak Gold Xian level expert, he does not know how to swim. Jun Moxie had figured out this point in that split second. Therefore, he immediately pulled back the bamboo pole. As long as he could pull apart the bamboo pole, that Lord Lu will have nowhere to find a foothold and would have to drown himself to try and catch him. But Jun Moxie did not anticipate that the bamboo pole was not only very tenacious, but the lake bed was also very deep. Having pulled on the pole to no avail and realizing that the man is closing in, he was forced to give up. A stark naked body, resembling a big whitefish squeezing a bit of jet-black water plant, swimming away. Lord Lu had decided earlier that this cowardly eavesdropping individual would certainly not be a difficult opponent. Although he doesn't know how to swim, he can still attack, retreat, and defend with the aid of the bamboo pole. When the water arrow shot out at him, Lord Lu waved his sleeves and immediately swept it to one side. This revealed that his counterpart's skill is not high, and became even more relieved. But when he neared the water, he discovered that the bamboo pole head that was recently just in front of him had unexpectedly disappeared. Panic. Like a moth to the flame, he was unable to stop himself from plunging into the water. Before he had time to collect himself, he saw 2 big white buttocks not too far in front of him gently swaying toward the distance, and he couldn't help but become angry. At this moment, the water in front of him churned with life and, with a droning sound, a long bamboo pole surged up violently, propelling a current of water at great speed. If he knew how to swim, he would naturally evade in time. But he didn't know how to swim, was still panicking from the plunge, and was preoccupied with thoughts of drowning. How would he be able to pay attention to this bang sound? The bamboo pole that had been haphazardly drawn back earlier was situated between his two legs. Striking hard and fast, a blood-curdling scream had not even been issued yet when his body instinctively bends forward and his forehead smashes into the bamboo pole. Letting out a pitiful cry, Lord Lu was sent flying and spinning like a kite with its string cut, losing so much blood that he had appeared like a salted fish that's been dried in the sun. Flying toward pleasure boat direction, the last memory before his consciousness faded was facing a pair of big white buttocks gently swaying. They were very white. A quick and agile figure flew off from the pleasure boat, unexpectedly radiating brilliant silvery light. Lady Yue received Lord Lu's body in her arms before returning to the boat with the rope that she had tied around her waist earlier. After landing back on the boat, Lady Yue had a complicated expression on her face as she looked toward the distance. The spy was long gone. In this pitch-black night and after this delay, there was very little chance she would catch up even if she had wanted to give chase. The previously awe-inspiring Lord Lu is now dying at her feet, unconscious. Hidden in a clump of reed on the other side of the lake, Jun Moxie still had lingering fear as he crawled ashore. He took advantage of the night to go streaking, all the while thanking his lucky stars. If he had not cultivated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to its current level, perhaps he would already have been severely injured if not dead. He really must be blessed. Knocking out a satisfied patron coming out of the brothel whose two legs were too weak to walk, Jun Moxie very nimbly pulled off his clothes and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. On the ground, a stark naked and plump body splayed out in the shape of a, facing the sky. A small, earthworm-like thing collapsed askew in his crotch area. The 8 Jun family bodyguards were going insane looking everywhere for their family's young master. They are acutely aware that they are in a difficult situation. If Grandpa Jun was to become aware of their dereliction of duty to protect the young master, then they would not be able to escape punishment. If this young master's grandpa creates havoc again, these men did not dare to continue this line of thought. After searching late into the night, the 8 exhausted bodyguards returned to the main gate of the Jun residence. Suddenly, they caught a glimpse of a figure that looked very similar to their family's young master and hastily ran over. Why are they not certain this is their young master? Because that man was wearing an extremely ill-fitting robe and his appearance was a total mess. Although young Master Jun is a completely good-for-nothing debauchee, his appearance was always regarded as pretty good as he usually attaches great importance to how he looks. That is why they have determined that this sorry figure is not the one they are searching for. But can 2 different people look that similar? So those 8 bodyguards continued to stare intently, and simultaneously called out in a pleasant surprise, unable to contain their joy. This looks very much like their young master but also appear to be just a dirty pedestrian. That's just the way young Master Jun is. What are the 8 of you doing? I was scared stupid in the afternoon by that little girl Ling Meng's bulls **T bodyguard. Humph. Humph. I called out to you all several times and was surprised when no one responded. Young Master Jun hurried along while shaking his head, appearing to hate iron for not becoming steel, resenting them for not being there when he needed them. Was he not just a Sky Xian level expert? You got that scared? I'm getting angry just looking your stupid expressions. You might as well go first. What? The 8 men immediately recalled that after Yi Gu Han had bellowed out in extreme anger, they had been despondent for a split second. Could it be that the young master called out right at that moment but we did not respond, and so he ran away after panting with rage? They stared dumbstruck at Jun Moxie, their minds were all simultaneously confused. They actually hadn't remembered to ask, since you went off by yourself, why would we come back at the same time? We went to all 4 corners of Tianxiang City to look for you. Where have you been all this time? Furthermore, why are you dressed in the loose-fitting, intolerably vulgar clothes that only the newly rich would wear? Furthermore, why does your hair look like it's wet? Don't be distracted and quickly give me the blazing heart meridian. One of Jun Moxie's leg has already crossed the threshold of the gate and didn't even turn around before speaking. The bodyguards woke up as if from a dream, mechanically moving in step, to follow after the mysterious young master inside. Almost everyone was bewildered. How are the young master's legs moving so rapidly? Was he possessed? How unpleasant. Frigid wind awkwardly blew inside young Master Jun's current billowing gown as he hurried to change clothes. If people ever find out that he first swam naked, ran naked, and then stripped another man of his clothes, then his entire life's illustrious reputation as an assassin would certainly be lost in the spirit fog lake. The Jun residence's gate closed tightly shut behind everyone. Deep into the night when the moon was high in the sky, Jun Moxie was still sitting in his wheelchair as before, absent-mindedly drinking by himself and calmly waiting for his nephew to come. In the sky, the gentle moonlight spilled upon his steadfast face, light and shadow danced across his tranquil and abstruse expression. A wishful gaze, a hopeful gaze, an expecting gaze, or possibly, a desperate gaze. A sound came from the courtyard gate as a Jun Moxie, dressed in his own gown, walked in with a grin. Jun Moxie slowly turned his wheelchair and unhurriedly and calmly examined Jun Moxie up and down to discover no issues, only then relaxed and said, "I heard you created a large commotion in the afternoon at Magnificent Jewel Hall." "Yep." Jun Moxie spoke bluntly. "Magnificent Jewel Hall is too arrogant." But he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. When third uncle spoke about Magnificent Jewel Hall, why did he pause in the middle? His tone is also not very suitable. Jun Moxie had downcast eyes and was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "Do you have any idea that I broke out in a cold sweat once I got this news? Your grandpa appears to be fine on the outside, but I know that he is scared." "Moxie, uncle, know that you have courage, but, unless it is absolutely necessary, a life or death crisis, never have any conflict with Magnificent Jewel Hall. Our Jun family cannot afford to offend the Magnificent Jewel Hall, at least for the time being. Do you understand?" He spoke this sentence very slowly, carefully pronouncing every word. It's hard to imagine that such words of resignation came from the mouth of such an unyielding, lion-hearted man. Jun Moxie was stunned, slowly sat down in front of him and said, "Third uncle, it's not like you to say these words. Is this Magnificent Jewel Hall really so frightening? Even you are afraid of them?" Jun Moxie turned his head away, wouldn't let him see the look in his eyes and replied in a cold, indifferent tone. "If I were alone, I'd naturally not be afraid of the Magnificent Jewel Hall. Even if the Magnificent Jewel Hall were to be stronger by 100-fold, what can they do? A man has but one life, grass but one spring asterisk, so if death comes then so be it. And you too, Moxie, I know that you fear neither the heaven nor earth, and this third uncle is very pleased. But I always feel you don't have a strong sense of family, so I want you to promise me to always keep in mind that you are the youngest generation of a noble family. That behind you, there is a large and deeply rooted Jun family." These are excerpts from a very profound Buddhist scripture. These first two phrases speak of the brevity of human existence. Most of the time, the family is your greatest support, but occasionally, it can also be your most significant setback. Jun Moxie looked up. His eyes betrayed many things that he could not put into words. As long as there is hope for the family, we must not give up. This is the glory of the family and also its tragedy and responsibility. Jun Moxie was silent for a long time before replying with a smile. "I understand. It's good that you understand." Jun Moxie smiled mildly. "In this matter, I have been waiting for you all night. Since you understand now, have a drink with me." "Drink? Let's postpone this for another time. I'm afraid uncle will not be able to drink wine for the next fortnight. But first, I would like to congratulate third uncle because the 5 kinds of medicinal herbs are now in our possession." Jun Moxie smiled. "And I have already determined from checking your pulse that you were ready as early as a half-month ago. Third uncle, in another 10 days, you can tear down the thing you are sitting on now and light it on fire. That day also happens to be when the restriction on your diet can be lifted." Translated by Mo. TL note, poor Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie's hands trembled and the wine from his cup to spill. He silently looked at the wheelchair handle that's supporting his right hand. Although he remained completely motionless on the outside, his heart was pounding, and his mind was reeling from the news. 10 years as a cripple. Now he can see a glimmer of light. Jun Moxie remained taciturn and did not say a word before Jun Moxie left. 3 days later, Jun Xie directly sealed the main gates and made an announcement: in the following days, no guests will be welcomed except by the royal decree of His Majesty. If anyone dares to take a step inside the inner courtyard without permission, he will be killed without question. The oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the Jun family was as if it were the eve of a great battle. The air was so thick that some were unable to breathe. The doors to the inner courtyard were securely closed. 2 rows of guards stood at attention outside with their swords unsheathed. The blades of their swords were glistening with the reflection of the ardent sun in the sky. Human figures could be seen moving in the shadows. The might of Jun family that had once shaken the capital was out on full display at this moment. Moreover, these guards were all veterans who have served for decades as the backbone of Jun Xie's elite forces. Even if they have any personal misgivings, they will discard such thoughts when they are on assignment. Each and every one is loyal and worthy of trust. Every possible and even impossible threat must be accounted for during this operation. Not a single thread or hair can be out of place. On the other side of the 4 zhang tall perimeter walls, a massive iron cauldron was positioned in the center of the inner courtyard. The size of the cauldron was so great that it can be described as a small-sized water reservoir. It has previously been filled with water and was raised on top of a raging fire. 6 burly men continuously added firewood as bubbles start to emerge on the water surface. Jun Xie's entire body is dressed in black and was wearing a pair of strange gloves with long sleeves that completely covered the rest of his arms. A solemn expression appeared on his face as he paced anxiously back and forth in the courtyard. In contrast, the white-clothed Jun Wuyi's appearance was exceedingly tranquil. It seems that he had come to terms with his inner demons and cast off the shackles on his heart. Jun Moxie was nearby organizing the 9-leaf grass, common heart grass, and persistent severing root on a table next to an oversized jade basin. Both his hands proceeded to put the herbs into the basin, mashed them to extract their juice, and collected in a wide-mouthed jade bottle. His movements were swift but controlled and methodical. Jun Moxie finally called out, "Third uncle." Jun Moxie trembled from head to toe as a bright yellow earth-level xian qi rippled out and shredded the gown covering his body. Grandpa Jun flashed forward to support his son's body in a supine position. Jun Moxie promptly spread the dregs that remained in the basin on every inch of Jun Wuyi's body. The 5 medicinal herbs prescribed by Jun Moxie were all highly toxic weeds. Just one by itself is so lethal that a victim can take no more than 7 steps uphill, 8 steps downhill or 9 steps on level ground before dying. Now with 3 of the herbs, Jun Moxie instantly felt as though he had been thrown inside a blazing inferno as searing pain spread from head to toe. He held in a groan and clenched his jaws as cold sweat dripped down from forehead. The kind of excruciating pain caused by applying 3 deadly toxins simultaneously on his body cannot be put into words. But this was only the beginning. Without any hesitation, Jun Moxie swiftly snatched the jade bottle, pressed down on Jun Wuyi's chin to open his clenched jaws, and poured the contents of the bottle down his throat. The concentrated liquid had slid down Jun Wuyi's throat before he had time to react, causing him to feel as if a ball of fire was burning him from the inside out. He couldn't endure the pain anymore and was just about to shout out in pain when Jun Moxie heartlessly stuffed his mouth with a balled-up piece of plain white cloth he had prepared long ago. Jun Xie shivered as he watched Jun Moxie work with such practiced ease that he was even beginning to suspect that his grandson may have tortured others before. His expression became increasingly disturbed. How can a father continue to watch his son suffer at the hands of his grandson? This is something that had to be done. Even a person with a high tolerance will succumb to this extreme pain. It is highly likely that he would have bitten off his tongue if I did not intervene by stuffing his mouth. In the time that Jun Moxie took to explain himself, he had already prepared the intestinal cracker flour in the same way as the previous 3 herbs and even took a short break. Suddenly, the three deadly toxins simultaneously flared up inside Jun Wuyi as his skin transformed to a shade of purple and black. The change had just appeared when Jun Moxie sprinkled the intestinal cracker flower fragments evenly on his body. Moving at extreme speeds, Jun Moxie removed the gag in his uncle's mouth, poured the intestinal cracker flowers extract down his throat and stuffed his mouth once more before he was even aware of what happened. Jun Wuyi let out a muffled scream as his bloodshot eyes bulged out. The potent extract of the intestinal cracker flower reacted explosively with the cocktail of poisons already inside his body and rapidly spread from his insides out. Jun Wuyi could feel a wave of soul-searing pain rush forth from his dantian and frantically course through the parts of his body that had been severely injured 10 years ago. The four poisons did not exist in a state of harmony inside Jun Wuyi's body and was constantly attacking and resisting each other. His bare skin transformed once again, this time to the colors of the rainbow, as an unbearable pain emerged from the parts of his body he had thought would never have sensation again. The deep-seated poison that has hidden in his legs for a decade is finally being forced out. Jun Moxie sighed in relief as he stared attentively at the crotch area between Jun Wuyi's legs. At such a critical moment, Jun Moxie couldn't refrain himself from thinking in his mind, it appears that mine is bigger. While this thought surfaced in his mind, his grandfather was having an emotional outburst. Stand up. I said stand up. The old man's white beard trembled as he vigorously pointed at his son's crotch. As if heeding the call, the little Wuyi shook its head before suddenly becoming a pillar that can support the sky. The movement was so sudden that it almost pushed against the bridge of the old man's nose as he had previously moved closer to lean over in examination. When Jun Moxie proceeded forward with the blazing heart meridian, his grandpa jumped up in fright and almost fell over. Shaking his head, Jun Moxie reprimanded. He needs to stand up. If he can't stand, then what is the purpose of this treatment? Is it worth making such a fuss over something so small? Grandpa Jun repeatedly hiccuped, unconcerned about his grandson chiding him, as his face lit up with a hard-to-conceal delight. His disabled son has finally recovered a man's basic function after 10 long years. To speak of nothing else, the Jun family could at least grow branches and scatter leaves. This was something that he had always brooded over, and his son's recovery simply could not have arrived at a better time. This was great news. Add to the family tree by having children. Jun Wuyi's lips trembled and his face grimaced in pain. A warm sensation could be felt in his lower region, followed by the stench of urine. In his mind, he thought that the originally famous Iron Blood man, veteran of 100 battles, has now unexpectedly. Only in his fading consciousness, he can see two men, one old and one young, unexpectedly unable to take their eyes off of his junk as he loses control of his bowel movement. Between the smell and the shame, he gave a pitiful groan before directly fainting. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. As to the pair of men doggedly staring at the middle-aged man's treasure, the old one wanted to reach out to fiddle with it. This isn't something an ordinary man can endure. Even if he is his father, isn't Jun third master more than 30 years old? The several men who had been maintaining the fire all poked their head up in succession to take a peep before quickly lowering their head in shame and returned to adding firewood. An impressive general is an impressive general. He can still be so awe-inspiring even after 10 years of inactivity. We really are inferior. After a while, every part of Jun Wuyi's skin finished changing into a bright multicolored color. It's time. Jun Moxie roared. His left hand swiftly pressed on Jun Wuyi's chin while his right hand circulated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to break the skin of the blazing heart meridian. A viscous black liquid gushed out and dripped into Jun Wuyi's mouth before he gagged his mouth. Again, but he also used another strip of cloth to cover his mouth before tying a knot behind Jun Wuyi's head. Even if he regains consciousness, it's impossible for him to spit out the white cloth. Finishing up, Jun Moxie effortlessly discarded the skin of the blazing heart meridian. His right hand continued circulating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune as he firmly pressed against Jun Wuyi's chest and directly injected his spiritual qi. In the blink of an eye, Jun Wuyi's body swelled up like a balloon at a speed visible to the naked eye. His meridians gradually appeared on the surface of his skin, meandering like countless purple earthworms, appearing sinister and extremely nauseating. At Jun Moxie's prompting, Jun Tian reached out with one hand before an illusory tool formed from azure-colored Xian Qi materialized out of thin air. In no time at all, he had finished constructing a crude bamboo raft before throwing it directly into the large cauldron. At this moment, the water temperature had almost reached the boiling point. Jun Moxie leaped up into the air with Jun Wuyi's body before releasing him over the large cauldron. Right before impact, his body slowed down before gently landing face up on the bamboo raft. Jun Moxie followed soon after, landing as light as a feather on the raft and extending out both hands. Under the earnest gaze of Jun Tian, several dozen shimmering silver needles appeared out of thin air on both of Jun Moxie's hands. A needle flashed as it inserted into Jun Wuyi's point star. His movement was direct and efficient and did not betray the slightest hesitation. Even the usually steady Jun Tian shivered from head to toe. Just one misplaced needle could strike a lethal acupuncture point and kill his son. But even his best efforts couldn't stop him from blinking and rubbing his eyes. Point, also known as the 100 convergence point, is the acupuncture point situated on the crown of the head and is known as the point where the body's yang energy naturally converges in traditional acupuncture. At the moment he rubbed his eyes, the silver needles in Jun Moxie's hand rapidly issued forth and entered the rest of the acupuncture points on Jun Wuyi. Jun Moxie kicked out with his tiptoes to flip Jun Wuyi's body in the air before landing prone on the bamboo raft. Jun Moxie extended out his two hands once again, causing more needles to appear. After several more flashes, all the silver needles were inserted Jun Wuyi's wide back. With a sigh of relief, Jun Moxie pulled the bamboo raft from under Jun Wuyi and his body directly rolled into the steaming hot water. The water surface constantly let out glug-glug boiling sounds as the water temperature steadily rose. Jet black liquid continuously exuded from Jun Wuyi's pores and the 7 orifices of his head star. In a moment, the large basin of water had dyed pitch black in color similar to ink. 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 eyes, and the mouth. Translated by Mo. TL note, this will be mistranslated last. Jun Tian's eyebrows twitched violently, and his 2 eyes opened so wide they became perfectly round. He had never seen nor had he ever heard of this poison therapy, but the fact that Jun Wuyi is still alive was already sufficient proof of the treatment's effectiveness. However, when the old man looked down at his body and then back up at the open cauldron of water, he felt a chill run down his back. If he were to fall in, he estimated that he wouldn't last long even with Sky Xian Realm Xian Qi protecting his body. Perhaps it would only take a short period before he is cooked and ready to eat. The men stoking the fire were also drenched in cold sweat, not because of the heat, but because they were terrified. This is crazy, to actually cook a living person in boiling water. What if he dies, then what? With this temperature, it would be difficult not to boil something thoroughly. Jun Moxie was firmly standing on the rim of the cauldron, his unblinking eyes watching Jun Wuyi's body that is gently revolving in the water for any signs of change. Jun Moxie maintained a calm disposition, his face serene, expressionless, and unfeeling. Suddenly, Jun Moxie extended his left hand in and out of the boiling water without hesitation and fished out Jun Wuyi's body. Just that momentary exposure left large blisters on his hand, partly from the scalding temperature and partly from the corrosive effect of the toxin. In contrast, Jun Wuyi's skin had turned fair and white, the frightening and grotesque colors from earlier have all but faded. At the moment his body flew down and landed in Grandpa Jun's hands, Jun Moxie already placed his right palm on Jun Wuyi's dantian and unleashed the art of unlocking heaven's fortune at full strength. As time passed, Jun Moxie's complexion became increasingly pale while Jun Wuyi's skin became increasingly rosy. Finally, a silver needle was forced little by little out of Jun Wuyi's body, shaking and trembling, until the needle was expelled, triggering a spurt of black blood to fly out. And then the next, until finally, the needle inserted into the point flew out, leaving a fine trail of 6-colored blood. Jun Moxie exhaled as he released his palm and quickly sat cross-legged. He calmly controlled his breathing, his face had alarmingly become as pale as paper. Before he released his palm, Jun Wuyi's eyes had suddenly opened to issue forth an acute light. A light blue radiance. Light blue. This meant the deadly poisons, unsealed meridians, and Jun Wuyi's 10 years of accumulated Xian Qi all exploded out at the same time. Along with the high efficacy of the blazing heart meridian, he had directly broken through from Earth Xian level to the Sky Xian level, ascending 3 stages in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but Jun Wuyi will henceforth be immune to hundreds of poisons after being refined by the blazing heart meridian. A super strong expert was born. Seeing the light blue radiance, Jun Zhantian immediately jumped up high, laughed out loud, and his eye bulged out as if he saw a ghost. He had even unconsciously pulled out a tuft of white beard with his right hand. He had diligently trained for a greater part of his life and had only reached the Sky Xian level. It had already been remarkable that his son had cultivated to the Earth Xian level at his age, all the more so when he had achieved this result in the space of 10 years that he had been severely injured and wheelchair-bound. But to be able to ascend to the Sky Xian realm as if riding a rocket after opening his sealed meridians. Unbelievable. The old man shook his head, his heart was torn, happy, grateful, excited, a little terrified, but mostly still questioning if this was actually happening. On the one hand, he was so happy that he wanted to sing and dance. On the other hand, he had a bittersweet feeling in his heart, bitter because this could all be a dream and sweet because he had not awakened from it yet. Jun Wuyi felt a tingling sensation surge from his 2 legs that have been paralyzed for past 10 years. The Xian Qi effortlessly coursed through his meridians. He was moved to tears. I am finally able to stand up again. Enemies of the past, Jun Wuyi, vow that I will hunt you down soon enough, and you will pay for your sins. He stood up with one swift motion to experience the sensation of using his 2 legs to walk again. Third uncle, you still need to sit down for the time being. Please be patient and endure for a short while longer. Jun Moxie's tired voice came from behind. It is imperative that you currently condense and circulate your Xian Qi. The medicinal strength of the blazing heart meridian is high, and it has already neutralized and flushed out the other poisons. However, all of its therapeutic effects remain untouched within third uncle's body. If you do not absorb it as soon as possible, it will degrade and the benefits will be lost. Moreover, third uncle had not moved your legs in 10 years, so your blood vessels will definitely be blocked. You will require a long period of rehabilitation before you can make a full recovery. Jun Moxie closed his eyes and slowly explained. This unexpected breakthrough was a moment of ecstasy but also a major obstacle in one's path of cultivation. However, if one can seize this unique opportunity to meditate and strengthen their mind, there will be great benefits toward one's consciousness and future cultivation. One has to know that the medicinal strength of a 500-year-old blazing heart meridian is extremely formidable. It can single-handedly fight against the poisons that were previously within Jun Wuyi's body. But other than the blazing heart meridian's fierce toxicity, its therapeutic effects are also exceedingly outstanding. According to Jun Moxie's plan, he would borrow the blazing heart meridian's potency to forcefully resist the other poison's toxic effects, and then he would utilize the boiling water and silver needles to expel the poison in one go. There were no accidents when he was executing these steps, as everything went rather smoothly without a hitch. Subsequently, he intended to revitalize his uncle's body using the blazing heart meridian's therapeutic properties. This method would still require at least half a month for Jun Wuyi to fully recover. After all, his 2 legs have been disabled for a long time and would be unable to absorb this sudden large dose of nourishment. He would need to take it slow and gently recuperate. But young Master Jun perceived a few days ago that his art of unlocking heaven's fortune could not only be used to nurse his health but can also be used on others. He cannot recall any other abilities in his 2 lives that are comparable to this miraculous skill. And one of the topical benefits is that the art of unlocking heaven's fortune can cure all the poisons in the world. So young Master Jun decided to modify his original plan and used his Xian art to nourish his third uncle's body after the poison had been neutralized. Not only did his idea work out, but the results had far exceeded his expectation. Third uncle's body had been completely reborn within an hour of the treatment, and the therapeutic benefits of the blazing heart meridian were not even needed. Instead, its essence had entirely transformed into pure Xian Qi and assimilated into third uncle's body. When this was combined with the Xian Qi accumulated from third uncle's 10 years of bitter closed-door cultivation, the amount of pure Xian Qi was equivalent to the product of at least 50 years of ordinary cultivation. This explained why Jun Wu-yi could break through to become a Sky Xian expert. All of this was credited to Jun Moxie's fortune, Xian art, as the saying goes, when conditions are right, success will follow naturally. Jun Wu-yi paused and did not dare to dismiss his nephew's instructions. Sitting cross-legged, he tried his utmost to clear his mind so that he could enter the state of cultivation as quickly as possible. Even so, it took a lot more time than usual for him to stabilize his consciousness. As the Xian Qi finally began to circulate throughout his meridians, he slowly became unconscious of the boundary between himself and the outside world. Jun Moxie had only sat down for a moment before spiritual qi had rushed out of the Hanjun pagoda and replenished the energy he had depleted from using the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Slow to his feet, he saw Jun Tian's meaningful glance and the emotions expressed in his eyes. Moxie, Jun Tian stared blankly at his grandson for a moment before bursting into tears. This old-aged, white-haired Grandpa Jun was unable to say a word and wept bitterly. A once-in-a-generation, famous general who have caused sovereigns to be stricken with fear and generals to flee at his presence, had unexpectedly lost self-control. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel pain in his heart as he solemnly lowered his head. Who knows how much the old man had suffered over the years? What kind of torment had he endured? He originally enjoyed many descendants, joyous and harmonious, respected and revered, and served only one and had dominion over millions. Suddenly, 2 of his sons passed away in succession as casualties of war and his surviving son was crippled for life. How can any father bear such a burden? An orphan in his youth, a widower in his middle age, and bereaved father who lost his sons in his old age. Jun Tian had reached the highest official position but had lost everything else. But Providence did not think he had been punished severely enough. The 2 grandsons that he had put his heart into nurturing, where he had placed all his hopes and dreams, would never return from their military expedition on the eve of their weddings. Even their bodies were never recovered. Before the news arrived, Jun Tian was in the midst of ordering people to decorate the bridal chambers, looking forward to his grandson's return to get married and the day he can hold his great-grandson. He believed from the bottom of his heart that this moment would be the happiest in his life. When Jun Tian received the news, his hair and beard turned white overnight. The former days of a loving family sitting in a circle cheerfully talking and laughing were gone forever. Besides himself, such a big family had been reduced to a handicapped son and a disappointing grandson. Despair filled his eyes. As a result, Jun Tian's spirit continued to go lower. He had already fallen into depression and lost all hope. But in his moment of absolute despair, his once incomparably disappointing grandson, Jun Moxie, had an unexpectedly change of heart. Don was the debauchee, replaced with a lofty and unyielding character who acts according to propriety, profound in his schemes, flexible in his thoughts, and circumspect in his attitude. This had already brought comfort to Grandpa Jun's heart and had raised his spirits immensely. But he didn't expect that the biggest surprise was yet to come. All the renowned doctors from the kingdom had diagnosed his son's disability as impossible to treat, yet his grandson had now achieved the impossible. Heaven is merciful. Jun Tian's tears fell unhindered as he cried tears of joy. All of his sorrow and anxiety these past 10 years have been swept clean. Heaven's mercy allowed his Jun family to be able to have today and have hope for the future. Jun family had not only gained a capable heir, but the student had also surpassed the master. The old man closed his eyes at this moment and did not have any regrets. He could proudly face the ancestors of the Jun family. The old man was deeply moved and remained speechless, but his body continuously trembled. After a long time, a deep, low, and clear hum was heard as Jun Wuyi's black hair flew up. Light burst forth from his eyes as he slowly got off the ground. This is the first time in 10 years that he had relied on his 2 legs to stand up. Translated by Mo. TL note, I meant to release this yesterday but I had to bring my dog to the vet. Slowly lowering his head to inspect his now healthy and strong legs, he moved with caution at first before gradually progressing to kicking as his confidence grew. Suddenly, he broke out in emphatic laughter and laughed and laughed and laughed until he was in tears. This general who had once shaken the world, an iron-blooded man who did not shed tears when he suffered a plot against him, had broken down in tears when he had recovered. He saw, with tears in his eyes, the affectionate moment between his father and his nephew. A surge of emotions overwhelmed him and, with a quick 2 steps, suddenly plopped down on his knees. This unworthy child pays respect to father. It's been 10 years where he could not kowtow to his father. Kowtowing or prostrating before one's father is a social custom to demonstrate filial piety, one of the core doctrine of Confucianism. Jun Xie was trembling from head to toe as he faltered. "My son, stand up. Quickly. Quickly stand up. Moxie." Jun Moxie stood up and stared deeply at Jun Moxie. "You have given me back my life." Before he could finish, Jun Moxie's laughter interrupted him. "Third uncle, you speak as if you were not already alive and well. Besides, I'm your nephew, could it be that we have to write out 2 Jun with one brush? There's no need for petty distinctions between family members. Not to mention that this is my duty as part of the younger generation." Jun Moxie let out a deep, hearty laugh and stared deeply at his nephew. He had made a wholehearted decision at this moment. "Since I can stand, I'll bear Jun family's heavy burden upon my shoulders. My, Jun Moxie's, long sword that has been covered in dust for 10 years is once more unsheathed, not for king and country, and not for the common people. But for the Jun family, and for, Moxie. Third uncle." Jun Moxie suddenly started laughing uncontrollably. It was rather strange, as if he harbored mischievous intention. The 2 men were at a loss and looked at him in confusion. "Third uncle, your asset is quite substantial," but, Jun Moxie was now shaking all over from laughing. "This valiant and spirited bearing, although grandpa definitely won't mind, your nephew is still a little embarrassed. You should, cover up, ahaha." Jun Moxie winked as he gazed toward Jun Moxie's lower half. Jun Moxie had been stark naked during his treatment and subsequent meditation. After he had discovered his complete recovery, he had completely neglected this point under his emotional state of mind. Up until now, he was still exposed, wagging his head in a high-spirited manner. 10 years waiting for this day, and he did not know when to test his gun. Jun Xie was prompted by Moxie's words to look at his son's majestic thing and also couldn't help blowing his beard as he burst into loud laughter. Jun Moxie's long face immediately turned purple like an eggplant, indignantly gnashing his teeth. "Little brat, you just wait a minute, and I'll come back to teach you a lesson." He barely made a sound as he disappeared, leaving behind a grandfather and his grandson hold their stomach, laughing, without any restraint or regards to their image. A short while later, Jun Moxie reappeared dressed in black, rolling up his sleeves as he said, "Boy, have some guts and don't run." Jun Moxie jumped out of his skin and screamed, "Save me. I will not fight," turned around and ran away. But how can his speed compare to Jun Moxie, who had recently advanced to Sky Xian expert? The pow-pow sound of buttocks being struck echoed out around the courtyard. Jun Moxie was laughing one moment, then begging for forgiveness the next as he ran for dear life. Jun Moxie completely ignored him and continued to beat that ****. Seeing no other choice, Jun Moxie suddenly stopped to change direction before taking a big leap forward to hide behind Grandpa Jun. Jun Moxie snorted in exasperation and continued to chase and strike. Even though Grandpa Jun had the strength of a Sky Xian expert, he still became dizzy and lightheaded from these 2 people running circles around him. However, he was not upset at all, but rather enjoyed this moment as he continued to laugh. It had been a very, very long time since this scene of family love and joy had appeared in this household. Seeing the 6 burly men who had tended to the fire preparing to tip over the giant iron cauldron, Jun Moxie hastily shouted out, "Stop! I still have a use for that, so do not dump it." When he yelled out, Jun Moxie and Jun Xie were simultaneously flabbergasted. Jun Moxie wasn't seriously disciplining his nephew, all three men had been grinning from ear to ear. He had long since forgotten about the awkward situation. How can you dispose of it so casually? This is incredibly valuable. Jun Moxie drove away the men by iron cauldron and picked up a leather bag that was off to the side. He poured its content into the pitch-black water, and the surface exploded just like pouring water onto hot oil. Jun Moxie quickly backed away after he emptied the bag, only to see the black water splash out from the cauldron onto the ground. The ground where the water landed immediately turned jet black. Jun Moxie and Grandpa Jun were dumbstruck. This poison is too malicious. What did you add? How can it be so tyrannical? Grandpa Jun did not feel ashamed of asking and learning from his grandson. The old man understands that his grandson had lots of strange tricks up his sleeves and cannot fathom that anything he did is ordinary. It was just snake venom, but there were many different kinds. Jun Moxie explained unhurriedly. There are 13 kinds of viper venom altogether. Jun Moxie pointed at the big iron cauldron. Grandfather, third uncle, take a look. The bath water in the cauldron is comprised of 6 highly lethal poisons, but their overbearing properties perfectly complement and subdue one another, causing them to exist in harmony. Adding the snake venom disrupts this precarious balance and converts the water in the cauldron into the deadliest poison between heaven and earth. If we immerse the weapons from our family's armories in this solution for several days, then the soldiers under our command will be able to wield weapons that will cause our enemy's heart and lungs to fail. If this is deployed during wartime, he. Too cruel. Too malicious. Too despicable. Too shameless. If such weapons were used against enemy soldiers, just a small cut on the skin would be capable of killing a man. Even Grandpa Jun with his Sky Xian level cultivation might not necessarily survive past an hour if he was afflicted by this ultimate poison. Horrifying. It really made one feel terrified. Both of Jun Zhantian and Jun Moxie stretched their necks with their eyes wide open, staring at Jun Moxie like they were looking at a demon that had escaped from hell and simultaneously broke into cold sweat. Compared to Jun family's harmonious joy and jubilation, a cloud of anxiety hung over the Grand Preceptor's manor at this moment. Even though Li Zhen and Meng Haizhou were driven out of the magnificent jewel hall, and the Li family had been prohibited from returning to the auction house, it was only a minor inconvenience so long as they still have access to the Meng family's box. Moreover, the two of them had successfully bided on the Jade Sea Coral and brought it back to the manor without incident. Just this point is already a great achievement. It would be fair to say that this is their biggest achievement to date. But after Li Yuran saw the Jade Seal Coral, the smug smile that Li Zhen had kept concealed was replaced by fear and trepidation as he recounted the events at the auction house. Li Zhen had thought that Li Yuran would punish him in anger and waited on tenterhooks until Li Yuran gently said 1 inch. Line. Oh. Only 5 million taels of silver. That's not bad considering you were able to obtain the Jade Sea Coral even with the Tang family's interference. Little brother Zhen, you can go to Accountant Li and receive payment for your advance of 3 million taels of silver. Li Yuran unexpectedly did not mention the shame and humiliation from having their access to the magnificent jewel hall revoked. It was truly baffling. Li Zhen and Meng Haizhou could hardly believe they were hearing and were almost convinced that the person standing in front of them is not Li Yuran but a body double. When did the young master become so nice? The two of them were staring blankly for half the day as if they had just woken up from a deep sleep. They were trying to understand what happened but couldn't come up with anything. In the end, they couldn't help but sigh deeply and just thank their good fortune. Li Yuran was calmly sitting with a faint smile on his face as he looked at the sparkling and translucent Jade Sea Coral in front of him. After a while, he deeply exhaled and thought to himself. I was almost too careless not to have considered that old man Tang would also want this item. If I had let this great opportunity slip, it would certainly have been due to my negligence. If I had not sent these 2 white silk pants but sent someone else, wouldn't the latter be intimidated by the exorbitant price and give up on bidding for the Jade Sea Coral? This may be the only good quality of being a white silk pant. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. Everyone will have good luck or success at some point in their lives. This is probably what that means. Asterisk white silk pants mean the same as born with a silver spoon. It describes those born into wealth and privilege. Having thought up to this point, he chuckled softly before circulating Xian Qi through his palm into the jade sea coral. A golden aura had flashed across his whole body before he pulled back his hand, a cheerful expression on his face. The rumors were true, there was an extraordinary amount of pure energy inside this treasure. If his grandfather can absorb this energy, it would still easily extend his life even if he cannot cultivate Xian arts again. Gracefully standing up, he walked toward Grand Preceptor Li Shang's study while holding the jade sea coral. Inside the study, Grand Preceptor Li narrowed his eyes as he examined the jade sea coral in front of him. A happy expression soon revealed itself on his face, not just because of the benefits to his health, but more so because of his grandson's filial piety. Grand Preceptor Li suddenly felt blessed to have such a grandson in his life. What more can he ask for? Grandfather, the matter should not be delayed. A long night is fraught with dreams asterisk, we do not know if the others will catch on. Why don't we follow the method that my master had previously disclosed? Let me promptly draw out this pure energy, and then grandfather will absorb this treasure as soon as possible. Li Yuran smiled with poise. Asterisk excessive delays may bring trouble. Li Shang chuckled and then pondered. That is also good. You go and get your men to come here so that we can start cultivating. Li Yuran nodded in agreement before clapping his hands twice. The footsteps of someone approaching was heard moments later. A respectful and sincere voice reported. Lord, young master, we have already cleared the area 30 zhang surrounding the study. Is this adequate? Li Yuran gently said. Enough. The people outside responded by not making a sound. Li Shang looked at his grandson with satisfaction and asked. Your seniors have already returned? Li Yuran replied. Yes. They have already returned to the mountain and had a pleasant if not uneventful journey. I will certainly convey grandfather's concerns on your behalf. Li Shang coughed twice, smiled and said. Why is a grandfather and grandson talking about this? It's unfortunate that your master cannot personally take action. If he can come, our Li family will be much more reassurance. He heavily sighed as he reached this point. Master is already preparing for the appointment in 3 years at Chi Tian Peak. I fear that we absolutely cannot be distracted for the time being. But with the assistance of those several seniors, I believe we can still easily deal with the internal affairs of Tianxiang Kingdom. So long as it is not a major military campaign, there is nothing for us to worry about. Li Shang gave a noncommittal nod, deeply exhaled a breath, and said encouragingly. Since there is no time to lose, let's commence now. Translated by Mo. TL note. Yes. Li Yuran replied. He gently placed the jade sea coral in front of Li Shang and then reached out with one hand to firmly press down on one side of the coral. He closed his eyes before deeply exhaling a breath. A golden aura burst forth from his body, evidence that he is circulating his Xian arts at full strength. A ringing sound came from the jade sea coral. What was once sparkling and translucent as jade is now radiating a faint and subtle light. An almost imperceptible blue chi slowly rose up from its surface, and the entire body of the jade sea coral transformed into a strange blue color. The time has come. A glint of desire flashed across Li Shang's eyes, but his state of mind quickly became calm. He slowly extended his dry and thin right hand and lightly placed it on the other side of the jade sea coral. The moment his palm made contact with the coral, the fine strands of qi aroused by Li Yuran avidly rushed up Li Shang's arm at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye and into his body. As the blue qi entered his body, a heartfelt happy expression flitted across Grand Preceptor Li Shang's formerly stoic face. He distinctly felt a soothing sensation in his meridians as more and more blue qi rushed in. Li Shang's body responded by becoming more and more relaxed, almost as if his spirit was shaking in joy. His dantian had been severely injured all those years ago by one of Jun Zhantian's explosive punches and had caused him to lose sensation in that region ever since. But he can currently feel a slight sense of pain before the mild and gentle blue qi alleviates it. His dantian and meridians that have been damaged for so many years is finally recovering. Both men had their eyes close, but they can clearly sense a genuine joy included among the changes. Both men did not realize that during their moment of intense excitement and happiness, the jade sea coral had abruptly changed into a pure white color. The blue chi had originally enveloped the frenzied white spiritual chi such that the white chi was unable to rush out. But in the wake of Li Yuren's prompting and Li Shang absorbing, the density of the blue chi became more and more sparse as the white chi became more and more concentrated. Under this condition, the voice of the guest gradually overwhelmed that of the host. There is only one last step for the Dantian to recover fully. This decades-old infirmity that had bothered Grand Preceptor Li for half his life will recover very soon. How can he not be emotional? Not wild with joy. Even if Grand Preceptor Li is accustomed to strong wind and big waves, he still felt his heart stir at this moment. Li Shang felt a sense of exultation in his heart as he uttered quaveringly. Yuran, my Dantian should recover at any moment. Li Yuran ecstatically exclaimed. Grandfather, from now on the shackle that Jun Tian placed on your body can be eliminated. My Li family will be able to move unhindered. Ha! Both grandfather and grandson simultaneously broke out in a sincere smile filled with hope and dreams for the future. Suddenly, in the midst of their joy, an unexpected change occurred. During the most critical moment of recovery inside Grand Preceptor Li's Dantian, the entirely incompatible spiritual chi Jun Moxie previously injected suddenly broke free of the blue chi's constraints like a dragon that struggled free of its fetters. Lightning followed the stream of blue chi and burst out from the jade sea coral with irresistible force. A wisp of exceptionally frantic and violent chi streamed like a loose demon and entered Li Shang recently restored meridians, bashing sideways and colliding straight on, before squeezing like a hot knife through butter into his Dantian that's on the verge of a complete recovery. Caught off guard, Li Shang only managed to feel an explosive rumble in his Dantian as his complexion instantly became deathly pale. The nearly recovered Dantian suddenly collapsed and broke apart like shattered porcelain. The cracks crisscrossed like tree roots and spread in all directions along his meridians. Li Shang violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, having lost consciousness some time earlier, his limp body fell backward. Grandfather! Li Yuran cried out, confused and distraught. At the same time that Li Shang collapsed, the jade sea coral exploded into pieces without any warning under the intense reaction between the two types of spiritual chi. Li Yuran had been extremely worried and had stretched himself over the jade sea coral to examine his grandfather. The fragments directly exploded across his whole face, a blood-curdling scream, a bloody head, and a bloody face. What's going on? Why? Why did this happen? Can anyone tell me what this is? Ah! Li Yuran couldn't keep his poise as he held up at the sky. At this moment, the typically peaceful and always steady Li Yuran had a face contorted with fear, helplessness, anxiety, anger, and blood, looking much like a devil. Jade sea coral. The jade seal coral was obviously working fine, so why did it explode? Master had promised. He had promised. Li Yuran tore at his hair, completely disregarding the grievous injuries to his face as if he had turned completely insane. To be honest, even Jun Moxie himself did not know that such an accident would occur. He did not expect that the stream of chi he had poured on a whim would achieve such an excellent result. His original intention was only to make the jade sea coral unusable since he could not stand Li Zhen's face. And nothing more. Jun Moxie certainly didn't anticipate that the mixture of his spiritual energy and the pure energy of this word would trigger a formidable explosive reaction not inferior to an I.D. asterisk. This explosion utterly severed Grand Preceptor Li's hope to restore his Xian Qi. Even if a deity descended upon this world, he might not be able to restore Li Shang's Dantian. Not only that, the damage to Li Shang's already feeble body was like adding hail to snow such that he's almost at death's door. IED is an abbreviation for an improvised explosive device. Jun Moxie has become a terrorist. This is like casually planting flowers but inadvertently growing a willow. He really did put in little effort and reaped massive gains. Besides, Li Yuran's once handsome and confident face is now covered with not many, just 7 or 8 scars. But these 7 or 8 scars have completely disfigured his face. If Li Yuran did not instantly react by closing his eyes, perhaps he would have already become blind. But even so, Li Yuran would have to wear a veil for the rest of his life. This explosion really was an inexplicable freak accident. Some people are happy, and some people are sad. Compared to the joy and jubilation of the Jun family, a cloud of anxiety and misery hung over the Li family, and the Dugu family was actually about to explode like a volcano. Ever since Princess Ling Ming paid a visit, the Dugu family was like a massive barrel of gunpowder that just detonated. Dugu Xiaoyi was discreetly shuttled away under the arrangement of her grandmother. Dugu Zongheng pointed at Dugu Wudi's face as he let loose a torrent of profanity for 2 entire hours, sporadically letting loose extremely angry kicks and punches. Great General Dugu Wudi grimaced in pain but did not dare to resist as he continued to agree obsequiously. The anger in his heart was not any less than his father's. You're a pig. You are a useless son of a bitch. Look at your daughter. Is this how you look after your daughter? Huh. Damned good for nothing. You downright pig. Grandfather Dugu was infuriated. I'm looking at a pig. But you're still better to look at than Jun Moxie. Fuck. How could it be that Jun Moxie? How could your eyes be so blind? Dugu Wudi's face was covered in spit, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He stammered with some difficulty. I also didn't know about this. If I had known earlier. This comment set off another round of howling wind and torrential rain. Tui. You didn't know. You didn't even know this much, and you call yourself a father. Grandfather Dugu almost went insane with anger. That Jun Moxie is the capital's infamous debauchee. Respectable people stay 3 days' march from him, and even notorious people stay clear of him. A daughter of a respectable household wanted to marry him. And she happens to be our family's Xiaoyi. Is the inside of your head stuffed with bean curd dregs or filled with water? Or do you just want to get your ass kicked? Damn you for being a stupid and unbearable shit. Idiot. How did I, your brilliant father, raised you into a spoiled and rotten pig? Dugu Wudi submissively endured the torrential rain of sputter and could not even open his eyes. Father, please calm down. Xiao Yi's indiscretion had started just recently. We can assume that the relationship between the two hadn't made much headway. There is still time. His words thoroughly poked the hornet's nest. Dugu Zongheng stood up in a fit of violent rage and let loose a flying kick that launched Dugu Wudi's tall and sturdy body into the air. He stomped his feet and let out a rain of curses. You! I can't believe the words that are coming out of your mouth. What do you even mean that they haven't made much headway? Do you want them to have made progress? Not too late. Does your daughter have to be pregnant for it to be too late? You don't think Jun Moxie, that son of a bitch, can make it happen? The more he talked, the angrier he became. Dugu Zongheng grabbed his son and beat him up. His mother normally would have intervened long ago, but she actually stood to the side and hadn't made any indication to step in. Instead, she fanned the flames and said, "You deserve this. How did this old woman give birth to such a dim-witted son?" Dugu Zongheng finally vented some of his anger after beating the living daylight out of his son. He said with a dark expression on his face, "We must put an end to this. Use this time that Xiao Yi is accompanying the princess in the palace and handle this affair in a satisfactory manner. If I hear something like this happen again, I'll kick the shit out of you. Why haven't you left yet? Do you want this old man to go personally?" A bloody-nosed, swollen-faced great General Dugu Wudi hastily scrambled up off the ground, turned tail, and ran. Once Dugu Wudi returned to his courtyard, it immediately devolved into panic and chaos. He first vented his frustrations by yelling at his wife and concubines before passing down an order: Dugu Ing, Dugu Xiong, Dugu Hao, Dugu Jie, Dugu Chong, Dugu Shang, and Dugu Qian are to return immediately from the army camps outside the city. There must be no delay. If they are even late half a step, then they will be punished by martial law, no, family law. Great General Dugu wanted to behead Jun Moxie. That abominable little brat dared to seduce my daughter and caused I, your father, to suffer my father's outburst and abuse. Are you bored of life? You think I, your father, won't dare to move against you because of your grandfather? I won't be satisfied until I skin you alive. Just the beating I suffered today, not to mention teasing my baby Xiao Yi. Humph. Humph. The 7 men identified by Dugu Wudi were all precisely the younger generation of the Dugu family. Dugu Zongheng had chosen their names such that the 7 men's given names combined to mean heroes and legends bravely rushing forward. A very imposing name. Their given names of Ing, Xiong, Hao, Jia, Chong, Shang, and Qian is the pinyin for, which translates to heroes and legends bravely rushing forward. Translated by Mo. TL note. The 7 men identified by Dugu Wudi were all precisely the younger generation of the Dugu family. Dugu Zongheng had chosen their names such that the combination of the 7 men's given names meant heroes and legends bravely rushing forward. They were truly imposing names. Dugu Zongheng had originally meant this to be the first line of a couplet, with the second line being dragons, tigers, leopards, and wolves flying through the heavens. He had been waiting for his 3 sons to work hard to complete the couplet, but he didn't expect that after the birth of these 7 grandsons, only one precious granddaughter, Dugu Xiao Yi, was born. He had hoped to name his next 7 grandsons Long, Hu, Bao, Lang, Fei, Man, and Tian, which is pining for, and translates to dragons, tigers, leopards, and wolves flying through the heavens. Dugu Zongheng had hoped that his grandson would be a dragon among men and so forth, that all his grandchildren to be leading figures among their peers. His couplet is what is called an antithetical couplet, a form of traditional Chinese poetry. The old man decided to keep his hopes up, but alas, it was just not written in his fate. This made Dugu Zongheng endlessly depressed, and he was forced to put the second line in the back of his mind. Whether the storm-riding general will complete his couplet has become a moot point. Such a beautiful line will never have an opportunity to be used. For this reason, it was only natural that the greatly disappointed Dugu Zongheng would have directed quite a few scowls, stare-downs, and curses at his 3 sons for not being more productive, failing to live up to expectations. Although the old man may be rude and excessive, he also did not casually scold his daughter-in-laws, and thus directed his wrath at his sons. Only Dugu Wudi, the eldest of the 3 sons, is currently residing in the capital. The other 2, Dugu Wushang and Dugu Wudong, were defending the kingdom's southern and eastern borders and had made no plans to ever return, the direct result of the old man's abuse over the years. A general also needs a little face. Having earned distinctions for defending the borders, they obviously will not return on their own volition. The eldest brother had also wanted to leave home to avoid the old bag. Unfortunately for him, his younger brothers had been deployed, and he was not allowed to leave. Other than returning for their parents' birthdays each year, the 2 of them would play deaf-mute even if the old man ordered them to return. The 2 times they do come home, they normally did not wait for Dugu Wudi or the old man to sober up before they were already gone without a trace. The other 2 borders of the Tianxiang kingdom are defended by men under the old man Jun's personal command and had no connections with the Dugu family. This state of affairs made Dugu Wudi feel wronged in his heart. I'm the eldest brother. Why was I born under such an ill-fated star? A tirade of abuse every 3 days and violently assaulted every fortnight. How long do I have to endure this? When all is said done, I am still a great general, a government official, and a 40-years-old father. At this time when a cloud of misery hung over the Li family, and a conflagration raged in the Dugu family, the source of one family's woe and another's fury, Jun Moxie, was indulging in excessive drinking with his grandfather. The black-clothed Jun Wue was sitting to one side and could only watch, but not partake. His Adam's apple repeatedly moved up and down as he swallowed his saliva. This was in accordance with young Master Jun's prescription: since your injury had just healed, you cannot drink wine for the time being. Unfortunately, this pair of grandfather and grandson was smacking their lips as they savored the wine, an extremely satisfied appearance. With the sweet fragrance of the wine assailing his nostrils, Jun Wue couldn't take it anymore. Moxie, your grandpa is very curious about your Xian art and strange cultivation method. Jun Zhantian asked as while pouring himself another cup of wine. Even Jun Wuyi's eyes opened wide and his ears stood erect when this question was asked. That was because Jun Moxie's Xian art really was too inconceivable. The two men could be considered to have extensive experience, but they have never seen nor have they heard of a Xian Qi capable of such effects. It could not only heal and dispel poisons, but it also does not emit any light. Its power can only be matched by its abnormality. This kind of miraculous Xian art ought to be extremely famous throughout the Xian continent, but there have never been any such rumors, which was extremely baffling. Jun Moxie remained silent for a while before he replied. Grandfather. Third uncle. Do you have to ask me about this? I would rather not lie to you. Ah, this old man understands. Jun Zhantian came to a sudden realization. Did the expert that taught you this Xian art ask you to keep it a secret? These people tend to have eccentric dispositions. It would do you more harm than good if news of this miraculous Xian art spread. The fewer people that know, the better. This old man will not ask further, yes, will not ask further. Yes, we will not only stop asking about Moxie's miraculous Xian art, but we must also do our utmost to keep this a secret. Jun Wuyi nodded. Who would not drool over such a Xian art? Just a small rumor could lead to unthinkable consequences. Correct. All that matters is that Moxie is a member of our Jun family. That is already more enough. Jun Zhantian laughed to his heart's content. He gave Jun Moxie a meaningful glance, and his affection for his grandson grew. Jun Moxie only returned a blank stare. Who could have thought that before he could even fabricate an explanation, these two men had already convinced themselves with their flawless reasoning. Moxie, your third uncle is now recovered. What do you intend to do next? Tell your grandpa. Jun Zhantian was in a very good mood. He looked at his grandson with satisfaction as he ran his hands through his beard. Plans? What plans would I have? Am I not free now that third uncle has recovered? I will just continue to act as a debauchee. Jun Moxie drank some wine and started digging into the wild boar meat on the table with two greasy hands. As to what happens next, I'll just follow Grandpa's directions. In the meantime, third uncle's recovery cannot be known by others. His advancement into the Sky Xian level, in particular, must remain in the utmost secrecy for us all. Hiccup. This will depend on your performance, Grandpa. You will have to continue to be miserable when you leave. Jun Zhantian furrowed his brows at this proposition. He drank some wine and said. Nonsense. I've already worried more than enough because of you two bastards. Now that Moxie is working hard to improve himself and Wuyi has also fully recovered, what is there for me to worry about? How can you ask me to pretend when all of my past frustrations are gone? He sighed deeply after finishing speaking. It's not that he isn't capable, but the old man is rather tired of those miserable days. He had no choice but to worry in the past, but he still can't be happy now that all his worries have been resolved. Now that is depressing. What to do? Jun Moxie licked his greasy hands. You're saying that you are worried that you are now worry-free? You bring up a good point. Just leave it to your grandson to make you worry again. Do you want me to cause trouble at the magnificent jewel hall, kidnap the three princes and give them a beating, or bring home a few commoner girls? You're looking for a spanking. The old man was aware that it was only a joke, but he still got angry nonetheless. I hadn't even reprimanded you for the incident at the magnificent jewel hall the other day, but you brought it up yourself. Understand that there are powers that be such as the magnificent jewel hall that are above even nation-states. You cannot provoke the magnificent jewel hall no matter what. They are not an organization you can afford to offend even when you advance to the pinnacle of the supreme divine Xian realm. Are we clear? The old man's voice immediately became solemn, and his expression was quite severe. Just what is the magnificent jewel hall's origin? Instead of fear, a strong curiosity arose in Jun Moxie's heart. Even a peak expert at the supreme divine realm can't provoke. More powerful than nation-states. I can only tell you that the magnificent jewel hall is as large and powerful as an iceberg. Just the tip is already enough to force the world to cower at their feet. There are even a few supreme divine Xian experts among their ranks. This old man can't even begin to fathom the depth of their spy network, but I do know for certain that we must not provoke them. Zhang Tian sighed, looked at the Jun Wuyi, and regrettably sighed again. Jun Wuyi's face twitched, anguish apparent in his eyes as if his entire spirit suffered a deep stab of pain at this moment. But he calmed down immediately and sat peacefully, if only just more quiet than before. In that case, the family's secret forces will henceforth be placed under Wuyi's control. As for you, Moxie, Grandpa Jun muttered to himself, undecided for a long time before finally giving up and said. You just do what you do best and help your uncle whenever you have time. Jun Wuyi and Jun Moxie nodded in agreement before Jun Moxie called to attention. Grandpa, third uncle. Before third uncle officially take over as the head of the family's secret forces, we must first thoroughly eliminate any enemies within our ranks. Pausing, Jun Moxie stared fixedly at the two men. Third uncle's full recovery is naturally a momentous occasion for our Jun family but becomes an additional threat to outsiders. Especially, Jun Moxie faintly smiled as he pointed his fingers upward. The meaning is self-evident. Grandpa had probably already purged our family's secret forces of any agents from the other major families. I am convinced of this point. However, there must still be agents of the imperial family within our family. And Grandpa, you should have already identified these men, but you have just turned a blind eye so far, correct? Jun Moxie smiled. However, this is now a critical moment. Therefore, they must be removed. Jun Tian looked at his grandson in shock. Every point Jun Moxie made had hit the mark. His deduction had no mistake. For a long time, an expression of agony appeared on Jun Tian's face before he said. Correct. There are men in our midst that were dispatched by His Majesty, and they had already infiltrated our family for more than a decade. But they have never acted against our Jun family. Since our Jun family never act against the imperial family and have always been loyal and devoted subjects, they naturally never had the reason to make a report. But things are different now. Even though we are still loyal, if our secret is leaked, I suspect it is enough to exterminate our entire family. Jun Moxie's eyes shined brightly and carefully said each word. At the moment, even if they have already betrayed the imperial family and have genuinely turned into loyal men of the Jun family, we still cannot afford to take this risk. This is not the time to be soft-hearted. He who hesitates is lost. Jun Tian sighed, deep wrinkles appearing on his aged face at that moment. After a long time, he said. You're right. In a moment, I will hand over a list of names to the both of you. As for what to do, I'll leave it for you two to decide. You do not need to keep me informed. Standing up, he slowly walked away with heavy footsteps. Moxie, isn't doing things this way too cruel? Your grandpa cannot bear to. Is it possible? Jun Wuyi frowned, an expression of struggle appeared on his face. Jun Wuyi would not hesitate to act against his enemies, but he didn't have the heart to act against people who had distinguished themselves by outstanding meritorious service to the Jun family. Even though he is fully aware that they were undercover agents dispatched by His Majesty to spy on the Jun family, but they have been through thick and thin with the Jun family many times. Translated by Mo. TL note, I support. It's not like I want to do this. These men were all veterans that have served under you and Grandpa, even comrades that had experienced life and death together. However, we cannot risk the lives of the entire Jun family on an uncertainty. If we are not merciless in this present moment, then others will be merciless to us in the future. Third uncle, this is not just one man. Would they all betray the imperial family through in their lot with the Jun family? That is just wishful thinking. If our secrets are exposed and we arouse the imperial family's suspicions, then the several hundred members of the Jun family, the thousands of commoners living in the Jun family's fiefdom, and even all the high-ranking military officers serving the Jun family's faction will be guilty by association. That is tens of thousands of lives. As for what to do next, I believe that third uncle should know better than me. Third uncle had once told me what it meant to be part of the younger generation, so why are you so sentimental now? Third uncle, you are now responsible for the lives of the entire Jun family, don't tell me you will shirk your duty. Jun Moxie's calm analysis was terrifying, his expression was somewhat cruel, and his tone was rather fierce. If that is the case, is it possible that we will have to carry our secret to the grave? Jun Wui frowned. Third uncle, your foresight is lacking. Take a look at the magnificent jewel hall, Jun Moxie chuckled nefariously before leisurely continuing, currently overlooking the whole world. Which emperor dares to move against the magnificent jewel hall? Jun Wui was overwhelmed in shock. It turned out that his nephew had such incredible ambitions. The magnificent jewel hall achieved its current success through the effort of countless generations of people, yet our Jun family, Jun Wui deeply furrowed his brows. The Jun family has me. It has you. It has Grandpa. Jun Moxie grunted, gently swirling the wine in his cup. The three of us are more than enough. The day will come when our Jun family will be stronger than the magnificent jewel hall. The calm expression on Jun Moxie's face revealed an unsurpassed confidence. Jun Wui dazedly looked at his nephew and suddenly felt a surge of pride well up in his heart. His nephew's words almost convinced him that these events will necessarily happen. He wanted to believe in this future, because if these words came true, then there would be hope for his redemption. Things are different now that your health has returned. Your priority in the coming days will be to all your body to recuperate and to make sure you do not recklessly activate your Xian Qi. Although you have advanced into the Sky Xian realm, your foundation is unstable because you had primarily relied on the medicinal strength of the Blazing Heart Meridian and not bitter cultivation for the breakthrough. I have already instructed the kitchen staff to prepare a specialized medical cuisine for third uncle. For the next 10 days, you can only nurture your Xian Qi in your Dantian and continue until you have gained complete control. No matter what, you absolutely cannot take rash actions. When you are free, just use the power of your body to move a little. Exercise restraint. I think third uncle understands my meaning. Jun Moxie gave Jun Wui a profound look. I believe that third uncle will discover a pleasant surprise in your body after these next 10 days. I have waited for more than 10 years, a mere 10 days is nothing. Jun Wui nodded. The 300 guards have not returned from their training? Jun Moxie asked rather casually as he swirled his cup of wine. After 300 house guards have reached an acceptable level of physical conditioning, Jun Moxie moved forward with the next phase of their death training regimen. The 300 men proceeded to the Heavenly Tribulation Forest to hunt low-level Xian beasts for their Xian cores and pelt. Also, they must obtain 10 more rank 5 Xian beasts, the higher the level, the better, and naturally the better for low-level Xian beasts. Do not return until you have completed the mission. Jun Moxie gave a stern warning before their departure. This training exercise to the Heavenly Tribulation Forest will be left completely in your control, and this includes your lives. I expect that less than half of you will return alive. This is where the path of the strong begins. Failure is not an option, that is the road to the Yellow Springs. Jun Moxie also used this as an opportunity to weed out any spies within these troops. After the troops entered the Heavenly Tribulation Forest, Grandpa Jun's main forces were dispatched to guard their path of retreat. Anyone that turned back was killed without exception. Any birds that flew out from the forest were similarly shot dead. They followed up by entering the forest and killing anyone they suspect were sending out a message. This operation was carried out by Grandpa Jun's secret force of Jade Xian experts, so the outcome was uneventful. 27 men have already been exposed so far, all of them have been summarily executed. No information on this operation had leaked out as of the latest report. Jun Wui appeared exhausted. It did not occur to me that the Jun family had sheltered this many enemy spies. Could it be that my Jun family is easily bullied? Jun Moxie smiled and said. We can assume that most of the spies have been eliminated given that no messages have been sent out for such a long period of time. I'm not too worried about the remaining men. Anyone that is able to return had earned the right to live. Jun Wui slightly nodded before standing up. He had taken one last look at the wine cup in Jun Moxie's hands before he returned to his courtyard. Jun Moxie sat quietly for a while before he too stood up and left toward his courtyard. The second batch of fine wine ought to be ready at any moment. This batch will be the real deal. A disturbance suddenly broke out in the capital and then subsided. A fast horse galloped post-haste to the main gate of the Jun residence. The rider, who wore a yellow eunuch outfit, was precisely a messenger from the imperial palace. Shortly thereafter, Grandpa Jun hurriedly left the residence and rushed toward the imperial palace. At the same time, the physicians of the imperial palace seemed extremely impatient as they hurried to the Li residence. The Dugu family's pair of father and son similarly dropped everything at hand and rode their fastest horse toward the imperial palace. Members of every major family and cabinet ministers of comparable status continuously rallied in the direction of the imperial palace. In the eyes of the onlookers, a major incident had undoubtedly occurred, an incident capable of shaking the Tianxiang kingdom from top to bottom. As a matter of fact, a major incident indeed happened. The Grand Preceptor and Chancellor of the state, Li Shang, suddenly contracted a grave infirmity and had been unconscious ever since, leaving his life and death uncertain. Grand Preceptor Li was the highest-ranking official in the imperial court in the Tianxiang kingdom. His unanticipated collapse had thrown the imperial court into disorder and confusion. His Majesty the Emperor was furious. Sitting on the imperial throne, he slammed the table with both hands. A perfect healthy civil official cultivates his xian qi behind closed door, but instead of restoring his xian qi, he squandered away what remained of his old life, had long since overseen all aspects of court politics. The entire imperial court has been paralyzed with his collapse today. How can we not grieve under such circumstance? After His Majesty said up to this point, he immediately fell silent. He massaged his temple as if to soothe a headache and sighed helplessly. When he had looked up earlier, His Majesty realized that he had done something stupid. Something incredibly stupid. Of the several people below, Jun Zhantian wore a long face as he stared vacantly ahead at nothing in particular, completely spaced out and apparently did not hear a word. Dugu Zongheng was grunting and sighing while using a thick carrot-sized finger to dig at his nostril and nonchalantly flicking his finger from time to time. What kind of demeanor is this? Tang Wanli frowned as he watched Dugu Zongheng from the corner of his eyes. His lip trembled, and he angrily cursed in his heart from having to frequently dodge errant balls of snot. Tang Wanli looked disdainfully at the Meng family and arrogantly at the Li family, but he did not dare to show his discontent against the big boss, even if he dared to curse in his heart. The master of the Meng family had a serious and solemn appearance, sitting quietly without looking sideways as if in meditation. Murong Fengyan's back leaned against main hall pillar. Something that looked suspiciously like saliva appeared on his white beard. The old fool from the Song family had his head drooped down as if he was trying to figure out if he can insert his head in the crotch of his trouser. His Majesty suddenly woke up from his daze and wished he could give himself 2 slaps. Would expressing my anger mean anything to these old bags of bones? Was that any different than casting pearls before a swine? Was it even worth a fart? Eventually, he impatiently waved his hand. Leave. Everyone leave. It was our mistake. We were wrong to inconvenience esteemed elders such as yourselves. Just leave and quickly go back home to your bed since you all seem too tired to be here. As if waking from a dream, the old men started blaming each other and then proceeded to thank His Majesty as they made their exit. Dugu Zongheng was just about to leave before he turned back and kicked Murong Fengyan's body with a bang. Wake up. Go home to sleep. Murong Fengyan mumbled incoherently, sleepy eyes unclear before loosely standing up, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Your Majesty, this old official is guilty. This official must be going senile from old age to actually fall asleep in your Majesty's palace. This. Get out of our sight. Go back home to sell rice cakes asterisk. The Emperor's bellow frightened the many court officials waiting in the side chamber. The old men all appeared to be battered, exhausted and even scared witless as they exited the main hall. However, once they left the imperial palace, these crafty old men looked at each other with evil smiles before parting ways and leaving abruptly. Asterisk, this is a play on word. Rice cake is pronounced like old age in Chinese. His Majesty's thunderous bellow that shook the heaven had already echoed from the palace. Jun, you old fool. Stand right there. Jun Tian had only taken a few steps and was just about to mount his horse when he heard someone calling his name behind him. When he turned around, he saw the dark expression on Dugu Zongheng as the latter charged over. You want a beating? Jun Tian furrowed his white brows. You got some balls, you little shit, to have the audacity to bark like a dog in front of me, your father? I'll turn you inside out, you old monkey. Fuck you. Who do you think you are? When did I bark like a dog? Dugu Zongheng snorted. I need to help you teach that grandson of yours a lesson. I'm going to beat him until his skin peels off. What do you have to say for yourself? What? What did you say? Jun Tian was about to turn and leave, but his eyes flashed like lightning when he heard what was said. You want, on my behalf, berate, my son. His voice continued to get louder with each word as a blue aura dramatically exploded out from his body, causing a tyrannical pressure to emanate out. His blood orchid cloak fluttered wildly. The old man was obviously infuriated. There are very few people in the capital that have the courage to stand face to face against Jun Tian in this kind of situation, but those few people are precisely from the Dugu family, Dugu Wudi, Dugu Xiaoyi, and the one standing before him, Dugu Zongheng. And Dugu Zongheng is a person that always followed through with what he said. Translated by Mo. TL note, next. Dugu Zongheng suddenly felt like he was suffocating as the surrounding air completely stopped flowing. In front of him, Jun Tian was currently giving off an enormous pressure. He never imagined that Jun Tian would make such face over for his waste of a grandson. Oomph. He opened his eyes wide as an aura erupted from his body to counter the overbearing pressure exuded by Jun Tian, not moving back even half an inch. Are you going to treat that trash like some treasure? Damn it. If I, your father, want to teach him a lesson, then consider it your grandson's good fortune. Tui. Jun Tian looked at him with a stern expression. Dugu Zongheng, what did my grandson do to offend you? You actually had to personally get involved. You must give me an explanation for this. Dugu Zongheng snorted. I wouldn't care if he had only offended me. I've always been a magnanimous old man, I'd just consider it as childish nonsense. At most I'd just smack his butt once and let him go. But the one thing your grandson really should not have done was to tease my baby Xiaoyi. And that little shit was brazen enough to do it. I'm telling you, Jun Tian, that your grandson is lucky that nothing has happened yet. But if something were to happen, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to find your grandson's corpse when I'm done with him. If there is even one hair missing on Moxie, Dugu Zongheng, I can guarantee that your Dugu family will regret it forever. Jun Tian glared at him with a dark expression for a long time before he spoke up. If anything happens to my family's Xiaoyi, Jun Tian, I can promise that your Jun family will be worse off than my Dugu family. Dugu Zongheng said coldly. He did not intend to back down and stared back at Jun Tian. The two military big shots were standing toe-to-toe outside the imperial palace, two pairs of perfectly round eyes glared at each other as if a fight will break out at any moment. The two families' personal guards were all sweating profusely as they milled about in desperation and at a complete loss as to what to do. Not even the emperor himself will be able to stop them if these two begin to fight. Right at this moment. I was just asking myself who was causing such a ruckus, and it turned out to be you two geezers fooling around. The sound of Tang Wanli's candid laughter rose up. Don't you two feel ashamed? Both of your ages add up to 156 years old. Look at you two. As people with one foot in the grave, are you not afraid that you will be laughed at by the younger generation? Tang Wanli carried himself haughtily. You two really lack elegance compared to me. The two old men standing opposite one another simultaneously spit in contempt, the clouds all over the sky instantly dissipated. Jun Tian snorted coldly. He looked at Tang Wanli and Dugu Zongheng with an expressionless face, and, without saying a word, turned around and left. It's already too late for you to go back. Dugu Zongheng snorted twice. My 7 grandsons have already arrived at your residence by now. Old man, you had better buy some ointments on your way home to treat your grandson's injuries. Dugu Zongheng was laughing heartily but was actually regretting quite a bit in his heart. *TL note, did he really just one-up Jun Zhantian snort? Who would have thought that Jun Zhantian cared so much about his thoroughly disappointing wastrel of a grandson? If his 7 grandchildren had senselessly beaten up the brat, what is to be done? Those 7 youngsters had always treated Dugu Xiaoyi like a precious treasure. They had all been in an uproar once they heard about what happened to their sister and had swarmed around pushing and shouting to get out of the house. After that, he had received news of Li Shang's accident and had to make haste to the imperial palace. Although he had only left instructions to capture Jun Moxie before he left, it is very likely that the latter would suffer grievously at the hands of his grandsons. Jun Zhantian abruptly stopped and leaped up not to mount his horse, but directly circulated his Xian Qi and disappeared in a flash of blue light. From mid-air, a bellow echoed out. Dugu Zongheng, I'm not finished with you yet. It's already too late for regrets. Grandpa Jun was absolutely livid and had unexpectedly burst out in a storm of obscene language. Old Dugu, why are you pissing old Jun off? To go as far as to be at daggers drawn? Tang Wanli was just watching curiously from the sideline without any idea what was going on. Dugu Zongheng had a belly full of anger. Upon having heard what was said, his eyes flashed as he cursed. Fuck off, motherfucker. It's none of your fucking business. Swish. He swiftly mounted his horse and left. His words had caused Tang Wanli to look as though he would choke from anger. It had taken a long time before his boiling anger was able to calm down a little, his fingers still shaking uncontrollably. If it weren't for me, you two would already have come to blows. I had intervened out of the goodness of my heart, but unexpectedly blew up on me. Just remembering how one had ignored him and the other had not appreciated his kindness, Tang Wanli's white beard trembled and felt like he had been slapped in the face. I'll eat a hat if I try to be nice again. He suddenly went all out and angrily roared. I am a dumbass son of a bitch. The sound of his voice shook like thunder and echoed into the distance. The old men from the major families who still had not left yet all stumbled at the same time. This sounded like the voice of that old geezer Tang Wanli. What the hell is he doing now? Has he gone mad to unexpectedly declare to the world that he is a dumbass son of a bitch? Don't tell me that he got his head kicked in by his horse. Their curiosity was growing and all of them thought that it would be a pity not to look. An opportunity like this only knocks but once. The old men talked it over and all decided to head to the Tang family full of expectations, each one faster than the last as if competing with one another. The lethargy from earlier in the imperial court had already disappeared without a trace. Even able-bodied young men would not be able to compete with their current ferocity. If this scene was beheld by the emperor, he might just be so angry that he would vomit blood. Jun family. Still not aware of the impending disaster, Jun Moxie directed a few strong women to carry several large jugs of water. After casually inspecting the transparent, pale yellow foreshot that was collected from the filtration apparatus he designed, he slowly filled up each and every water jug. Jun Moxie was bursting with joy as he breathed in the rich wine fragrance wafting in the air. He was still able to pick up the distinct smell of the wine lees. Jun Moxie was never fond of drinking strong alcoholic drinks. The sole purpose of distilling this batch of wine was to exchange it for a very, very large sum of money. With his current understanding of what this world considered as wine, he was confident that he would be able to sell each jug for 10,000 taels of silver. Of course, it wasn't just for money. It was also to let these country bumpkins experience what wine really tasted like. Chinese wine. The wine that I don't approve of is trash and only wine that I approve of can be considered good wine. And the price will be 10,000 taels of silver for each jug. I won't lower the price even if my whole family is beheaded. Damn it. You really had the decency to say you have lived without having tasted my wine. Why don't you just wipe your neck clean and end your miserable life? In fact, Jun Moxie's actual goal was to sell off this batch and not sell anymore. Then, he would only vinify 10 or 20 bottles each month, just enough for his family to drink. As for other people, humph, humph, even if the emperor wants to drink, young Master Jun will only stick out his neck. If I said there's none for sale, then there's none for sale. What can you do? I'll first make you all addicted, and then I'll cut off the supply. I, your father, will not sell any more wine. Then, when all of you are left with no choice but to return to drinking that garbage, it would be hard not to choke on tears. Jun Moxie was looking forward to this moment. The facial expression of these wealthy nobles will be priceless. Just thinking about it already warmed his heart. Your father will wait for your wonderful gift. Jun Moxie hummed a little tune. The expression on his face could no longer be that of an evil monarch, but rather that of an evil god. He had to admit that the person who had originally thought of this insidious idea really was evil to the utmost degree. A booming explosion rocked the main gate and echoed into the distance, interrupting Jun Moxie's devious thoughts and surprising him. Could someone actually be so foolhardy as to cause a disturbance at the Jun residence in broad daylight? Isn't this too ridiculous? Before he can gather his thoughts, the main gate exploded open. Shortly, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps storming toward his direction aggressively. Pine! The gate to his courtyard splintered into pieces as a loud voice roared. Jun Moxie, get your ass over here right now. Doesn't this scene look as if the criminal underworld had come to get him? For a brief moment, Jun Moxie thought that he had transmigrated back. Thud! Thud! Jun Moxie stretched his head to take a peek and saw 7 Herculean figures that looked more like bears than men. Each one had a sinister countenance, swinging their arms as they stormed in like a gale of wind. Saving a life is more praiseworthy than building the 7-tiered pagoda. Is the 7-tiered pagoda as thick as these 7 individuals? The legends did say that Buddha was also a pagoda asterisk. Asterisk look up 7-tiered Buddhist pagoda of Harbin. Jun Moxie immediately gave out orders. You, go find third uncle and tell him that he must not come over. Just leave everything to me and I'll take care of it. You, go find sister-in-law, and tell her that she don't need to come over. Jun Moxie's only worry was that Jun Wui would be unable to resist coming over. It really is rotten luck. Although Jun Wui's present strength has advanced to the Sky Xian realm, the Xian Qi in his body is still too unstable and was not completely under his control. If he does not take his time to stabilize the Xian Qi and rashly misuse it, it will definitely rupture all of his meridians, and his situation will become a truly hopeless. As for Guan Qinghan, she's still too young and her experience is shallow. She wouldn't be of any help if she came over. Jun Moxie saw with a glance that Guan Qinghan could only handle one of these 7 individuals at most and would lose against their numbers in the end. Grandpa went to the imperial palace, and there weren't any servants at home who would be able to challenge these 7 devils in human form. Besides, every major family had a mutual understanding that the elders would not intervene in the matters between the younger generations, so they have free reign to torment anyone. It seemed like he could only rely on himself to single-handedly go into battle. Jun Moxie naturally recognized them. Dugu families, heroes and legends bravely rushing forward, were prominent personages in Tianxiang City. Their reputations far exceed that of Jun Moxie. Although they aren't at the level of being friends, they are at least acquaintances. Jun Moxie was currently hesitating, but not because he was worried about getting abused by these 7 black bears. Rather, he had a headache. How would the Dugu family react if I accidentally killed these 7 people? This question was driving him insane. Would the Jun family be able to withstand the repercussion? Translated by Mo. TL note, sorry for the late. Other than being slightly older and somewhat naive, these guys fundamentally had an upstanding moral character. They were like a septuplet of calla lilies asterisk, each and every one had a large stature, a fierce leopard-like face, and a thick tiger-like beard on both cheeks. The 7 brothers almost looked a bit like a bunch of rectangles on the ground. Asterisk calla lily was a symbol of outstanding appearance in ancient times. Holy cow! What did they feed these guys? This whole family was like the spitting image of Zhang Fei. None of them would need to put on makeup if they were auditioning for a modern reenactment of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, more authentic than the real thing, and manlier than Zhang Fei himself. Jun Moxie suddenly had a frightening epiphany in his heart. It must have been tough for the Dugu family's 3 brothers. How could they so perfectly coordinate the births of such virtuous sons? What kind of talent was this? Jun Moxie. Where are you running to, you little brat? Dugu Ying's sharp eyes discovered Jun Moxie with a glance and roared out like thunder. His 6 brothers behind him displayed uncanny coordination and simultaneously shouted. Jun Moxie. Where are you running to, you little brat? This scene was like a thunderclap from the 9th heaven, striking fear into the heart of men. Even the plants and flowers inside the courtyard repeatedly trembled in fright. At this moment, Jun Moxie praised in his heart for the mysterious ways in which the gods work. The universe really was extraordinary. Everything before his eyes suddenly grew dark. The 7 looming faces were as black as the bottom of a frying pan, and their 14 malicious-looking eyeballs opened perfectly round to glare down on Jun Moxie. Even the shortest brother was taller than Jun Moxie by half a head. People who didn't know might think that young Master Jun owed these men a lot of money. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs have been a popular children's fairy tale in the past. Today I will reveal the behind-the-scenes to the amazing tale of Jun Moxie and the 7 Giants. As Jun Moxie let his mind wander, he took a step back and to look the 7 brothers in their eyes. He didn't have a choice. If he did not step back, he would have to stare straight up to look them. He wore a pleasant smile on his face and said, "If it isn't the 7 elder Dugu brothers. I'm sorry for not recognizing you sooner. Excuse me, I'll go and find someone to prepare tea. Don't even think about slipping away. You're still too wet behind the ears to pull that kind of trick in front of me." Dugu Ying's face turned savage as he clenched his fists and cracked his knuckles. Jun Moxie, you've certainly grown a pair, unexpectedly daring to bully my little sister. Gutsy. Watch if I don't beat your pretty boy face into a dried persimmon. What? Bullied your little sister? Dugu Xiaoyi? Who started this rumor? Jun Moxie scratched his head as he said in a somewhat bewildered manner. He was not putting up an act. I have always been the one being abused. When did this turn on its head? How come I never knew? He was already well accustomed to the Dugu family's unreasonable way of speaking. It was your little sister that bullied me every day. How can you distort the truth like this? I haven't even aired out my grievances against you people, yet the guilty party is now blaming the victim. That's just ridiculous. Is there anyone in this world who would dare to bully that little girl Dugu Xiaoyi with the tyrannical Dugu family behind her? That will happen when pigs fly. Don't you dare deny it. Trying to wriggle out of responsibility after doing the deed, the nearby Dugu Xiong said with a booming voice, but he fell silent halfway through the sentence and suddenly looked up with a puzzled expression. His 2 large nostrils rapidly sucked in 2 deep breaths before he blinked several times and stared out in astonishment. What is that aroma? How could it smell so fragrant? It's incredible. The other 6 truly deserved to be called brothers as they all felt that something was off at almost the same time. The aroma was too tantalizing. They had all lost themselves in the moment and had only awakened when Dugu Xiong spoke out. Completely disregarding Jun Moxie, they sniffed the air to try and find the source of the aroma. 7 pairs of nostrils were inhaling so violently that they had literally created a vacuum in the surrounding area. Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if he was suffocating, almost as if there was not enough oxygen present. What kind of monstrous lung capacity is this? It smells incredible. Reminds me of really good wine. Dugu Ying closed his eyes and sniffed with a look of certainty on his face. Nonsense. How can there be wine this fragrant? I already feel a little drunk. Dugu Xiong still had his head raised up to the heaven with an intoxicated look on his face. This isn't just wine, but the wine of gods. Dugu Hao had the bearing of an expert, swaying his head as if inebriated. Your old man. What wine of gods? Just move to the side you amateur, Dugu Jie mocked vehemently. My old man is your father, you still want him to go himself? Dugu Hao's face turned beet red as he snapped. Could this be bewildering gas? Even as the words escaped Dugu Chang's mouth, his nose was still violently inhaling the air. Even if this was bewildering gas, your little brother is willing to become bewildered every day. Heaven, please let me be bewildered forever. What would I do if this fragrance goes away? Du Gushang looked as if he was drunk. He was breathing the hardest and loudest among 7 brothers. You're all pathetic. Du Guqian was extremely reproachful of his 6 older brothers' conduct and chided disparagingly while he appeared entranced himself. The 7 of them were all facing the sky with their eyes closed, wildly sniffing to and fro, and hadn't paid the least bit of attention to the 10 extremely conspicuous wine jugs arranged not even one zhang in front of them. The glistening yellow wine inside was releasing an intoxicating fragrance and directly sucked into their nostrils. Jun Moxie was stupefied. I can't believe people like this actually exist, 7 of them, no less. Nature is incredible. He couldn't bear it any longer and coughed loudly. It was only after hearing the coughing that they finally recovered their senses. The 7 brothers looked slightly embarrassed as they opened their eyes. Seeing Jun Moxie in front of them, they immediately remembered their mission to grab this little brat and hand him over to their grandfather. Not a moment to spare, the 7 men suddenly stomped their feet, 14 eyeballs simultaneously fixated on their target. At some time unbeknownst to them, a table had appeared out of nowhere with Jun Moxie was calmly sitting beside it, completely without a care in the world. In his hand was a transparent, white jade wine cup, filled to the brim with an aromatic, pale yellow liquid. With his eyes closed, he slowly brought the cup up to his mouth and gently took a small sip. An infatuated expression gradually appeared on his face as he let out a sigh of satisfaction, following which he used an orgasmic moan-like voice to sing out. Delicious wine, ah! That liquid was wine. But how can wine be so clear and transparent? How can there be wine in this world that produces such an intoxicating aroma? Big brother, is that really wine? Du Guqie swallowed his saliva. It smells good. No kidding. If not wine, then what? Vinegar? Does vinegar at home smell like this? This wine is extraordinary, but how is it possible that I have never seen such exquisite wine before? A stream of saliva was flowing out of Du Guhao's mouth and steadily dripping onto the floor, but he did not miss his chance to ridicule him back. Let alone see, I've never even heard of wine like this. I want to get a taste. Du Guqian wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and only patted his lips twice, but his sleeve became completely drenched. You don't say. Who wouldn't want to try some? The other 6 brothers said mockingly at the same time. Jun Moxie. After an earth-shattering roar, Du Guing immediately lowered his voice such that it even became somewhat tender. What is that in your hand? It was hard to imagine that such a manly man that resembles Zhang Fei was capable of making this gentle and soft sound. I don't understand your question. It's a wine cup, what else could it be? Jun Moxie mindlessly swirled the wine cup, causing a few drops to spill out. For a split second after the wine spilt on the floor, the rich aroma became even stronger by at least 1-fold. 7 pairs of eyes bulged out at the same time as they lowered their heads and stared at the damp spot on the floor, flames erupting in their eyes. Wasting this unprecedented, never-before-seen, priceless fine wine in this way is practically a cardinal sin. This cannot be tolerated. Even if Uncle can endure, I cannot, we cannot endure. I knew it was a wine cup. I wanted to ask you, what is in the wine cup? Du Guing held back the low growl in his throat. This is my home. I can put whatever I want in this wine cup. It could be vinegar or it could be soy sauce. Jun Moxie did not bat an eye, just crossed his legs, and leisurely continued. Naturally, it can also be wine. He took another sip from the wine cup when he arrived at this point, clicking his tongue twice, then suddenly opened his eyes as if waking up from a dream. Oh, that's right, what are you all doing here? Hurry up and tell me. If it isn't important, then you may leave whenever you please. The Dugu brothers' line of sight never left Jun Moxie's hands. Every time the latter swirled his cup, their hearts cried out for fear that even more of this priceless wine would spill out. This is recklessly wasting a gift from the gods. We received orders to come and grab you, Du Guxiong responded without thinking. But before he could finish, Dugu Hao had ferociously stomped down on his foot, causing him to jump up and down from the pain. We received orders to come and invite young Master Jun to our residence for a chat in order to promote the deep friendship between the Jun and Dugu families. Dugu Hao put in great effort to present an elegant appearance, being overly pedantic with his wording, and nodding his head priggishly as he spoke, unconsciously flinging saliva everywhere from the corners of his mouth, causing Jun Moxie to have no choice but to use his hand to cover the cup of wine. The nearby Duguing caught on rather quickly and drew back the corners of their mouth into a big grin. He was just about to speak but was unable to talk due to the saliva in his mouth. Only after swallowing his saliva was he able to say, "Exactly, that was my grandfather's intention. Our two families' relationship could be considered to be deep. There's no need to make distinctions between what's ours and what's yours. The best things in life are meant to be shared." Ha ha ha. The remaining 6 people nodded in concert. 6 large smiles broke out on their faces. Lord Dugu is too polite. Jun Moxie had an impatient expression on his face as his hand, accidentally, knocked the cup over and spilled the wine. This foreshot has not been diluted, so its alcoholic content was too high. Jun Moxie naturally was not willing to drink it. It's not like it was anything special to him anyway. He swiftly stood up and said, "In that case, let us be on our way so that Lord Dugu would not have to wait too long." Careful. The 7 brothers watched as Jun Moxie had unexpectedly spilled a big cup of priceless fine wine and had simultaneously opened their mouths in protest. Jun Moxie's voice got slower and more dragged out. Ha 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 ha, the 7 brothers all gave a hollow laugh. Duguing said he wiped the saliva from his chin. "Young Master Jun, given the close relationship between our two families, we brothers have a humble request of your grace. Is it possible that we can have a small taste of your wine?" Jun Moxie had a begrudging look on his face as he shook his head like a rattledrum. "That's out of the question. I don't have much myself. This is a priceless fine wine that has never been seen before, just a drop is already too strong. Even I had to take my time to savor this drop that is worth its weight in gold." He swiftly pointed and added with a regretful tone, "I only have these jugs left. Once they are finished, there will be no more." This is a critical situation. As the 7 brothers' gaze finally rested upon what he was pointing at, they suddenly couldn't look away. Translated by Mo. TL note. This is critically important. As the 7 brothers' gaze finally rested upon what Jun Moxie was pointing at, they suddenly couldn't look away. All of them silently cursed at him. "You still consider this a short supply? There are 8 large jugs filled to the brim, even a conservative estimate, there are at least 50 jeans of wine in each jug for a grand total of more than several hundred jeans of wine. And we pitiful brothers could only smell and did not even have the opportunity to taste a single drop, 1,000 jeans of gold for a drop. That's highway robbery, but, it might worth it based just on this aroma. Brothers, are we not going to leave? I thought I was supposed to meet with Senior Dugu." Jun Moxie took a few steps forward before looking back, only to see the 7 individuals still rooted to their original position and staring at the several earthen jugs. Was there glue fastening their legs to the floor? No, there isn't any glue on the floor, but the magical power of this exquisite wine. Oh, so that's it. Your little brother appreciates 7 brothers' silent reminder. Jun Moxie swayed to and fro as he walked back and shouted out, "Attend to me." Several middle-aged servants immediately appeared at his side. "Young master, what are your instructions?" "Young master may have been careless, but how could you be so thoughtless? Hurry up and seal these jugs of wine. If it weren't for the reminder of my elder brothers, the wine would have turned to vinegar. Afterwards, help me move them." Jun Moxie paused for a moment. A happy expression spread across the faces of the 7 manly brothers from the Dugu family. They had put 2 and 2 together and thought that Jun Moxie wanted to bring the wine as a gift for their grandfather. Once they thought of how they will be able to drink to their heart's content, their faces could not help but to light up with delight. "Move them to my private warehouse. When I return tonight, I need to hold a family feast with Grandpa and 3rd uncle." Jun Moxie unflinchingly continued. I might as well invite a few guests, but I fear that there wouldn't be enough wine to go around. Yes, you will prepare some other wine and reserve it for our esteemed guests. The servants bowed all together before walking in front of the jars and were just about to seal the jars. Stop! Du Ying's movement was incomparably quick as he took a sudden stride forward and shot in front of the earthen jugs of wine, thrusting his arms out at his sides and directly obstructed the servants from getting any closer. His voice was as deep as the ocean and as steady as a mountain. People who are not aware might think the owner of this voice was a peak-level expert. The middle-aged servants were somewhat dumbfounded. Was the young master confused? Didn't you just instruct us a moment ago that we must not seal up the jugs? Are you trying to give us a hard time? The rest of the brothers were startled awake and immediately surrounded the earthen jugs like a wall of iron towers, standing shoulder to shoulder as if awaiting the arrival of their mortal enemies. So this wine was prepared for Jun family's feast later tonight, but there still might not be enough. Doesn't this mean that after this evening, the wine would be gone? It never occurred to them that Jun Moxie's words had glaring inconsistencies. He said earlier that he wanted to save the wine for himself, but now he said that he planned to finish all the wine during the feast tonight. They all lost it when they heard that the wine will soon be gone. Elder brothers, what's the meaning of this? Jun Moxie frowned and asked, puzzled. My grandpa will be waiting tonight, so let us be on our way so that I can hurry back. This one sentence instantly dispelled any ideas to steal the wine. Grand Duke Jun knows about this wine. Hee hee. Du Guing wasn't laughing anymore but babbling incoherent noises before suddenly giving the signal with his eyes. The remaining 6 people immediately pounced like crouching tigers, first to subdue Jun Moxie, and then used misdirection and attacks from all directions to knock out the 4 servants in a flash. Du Guing repeated shouted. Gently. You must not injure anyone. Du Guqian stormed into a room like a gust of wind but came out empty-handed a long time later. Du Guxiong vehemently lambasted. Dumb *****. Go to the kitchen to get some bowls. Du Guchong and Du Gushang rushed out without hesitation. It didn't take long before they came back laughing heartily with several large bowls in their arms. Be careful not to spill the wine. Du Guing warned with a solemn expression on his face. Carefully pour a little bit of the wine from each of the jugs. Do not drink too much and just quickly drink a few bowls to satisfy your craving. After we are done, we will take Jun Moxie away without delay. Don't get drunk. I'm talking to you old 6, you always binge when you drink. Remember to drink in moderation. It seemed that they have a lot of experience drinking in secret when they were at home. That's obvious. The rest of them had long reached the limits of their patience and had rushed to the earthen jugs like a swarm to ladle out the wine, following which they had cautiously brought it back and formed a loose circle around the stone table like a group of migrant workers. With the bowl of wine in Du Ying's hands, he fondly savored the aroma before he opened his mouth wide and took a large gulp, only to feel an ice-cold sensation flowed down his throat. As the wine made its way into his stomach, a burning sensation like a blazing fire exploded out. His body instantly heated up from head to toe as an enraptured expression appeared on his face like he had ascended to heaven, exclaiming in a loud voice. Flawless wine. This is the taste of perfection. Even the wine produced for the imperial family is utter trash in comparison. I must ask that little brat Jun if the wine is for sale. The remaining 6 effortlessly took a swig at the same time, and then let out a sigh of satisfaction, eyes wide open with their heads thrown back, clutching their bellies, swaying their heads back and forth, and moaned comfortably at the same time. Ah. 7 principled and ordinarily forthright men were moaning and groaning as if they were patrons of a brothel, and then moved out at the same time like a mighty flood. Jun Moxie quivered as a chill ran down his back. He felt the sweat pores throughout his body explode open and his hair stood up on end as if he were taking a midnight stroll through an unmarked graveyard. Shortly after that, the 7 people rushed to ladle out more wine in rapid succession. Sounds of dispute echoed out from time to time. Eldest brother, you already had 2 bowls, and I've only had 1. Go to hell old 7, trying to steal from me. So delicious, why are you pushing me? Careful. Old 3 had sneaked in his third bowl. This guy is shameless. Brothers, let's take a break. It never even crossed the 7 brothers' mind that none of the Grand Duke's household guards have come to investigate from the time they would kick down the main gate until now. This was extremely unusual. Such unbridled, devil-may-care carouse caused even Jun Moxie to be somewhat stupefied. This is like a gang of robbers that had brazenly broken into someone's home and not just drink, but drink to the point of being completely plastered, all the while completely disregarding the fact that the owner had sounded the alarm a long time ago. Appearing without a sound, Jun Moxie smiled and winked at Jun Moxie before silently disappearing. Outside the courtyard, several hundred Jun family guards quietly dispersed. This was just unprocessed wine, it hadn't even been blended nor has the flavor been adjusted. The wine would have at least 70 to 80% alcohol content using the measuring methods from his previous life. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that this was pure alcohol. One large bowl is at least half a gin of wine. Jun Moxie had actually taken pity on these brothers. Jun Moxie appeared to have been thrown on the floor with his Xian Qi suppressed, and the brothers never bothered with him from the start for fear that the others would take advantage of their absence to drink more wine. Naturally, the restraint was useless against Jun Moxie. In the beginning, he had remained motionless for fear of being discovered by these clowns, but afterwards had sat straight up to stare blankly at the 7 brothers' fierce competition. Finally, he no longer pretended to care as he stood up to stretch his limbs, folding his arms across his chest. And continued to watch from the side, without anyone the wiser. Only after a moment, a really long moment. Thud. Duguqian was the youngest, had the lowest tolerance, and lost control the earliest. Unable to prop himself up any longer, he fell headlong onto the ground. The sound of even breathing revealed that he had fallen into deep sleep. Dugu Hao got annoyed by him and let loose an angry kick, sending Duguqian flying into the air. After that, he quickly proceeded to ladle out more wine. Thud. Dugu Chong stumbled and fell on his way to the wine jug. Thud. 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 The 7 brothers had all fallen on the floor, laying this way and that. There's nothing to be done. The alcohol content was way too high. Even knockout drops would not be this effective. Although there are differences in alcohol tolerance, there are also differences in alcohol. These guys were so wasted they can't even tell which foot's forward and which foot's back. The wine young Master Jun had fermented this time was very strong, and the foreshot is simply more alcoholic than alcohol itself. Although these 7 individuals' capacity for liquor was not shallow, they still never drank wine this frighteningly strong before. It's like someone who had only drinks light beers suddenly being introduced to sorghum wine. It wouldn't seem that strong at first, and one might be able to drink several bowls. But when the alcohol finally kicks in, it might take several days to wake up from this intoxicated dream, and even then, one would not be completely sober, let alone these 7 brothers of the Dugu family who drank at least 3 or 4 king-sized bowls. For the moment, thunderous snoring echoed out from Jun Moxie's small courtyard. Even though he had smoothly de-escalated the situation, Jun Moxie's body was still twitching unceasingly because these 7 brothers. If you're going to sleep, then go to sleep, but you have to snore. Alright, I can let that go, but some of them aren't just snoring, grinding their teeth, whistling, farting with everything they've got, to an actual cadence. Hoot hoot, just as Jun Moxie was getting vexed, Duguing had started whistling again. Letting loose a flying kick right up his ****, Jun Moxie fumed as he cursed. I dare you to fart again. The whistling stopped, but Duguing was flipped over by the kick. Facing the sky, he mumbled to himself. Great wine. High up on the walls of a neighboring courtyard, Guan Qinghan was hidden among the foliage of a nearby tree like a sentinel in a brilliant snow-white dress. An incredulous expression flit across her ice-cold eyes. She received the note from the capable servant warning her not to come. But she still came. Ever since the 7 brothers from the Dugu family stormed the main gates, Guan Qinghan had already readied her sword and hid here. So long as Duguing and his brothers show any indication of attacking Jun Moxie or try to take him away, Guan Qinghan would immediately take action. Even though she is fully aware that she is not their opponent, she would still spare no effort to fight. Although she had never looked favorably upon Jun Moxie, he is still Jun family's only descendant from the third generation. He is still her brother-in-law. No matter what, she couldn't sit idly by and watch him fall into danger. Especially since this brat had started looking more like an actual human recently. But as time passed, Guan Qinghan's eyes gradually grew wider and wider at every new scene, and even started to develop a begrudging admiration. Jun Moxie had remained calm and collected since the very beginning. This caused Guan Qinghan no small amount of shock. The Jun Moxie from her memories would have already turned into a sorry mess, it wouldn't even surprise her if he'd pissed his pants. But he was vastly different today. Slowly but surely, he gave the Dugu family's 7 brothers latitude at first in order to completely ensnare them in his trap. They had not only been more than willing to cooperate, they had even impatiently drunk themselves into a deep sleep. Although these 7 individuals were so thick-headed they could not be any more thick-headed, this kind of outcome still made Guan Qinghan endlessly amazed. Is this still the same utterly gutless brother-in-law, Jun Moxie? Sighing lightly, Guan Qinghan silently slipped away. Translated by Mo. TL note. A sharp whistling sound was heard as a blue meteor flew through the sky and landed directly inside Jun Moxie's small courtyard. Jun Zhantian has arrived. Once he returned, the old man was immediately taken aback. He had been all but certain that his grandson would be captured if not tormented during the time he had been delayed. Although his grandson had made tremendous progress as of late, in the end, he still had not broken through to the 9th level Xian Qi. Getting beaten and captured was to be expected. He had already steeled his heart to see his grandson missing and have made plans to vent his wrath on Dugu Zongheng. How could he have anticipated that he would see this kind of situation? Delight? Astonishment? Horror? Isn't this too surreal? His grandson was sitting there safe and sound, but the 7 pups from the Dugu family were lying unconscious on the floor. Well, the old man realized that that wasn't exactly right. The 7 individuals weren't unconscious but were rather completely wasted. Jun Zhantian rubbed his eyes, still not quite convinced by what he's seeing, and understood even less. He was curious as to how his grandson had achieved such a flawless victory. Not only did he get his captors to drink, but he also got them all drunk, although the old man knew that his grandson's wine was strong. He realized that he had still underestimated just how strong it was based on the scene before his eyes. Seeing that his grandchild was all right, Grandpa Jun said a few words before he leisurely walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. Remarkably, he did not have to get personally involved. When Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi returned home, sure enough, they were informed that the 7 grandsons had long since left in a fit of rage to find Jun Moxie and became even more regretful. Seeing Jun Zhantian that way, if those 7 grandsons had really gone overboard, I'm afraid that the Dugu family and the Jun family will have to fight to the death. Sigh. If I hadn't been so impulsive and had first found Jun Zhantian to vent my anger, maybe. Father and son looked at each other in consternation, as if the pair was sitting on pins and needles. In a contest of strength, the Dugu family would naturally not fear the Jun family, but they still would not be able to afford the 2 families becoming irreconcilable enemies. Besides, Jun Zhantian already had nothing left to lose, and would not go down alone even in death. If the 2 families enter a blood feud, not only will the Dugu family suffer Jun family's wrath, but the entire Tianxiang kingdom will be embroiled in the conflict. The situation had really gone to S*******. Dugu Zongheng paced back and forth inside the main hall like a cat on a hot tin roof. Standing to the side, Great General Dugu Wudi's eyes blurred from watching, but he did not dare make a sound. The uneasy father and son pair finally felt something was wrong when they saw the sun setting in the west. How come they still haven't returned? These kids couldn't have possibly been so tactless as to have crippled Jun Moxie during his capture, and then run into the old codger, who in a fit of anger. Oh my God! Jun Zhantian wouldn't have lost his sense of reason, right? As both father and son had reached the same conclusion, they exchanged glances and saw the same alarm suddenly filled the other's eyes. Just then, pounding footsteps were heard as a bodyguard hurriedly ran over. Reporting to the master, Jun family's Jun Moxie had sent someone to make a delivery. Bring it forward. Dugu Zongheng had a sense of foreboding. However, since Jun Moxie had sent this item, it meant that the youngster didn't experience any major mishap. Feeling slightly relieved, he spun around and sat down on a wooden fauteuil. What Jun Moxie delivered was a very small bundle wrapped in cloth. Dugu Zongheng lightly squeezed the package in his hand before his complexion rapidly changed, swinging his arm back and swept various items off of the side table. Garbage. A bunch of useless garbage. Dugu Zongheng violently jumped up before delivering a flying kick to Great General Dugu Wudi's body. Look at this troop of monkeys you've raised up. The old man pointed with trembling fingers. It was 7 against 1, but they had somehow managed to all be captured. Even the family's jade pendants have been sent back. Shameful display. Caught completely by surprise, Dugu Wudi clutched his buttocks and howled in pain, cursing in his heart. What do you mean, I've raised a bunch of monkeys? Weren't you the one who had the biggest hand in their upbringing? The items Jun Moxie returned were precisely to Dugu family's hereditary jade pendants that the 7 Dugu brothers carried on their persons and served as a symbol of their identities. They were also accompanied by a small note. The 7 Dugu brothers are staying as guests of my Jun family. Since we're getting along so well, the brothers will return in 2 or 3 months. Senior Dugu and Great General Dugu, please do not worry. Guests. Return after 2 or 3 months. Do not worry. Dugu Zongheng was so angry that his nose was crooked. Wui. Head out immediately and bring those good-for-nothings back for me. I'm going to skin each and every one of them alive. Dugu Wudi moved as if he had received a pardon and shot out of the door like an arrow. Immediately after, a cacophony of hurried movement came from the courtyard before the sound of a horse galloping was heard fading into the distance. When Great General Dugu Wudi and hundreds of guards arrived at the Jun family's residence, he had unexpectedly kept with formalities and requested an audience. His 7 sons and nephews could thoughtlessly force their way in without the slightest scruple. Young men will naturally act willfully. And this could be chalked up to youthful indiscretion. However, Dugu Wudi cannot be that impudent. Even if he was a rude and unreasonable pain in the neck, he is still the foremost general of the Tianxiang kingdom. He had one of his own men take out his great general's jade slip to hand over to the gatekeeper along with a request for an audience with Senior Jun Zhantian. The gatekeeper had politely received the jade slip but informed that the old master was not present and had just recently left to visit a friend. Dugu Wudi suddenly flew into a rage. You had clearly returned not too long ago after almost coming to blows with my old man and I had been hard on your heels. But you are actually saying that you went to find a friend at this time. If you didn't come out on top and detain my sons and nephews, would you have been this carefree? Who are you trying to fool? Of course, after thinking for a bit, a person must lower his head when he stands under the eve's star. In that case, I'll ask for Jun Wui. Your son cannot walk, he wouldn't also be visiting a friend, right? Asterisk, a person has to yield in situations where the other party holds all the cards. The gatekeeper did not head inside to herald Dugu Wudi's arrival, but showed a meaningful smile when he heard the request. So it really was Brother Dugu. Wui is overjoyed that you honor us with your presence. How could I be so inconsiderate? Please make yourself at home, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Dugu Wudi focused his eyes and saw a wheelchair slowly roll out from the courtyard. Sitting calmly in the wheelchair, Jun Wui was dressed in a cyan-colored gown and had a serene smile on his face as he stared intently at Dugu Wudi. The man in front of him looked no different than before, but Dugu Wudi's time on the battlefield had tempered his intuition, and his instincts are telling him that things are not as they seem. Calm. Yes, he's too calm. It's precisely this extraordinary calm that makes him feel a sense of foreboding, a sense of fear. A ghastly and chilling sensation. Dugu Wudi could distinctly perceive that underneath Jun Wui's sword-like brows, piercing eyes, and placid face was a proud man who had not accepted his lot in life, a man that's pointing his sword defiantly towards the heavens. It almost seemed as if this peerless warrior, who had been gathering dust for all these years, was about to unsheath his sword and reveal his brilliance, rising above the world once more amidst the roars of dragons and tigers. At this moment, Dugu Wudi no longer saw the handicapped Jun Wui in front of him, but the mighty general dressed in white from all those years ago. Laughing in defiance of the heaven and earth, the eternal soul of the army who had led forces to trample all over the Xian continent, Jun Wuhui. He was Jun Moxie's father, an iron-fisted commander that had once emerged victorious in every battle, the indomitable god of war. At this moment, Dugu Wudi felt an ineffable sense of veneration. Jun Wuhai. He was the only person who Dugu Wudi had revered in his life, a tall mountain he had held in admiration, and his greatest goal in life. Having served under Jun Wuhui, Dugu Wudi would often still frequently recall in the middle of the night those vivid memories of pitched battles fought in those extraordinary years. Wudi, wait for my return after I have triumphed over our enemies. We brothers will join hands and ride through Yutang and Shenxi. Ha ha ha, Dugu Wudi, who had not been able to go to battle, had made his way to bid farewell that fateful year Jun Wuhui went on his military expedition. Jun Wuhai had reached out to clasp Dugu Wudi's shoulders and said these words. This also happened to be the last time Wuhui and Wudi would ever see each other again in this life. Furthermore, this was also what Dugu Wudi keeps repeating every time he got drunk in the past 10 years. Big, Dugu Wudi emotionally took 2 steps forward, and was just about to blurt out, "Big brother," like in the old days, but suddenly awoken from his daze. It was clearly still Jun Wui before his eyes. Jun Wui, who is sitting in a wheelchair. The Jun Wui who had been disabled for over a decade. Dugu Wudi seemed to have entered a trance at this moment. Moisture could be seen in his tiger-like eyes. Brother Dugu. Jun Wui looked at him with an indifferent gaze, staring at this brother-in-arms who had once campaigned alongside him. His sharp eyes seemed to contain no emotions at all, they were tranquil, detached, and aloof. After the Jun family's powerful duo died in battle, Jun family still managed to retain significant influence in Tianxiang, but the difference was night and day compared to before. On the other hand, the Dugu family had risen to prominence during this period and, in one fell swoop, wrested control of half of Jun family's military power. Although this turn of events was by the order of His Majesty and there was no one at fault, Jun Wui still felt bitter in his heart. He was aggrieved at the fate of the Jun family, aggrieved at his father's suffering, but most of all, he was aggrieved for his late older brothers. He even felt regretful that his elder brother had taken Dugu Wudi under his arms all those years ago. During these years he had been disabled, Jun Wui's anger had long since fermented to a frightening level. Therefore, he didn't even pretend to act friendly in front of this person who had once been a brother-in-arms and a good friend. Besides the heads of the major families, there was rarely any man in the capital that did not fear great General Dugu Wudi. But Jun Wui had never feared him. Not only was he not afraid, but he had also given Dugu Wudi the cold shoulder every time they met. Dugu Wudi was unable to respond in turn, unable to look him in the face. Third brother, your stupid brother has stopped by to check up on you. Your body's been feeling a lot better, right? Ha ha. There are few people in Tianxiang City that Dugu Wudi was hesitant to cross, and Jun Wui is undoubtedly the one he wanted to avoid the most. If today's matter had not devolved so suddenly and his presence was required, he would not directly meet this former friend. Great General Dugu calmed his mind with difficulty and managed to squeeze out a smile before he continued. I heard my family's 7 little brats did not know how to behave themselves, and have created no small amount of trouble for your Jun family. I have come to take them back and teach them a lesson. I'll find out who ordered them to act so impudent, and I'll make sure they give Brother Jun a satisfactory answer at that time. Even though Jun Wui remained outwardly unflustered, but he wasn't smiling. Who ordered them? You really have the nerve to say that? Oh. There was such an incident. I had no idea. Jun Wui smiled faintly, turned to the side and asked. Did the Dugu family's 7 young masters come over? Translated by Mo. TL note. The gatekeeper stood at attention and replied. Yes. The Dugu family's 7 young masters have indeed come to find the 3rd young master. As for other occurrences, this subordinate does not know. The gatekeeper had served under Jun Wui in the army years ago. How could he not understand the latter's intentions? So that's what happened. It sounds like the kids were just playing pranks on each other. Why should we get involved? Jun Wui asked as he looked indifferently at Dugu Wudi. Brother Dugu, I'm embarrassed that an esteemed individual such as yourself had to make come here for this matter between the younger generation. I can tell that you really do dote on your children. Dugu Wudi's long face suddenly flushed red as he said. I don't really care about these kids myself, but my old man was worried and forced me to come over and take a look. It would be extremely unfortunate if the 7 kids get carried away and cause any inconveniences for the Jun family. Yes, that would be unfortunate. Jun Wui smiled lightly and continued. But we elders of the Jun family never interfere in matters between the juniors. If Brother Dugu needs to look for your sons and nephews, then you should talk directly to my nephew, Jun Moxie. My body always has aches and pains, I'm already starting to feel unwell from our short conversation. This is a little embarrassing. Dugu Wudi's face turned purple, he hummed and hawed for a long time, but remained speechless. I need to talk to Jun Moxie. Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am? Who is he? Not to mention that I'm also an elder. But, everyone knows that Jun family's third master's body and health are not in the best of conditions, taking the time to speak with me was already giving face. I just couldn't bring myself to ask him to do anything. You, quickly lead Great General Dugu to the young master's courtyard. Jun Wui smiled as he cups his fist. Brother Dugu, please make yourself at home. I assume you should still be familiar with the Jun family's residence. Your little brother is a bit tired, so I'll take my leave first. Third brother, don't have to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Dugu Wudi forced a smile, feeling entirely awkward and uncomfortable. Although his Dugu family were only carrying out the emperor's orders all those years ago, they had still made their move on the Jun family at an incredibly awkward time when the latter had only recently suffered the tragic loss of their 2 great sons in battle. That's why Jun Wui was always prejudiced against him. Over the years, Dugu Wudi had always wanted to resolve this misunderstanding. Although his conscience was clear, he always lowered his head unconsciously every time he had to face Jun Wui. Because of his honest and upright nature, he had always regretted not standing by Jun Wui when he needed him most. And then his family. Although the Dugu family had always wanted to help the Jun family, but Jun Moxie on the other hand, beating up the kid 8 or 10 times still wouldn't be enough. He almost felt like it was his duty to act in Jun Wuhui's stead and teach his son a lesson. With a deep exhale, Dugu Wudi walked inside the Jun residence, his overwhelming aura had already greatly diminished. He knows that Jun Wui was essentially advising him to let the children work things out by themselves. As an elder, it would be inappropriate for him to involve himself in their affairs. Dugu Wudi roared in his heart. I don't want to get involved either. However, an inexplicable feeling overcame him when he saw Jun Wui's placid face. That striking resemblance was as if he was seeing his most respected older brother from all those years ago. Any anger quickly dissipated in his heart. Seeing Jun Moxie standing in the distance, Great General Dugu's imposing aura can't help but emanate out once again. I might have felt guilty in front of your third uncle, but how can this general not get angry seeing how you've played fast and loose with my daughter? Just wait and see how I sort you out, you little brat. Where is the gate to the courtyard behind Jun Moxie? The gate? The gate was obviously destroyed by Dugu Ing and his brothers, yet young Master Jun remained very courteous and bowed as Dugu Wudi approached. So it turns out Uncle Dugu has honored me with a visit. Seeing you have made your little nephew's day. Please quickly come in. He waved his hands in a welcoming gesture. Great General Dugu was not reserved as he walked straight in, sweeping a glance at the interior of the courtyard behind Jun Moxie. Dugu Wudi sucked in a breath. How did everything fall apart like this? Those 7 sons of a bitch did this. You all are about to be in a world of hurt. Dugu Wudi was furious. He had made it explicitly clear that they were to snatch Jun Moxie without causing any damage to the Jun family's property. How did everything turn out like this? How can this be good? What else can be said but that it's those 7 bastards' fault? His imposing aura inevitably deflated somewhat. The 7 elder brothers saw that my family's wine collection was pretty good and drank a little too much. Jun Moxie smiled, but his facial expression gave others an uncomfortable feeling. They all fell asleep. Good wine. Drank a little too much. Is this their first time drinking? They got so drunk they fell asleep. Tui. Is this how I raised these good-for-nothings? Dugu Wudi's face immediately darkened. Show me the way. He did an about-face and was raring to go, abruptly turned around again, pointing at Jun Moxie with his carrot-sized finger. Kid, I'm warning you to stay away from my daughter. I'll let you get off lightly this time out of respect for your father and your third uncle. If there is a next time, I will tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Jun Moxie gave him a deep look with a beaming smile on his face. A harsh light flashed across his eyes as he slowly reached out with his hand and thrust a finger at Dugu Wudi. Old man. I don't care if you are the imperial court's infamous pain in the neck, do not act so brazen in the Jun residence. I won't stand for this kind of behavior. And I might as well warn you now, do not let your daughter bother me again. I won't pursue the matter further on account of our two families' friendship. If there is a next time, I will make sure to make you my son's maternal grandfather. Dugu Wudi almost blacked out from his anger. It's not like he wasn't aware that others gave him the nickname of pain in the neck, but no one dared to say it to his face. This guy was the absolute first person to do so. How could he not be furious? He raised his open hand up, ready to strike down. Jun Moxie did not back down, but instead straightened his back and raised his face up defiantly. Humph. Dugu Wudi never struck the other in the end. He's still elder brother Wuhui's son no matter what, it's already enough that his sons and nephews had given him a beating. His attack would unavoidably have been heavy-handed. Swallowing his anger, he followed after Jun Moxie to the doorway of a side room and heard the heaven-shaking wheezing and snoring coming from within. Hearing the measured cadence of the snoring, he couldn't help but begin to feel anger rise in his heart. Bang! He kicked open the door to the room and roared out. Get your sorry asterisk over her right now. The snoring continued. A strong smell of alcohol rushed out from the room. Dugu Wudi's nose couldn't help but twitch. What kind of wine is this? How could it smell this fragrant? Coming back to his senses, he saw that not one of his sons or nephew had stirred and were still fast asleep. Great General Dugu's fury exploded in his heart as he quickly made his way inside and proceeded to punch and kick like he was hitting a punching bag. The snoring continued. Dugu Wudi was stunned. Young Master Jun snickered. You think the wine I've distilled is just your common garbage? Right now, they won't be able to wake up even if you beat them to death. Drinking as much as they did, I wouldn't even be surprised if they had drunk themselves to death. The best part has yet to come. Someone come and carry these 7 brats out. Dugu Wudi wanted to crawl into a hole and die. This had turned out to be the most humiliating day in his life, but little did he know that his day was only going to get worse. Wait a minute. Jun Moxie laughed coldly. Did Great General think you can come and go as you please? What kind of place does the Dugu family think the Jun residence is? What do you want? Dugu Wudi turned around, his face savage, looking as if he was barely able to keep his anger under control. I had already let you off earlier for fooling around with my precious daughter, but you still dare to have something to carp about. You must be tired of living. It's quite simple really. The red sandalwood main doors that the Dugu family's 7 young masters demolished once they arrived at my family home will cost 1,000 taels of silver to repair. The injury to 3 of our servants will cost 500 taels for medical cost. The gates to my courtyard will cost 300 taels, Jun Moxie counted along with his fingers. What's more, they restrained me by force and pilfered my high-quality wine. On the account of the history between our families, I could look the other way and excuse their behavior if you pay 25 million taels of silver. Great General can naturally collect the 7 young masters at that time. What? Dugu Wudi roared, shaking the guards behind him and sending them reeling. 25 million taels. Correct. I've already did you a favor and rounded down to an even 25 million taels of silver. Jun Moxie did not bat an eye and even carried himself with a magnanimous air. I spit on your dog's **** face. 25 million taels of silver. I'd like to hear how these kids managed to drink 25 million taels worth of wine. If you do not provide a proper explanation, I'll find Senior Jun Xie just who you inherited your extortionist schemes from. Dugu Wudi was so angry that he let out a laugh. Jun Moxie remained unmoved and gave a frosty smile. If this were just some ordinary wine, the tab would not have been this high even if the 7 brothers had drunk themselves to death. But I can guarantee is that my wine is the only one of its kind in this world. Not to mention that what your precious sons and nephews drank was the 4-shot. There are 50 jeans of 4-shot in a jug, and 50 small cups of 4-shot per jean. Each cup of 4-shot could be further blended into a jug of fine wine that is worth 10,000 taels of silver. So the total is 25 million taels. I will dismiss compensation for all the other damages we discussed earlier on account of the friendship between our 2 families. That is why each cup of wine is priced at 10,000 taels of silver. I'm not ripping anyone off. This is the best bargain around. Jun Moxie kept a straight face with no hint of joking around. Screw your third uncle. Dugu Wudi blurted. Drinking your lousy wine can send one to 7th heaven. General Dugu was about to explode from anger. Qianxiang Kingdom's annual military expenditure only amount to 30 million taels of silver. His 3 sons and 4 nephews had ran a tab that almost equaled the kingdom's annual military spending. Isn't this just blatant extortion? How is this not ripping anyone off? I'm getting a bargain. Please watch what you say, great general. You do not need to involve my third uncle. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. I am the only one who possess this wine in the whole world. If I say it's 10,000 taels per cup, then it's 10,000 taels per cup. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't even sell it for that price. Translated by Mo. TL note, I'm back for good. Thanks for all the well wishes. I came back late last night after a long layover/delay in Seattle, so I just went straight to sleep when I got home. I wasn't anywhere close to the fire. The shelter I volunteered at was in Edmonton. I hammered this. Dugu Wudi panted as he sat down, conveniently grabbing a cup and threw it back, swallowing the wine in one gulp. His tiger-like eyes suddenly opened wide as he involuntarily exclaimed. Exceptional wine. A wine of this quality has truly never been seen nor heard of before. That is wine that had finished blending. Jun Moxie smiled slyly. May I ask, Great General, if you still think it is worth 10,000 taels of silver? Licking his lips, Dugu Wudi blurted out without thinking. Worth it. Extremely, his gaze suddenly turned into a glare. Extremely, not worth it. Not worth a fart. Selling a jar of wine for 10,000 taels of silver, why don't you start robbing instead? If I say it's 10,000 taels, then it's 10,000 taels, that's the final price. If the great general can lie with your eyes wide open, then there's no helping it. Jun Moxie gave a contemptuous look, swiftly retrieving a cup of 4-shot. This is the 4-shot. Does the general want to experience what a 10,000 taels cup of 4-shot tastes like? Little nephew will present this cup as a gift out of respect to an elder. Dugu Wudi snorted twice and really wanted to reject the offer at first, but couldn't resist this kind of temptation in the end. He gritted his teeth and said. This wine is indeed not bad, but it is definitely not worth 10,000 taels a cup no matter how it tastes. His lips twitched as he snatched the cup and rapidly poured it into his mouth. Whoa! As an ice-cold sensation slid down his throat, Dugu Wudi felt as if a volcano erupted in his heart as fiery blood coursed through his veins. Right when the wine hit his stomach, he had already felt somewhat muddle-headed and did his best to control himself. His eyes turned bloodshot. That was incredible. Definitely worthy of being a 4-shot. Dugu Wudi craned his neck, raising the empty cup over his mouth, trying to sip the last drop before slamming it down on the table with a bang. Another cup. 10,000 taels per cup is not open to discussion. Jun Moxie snorted. General Dugu, you just drank 10,000 taels of silver. But you still want another cup even though you said the wine is overpriced. The cup before was a gift from me to you, but even I cannot afford to gift you another if you want more. The wine is certainly of a very high quality, but it's still not worth such an exorbitant price when all is said and done. Dugu Wudi's eyes looked greedily at the jug of wine in the room and thoughts of stealing flashed across his mind, but he was still not willing to admit the truth. You've got to be kidding me. This is a matter of principles. If I admit this cup is worth 10,000 taels of silver, my Dugu family will go bankrupt here and now. Great General Dugu, don't tell me you plan on not paying this debt. Jun Moxie laughed coldly and said. The Dugu family had ransacked my home, insulted me, and even robbed my family's short supply of this one-of-a-kind type heavenly wine. Should I just let this slight go just because you said so? I'm supposed to drop the subject and pretend that everything is fine. My Jun family can't even afford this level of respect. Should we just let your Dugu family bully and insult us in this way? Those are your words, not mine. Dugu Wudi jumped up. This accusation was simply too much, even Great General Dugu Wudi will not be able to bear the consequence. If that's the case, does that mean that Great General Dugu agrees that your Dugu family will compensate my Jun family for this matter? Jun Moxie said patiently and systematically. Of course, there will be compensation. Although our Dugu family. Then we don't have a problem. Please pay 25 million taels. Jun Moxie interrupted him with a beaming smile. F********. Son of AB***********. Dugu Wudi was stunned speechless. He turned in place 3 times and continuously scratching his head, holding back for a long time until he could hold back no more. This wine of yours hadn't even been sold before. How are you so certain that it's worth 10,000 taels of silver? How is this letting my family off lightly? Do I have to accept any outrageous price that you name for your wine? Is this what you call reasonable? If I understood you correctly, you will agree to any price that I can sell a jar of wine for? Jun Moxie asked. Correct. No, it's not. What I meant is if you can blend the same jug of 4-shot into wine and name a price in which everyone is willing to pay for, then my Dugu family will recognize this debt. Dugu Wudi smiled proudly. At last, I found a way to get the better of this brat. Your wine is indeed of high quality, but a jug sold at 180 taels in the end, even if it is no small sum, it is still less than 25 million taels of silver. Good. That's settled then. But before that happens, your Dugu family is prohibited from causing me trouble again. Jun Moxie immediately agreed. Good. However, you must do this within 3 months. If you tease my daughter during this time, make no mistake I'll still break you to pieces. Dugu Wudi snorted twice, looked at this debauchee in front of him, and thought of another daring scheme. If you are not able to reach 25 million taels in sales, you will henceforth be required to supply my Dugu family with wine free of charge supply. How about it? This stake you dare not dare to accept. After bidding his time for so long, Great General Dugu finally revealed his true intentions. I have full confidence in my wine. It's a deal. But you need to watch your own daughter, I'm not responsible for what's going to happen if she comes on to me again. Jun Moxie snorted twice in his heart. Just wait until your Dugu family have to carry this mountain of a debt on your back. I'll make you all vomit blood. What about 10,000 taels for a jug? I can sell it for even more and it wouldn't be difficult. You will rue the day you made this deal. Jun Moxie sent for a cart while Dugu Wudi shouted out orders. Guards carried the 7 brothers who were like dead pigs and threw them onto the cart. Great General Dugu turned to look back repeatedly at every step and really hated to part with the heavenly wine. This brat is too stingy, just now what small amount give 1 cup. Jun Moxie watched him leave before turning around with a smile and returned to the room. He did not take this matter to heart but stroked his chin in contemplation nonetheless. The Jun family is currently too weak. Although he used medicine to promote third uncle Xian Qi to the Sky Xian realm, he had still only just barely broken into the Sky Xian realm. By his estimate, their current strength is still far from equal to the magnificent Jewel Hall. Perhaps he ought to promote his grandpa's strength as well. Does he not have a 9th-level Xian core in his possession? If he was able to bring out the full potential of this treasured cultivation item, he should be able to promote his grandpa's strength halfway into the supreme divine Xian realm. But the problem is that he had no idea how to actually use this item. Thinking about exactly how to solve the problem had given Jun Moxie a headache. He had previously wanted to leak this information out to attract powerhouses from around the continent, but he still had not made up his mind. A 9th-level Xian core's appeal is more than enough to even attract the attention of Supreme Divine Xian expert. It may be more accurate to say that it would be difficult for any individual with sufficient power to not be tempted. But this would be playing with fire, and the Jun family currently cannot afford to take this risk. Even if the Jun family currently had 2 Sky Xian experts, they still cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. Reality is cruel. While it's true that a Sky Xian expert is already approaching the peak of this world's strength, they are still powerless when confronting even stronger level of existences. Tianxiang Kingdom's territorial area could not be considered small. There are only 11 nation-states of comparable size across the entire continent. Even so, it could be said that the number of crouching tigers, hidden dragons are as numerous as the clouds. Although the number of powerhouses that had revealed themselves in the open is not many, Jun Moxie knows that much of their numbers remained hidden among the common people, up in the mountains and deep within the forests. Even if grandpa and third uncle are not weak, their strength is not sufficient to rely on. He was convinced that if the right catalyst is introduced, these hidden experts will all come out of the woodwork. And the 9th-level Xian core in his hand would be the best such catalyst. Regardless of whether one was at the Earth Xian, Sky Xian or Supreme Divine Xian, there will not be anyone who did not want to obtain this item. If this information was leaked, every powerhouse will undoubtedly gather here. It wouldn't be unreasonable to say that the slightest carelessness would send not only the Jun family but all of Tianxiang Kingdom to its destruction. But how am I supposed to obtain the best methods and conditions for cultivating a Xian core if we don't draw these people in? How am I going to increase Jun family's overall power? Does he really have no choice but to hold on to the treasure that's all but useless? This is really frustrating. Jun Moxie frowned as he pondered about this for a while. He had a hard decision to make: should he put his own safety above all else or take a risk? Looking up at the sky, he couldn't help but recall his previous life, a solitary figure traveling around the world, laughing fearlessly all across the land. Why have his hands become tied once he transmigrated to this world? At this point in his thinking, a surge of domineering air suddenly burst forth from his heart. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he instantly made up his mind. Isn't this what people call nothing ventured, nothing gained? Even if my decision today attracts the unwanted attention of divine Xian experts, why should I be afraid? This isn't even a matter of Xian Qi. All I really needed to do was to pick everyone's brains. Who would Jun Xie be afraid of when he still had his scheming? I still have a few tricks up my sleeves for dealing with these divine Xian experts even if they are as numerous as the clouds. Jun Moxie made up his mind and finally smiled in relief, unconsciously rubbing his chin with his right hand. If his fellow apprentices from his previous life can see his current facial expression and this telltale chin rub, everyone would immediately run away as far as possible. That is because Jun Xie had already come up with an extremely brazen, no, one should say a completely insane idea. More importantly, whether his idea succeeds or not, it will still end up shocking the world. Looking out of the window, the sun had already begun to set. Little Qi came in extremely quiet and made a report. "Young master, the old master had asked you for dinner." Jun Moxie cried out in alarm. Why is grandpa in such a cheerful mood today? Is there some sort of special occasion? Jun Moxie couldn't help but ask after seeing Jun Zhantian's delighted expression of schadenfreude. I almost laughed to death. I don't know where that old bastardly Shang got the prescription from, but it says the Jade Sea Coral can restore his shattered dantian, so his grandson bought it at 5 million taels. After a few days of preparations, they were unable to wait any longer and started cultivating with the Jade Sea Coral. Guess what happened? Grandpa Jun smiled as his eyes formed crescent moons, twitching all over from impatience. What happened? Don't tell me it didn't work. Did they end up buying a dud? Jun Moxie followed along with his grandpa's charade. His grandpa currently needed someone to play the foil for the big reveal, and his third uncle deliberately remained silent. Wahhhhh. Grandpa Jun slapped one hand on the table and the other on his thigh, laughing until his tears were basically flowing out. It wasn't just rubbish. And it's not that it didn't work, but that it worked too well. It was too effective. Hhh, in the end, I can't breathe, I'm dying here. The old man drank a mouthful of water, choking and coughing for a while before speaking again. I have heard that just at the most crucial moment, the jade sea coral unexpectedly self-detonated. It really was too effective. Wah ha ha ha. Puff. Jun Moxie was drinking a mouthful of wine when he heard that, and started to choke. He unintentionally sprayed out the entire wine on Uncle Jun Moxie, who was sitting opposite to him, and started to cough. Wow, Li Shang, that old self-defeating bastard's dantian was so badly damaged that it seemed like he was taking his dying breaths. Even his beloved grandson Li Yuran was also badly affected. It had been many years since the old man had laughed in such a carefree manner, that pretty boy's face was so badly disfigured, haha. Jun Moxie was holding his wine cup with a flabbergasted look on his face. I had only intended on doing minor damage to them. I had never imagined that it would bear such splendid results. I only wanted the jade coral to be a little damaging, that was all I wanted to do. As for the imperial teacher Li Shang's injury, and Li Yuran's disfiguration, I really hadn't planned on it. I'm innocent in this regard, but then I guess that if I knew that this would happen, would have made it even viler. So I believe that this situation is working out well for me now, just good luck I guess. We shall toast to this. Let's get drunk today. Grandfather Jun burst out laughing, as he reached for his glass. Well, this affair has provided a lot of amusement to people, but if the imperial teacher Li Shang is really incapable of being cured at this point, then we'll have to be on the lookout for Li family's movements. Li Shang and his family have always known to be very arrogant, and they consider everyone to be beneath themselves. If he dies, then they will look to vent their anger on others, and if that happens, their first target will be our Jun family. We will not be able to protect ourselves easily, so we must make our preparations in advance. Jun Moxie smiled, even though he had the intention of doing so. You're right. Grandfather Jun stopped drinking. If that old wreck really dies, then the Li family will no longer be what it is today, but still, the death of a senior member of their family will certainly cause chaos. Even if he doesn't die, there will still be a lot of confusion. Wu Yi, at present, the main strength of the Jun family lies in your hands. What's the best way of dealing with this matter in your opinion? Jun Moxie tensed his eyebrows and said, if we start preparing while taking Li Shang's death as a precondition, then all our preparations will go to waste if he survives. The best countermeasure to cope up with this entire situation will be to build up a strong backbone, and not give the enemy any chance to attack us. The best policy would be to tactfully convince them that the Jun family is strong enough to defend itself. The only thing that worries me is that this will only deepen their hatred for the Jun family, and they might attack us in the future someday, at a time when we might not be expecting it. Jun Moxie smiled. Third uncle's words are indeed very wise and thoroughly considered, but I feel that these generals are iron-blooded men. How else could they have survived so many battles? As soon as they find out about the news of these recent affairs, their first response will be to ensure their own safety. If their own safety isn't assured, then why will they go into the battle to kill the enemy? Then, Jun Moxie smiled again and said, even if they are not very skilled, our clan members can be used to protect us in the battle, otherwise what use do these wasteful people have? Even if they are injured or killed, it won't count as a heavy loss. Jun Zhantian and Jun Moxie were both stunned momentarily, and looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to respond to Jun Moxie's statement. They had both been in command of armies in the past, and had always considered the soldiers under their command to be their sons, and had always treated them like brothers. Naturally, Jun Moxie's argument was not acceptable to either of them. Moxie, are you saying that we simply abandon the men who have been following our Jun family for generations? Jun Tian was quite angry, but reconciled to just stroking his beard in displeasure. This is a matter of personal integrity and ethics, we share trials and tribulations, whether in life or in death, so you might as well give up that idea. Your idea, Grandfather Jun didn't say it directly, but the criticality of his statement was evident. Grandfather, I understand that you don't approve of my opinion, but I'd like to ask, if you're preoccupied with these highly incompetent people, then this might cost the lives of countless soldiers due to their incompetence. Given the situation at hand, wouldn't it be better to weigh the pros and cons here? Over the years, the border has been becoming increasingly unstable, and wars are being waged perennially, and the third uncle previously mentioned that these generals are veterans and are likely to lead their armies to confront the enemy, which means that thousands of soldiers are likely to die. For me, if a person is truly incompetent, then it's better to renounce the same, otherwise, they will falter at a crucial moment when burdened with a heavy responsibility, which will result in a defeat. In some key moments, it might even affect the fate of the entire country. How can this be considered a trivial matter? How is my opinion heartless in this perspective? Jun Moxie proudly retorted, I suggest that we round up the so-called incompetent and reckless soldiers and use them as meat shields. Their sacrifice will help us prevent this country from the defeat that we might otherwise have to face at the hands of the enemy, and if that happens, then the entire country will set on the path of annihilation. And this is the hard truth, Grandfather, third uncle, even if you refuse to admit it. At a crucial moment, it might be painful to make such decisions, but the price we may have to pay for this soft-heartedness will be far too great. They are servants, and must be used in a time of need. We will have to refrain from acting emotionally, and concentrate on the welfare of the majority of our command. As a leader, if you start acting emotionally, then you've already failed. Grandfather, third uncle, if my words offend you, then please forgive me, but the gravity of this matter surpasses principles and I cannot compromise on this. Jun Tian and Jun Moxie were both silent. They were both sensible and intelligent men, they simply couldn't ignore the hard reality, even if these words weren't very pleasant to hear. But for a leader, compassion and leniency are the biggest taboos. Although they acknowledged that Jun Moxie's words made sense, the idea was still against their character, and they wouldn't agree to it. They deserved their venerable status, even though they were slaves of their pedantic thoughts, but were still admirable men. Or perhaps, this too was an embodiment of their glorious nature. Jun Moxie chuckled and said, naturally, we are still just speculating the course of this matter, and the reality might turn out to be an entirely different affair, but I just wish to remind you, Grandfather, third uncle, that we must renounce our emotions since we will need to act decisively when the time comes. Jun Tian and Jun Moxie inadvertently glanced at Jun Moxie and were shocked to see the fierce expression on his face. Jun Moxie tensed his eyebrows thoughtfully, and couldn't help but anticipate that Jun Moxie would likely forge his path in this world with his skills. But his heart shuddered at the coldness of his nephew. He was aware of his nephew's position in the family, but as a military leader, it was awfully hard for him to part with the affection he felt for his comrades, but Jun Moxie was certainly right. Jun Tian stroked his beard as his eyes and mind saw the transparency in Jun Moxie's character, even though he was fiery but his political prowess was evident. However, too much ambition would end up flooding his hands with blood. Is this a blessing? Or a curse? Grandfather Jun couldn't resist the thought, and sighed as he lowered his head. The old man was born into poverty and had worked his way through the world to achieve success, which is why he was extremely affectionate towards his soldiers, especially the ones who had worked their way up like him. In my 60 years of military experience, stricken with wars and politics, I have settled many disputes and taken many lives. Even those of young children. When I look back on the number of bodies that I've put on the funeral pyre, Jun Moxie's idea is quite acceptable. In fact, I have to admire my grandson's vision. Jun Moxie unintentionally arched his head and addressed Pang, Uncle Pang, this matter is very important, and you must ensure that the necessary actions are taken. This matter takes precedence over all other matters. His real name is Lao Pang, and he's the housekeeper of the Jun residence. Even though Pang's a servant, but everyone knows that he's very close to Jun Tian, so much so that he'd follow him to the gates of death and beyond. Jun Tian has never looked down on Lao Pang and has always treated him like a brother. After his numerous years of selfless service, Jun Tian had once decided to reward Lao Pang with the title of a warrior, which would allow him to avail the riches and pleasures of life. But Lao Pang knew that he wouldn't be able to accompany his elder brother if he accepted the title and refused, even though Jun Tian insisted, and still continues to serve as the housekeeper. Jun Yi has always treated Lao Pang as an uncle since he deserves the respect. Lao Pang nodded as he smiled, and walked out. Jun Moxie couldn't help but think, the Jun family might be bold, heroic, and iron-blooded, but their hearts are heavy with emotions, and righteousness. A righteous reputation is a great advantage, but as an influential family in a political scenario, an emotional heart and a righteous mind are very unsuitable. Just then, a sonorous voice sounded, "Brother Wu Yi, it's been a decade, I trust that you've been well since we last met?" The air vibrated under the effect of that powerful voice. Jun Yi's face suddenly became pale, his lips started trembling, and he almost jumped up from his chair. Jun Moxie gently extended his hand and placed it on his uncle's lap and shook his head to give an indication. Jun Moxie had heard this voice before. The voice belonged to the man who had blocked his way at the auction. This man was the magnificent Jewel Hall representative who was opposing the Jun family. This was definitely an enemy disguised as a friend. This man was Jun Yi's second cousin, so obviously the two men had shared several of their adventures in the past. At this point, it was important for Jun Yi to control his emotions, otherwise, their plans could fail. Jun Tian glanced over at Jun Yi and could tell from his expression that there was cause to worry. "Indeed, it's been many years since we last met. Please excuse me for not being able to step outside to greet you. Please come in." Jun Yi sat there motionlessly, as he greeted the man in an honest and deep tone, which sounded quite sincere and heartfelt. In a split second, Jun Yi had calmed his mind down, and the tension on his face had given way to a serene and calm expression, while his eyes were splendidly concealing his true feelings. Jun Yi turned to Jun Tian, "Father, you need not engage in this affair personally, I can answer for myself here." Jun Tian slowly, but critically, nodded. Jun Moxie smiled and stood up. He gently walked over and stationed himself behind Jun Yi's wheelchair. "Third uncle, I'll keep you company." He gently pushed the wheelchair outside the dining area. He couldn't help smiling coldly in his heart. The Shengbao family and Jun family indeed have some grievances. There were two middle-aged men standing in the courtyard, dressed in white. Both men looked quite elegant by their appearance. But Jun Moxie could tell that even though these two men were standing shoulder to shoulder, in a similar stance, their adjacent hands were seemingly too loose for comfort. In addition, it seemed as if both the men were watching each other from the corner of their eyes. Jun Moxie immediately understood that even though the two men seemed on friendly terms by their appearance, they were on guard against each other in reality. Although these two men belonged to the same family, they weren't on harmonious terms. In fact, it appeared as if they were on the verge of killing each other. No wonder that the bids from the Shengbao family were so odd the other day. It seems as if the problem lies between the two men. "Dear brother, several years may have gone by but you're still as graceful as ever." Jun Yi's face seemed to be welling up in joy, but in the pretext of sad memories. One of the men smiled back, but the other simply ignored the greeting. One of the men stepped forward, carefully examined Jun Yi, and his face seemed somewhat excited to see Jun Yi. "You haven't changed one bit in all these years. If the miss knew about this then she'd certainly insist on coming here." He stopped abruptly in the middle of the sentence, and his face revealed an apologetic smile. "Wu Yi, you've advanced from Earth Xian to Sky Xian in these last 10 years. That is indeed very commendable." As a matter of fact, it was rather rare to reach the Earth Xian level at an age as young as Wu Yi's. However, instead of receding due to his disability, Jun Yi had even managed to advance to the Sky Xian level, which was even rarer. However, Jun Yi was a cripple, and even his cousin couldn't overlook that fact, and was admiring him even more now. The moment he heard the word "miss," a wave of sadness washed over Jun Yi's face, and it took a while for the muscle spasm on his face to return to its normal state. The other white-dressed man's face suddenly became queer, while his eyes glared at Jun Moxie in a murderous manner. Jun Moxie, although your lower body is crippled and completely wasted, it seems that your upper body is still fully functional. Plus, you seem in a very good mood right now. The other man laughed as he verbally mocked Jun Moxie. This man's attitude was poles apart from his companions, and it was evident that he was a sworn enemy of Jun Moxie. Indeed, you're right about that. My third uncle's lower body might be useless, but I'd like to see your distinguished head ending up the same way. Jun Moxie hadn't responded, but Jun Moxie, who was standing behind his uncle, opened his mouth and said. Even though his tone was fairly normal, the man's face was now as pale and white as his clothes. Jun Moxie. You ignorant child, do not forget that I'm older than you. You need to watch your mouth and do not disrespect me again. You think that I can't slaughter you because this is your house. The man in white looked at Jun Moxie with murderous intentions, while the corner skin of his eyes were already beginning to converge, as his face became a bit grim, and a bit scary. Haha, sire, right now, you're standing in the Jun courtyard, not the Shengbao courtyard. And, standing in the Jun courtyard, you first insult a master of the Jun family, and then you dare to threaten the young master of the Jun family? Do you actually believe that if the young master of the Jun family ordered it, then our men won't cut you to pieces? Jun Moxie leisurely looked at the man and watched as his expression turned even graver. Ha ha ha. The man looked skywards and laughed for a while, and then he addressed Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie, he's your nephew, so I'd really appreciate if he keeps his mouth shut, unless of course, he wants to get beheaded by my blade. Ha 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 Jun Moxie, and you should also tell him to not mention the strength of the Jun family again, and then he threatens to kill me. Ha 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 ha. His ignorance is funny, he dares to be ignorant in front of a man who is far more powerful, his attitude is admirably pathetic. Xiao Han, this is indeed the Jun family's residence, so you better watch your arrogance. The other man in white berated furiously, if you do not wish to stay here with me, then please leave before making any more irresponsible remarks. Mu Shuetong, you say that this is Jun family's residence. So then, even you're not qualified to shout at me. The white-dressed man named Xiao Han stated without looking at his companion, and was still eerily staring at Jun Moxie. Ha ha ha, this is such a funny thing about this world, so many people think that they're highly important, it's just so interesting to watch. Jun Moxie laughed out, brother, don't give yourself so much importance. Touch your conscience and ask yourself, what good would you be to your family if the Jun family slaughtered you here today? You'd just be another dead man. Do you really believe that they would go to war with the Jun family for this? Jun Moxie continued to look at the man as he continued to mock him. Pitiful child, let me tell you the truth, even if a man dies, the sun and the moon will still rise in the east and set in the west. Do not take yourself too seriously, because once you neglect this point, you'll certainly suffer setbacks, and you'll end up falling a long way. This is my sincere and earnest advice, free of charge ha ha ha. I'm nice that way. The man's shadow flashed, making a pop-pop sound. The white-dressed man furiously rushed over and raised his hand to slap Jun Moxie in the face. Jun Moxie was in the middle of laughing but was forced to retreat to dodge the incoming strike. He slanted his body backwards but was unable to avoid the hand, which ended up hitting his shoulder. But simultaneously, he also managed to extend his elbow and raise his knee. Puff puff, the man uttered, as his face went green, while his steps retreated and his body's posture became very uncomfortably unnatural. His two red eyes were flaming with rage as he continued to painfully glare at Jun Moxie, and it seemed that he was angry enough to swallow Jun Moxie alive. Even if Jun Moxie was being rude, he was still younger than the man. The man only wished to teach him a lesson and hadn't intended on killing him. Therefore, the man had only attacked half-heartedly, just to put Jun Moxie's rude mouth in its place. Otherwise, as an accomplished Sky Xian expert, a young boy like him could have never matched his skill, let alone beaten him. But the man had never expected that Jun Moxie's counterattack would be so sharp, quick, accurate and fierce. The elbow had pounded the man's throat, while the knee had sharply holed his crotch. The man had grossly underestimated his enemy, and went in completely unguarded, and had fallen prey to a crafty, precise, and well-timed counter, which he was unable to block. Unexpectedly, this kid had torn a hole in his defense. If he hadn't crossed into the Sky Xian level, then these 2 strikes would have killed him on the spot, twice. Even in this case, the man's throat was sore with pain, while his crotch was practically scorched, so much so, that the man was unable to endure the suffering, and his exhausted body constantly exhaled in discomfort. Xiao Han groaned furiously, while his whole body went blue with rage. He recklessly charged again to dispose of that vile youngster. Mu Xuetong hastily darted across and blocked his companion's way, and rebuked, "Haven't you already disgraced yourself enough by attacking this young child?" Jun Moxie coldly glared at Xiao Han and decided that if the man attacked Jun Moxie again, then he'd reveal his real strength without caring about the consequences, and would kill the man. Xiao Han was gasping, his voice had become hoarse. It was apparent that Jun Moxie's 2 strikes had shaken him to the core. "Today you're getting away with this, kid," he stated as he stared at Jun Moxie, "but boy, you better start praying that I don't get my hands on you again." Jun Moxie smiled and said, "I wouldn't worry about that. But I pray that the next time we meet, no one is there to save you from me." "You will kill me?" "Ha ha ha," Xiao Han laughed hysterically in his angered state of mind, "never in this lifetime." "Is that so? How's that crotch of yours feeling, still hurting?" Jun Moxie mocked coldly. Xiao Han opened his mouth to express his anger but didn't actually say anything. Xiao Han was a Sky Xian expert and didn't feel that he needed to bicker unnecessarily with an ordinary kid like Jun Moxie anymore. He obviously knew that he hadn't applied his full strength in the attack, and not even being at Silver Xian level, Jun Moxie was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. In fact, even a Jade Xian expert was no match for a Sky Xian master. Even a Jade Xian level expert wouldn't be able to take his strike, and would fall to his death in no time. If a learned man had attacked his throat and crotch in this manner, then he would have been apologetic and would have been scared to death by now for the fear of the consequences, but instead of being scared, Jun Moxie was gloating about it. Jun Moxie asked coldly, "Brother Xiao, don't tell me that you've come this far to argue with my nephew, ah?" Xiao Han snorted but didn't say another word in reply. Mu Xuetong smiled and said, "Wu Yi, I have come to see you after 10 years, and so, I've gotten you a present." Jun Moxie's heart started to beat faster. "Is it from her?" "Yes. It's from her." Mu Xuetong nodded as he replied. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a piece of cloth. "She gave this to you for him. Why didn't I know about this? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Xiao Han was suddenly very furious. The veins in his bloodshot eyes were clearly visible and his fists were clenched. "As you said earlier, you work with me. What is your status? And what's her status? Does she need to notify you of her wishes and actions? You're being ridiculous now." Mu Xuetong looked at his companion contemptuously. "Give that to me." Xiao Han's body flashed towards Mu Xuetong's, and he tried to snatch the cloth. Mu Xuetong promptly put the cloth back in his pocket. Their bodies became shadowy, and a hint of blue light started to emerge from their bodies. Their silhouettes appeared to be forming a circle, as the 2 men started to kick and punch each other. Their collisions were producing loud sounds, while the underlying strength of their strikes was giving rise to sharp and turbulent winds. Their speed was so alarmingly fast that even Jun Moxie, a Sky Xian expert, could barely distinguish between the 2 men. However, this didn't mean that Jun Moxie's strength was beneath these men, and on the contrary, now, he was a lot stronger than them. As for why he couldn't clearly see their movements, he had been a cripple for the last decade and had only reached the Sky Xian level due to the 5 herbs imbued into his body, and it would take a while before his Sky Xian strength attained stability. As for Jun Moxie, even though his strength was far lesser than the 2 men, his vision was sharp enough to clearly distinguish their movements. He could easily tell that even though Xiao Han was a Sky Xian expert, his strength was fairly inferior to Mu Xuetong's, and if the latter had any misgivings against his companion, then Xiao Han would have already been dead. But even then, bang! Xiao Han was sent flying into the air. He coughed and choked in the midair, and spat out a bit of blood. He landed on his feet, and in a few hops, distanced himself from the others, but his resentment-filled voice sounded at a distance, Mu Shui Tong, I will remember this, and you will pay for this later. Jun Wu-yi, I will kill you. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing Mu Shui Tong's white-dressed figure, standing calmly, but staring at Jun Moxie in a bizarre manner. He suddenly laughed, Wu-yi, your nephew is indeed a remarkable fellow. His strikes actually managed to inflict serious damage to Xiao Han, and took out at least 20% of his combat power, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to win so easily today. Had I not seen him in action in person, I would have never believed that a boy who hasn't even attained the Silver Xian level could injure a Sky Xian expert in battle. Jun Moxie humbly smiled and said, I believe that once a man is injured in that manner, a downgrade in combat ability is only a natural side effect. However, I was lucky, since he considered me to be an ant, and forgot that ants can sting. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to injure him. Mu Shui Tong smiled, perhaps that's the reason, I've never seen him struggle in this manner in our companionship of over 10 years, and nor have I ever been able to oust him this easily. It's funny that the first time this happens is the day I first meet you, right? Jun Moxie chuckled, that's because he's never looked down on you, but he thought that I was too small and weak to hurt him. Mu Shui Tong glanced at him profoundly and stated in a serious manner, well, I guess that's the case. But now I know that even weak people can be very dangerous, and I will remember to not neglect your ability. Jun Moxie smiled but decided against commenting on it and said, this. I believe my third uncle has been waiting very anxiously. Mu Shui Tong laughed, and then he took out the cloth from his breast pocket once again and handed it over to Jun Wu-yi. Jun Wu-yi's body was faintly trembling while his hands were tightly gripping the handrail of his wheelchair. The rosewood flooring made a slight, click sound as he slowly extended his hand and took the small cloth. He held it gently but firmly with both hands as if holding a very precious and fragile treasure in his hands. Mu Shui Tong looked at Jun Wu-yi, bowed his head and said, the miss has been waiting for you all along. Jun Wu-yi suddenly looked up, are you saying that she? Mu Shui Tong nodded gravely, the miss is still longing for you. Jun Wu-yi's face was somewhat emotional while his eyes were glittery, as his trembling hands slowly and carefully opened the cloth, layer by layer, for he feared disturbing its contents. The small cloth slowly unfolded into a handkerchief. A few strands of jet black hair lay in its center. The delicate embroidery in one corner of the handkerchief read, I haven't crowned my hair in 10 years, and every night I look at the moon and hope to come to Tianxiang, but I know that the life doesn't go in reverse. Jun Wu-yi's body trembled like dried leaves shuddering in the wind, and slowly, he lowered his face and pressed it to the handkerchief. He pressed his head against the hair in the cloth, and didn't raise his head up for a long while. Mu Shui Tong sighed deeply and said, Miss is preparing to break into the Supreme Divine Xian. Jun Wu-yi's entire body shuddered. But he still didn't look up. His face refused to part with the handkerchief and it appeared that those strands of hair had become his entire universe in that moment. Mu Shui Tong stood silently and calmly for a long while before he said, Brother Wu-yi, I came to narrate this affair to you, and will take my leave now. Brother Wu-yi, I hope that you can understand the Mrs. situation, and I pray that these hard times come to an end one day, don't lose hope. Brother. There will come a day. Then, he folded his hands and turned away. Jun Wu-yi didn't look up until the man had covered a few feet, and he said in a hoarse voice, I was too moved and forgot my manners. I apologize for not being able to visit your home, but please convey my regards to Miss Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian was Mu Shui Tong's lover. Mu Shui Tong didn't turn around, but smiled as he said, Xiao Qian is now your sister-in-law, next time I visit you, I'll bring her along. Jun Wu-yi's words were heartfelt and honest, congratulations. Mu Shui Tong smiled, a bright azure light flashed from his body, which was followed by a cold autumn breeze, and just like a leaf, his body gently drifted away, and soon disappeared into the infinite horizon. The distance between the heaven and earth became hazy as the curtains of the night began to descend. Jun Wu-yi remained seated in his wheelchair, while his face was still pressed against the handkerchief and hair that lay within. The scene remained motionless in the windy background, as the shadows of the night slowly dimmed the skylight. Jun Moxie stood quietly on one side and didn't make any sound, as he quietly kept his uncle some company. The duo didn't even look at each other but knew each other's feelings. The moon slowly circled in the sky, and the stars were shining brightly. Jun Wuyi's heart finally emerged from the memories of the past. The 10 years of suffering and torment that his heart had endured was evident from the hoarse voice in which he narrated the tale to Jun Moxie. 12 years ago, the Jun family was in its prime, and Jun Tian was invincible in battle. Everyone feared his reputation on the battlefield, and no one could defeat him. Out of the 3 male heirs of the Jun family, the eldest, Jun Wuhui, was known as the White Commander. He could change the course of any battle with a wave of his hands. He was close enough to the Emperor of Tianxiang to influence His Majesty's decisions. The second son, Jun Wumeng, excelled in combat and his superior intelligence ousted any general in battle. The Jun family was in its prime, the entire Xian continent was impressed with their prowess. Jun Wuyi was only 19 at the time and was in the prime of his youth. Young, handsome, talented, exceptional in martial arts, extraordinary temperament and confident, he attracted the fantasies and affection of countless ministers' daughters. Jun Wuyi ventured into an auction of the Shengbao house to amuse himself, as is the temperament of youngsters. But inside the auction, he encountered a flowery young maiden. The two exchanged a few words and imprinted a favorable impression with regard to each other. Soon enough, the two of them were touring around the Tianxiang country, hand in hand. Free birds, Jun Wuyi and the maiden, Han Yao, would often travel outside the country together, and their feeling for each other deepened over time. Eventually, the two fell in love, and naturally, the news broke out. After a while, a few mysterious men appeared in Tianxiang in search of Jun Wuyi. Jun Wuyi was traveling abroad with Han Yao, but these people attacked the Jun family without taking note of it. It was obvious that these men weren't afraid of the Jun family, even though it was in its prime. The Jun family suffered heavy losses in the battle that followed. These men killed off several of the Jun family's experts since none of these mysterious men were below the Earth Xian level. Moreover, these dozen or so men had several tricks up their sleeves. Jun Wuyi was obviously quite shocked when he found about the incident upon his return. The maiden, Han Yao, explained to Jun Wuyi that this incident had been caused by her antecedents. She hailed from a mysterious place, and her family could best be described as one of the most powerful and secretive families of this world, and perhaps the most mysterious organization. Blizzard Silver City. Han Clan of Blizzard Silver City. Blizzard Silver City. This, one name, was mysterious enough to intimidate anyone. Thousands of years of accumulation had made it a formidable power. And Shengbao House was only Blizzard Silver City's subsidiary. The so-called Shengbao House was just the agent, and the Blizzard Silver City was the real master, and they were only given the leftovers. Meaning, that once the Blizzard Silver City had discarded something, the item would be handed over to the Shengbao House for auction, and even these items fetched amazing prices. The Shengbao House would sell these articles for a huge amount of money, and would use this money to buy some more fantastic items from the Blizzard Silver City. Whether it was an ordinary immortal technique, or a power-boosting martial skill, or a rare type of Xian beast Dan, it could be said that all these items were extremely rare in the human world, and very hard to obtain, but the Shengbao House was able to procure them from the Blizzard Silver City, and were willing to pay any price. Han Yao was the daughter of Han Zhan, the master of Blizzard Silver City. Of course, Han Yao's origin wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Even if Han Yao was the daughter of Blizzard Silver City's master, Jun Wuyi was also the son of Jun family. The Jun family wasn't comparable to the Blizzard Silver City but was still a superpower in its own merit. But the biggest problem was that Han Yao was already engaged to Blizzard Silver City's most influential elder, Xiao Huifeng's grandson, Xiao Han, and the two were set to be married upon reaching the appropriate age. After the two of them returned, they tried to stay together, but the Xiao family threatened to turn the Jun family's life upside down. Han Yao reluctantly agreed to return to the Blizzard Silver City, and once she left, she never came back. Before leaving, Han Yanniao had told Jun Wuyi that if Jun Wuyi was able to break into the Supreme Divine Xian, then the two of them might have a chance of being together. At that time, Jun Wuyi wasn't even thinking about making the leap to Supreme Divine Xian since he was only halfway through. The Gold Xian. The distance between Gold Xian and Supreme Divine Xian was no lesser than the distance between the earth and the heavens. In the 2 years that followed, the Jun family suffered several defeats in the Tianxiang monarchy's expeditions, and Jun Wuyi's both elder brothers, Jun Wuhui and Jun Wumeng, passed away, along with countless faithful soldiers of the Jun family. Under these circumstances, Jun Wuyi was asked to take the charge, and unwilling to accept his defeat under such harsh circumstances, he ended up getting crippled. Mu Shuetong was one of the several people who were close to Han Yanniao around that time, and the only one inside the Blizzard Silver City who liked Jun Wuyi, apart from Han Yanniao of course. In fact, the two men were like brothers. After his lower body was disabled, Jun Wuyi went into a depression since he knew that he no longer had a chance of being with Han Yanniao. Time flew by, and 10 years passed in a flash. Jun Wuyi would look at the midnight moon and pray to meet his lover one day, but had never thought that he'd actually hear from her again. At this moment, several thoughts were surging through Jun Wuyi's mind, causing a tsunami of emotions in his heart. Jun Moxie listened very quietly, without making any sound. He knew that Jun Wuyi wasn't just saying these words for the sake of it, but actually meant them from the bottom of his heart. He had locked these emotions in a forgotten corner of his heart for the last 10 years, and now that he was unexpectedly received a word from his lover, he simply couldn't control his excitement and his desire anymore. Right now, all he needed was a casual listener so he could vent out his emotions. He probably didn't care who the listener was, or even if he understood the emotions, he just needed someone to listen. Jun Moxie listened to these words like a stone wall, but knew that it would still be helpful to Jun Wuyi. Jun Wuyi had been holding these depressing emotions for too long now. The cold night was covered with fog and smoke, and Jun Wuyi whispered his tale in low and grave voice. He would stumble, stutter, but continued to narrate his story slowly. The Jun family was slipping from its place of glory, and then my second brother died in a mysterious manner. I suspected that the Blizzard Silver City could have been behind it since they were known to work in the shadows, and so I immediately launched an investigation into the matter. But my military accomplishments were meager, whereas the Blizzard Silver City was too secretive, and I never got anywhere with my investigation. Eventually I was asked to go to war with the Yutang Empire and managed to gain the upper hand, and it seemed as if I would win if I pushed them just a little bit more. But just at the crucial moment, some very advanced Xian experts mysteriously appeared in the Yutang Empire's ranks, and led their cavalries to confront us in battle, and my whole army was sent into a state of chaos. I had a lot of advanced Xian experts by my side, including a Sky Xian expert named Jun Moxie. I remember him shouting, "Hurry, run, Third General, run." And then I remember an azure blue light flashing across the battlefield, and his bright red blood started to flow. Several men surrounded me to protect me, and formed a protective section. And they all died in front of me, one by one. Just before they died, they would look at me, and their eyes would scream at me to save myself. I ran over and hugged the dying man. His whole body was completely broken, I could hear his bones as they shattered, and he kept vomiting blood. He growled at me, "Hurry, run." It was like I was in a nightmare. Their blood was splashing across my face, wet, red, very sticky, warm, the blood of my brothers. Jun Wuyi lowered his head in pain as he frowned. When he was narrating Jun Moxie's last words, his voice had suddenly and unwittingly switched to high pitch, but had reverted back to a whisper soon after. He was already wiping his face with his hand, almost as if he was trying to wipe the memory of his comrade's blood splashing across his face. But I had already lost my mind. These people were my brothers, I had grown up in their company, we had shared numerous drinks together, we had sung songs together, we had hunted together, we had traveled together, we had fought the enemy together. Celebrated together, and now they were all dying in front of me. Dead. Dead in front of my own eyes. My brother. My brothers. They were all gone. Jun Wuyi was unintentionally screaming at this point, in fact he was almost roaring. He closed his eyelids tightly, and 2 huge tears slowly oozed from his eyes. This was my fault. This was all because of me. I was desperate, I wanted to kill them all. All of them. Even though Jun Wooyi was shouting, his voice wasn't backing him, and one could tell that he was feeling very weak inside. I was too weak and too slow. Those people caught me, and stuffed some drugs inside my body, which dispelled a mysterious gas inside my dantian, and closed off my lower body's meridians. I couldn't even scream, but I kept watching their veiled faces and the way they blinked their eyes. I think one of them was a woman, but as long as even one of them appears in front of me, I'll immediately be able to recognize the person. I knew that these people were from the Blizzard Silver City. These people had come straight from hell. They were so cold that I felt like I was being attacked by the devil. I will always remember the sounds of their pleased laughter as they tortured me, he he he. Jun Wuyi's eyes had become red. And since then, no matter how much I tried, I could never stand up. My heart was full of hatred, but I couldn't say it. Blizzard Silver City was too strong, and if father found out, then he would certainly try to take revenge. But even 100 Jun families aren't strong enough to match the Blizzard Silver City. I wanted to discard my life as well, but if another heir of the Jun family died, then the whole family would have been obliterated. My elder brothers died because of me, but I'm still alive and healthy. My soldiers died for me, and in front of me, but I was allowed to live his humiliating life. Jun Wuyi's face revealed a sad smile, as more tears streamed down his cheeks. Soon enough, 2 of my nephews died for my cause, but I managed to survive. Moxie. Don't you think that your third uncle is useless? Really useless? A complete fucking waste. Jun Wuyi's face had a smile of misery on it, whereas his chest was rhythmically rising and falling. The sea of hatred inside his heart had, at last, found a way to pour out its resentment. Jun Moxie had been listening very quietly, with a calm and cool look on his face. He was quite moved by Jun Wuyi's story, and slowly opened his mouth. In that case, dying would have been too easy for you, but to live such a life would have sure been very difficult. Death would have been a very cowardly choice, but having survived such a blow is the sign of a true warrior. Death would have been the end of your suffering, but to live and bear so much without actually losing your mind, uncle, you're truly extraordinary. Jun Wuyi smiled sadly. Who says I want to die? I cannot die, I mustn't die. Moxie. Your grandfather had 3 sons, but now 2 of them are dead, and if I also died, your grandfather will collapse, and the Jun family, finished. Jun Moxie remained silent. These affairs had been simmering inside Jun Wuyi's heart for too long now, and today he had met an old enemy and an old friend from the past, post which he had received a token from his sweetheart, which had completely destabilized his mind. All this, coupled with the fact that his body had just been restored, Jun Wuyi had gotten too excited, and emotional, and was unknowingly saying these things since he had lost control over his mind. Over the years, when I closed my eyes, my brothers would ask me, why haven't you taken revenge for us? The blood of my brothers would be staining my face as they would ask, Third General, why haven't you avenged us? Take our revenge. Avenge our deaths. Jun Wuyi clenched his fist so hard that blood started to drip from his palm. Even in my dreams, I can feel the blood of brothers, hot, fresh, and it just wouldn't stop flowing. Jun Wuyi leaned forward, and covered his face with his hands, and his whole body started to tremble again. Jun Moxie took a deep breath, and looked up at the night sky. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged through his body, and that long-dormant desire to kill started bursting out of his body again. He smiled coldly. Blizzard Silver City. Shao family. You think you're good, ah? You think that you have the strength to do whatever you please? Haha, maybe for the time being, but now you're my targets. I intend on climbing up the power ladder of this world, and I don't mind using you as a stepping stone. Since I am Jun Moxie now, then I will bear the glory and the shame of the Jun family as well. Blizzard Silver City's Shao family. Hum, just a few years' time, and this evil monarch will turn your Shao family to a mouse's leftovers. Jun Zhantian was standing a fair distance away, staring his only remaining son, and only remaining grandson, and his heart was brimming with mixed emotions. The pain that my youngest has had to bear these years, how silly was I to not know it? Why haven't I taken revenge against the Blizzard Silver City? Did you really think that I wouldn't have found out? Did you think that you could have actually fooled me forever? How did I not know about this feud for so many years? But the Jun family has acquired tens of thousands of followers from all generations. If the Jun family decided it, then we could even impulsively dethrone a small king, and if the whole Jun family came after you, then we'd uproot you, but it will be a very bloody incident. He stood his ground silently for a while, but then old man Jun quietly disappeared into night winds. The uncle and nephew duo remained out in the open, listening to the sobbing of the wind, the weeping and complaining. The autumn was upon the Tianxiang country. And the autumn was growing. On the surface of it, the Tianxiang country was having a very quiet autumn, but it concealed the surge of several birds in its secrecy. At least hundreds of birds had started to flap their wings, and were flying into the fly, drawing a beautiful trajectory. Many advanced-level Xians had suddenly ended their closed-door practice after several years, and had come out of their place of hiding to shuttle the street of the Tianxiang Empire's capital, listening to every gossip and paying attention to every unusual action. Like dutiful detectives, they had started to closely investigate the dark side of the capital. Moreover, word would spread throughout the entire continent in a few days, and many people would end up being caught in the excitement after receiving the message, and would make their way to the Tianxiang Empire soon. Apart from this one, there was another piece of news which was causing a sensation. Unexpectedly, there were riots inside the Tianxiang Imperial City a little while ago, and the northern part of the city was destroyed overnight. The Tang family had gone on an unbridled and unrestrained manhunt, and this whole incident had caused them some serious losses in manpower. It would appear that they had lost something very valuable. This item turned out to be a 9th-grade beast Xian's Xian core. Even though this news wasn't confirmed, someone had mentioned this to be the reason behind the unrest, and the rumor quickly grew wings and spread throughout the continent in a very short period of time. This is a great opportunity. We must seize the Xian core. Inside the imperial tutor's house, Li Yuran was sitting on Li Shang's bedside. Really? Our last venture ended up a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How can you be so sure that this is a good opportunity for us? Li Shang's health was a lot better now, but he was still very weak. Even though he hadn't been able to return to his normal health, he was still talking in a normal tone. At the moment, his eyes had a look of glimmer inside them, as he watched his grandson, and waited for his reply. TL's note, the quoted text in the para is a Chinese idiom. I'd explain it in detail, but that would make it another story altogether. It basically means that you make a small-term gain only to realize that it comes back to bite you later on. Since that day, after the damage to his Dan Tian, his health had stabilized after undergoing several treatments, but his physical health was still on the declining end of the curve. Li Shang was quite disheartened to know about the state of his physical body, and knew that he wouldn't be able to carry on for long, which is why he was using his time to educate his dearest grandson, Li Yuran. No matter what the issue at hand would be, he would first ask Li Yuran for his views on the matter, and would then point out the flaws in it. This time however, Li Yuran didn't let him down, and there was a massive progress in his previously finite thinking ability. Even though his understanding was limited on most matters, he was showing a keen interest in learning, which was warming Li Shang's cold heart and was coming as a consolation to him since it seemed that he had finally found his successor. Right now, the situation is very clear. The Tang family's Xian core was stolen. I believe that only 3 gangs are capable of stealing something like this, but neither of them is stupid enough to allow the matter to leak out to the public, since it would cause them a great amount of trouble. Especially at the hands of the Tang family. The Xian core is too important, even more than its owners estimated, and if one of these 3 gangs had stolen this Dan and the other 2 found out, then they would try to steal it from the original thief. So it seems that this item was stolen by someone else. In other words, we should be able to seize the Xian core if we were able to identify this party. On the day of the theft, the person manages to steal something important without anyone noticing it, and then manage to disappear without a trace. So it's not surprising that there was no further news on this matter for a while. But now, suddenly, there is more news on this subject, and identity of the item has been revealed, a Xian core from a 9th rank Xian beast. This is a very surprising thing since that person managed to disappear without a trace on the day of the theft, and has chosen to wait this long to make his move. There must be a hidden intention behind this. His intention: your grandson is still quite stupid, and has only been able to identify a few reasons. Firstly, although a Xian core was stolen, the person didn't know how to use it, or may even have not known its true utilities. In the pursuit of finding out its usage, he must have attracted too much attention, and the news could have spread out from that end. This could be a possibility, since the Xian core is a very mysterious treasure, and even the Tang family had been researching its true potential for the last few decades and still haven't understood it fully. Even us, if we hadn't had our knowledge, then maybe even we wouldn't be able to understand its true value. Go on. Li Shang's eyes revealed a color of appreciation. Secondly, this person could belong solely to the Tianxiang city, and is unlikely to a low-level man, and in fact is a very high-level expert, maybe even as high as the Sky Xian or something similar, or could be preparing for a major breakthrough right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed this information, and would have definitely built a cocoon around him and would have patiently waited for this incident to calm down. So based on that, I can only think that this person is about to make a major breakthrough. Yes. And is there a third possibility? The shade of appreciation in Li Shang's eyes was getting denser. Third, this person belongs to a very power clan, and knows that he will have the backing of a very strong network. This looks like the most likely situation at present. There are several very powerful and wealthy families and characters in the city, but we would be looking for someone who can muster the entire strength of their family, since only such an individual could be capable of acting so boldly. Li Yuran's voice was very low and careful sounding. Very well analyzed. As a result, it can be said that the number of targets can be reduced to very small number. Li Shang was tapping the center of his palm with his other hand with a pleased look on his face. Do you have any suspects in mind? Well, we should rule out our Li family and, naturally, the Tang family. So that leaves the Jun family, Mu Rong family, Du Gu family, Meng family and Song family. It could be any one of these 5. Li Yuran raised his index finger. The Jun family, even though they are our enemies, Jun Zhantian is an honest and upright man, and wouldn't get involved in such an activity. Jun Wuyi, even though his physical body is a waste, but his mind is still fully functional. But then again, he is physically handicapped and that limits his mobility. As for the Jun family's young dandy, Jun Moxie, I'm afraid that he isn't capable of mobilizing the Jun family entire power base. So for now, the Jun family is our least likely suspect, but then again, we can't completely exclude them either since anything is possible in this case. The chances of this being Du Gu family's work is not very high either. Although they have the influence and the power to be our Boreals, but fundamentally speaking, the Du Gu family lacks the ambition. Otherwise, given the strength of the Du Gu family, they could have easily replaced the Jun family by now. The reason His Majesty tolerates the Du Gu family is because they are a family of warriors, but unlike the Jun family, they don't have any powerful commanders from the past. The Du Gu family's warriors can charge and break past the enemy ranks, but unless a man from the Jun family, like Jun Wuhui, Jun Wu Meng, or Jun Wuyi is overseeing the overall situation, the military might of the Du Gu family is far from capable of notching a victory on their own. But that doesn't mean that it's not them yet. If they are the ones behind this, then the Du Gu family could be seeing the emergence of major personality, and His Majesty would probably suppress the entire family. After all, even though the Majesty considers the Du Gu family to be very reliable, they don't have the merit that the Jun family has. But it could still be them. The Du Gu family still has a lot of power, right? To think about it, the Du Gu family is great, and have numerous offspring, but they don't have the unity that the Jun family does. Although the Jun family might appear to be ruined, but the past victories of their 4 marshals have left behind enough henchmen to shake the foundation of the entire kingdom. But still, the Du Gu family's chances are slightly higher than the Jun family's, but when I say that, I would also like to add that I don't really see the emergence of any major characters in their family, and nor do I hear of any movements on their part. The Meng family, firstly, they are our allies. And secondly, there is no particularly powerful character in the Meng family. So I'd say that their probability is also quite low. Among the major families, the Song family has always kept a very low-key profile, but sometimes the dog that never barks is the one that actually bites, so I would suspect them. Mu Rong family. Well, the Mu Rong family has always been very ambitious, and keeps coming up with new schemes all the time. Since they have a strong relation with the royal family is unlikely to suspect them of anything, which is why I believe that we should pay a lot of attention to the Mu Rong family. Li Yuran was very carefully analyzing the situation, which is why he was speaking in a very slow-paced manner, and his low-pitched voice indicated that he was quite nervous about his opinion. Well, that was good. Li Shang nodded. However, there are several other aspects in addition to these families that you've missed out on. Please correct my mistakes, grandfather. Li Yuran stated. In this city, the most influential family is the royal family, and you haven't even considered them at all. The royal family is the most powerful family. Although His Majesty's treasures are still remain hidden from common knowledge, if it weren't for the many strong men who are protecting him. Around the clock, His Majesty would have already been assassinated countless times. You should pay particular attention to that. There are also the 3 major gangs in the city, all of whom have considerable strength to do this, and you need to include them in your line of sight. In addition to this, we cannot neglect that this could be the work of a mysterious organization, potentially from outside the Tianxiang city. Also, there are a few well-known groups of assassins that are operational in the city, and could also be our targets. Li Shang coughed a few times, and was barely able to keep up with his health. This Xian Core incident will likely lead to an unprecedented storm, and you must be very careful as well since our present strength is somewhat insufficient. If you enter this affair, then you will need a lot of support and manpower to come out on top. If you cannot manage that support, and your brothers are unable to back you up, then I would advise that you exit this scramble. For you may easily get drowned in this storm. Li Shang sighed loudly as he slowly laid his body down on the bed. Yes. I've already issued the order to our birds in the cover of wee hours, and I believe that they will be making their decisions soon. Li Yuran nodded seriously. Well, how your progress to the Sky Xian layer coming about? Li Shang faintly closed his eyes. I've reached the pinnacle of the Gold Xian. Li Yuran's voice had a hint of guilt in it, but the state is a little unstable at present. Once it has stabilized, then I will be able to impact the Jade Xian but... Li Shang raised his hand and stopped him in mid-sentence. Let's not leave any room for carelessness here since we know the consequences of it. I will gladly help you in making the impact. After all, you are the best hope for the future of the Li family. You do not bother yourself with this too much now. Li Yuran gasped. Li Shang had previously used a jade sea coral for healing purposes, which had unexpectedly self-detonated. Although Li Shang had sustained serious injuries, and even Li Yuran's handsome face had been bombed in several places by the explosion, the incident hadn't been a complete disaster, and Li Yuran had unknowingly gained some benefits from it. The jade sea coral contained a lot of aura, which was supposed to help Li Shang heal, but he was unable to absorb it entirely due to the explosion. Because of the sudden interruption, a considerable part of this aura had entered Li Yuran's body during the explosion, and had been left stranded inside his meridians. A blessing in disguise. At that time, due to the injury sustained on his face, Li Yuran had been unable to focus on his practice properly, but at present, due to the underlying support from this aura, he had managed to advance from the base of Gold Xian to the apex of Gold Xian in a single swoop. He was one step away from entering the Jade Xian, which considering Li Yuran's age was not just unprecedented, but was also a feat which would ring in the ears of his contemporaries throughout the continent. There's a lot of investigation going on around the destruction of the northern part of the city. It could be a coincidence, but Qin Hu's son, Qin Xiaobao unknowingly and unintentionally offended Tang Yuan and Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie and his sidekick would have surely retaliated in some way, but I don't think that they could be behind the mysterious destruction of the northern part of the city. However, I could just be becoming a little paranoid, but I think that this could be related in some way, but I can't really describe the reason behind my suspicions. Li Yuran stood up and started slowly pacing back and forth. At the moment, the northern part of the city has lost its eyes and ears, which is why we are missing the majority of our sources in that part of the town, so we'll need to make up for that loss as soon as possible. Good, you must work on that. Li Shang closed his eyes. I would recommend you to join the imperial court, but since you're insisting against it, all I can say to you, Li Yuran, is that I've built the foundation of our family due to my position in the imperial court and not by sitting beside rivers and lakes. This you must always remember. I know that you're ambitious, but you must understand your limitations. It's very dangerous to chance your luck all the time. If you wish to progress, you must do so cautiously and calculatedly. Your grandson understands. Li Yuran had silently lowered his head for a while before replying. The autumn wind was flowing free and leisurely, and two unknown men were enjoying its delicacy. One of them had a yellow face, his figure was exceptionally tall. His sharp eyes looked disproportionate to his yellow face, while the other one was slightly darker in shade, but this young man's complexion was still looking quite similar to his companion's. The Tianxiang imperial city has changed a lot in this past decade. The middle-aged man was walking slowly as his eyes looked around the city streets. His voice sounded a bit desolate, almost as if he had been to a different world, and had suddenly returned to face a different reality. That place was Yi family's ancestral hall 10 years ago, and I grew up playing around there with my brothers. He laughed, but it still sounded like he was weeping. Uncle, you're not getting caught up in the past again, are you? The youngster next to him smiled. After all, you must get used to it. All things must die one day, whether it is man or a soldier or a system. Whatever begins in life, ends in death. If it wasn't about life and death, then no matter what happens, no one would bother about fame and success. To get used to life and death. Easier said than done. The middle-aged man sighed loudly. The last 10 years have passed away like a bad dream. I just see desolation everywhere. Once I had brothers, and now they are all dead, and I'm left alone in this world. Uncle, do you ever think about our feet? The youngster chuckled gently, but with a hint of a gentle mockery, almost as if he was mocking the irony of life on this earth. At this moment, the youngster's eyes were seemingly seeing through the past and the present, and he seemed ignorant to everything else. He pointed at the land under his foot. Third uncle, since ancient times, since tens of thousands of years, do you know how many people have been buried under this piece of land? In a way, we are actually always standing on the corpse of someone else. This moment, we perhaps stepped on the corpse of beggar, and maybe the next moment we might be standing on the remains of a great emperor. The matter that this thick soil consists of is comprised of a mountain of bones. Life and death are just like dry and vegetation. Once it gets old and withered, it dies, so what does it matter? One day, you, or perhaps I, will lie under this soil, ready to be trampled upon by other humans. But the most important thing is now. Now, we are stepping on someone else all the time, whether he was a commoner, or a once-in-a-millennia imperial lord, or the beautiful daughter of a minister. But what are they now? The obvious reaction to stepping on others' graves is that we must build ourselves to a position where the others cannot step on us. Whether we live or we die. Haha, the man laughed wickedly. That might be true, but we must also cherish the memories of the dead from time to time. If we don't cherish their memories, or worse, make ourselves unworthy of being remembered, then how can we expect our future generations to remember us? The king might have been a king in his life, but if he killed 1,000,000 men, then it doesn't matter if he died on a mountain or on a river bed, he would have still gone to hell. In life, we mustn't regret. Even if we have done something wrong, we mustn't regret. A wrong done for the right reasons is still a right, and a right done for the wrong reason is still a wrong. No one knows the reality of right and wrong in truth. While we live, we must have fun. Live like the sea, free and unrestrained, follow the desires of the heart. If we don't like someone, we must step on them. And kill the ones who hurt us. And destroy the ones that stand in our path. In life, both men and women must proudly look at the heavens, and let the ones that overlook this earth know that we are alive. That we were worthy of coming to this world. The youngster's eyes were distantly gazing at his surroundings. This is just a game, nothing more. These two men were rather strange, even though they looked quite young, they were preaching like old men. This strange combination was obviously the uncle and the nephew duo of Jun Moxie and Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie hadn't left the Jun family's courtyard in these last 10 years, so Jun Moxie wanted to take him out in order to relieve him of his boredom. This was exactly what Jun Moxie needed, and he readily agreed, and so the two men sneakily slipped out and decided to take a stroll around the capital streets. Jun Moxie had lived a very stealth life in his previous incarnation, and had acquired peerless expertise in disguising himself using a variety of modern and ancient techniques. At this moment, they looked so different from their original appearance, that no one in the entire Xian continent would be able to tell their real identities, which is why the two men were boldly wandering around at present. Moxie, do you really believe that? Jun Moxie finished listening to Jun Moxie, then shook his head and laughed. If you can't see yourself, then you must at least listen to yourself. I'm afraid that you've changed a lot, you're seeing through the concepts of life and death like an extremely old man. Jun Moxie smiled in his heart. He was indeed running his mouth like an old man would, but then again, he was quite experienced in life. This after all, this was his second life, and he was talking from experience. This place used to be Great Prince's residence 10 years ago, they've actually managed to convert it to a Huanghua hall. I really wonder, this being the capital city, who would dare force a prince out his home? Jun Moxie frowned as he looked at the concave that lay on the left side of the road. The road to it looked slightly humble, but it rolled up and down and led straight to a very big house. A frail and faintly shrill voice rang from within, and it seemed rather weak and full of despair. Huanghua Hall, what does it mean? I don't remember it being here in the older days. The pedestrians passing by would try to stay as far away from the Huanghua Hall, almost as if the place was riddled with snakes on the inside. Everyone's eyes were filled with hate and a hint of fear, and they would inevitably quicken up their steps as they would pass by the gate of the building. Jun Moxie quickly searched through the memories in his brain, and said, Huanghua Hall is like a brothel of sorts. But the escorts here are relatively younger in age, and most are quite good-looking, children. Suddenly, a strong sense of anger swarmed Jun Moxie's heart. This is a transit point for the sale of young boys and girls. If they are well qualified, then they sent away. The one who aren't very educated but are good-looking and clever, are tuned up and then sold for high prices to large families for profiteering purposes. The first-class recruits are the worst off, they are allowed to stay here for a few years, until they reach puberty, and then, they are sold into the spirit fog river to be the playthings of men and women. This place is the base of sin and filth. Jun Moxie looked sharply at the gate. I didn't expect that such an establishment would be allowed to function inside the Tianxiang Imperial City. How do the officials allow this? Jun Moxie sighed. This place had belonged to the prince once, and he had to let go of it, but no one knows what happened and why. Who would have the guts to go up against such people? If the site belonged to a prince, and someone was capable of taking it off the hands of a powerful prince, then what could common men do about it? This was a bureaucratic empire, and his place had managed to stay out of all litigations, so maybe a top-ranked noble or the son of a very powerful man was behind this establishment, but who would have the courage to try and find out? Besides, most people came here willingly since they needed the money, while some were homeless children from homeless asylums, and were tantamount to slaves anyway. What could other people say about this matter? This is awful. This is very disappointing. Jun Moxie groaned coldly. He glanced sharply at the entrance gate, unwilling to walk past it, but today, he'd have to turn back, since exposing his identity would be very troublesome. Moreover, Jun Moxie's body was still healing and he strictly needed to keep it a secret, so even though he didn't wish to, he turned around to walk away from it. Just as the two men were leaving, a sudden and shrill cry sounded behind them, which was followed by a loud uproar from a crowd of people. A figure dropped onto the middle of the street. It was young maiden, her clothes were disheveled and torn, while her beautiful face was distorted with pain. Her mouth was constantly vomiting blood, and her glazed eyes already seemed to have lost the will to live. Her mouth opened as she cried in a low voice. I ask you, brother. I beg you brother, don't let him do. Sister, then, a sharp voice cried after her, and a thin and weak child emerged at the entrance of the building. A hand was stopping the child from walking out, but the child's face was very anxious and he was constantly struggling to break free, but how could a mere child break free from the hold of a brawny adult man? In his state of anxiety, the child ceaselessly kept throwing his elbows around in the hope of breaking free of his captor. Then suddenly, the child opened his mouth and fiercely bit the man's arm. The man winced in pain and the boy took his opportunity and rushed out towards the middle of the street, where the young girl lay dying. The dying girl looked over and saw the small figure that was approaching her, and suddenly her eyes revealed a color of joy and fear. She was barely able to lift her hand as she tried to extend it, hoping that it would be met by her own brothers. Just then, a voice suddenly cursed out loudly, and a sharp and piercing sound followed. The boy who was in the middle of speeding towards his sister, found his body being twisted unnaturally, almost as if a sugar cane was being bent in the middle. He fell to the ground with a plop sound, and the punch that he had just taken had suddenly cut his life short. He was silent now, and his body no longer breathed. His body slid on the ground under the impact of the attack, but his eyes were still flushed with anger and anxiety, while his hand was still stretched out towards his dying sister. But his hand was unable to make the distance as his dead body came to a stop, a foot away from her dying sister's body. This 1 foot of distance was actually separating two siblings, and this distance was so large for them, that they were unable to cover it, even at the cost of their lives. A young boy was actually dead in front of his older sister's dying eyes. The angry and indignated maiden howled wildly as she tried to crawl closer to her brother's corpse, but only managed to struggle twice before she was unable to move any further. Her beautiful eyes still stared at the corpse of her younger brother, as the final trace of life left them, but they still refused to shut, unable to rest in peace. Her breathing had ceased, but her slender arm was still obstinately stretched towards her brother's dead body. Pop! There was a slight sound, and a small, broken, copper coin fell out from under the young maiden's breast clothing, curled along her arms, and rolled across the ground, which was stained in the blood of these two siblings. The coin rolled and rolled for a long time, and came to a stop next to Jun Moxie's shoe's front, and no longer moved any further. Sinful ah! There have been too many this month. Well, these children were really poor, a passerby whispered to himself, shook his head, and quickly left the scene. This is what happens to people who sell themselves to slavery. I guess this can be considered as their punishment for their own sins. One man muttered in disapproval. A lot of people looked on with a color of compassion on their faces, which was concealing a strong sense of anger beneath, but no one dared to speak a word against it openly. In the blink of an eye, the entire crowd had quickly started to disperse, and the streets started to clear again. Animals! The sound of Jun Xie's voice made everyone turn around. He had done an irreversible deed in a fit of rage. How could you murder such young children? Do you still have some humanity left in you, or some sense of justice perhaps? There were a few men standing at the entrance of building, grinning at the bloody spectacle that they had just choreographed, extracting some evil pleasure from the sight of it. They had never imagined that someone would openly accuse them. This was the Manhwa Hall, and no ever said anything here. Don't watch it if you don't like it, and mind your own business. Go home to your mother and don't you dare say another word. I decide the fate of these two. Who are you to call me out for justice? Or humanity? The man who had been bitten by the kid was still grinning. Jun Xie was presently dressed as a scholar, but his strange robes made him look like a poor man, and less like an accomplished scholar. I dare you! Jun Xie was furious. You do these activities in the heart of the imperial city? How dare you show such disregard for life and trample upon it? At this time, Jun Moxie was looking down, spellbound, at the broken coin which was stationary next to his shoe. At this moment, his heart was soaring and a strange but familiar feeling was rushing through his heart. This is a broken coin, and could have tumbled over at the slightest vibration, but it still happened to make its way through several people's feet and landed on mine. What is this? Coincidence, or perhaps, providence? At this moment, Jun Moxie had gone back to his previous life, where he had become a hitman, the king of all assassins, King Jun Xie. He slowly leaned down and solemnly picked up that broken copper coin, and placed it in the center of his hand as he whispered, I assure you, you may now rest in peace. I accept your money as the commission from my first deal in this life. No contract is needed, the heavens will be the witness. He slowly looked up, and his dazzling eyes saw the 3 words, Huanghua Hall. Jun Moxie's eyes narrowed as a light shone through them. Like a ray of sunshine that penetrates through the dark clouds, his eyes glimmered in a brilliant, but murderous blaze. I don't care what the story behind these children are, and I do not need to know the girl's identity. I do not care about the power that supports this Huanghua Hall. I only know what I need to do. The subject of this money is human misfortunes. A coin is money, even if it's broken, it's still money. I have received this money as the commission for a deal. And since I've accepted this commission, these people need to die. So now, I kill. I'm just a killer. Whenever someone needs me to commit a murder, I must be available. I have the hands of a killer. Just as Jun Moxie was about to rush forward, just then he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, the hand of his young nephew, Jun Moxie. Uncle, I was really surprised. You're a military general, a war veteran, why would you go howling about these kinds of things to such men? Jun Moxie smiled slightly. Well. Jun Moxie was somewhat puzzled. You're trying to preach justice to deaf ears. How's that useful? If they cared about life and justice, they wouldn't have committed murder so blatantly. You heard their reply, do you still believe that they care about justice? No. In their eyes, justice is just a dispensable tool which they can discard at their discretion. As for your lecture about humanity, haha, if these men had even the slightest trace of humanity left in their body, then they wouldn't have murdered these children in such a cruel and brutal manner. Animals can be cruel because they are stupid, but these men are human beings, do you think they are as stupid as animals? Jun Moxie's tone was flat and dull sounding. Okay. Well, then what do you suggest we do here? Jun Moxie asked categorically. Well, I'd like to be decisive. Wouldn't that be a better choice? He spoke these words in Jun Moxie's ears as his body leaned past his uncle's. His eyes were still fixed at Jun Moxie, while his face's complexion was still as calm and warmly respectful, but his right hand moved into action. He plugged his hand straight into the mouth of one of the men, inserted it down his throat. Then, Jun Moxie tightened his grip, crack, he crushed the man's larynx. This man was the one who had talked back to Jun Moxie when the latter had preached about justice. He had strode onto the street and towards Jun Moxie to teach him a lesson, but hadn't imagined that he'd end up turning into Jun Moxie's demonstration dummy. For such people, you can either simply ignore them, or... Jun Moxie pulled his hand out of the man's throat and then gracefully wiped his hand off the blood on the man's clothes. Then, he gently pushed the man back, and the man's corpse landed on the ground with a thud. Jun Moxie continued in a slow-paced tone, or if necessary, then you can kill them ruthlessly. The man's body lay on the ground, but his eyes were still open from the shock, and were now facing the hatred-filled eyes of the girl's dead body. Perhaps that man had never anticipated that this girl would end up hiring a hitman as her last act in this world. Just one damaged copper coin, that was the cost of his life. No, he's not even worth one damaged copper coin. A lot more lives would be taken before this copper coin's debt was repaid. Even though the girl must have wished her culprits dead in her last breath, she probably never thought that they would all actually die. If she had known that her last penny would hire the king of all assassins, then she would be smiling watching from the heavens right now. By providence, justice would be served to her soul. Jun Moxie had picked up her last penny. Which is all the wealth she had possessed in this lifetime, it was still a major payment for a contract to this hitman, who had made his decision. The evil behind this Huanghua Hall would die. They will all be obliterated ruthlessly. Jun Moxie was still looking at his nephew, surprised at the manner in which he had just killed a man. Even though his eyes were unable to blink, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Moxie, it's one thing to preach such ideas, but is it necessary to kill such people? Is disposing of such evil the right path to obtaining justice? Uncle, you're an honest and upright man, but I have to say this, you're too pedantic. Sounds of footsteps were approaching Jun Moxie, but he didn't bother to look back. You wish to try and reason with them? Do you wish to influence them? Even if you revealed your identity and obligated the officials to punish them, what good would that bring? I can assure you that these men would get themselves released soon enough, and they will still continue to cause more scenes like this one. Haha, funny huh? The other men, who had been standing at the door, saw the manner in which their companion had died, and had rushed forward roaring. Uncle, in reality, we must remember one thing, we are men of martial laws. Even though Jun Moxie was smiling, but his face was still somewhat emotionless, and his eyes seemed as deep as the oceans. He still seemed indifferent to the men who were approaching him from behind. Right now, since these men can act so boldly and brazenly, then it would seem that the Tianxiang country's laws are no longer capable of restraining them. When the law becomes the protective umbrella and the high class starts to exploit the laws for their own purposes, and when no man can punish them using the righteous method, that's the time when men like us are needed. Remember, at such a time, our military hearts must not be bounded by the shackles of the civil law, and we must turn ourselves into the sword that slaughters the wrong, combat violence with violence, and continue till we obliterate the land of these human scums. It is justice in a way. And do not worry about the ways of the heavens. The laws of men are nonsense to the gods in any case. So now, faced with this, I can only kill. Jun Moxie's face revealed a slight smile, still facing Jun Moxie. The men who were approaching from the back were almost upon him, but Jun Moxie's face was still as calm as ever. But then, he suddenly turned around in an instant, and burst past the four men in at a lightning-fast speed. Snap, snap, sounds followed, and he was already through them. Jun Moxie's tall figure waltzed towards the Huanghua Hall's door, almost as if he was visiting a friend's house. Behind him, the bodies of the other four men looked completely intact. But then suddenly, one man's throat exposed a big and bloody hole, and then the chest of another man started to bleed. His heart had obviously been struck by a knife. The third person's crotch started to sprout blood like a fountain soon after, while the fourth man's head had been relocated to a different angle. All of them were still standing, but were no longer alive. As Jun Moxie entered the Huanghua Hall, the four bodies fell to the ground. Although these ordinary men weren't able to spot Jun Moxie's actions, Jun Moxie had seen his attacks very clearly. Jun Moxie had murdered each of these men with just one move. No. He had murdered them all in just one, single, movement. But this one movement was so quick that none of the men were able to react to it, let alone dodge it. They were dead by command, not by fluke. A terrifying piece of skill. Could I have dodged that? Jun Moxie thought for a second, maybe if I was at full alert, and in the best of my health, but it wouldn't be easy. Moxie's hands were too fast, he could easily kill off several Silver Xian experts in a matter of few seconds, or maybe even stronger experts. Jun Moxie suddenly woke up and realized that his nephew had gone berserk. Jun Moxie had entered the building and may run into danger inside it. If the Huanghua Hall was able to act so boldly, then there could be some very powerful men inside the building. Jun Moxie quickly followed after his nephew, and practically flew into the building, only to be faced with a shocking surprise. In a span of a few seconds, while Jun Moxie was making his way to the door from the street, Moxie had managed to kill several more men. About 5 or 6 bodies lay on the floor in a disorderly manner, and each person's post-mortem analysis was identical, either a hole in the throat, or a fractured larynx bone. Jun Moxie rushed in, and finally saw Jun Moxie's silhouette enter a room in a calm and fast, but still, elegantly brutal manner. Upon entering a room and detecting a hostile presence, whether man or woman, Jun Moxie wouldn't let anyone live in front of him. The only man alive in the room, apart from Jun Moxie, would be the one man behind him, Jun Moxie. No one else would be alive after Jun Moxie exited a room. The Huanghua Hall was surely being backed by someone very powerful, and since this was a transit point for young boys and girls, this place was surely being guarded by some very powerful experts. Even though the few guards in the lobby seemed to have been quite powerful, but they were now lying dead on their faces. In fact, there were quite a few pimps in the rooms, who obviously didn't know martial arts, but Jun Moxie hadn't even left them alive. Jun Woo-yi was simply unable to grasp the enormity of his nephew's ferocity and ruthlessness. Jun Woo-yi, a Sky Xian expert, was backing Jun Moxie, but the nephew hadn't given his uncle any chances to attack anyone. Jun Woo-yi was supposed to be the bodyguard, but it seemed that he was so incompetent at present, that his role had been lowered to that of a sidekick or a mere spectator. Jun Moxie's face was as calm as ever, as he moved into another room. There were a few people inside this room. He broke the larynx of the first, kicked another, brought his knife up the crotch of the third, and left them all to cry as they slumped to the floor and bled to their deaths. The way forward was the way of blood and death. Boom! 3 shining silver silhouettes entered through the inner courtyard, and stationed themselves across the doorway. Who are you people? How dare you cause trouble here? Do you know what this place is? The speaker seemed about 40 years old. Trouble? I'm not causing any trouble. I was just commissioned to kill these people. I don't want to cause any trouble. Jun Moxie was still smiling. The feet of the men at the door were already shaking in fear, but they started to rearrange themselves in a tactical formation nonetheless. They knew they were dealing with someone who was beyond them since there were about 40 or 50 death bodies on the floor. How dare you accept a commission for this place? The middle-aged man was obviously a sheep in a wolf's skin. Do you know who runs this place? Jun Moxie was too lazy to care about this man, so he turned around and said, Uncle, I'm a little tired, so I'll leave these 3 men to you since you could also use the exercise. But don't take long. After all, this is the capital city, and the imperial soldiers will be here very soon. Soldiers? Jun Woo-yi smirked coldly, and suddenly a blue light flashed as his body flew out in an elegant but cruel manner. A Sky Xian. The 3 men weren't even able to express their shock, and their dead bodies were already flying out in different directions. A Sky Xian against 3 silver Xians. Simply unfair. They never stood a chance. Jun Woo-yi didn't wish to go on a killing spree, but Jun Moxie's actions had already stretched this matter beyond the point of making a return, and he didn't have another option at this moment. Time was running out, so Jun Woo-yi took the lead and started moping out the leftovers. Now he was the one who was killing the occupants of the building indiscriminatingly. But still, Jun Woo-yi was very unhappy with his nephew's actions. While Jun Woo-yi was raiding around the place, Jun Moxie quickly rushed into one of the locked rooms and then a bang 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 sound followed. Jun Moxie had thrown a few boxes into the courtyard. Then, he quickly and smoothly pulled a knife, and, snap, pop, opened the boxes, and revealed the shining silver and the glistening gold inside these boxes. Jun Woo-yi was astonished to see so much wealth. Just then, Jun Moxie opened another locked room and shouted, Come out. Take some money and quickly get out of here. Go east. Suddenly, about a dozen boys and girls ran out of the room. When Jun Moxie opened the last locked room, the smell of an unspeakable horror filled his uncle's nostrils. Once Jun Woo-yi saw the scene, his initial hesitation and disdain for Jun Moxie's actions had disappeared. This room contained a few earthen jars, and each of these earthen jars had one hole. One meek and malnourished head was popping out from each of these jars. Snap snap, Jun Woo-yi couldn't hold back the temptation and broke all the jars in the room. The bodies in front of Jun Woo-yi's eyes were very seriously deformed and distorted. The lengths of the bodies of these youngsters were less than 2 feet from the waist to the foot, while their arms and chests were as distorted and deformed as their lower bodies. It was difficult to tell how long these people had been contained in these jars. The only parts of their bodies that were allowed to be free from the restriction of these jars were their heads, and simply so that they could breathe and eat. These people were even made to urinate and excrete in their respective jars itself. The eyes of these people were still flashing from one point to the other, and even though their eyes seemed to be begging the 2 men for mercy, their mouths were unable to make any sounds, apart from a hiss. Upon a closer look, it was evident that their tongues had been cut out. This is the human swine. Most of these people were not qualified enough for other purposes, and didn't have any scope for cultivation either, so their bodies were slowly forced into deformation, and then these people would be sold off for high prices to be used as vaudeville or sideshows to circuses. Their freaky vaudevilles would be then used to win the sympathy of the spectators, and their new masters would make some money as a result. Jun Moxie gave these people one glance and then looked away. Uncle, you still believe that the masters of this place didn't deserve it? Do you still wish to talk to them? Educate them? They deserve much worse than what they got. They should have been hacked to pieces. Jun Woo-yi was feeling shamed and enraged at the same time. Such a vicious act. What kind of a heart would command such an evil thing? Those scums. Damn them to hell. First, when the homeless children come here, then they are preferred to be trained into killing machines, while the ones that are pretty are trained into becoming homosexual partners and prostitutes. The ones that aren't qualified to become either, are only good to become these deformed human spectacles. Everyone inside this place was a part of this work. The people here were beyond any scope of redemption. Would you still want to try? I chose to kill, and I chose to kill without any hesitation, and without any mercy. I killed them all so they couldn't do this to more people. Jun Moxie nodded and pointed towards the door. The group of boys and girls, who were initially too timid to move, finally gathered some courage and ventured into the inner courtyard, and picked up some gold from the ground. They turned around and gratefully bowed to the two men before running out of the front door. Uncle, has it crossed your mind yet? Some of these children might have been the sons and daughters of the fallen comrades that served and died under your command. After the death of their fathers, they could have been left orphaned and without any means of an income. Wouldn't they have been left completely helpless? So without any source of a living, they could have come here. Jun Moxie's words left Jun Woo-yi's eyes red in a murderous rage. Jun Moxie may be calm, cold-blooded and ruthless, but his words were undoubtedly very logical. The Tianxiang country has several of these establishments, and even though the others may not be this big, or may not be acting so boldly, but there are several more of them. Jun Moxie sighed as he raised his eyebrows to look at the sky. The sounds of thunder were beginning to come from a distance. The boys and girls we saw here were still able to move to some extent, so I'd expect them to be able to make an escape, but then what? Do you have any ideas? Being a Sky Xian expert, Jun Woo-yi had also heard the sounds, but was more concerned about the issue regarding these dozen or so children. Their deformities wouldn't work well in the world, but leaving them here would be equivalent to leaving them in the jaws of death. Ideas? There's no good idea for them. These people don't have tongues, their ears have been stabbed into deafness, their hands and feet are completely abnormal, and they will never be able to recover from these deformities. All hopes of having a normal life have been destroyed for them, while survival is the worst form of torture, a living death. Jun Moxie sighed. Do you mean? Jun Woo-yi was stunned. This can't be. Are you saying that since they were poor, they have now been deprived of the last shred of a dignified life? Jun Moxie turned his head. Yes, that's true, but we have to go now. The officials will be here soon, and if we don't go then you'll have to reveal yourself. As for the survival of these children, their existence will be very painful, but some of them will continue to carry on in this world. He paused and then continued, keeping them alive by force will be the biggest pain for some, so we'll just have to wait and see for ourselves. Come on, it's getting late. Jun Woo-yi sighed deeply. After all, the condition of these children was too complex, but he quickly gathered his wits, hardened his heart, and followed after the fleeing Jun Moxie. The two men quickly jumped over the rear wall of the house, and instantly disappeared into the general public. Just as they left, those thundering sounds crashed into the Huanghua Hall, which was followed by noises of crashing since the soldier had finally arrived. Moxie, your temper is too cruel, like a killer. This, you must control very carefully. Even though today you killed for a good cause, but I still find your temperament to be a little too cold. At a later time, we'll have to look into this in more depth. Jun Woo-yi was running right beside Jun Moxie at this moment. I committed this crime to promote good. Uncle, I do not deny that I was bloodthirsty, but I have never killed a good man, and nor will I ever hurt one. But for people like the ones at the Huanghua Hall, I will not stop, not until I've killed them all, and their families. I will obliterate the entire root of this evil. Jun Moxie's face was as calm as water, as he smiled coldly, but his footsteps didn't cease. The nephew and uncle duo was quite familiar with the terrain, on top of that they were both quick-witted and agile. They quickly switched several streets and turned a few corners and managed to reach a very secluded location, while the sounds of thundering had now receded to a gradual and faint whisper behind them. "You're right, whenever we encounter an evil like this place, we must intervene. The existence of a place like this one must not be tolerated under the heaven." Jun Wui frowned. "Moxie, why did you murder all of them? Why didn't you take one alive? We could find out the mastermind behind this setup. If we had found the man behind this place, then we could have cut off the weed at its roots, which would have been the perfect solution to this problem." "Uncle, do you think that shrimps like these would know about the sharks? Asking them would have been a waste of effort. Even if we got clues from them, and went about investigating them, then we'd end up exposing ourselves." Jun Moxie was looking at his uncle. "In fact, the person behind this will inevitably find out about this, and he isn't exactly going to sit behind a closed door and wait for us. He'll likely conduct raids throughout the country in our search, or may even secretly send assassins after us. How would exposing ourselves work out then? Right now, we are working in the dark, and the person behind this will never know our identity, and will be able to do our work conveniently." There was another point, but Jun Moxie couldn't gather the nerve to say it. "If we managed to trace this person, and he turned out to be a minister of the state or even a member of the royal family, then how would you deal with it? As far as this Huanghua Hull is concerned, if the person behind this place was powerful enough to get this place from a prince, then how could we kill him off?" "That's also true." Jun Wui was still frowning, "but now my body has almost recovered, and I will not allow such places to exist. If I ever find more, I'll destroy them as well." Third Uncle your nephew can only tell you the truth, there's a long way to go. "Oh, and once we are back, you immediately arrange reliable personnel and you must ask them to follow after the people who we rescued from here, and help them to safety. If they are left to their own measures, then they probably won't be able to get very far. That's why you gave them the silver and gold." Jun Wui was somewhat puzzled. "Yes, just so that they could buy some food, while the quick-witted might even be able to travel a bit." Jun Moxie smiled. "We simply cannot help them in this case. I allowed them to escape, to see their respective abilities. Therefore, as a result, the ones who are resourceful will be able to go further than the others, and once they are away from the capital, we might be able to help them." Jun Moxie was in the middle of a sentence, when he suddenly stopped running and quietly said, "We have been followed for a while now, were you able to spot him?" Jun Wui was suddenly very shocked. "Someone has been following the two of us. Why didn't I notice it? I've been healing for several days now, and I've almost managed to stabilize myself to the base of Sky Xian, so I'm not just a namesake Sky Xian anymore. Most experts have the ability to track others without making their presence known, but what's the strength of this expert? And how did Moxie figure it out?" After finishing the sentence, Jun Moxie continued to remain glued to his position, while his eyes were fixed on the ground below. After some time, a voice called out, "Haha, this is amazing." A deep blue light flashed, and a thin masked man appeared about a dozen meters away from them. His eyes were shining as they stared at Jun Moxie and his uncle. "How did you find me?" Jun Moxie smiled. "Everyone has a different technique, and every technique is different, but no matter who you are, you should never think that you're so great that no one can spot you. Now, why are you following us?" The man was dressed in garbs, and his mask seemed to be freshly torn from a handkerchief, so it was quite obvious that he had arranged his visible clothing in a very short period of time. "My intentions aren't malicious. I just saw the manner in which you brought justice and admired your courage, which is I decided to follow you too, out of sheer curiosity. Haha. You are talking to a fellow human. Since there was no malice intended, then we request that you go about your business. And please do not try to follow us again since we do not wish to be tracked by anyone, even by a Sky Xian expert like ourselves." Jun Moxie stated bluntly. "Boy, you're not old enough to be rude to me yet, there are going to be consequences for this. I will go wherever I wish to, you think you can dictate me?" The man seemed very angry all of a sudden. After hearing his words, Jun Wuyi's eyes had already sharpened, while his body was already ready to move into action. "Boy? Who are you calling that?" Old man, I'm a little reluctant to jump the knot here, but don't force me to kill you for no reason at all. Leave us, or stay here and see what happens. Jun Moxie's eyes flashed like a blue crystal as his body leaned forward, and as he raised and brought his hands to the front of his body, a flash of an azure-colored light, as deep as the color of the sea, spurred between them. Old man, you have the guts to track us. First you stood by and watched instead of helping us out, and now you're tracking us. Jun Moxie's eyes were full of arrogance as he looked sharply at the man again. The Manhwa Hall invited their deaths, and so will you if you don't hit the road. Jun Moxie's eyes were brimming with confidence, almost as if he held the fate of the man's life and death in his hands. This man was already a Sky Xian expert, but it seemed as if Jun Moxie was looking at an ant, like he could simply twist his finger and the man would die. A Sky Xian peak. The masked man was sent recoiling a few steps in surprise. The look in his eyes suddenly changed, and it seemed as if his whole body was gripped in horror. Or maybe it is a false illusion. But the inherent color of a Sky Xian peak is absolutely unique, and absolutely no one can fake it. He really is a Sky Xian peak expert at such a young age. But this can't be happening. A Sky Xian peak, and the other is also a Sky Xian expert. How can I fight the two of them alone? Shit, how did so many Sky Xian experts flood the Tianxiang city all of a sudden today? Young brother, your Sky Xian strength is indeed extraordinary, and I admit that I was mistaken, so please accept my apology for my earlier slip of tongue. A battle between two Sky Xian experts will be very destructive for the society, but as your older brother, I hope to meet you in the future. Again with the hope that we meet under more favorable circumstances. My intentions were pure all along, and I hope that this misunderstanding gets cleared in the time to come. The man quickly turned around and leaped. A blue light flashed and the man disappeared without a trace, rather than staying back to confront them. He didn't even look back as he bolted away from the duo. Jun Moxie finally loosened up, and started sizing up Jun Moxie very carefully. Moxie, you've reached the Sky Xian. How is this even possible? Jun Moxie revealed a sly smile but didn't speak. He indicated that they needed to leave, and the two of them quickly left the scene. They kept running for a long while, and kept changing their attire on regular intervals, until they reached a small forest. Jun Moxie suddenly stopped before approaching the woods, looked back and said, I think that we are still being followed by a few people, so we shouldn't be reckless. Let's make our way home through this forest. Jun Moxie was astonished. More trackers. He had been keeping an eye on their backs as well, but hadn't discovered anything. He couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration clouding his heart. They waited for a while, but didn't hear any sounds this time. Jun Moxie smiled and said, well, I suppose we will have to take the forest route after all, but let's not leave any traces. Jun Moxie suddenly realized, Moxie, you managed to trick that man. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes, Uncle, you thought that I had reached the peak of the Sky Xian while even you are only at the base of the Sky Xian. That man didn't know anything about me, and I used that to fool him with an old trick. He simply believed it since I was able to figure out that he was following us, that's all. You made it look very realistic. Jun Moxie smiled and shook his head. If I was in his shoes, then I'm afraid that even I wouldn't have been able to figure it out. And then coupled with blue light that you flashed. I too would have definitely scuttled the other way. I didn't have a choice. This event could possibly turn into a major incident in the future, and if we're not careful, then this incident might end up hurting the entire Jun family. That man was a Sky Xian expert and I reckon that his strength was only marginally weaker to grandfather. Even though we could have beaten him, I'd say that it would have been very unwise to make enemies with such a powerful man. Jun Moxie quickly entered the forest and said, I estimate that the Manhwa Hall must be headed by a major power, and we must be very cautious. We mustn't disclose our identities unless we've already exterminated the enemy. Jun Moxie heard a slight sound, as if a few bodies had entered the forest, and turned around to take a look. Jun Moxie also paused for a second, but then stated, Uncle, pay attention to my movements, and try to keep up. Jun Moxie heard his words and wondered, does he have more secret methods? But by this time Jun Moxie had gotten accustomed to being surprised by Jun Moxie, and started following his movements closely, while paying special attention to the route which they were taking. He didn't figure it out immediately, but soon started to realize Jun Moxie's genius. Although Jun Moxie was walking at a very high speed, his body wasn't disturbing any of the forest's elements. His left hand was always in front of his body, while his right was stationed behind. Whenever he'd have to pass through branches of shrubs or trees, his left hand would gently brush aside the leaves and branches while his body would quickly advance through, and his tailing right hand would return the objects to its initial position. Not even a single dried leaf would fall as he would move through the forest, and since he was practically tiptoeing his way through the thickets of the forest, he was practically leaving no traces at all. Jun Moxie was so cautious that he hadn't even trampled on the bugs in the forest. He'd place his steps very cautiously, and was even managing to conceal his figure behind the trees as he moved forward. One of his hands was always at a higher position, while the other was stationed at a lower altitude in order to maintain his balance, and it seemed that he was always ready to attack or defend, if needed. All these movements seemed very natural and seamless, but his pace was so fast that it was obvious that these movements were happening instinctively. Simultaneously, he had even reduced his breathing to a minimum in order to minimize and eliminate his body's odor. These set of actions were so advanced and well calculated, that practically no expert would ever be able to track him down in this forest. Even when Jun Moxie stepped on a dried branch, his foot still wouldn't make a sound. Once Jun Moxie passed by a bird, which was in the middle of a song, and normally these birds are so sensitive to human presence that they stand interrupted and fly away, but Jun Moxie moved so stealthily that the bird didn't even notice him as he moved past it. Jun Wue was completely astonished. As a Sky Xian expert, and a military general, he had previously campaigned perennially, which is why he knew it very clearly that Jun Moxie's expertise was unparalleled. And Jun Moxie wasn't even at Silver Xian yet. Jun Moxie's expertise seemed to have been molded into his blood and instincts by some strange form of unknown training, so much so, that even if a supreme divine Xian peak expert undertook a rigorous training, then even the said person might not be able to achieve his expertise. Such expertise and skill was practically impossible to attain. Even though Jun Wue was studying his movements very carefully, and was trying to mimic them to the best of his ability, he was still failing to achieve the same result. Jun Wue would look back from time to time and would find that he had trampled on a twig, or had left some trace which could be used to track him, and felt a little shamed by his incompetence. Even the uprooting of a single leaf can lead them straight to us. Although these traces may not be very conducive, and are generally found everywhere in such forests, but we must still be very careful since we are faced a very strong opposition here. Jun Moxie said in a profound manner. Even though Jun Moxie and Jun Wue might be poles apart in their ideologies, but neither of the two men took anything for granted. But otherwise, Jun Wue was very different from Jun Moxie since he was very orthodox, had a very strong sense of justice, he was chivalrous, warm-hearted, courageous, and righteous. All these traits had earned him a lot of love and respect in the world. Jun Moxie, on the other hand, was of course a trained assassin, but was still a man on principles. Take this case for example, although he had decided to undertake the task of sorting out the Huanghua Hull, he only did so because the copper coin fell out of the girl's body. If that copper coin hadn't found its way to Jun Moxie's feet, then wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. But still, the basic moral values of these two men were still very different from each other's. Even though the characters of this uncle and nephew duo were diametrically opposite, Jun Moxie still appreciated and admired people like his uncle, but even then, he wouldn't ever agree with the ideas of such people. Because, according to him, even though such people deserve to be respected and admired, their strong sense of justice can sometimes limit their thought process, which can often lead to failures, and maybe even death. And death was too big a price to pay for righteousness. This predominant sense of justice was Jun Wue's biggest fundamental flaw, his Achilles heel. According to Jun Moxie, these things could be used by others to set up traps, and men like Jun Wue were likely to fall into these traps. Jun Moxie had been constantly trying to instill some new ideologies into Jun Wue's head, but knew that he would never be able to completely change his uncle's mindset. However, He hoped that it would help his uncle in making the more logical decisions in some cases. Jun Moxie had been studying Jun Moxie's actions very closely ever since he had started to heal, and had found that even though Jun Moxie's expertise was peerless, his methods were very strange, and appeared as if he had been taught these skills by an external source. He was constantly trying to learn new skills from Jun Moxie, and wasn't feeling ashamed in any way to submit to his nephew's superiority, but still, it was difficult for him to come to terms with it. But either way, Jun Moxie's mind was at peace. Jun Moxie had brought his uncle outside the Jun family's house in the hope of relieving him of his boredom, and had even thought of taking him to the Spirit Fog Lake for a casual trip, but then the incident with the girl happened, and it turned out that his uncle had an inherent hatred towards such establishments. In fact, Jun Moxie could tell that if the Jun family had known about this earlier, then they would have taken a stance to eliminate such places. So at the moment, it didn't seem like a very good idea to take his uncle to a brothel for a visit. Although Jun Moxie was very quiet at present, if Jun Moxie suggested visiting a brothel, then the man would probably make a meal out of him. As a result, Jun Moxie had already given up his initial idea. But anyway, he had still managed to accomplish the desired result since his uncle had gotten some good exercise, and had also been involved in some exciting action after being restricted to a wheelchair for a decade. "Uncle, I got you into trouble during your first outing after such a long time," Jun Moxie stated as he walked, but he had deliberately slowed down his pace now, so Jun Moxie could get a better look at his movements. These skills might come in handy later on in life. "I had purchased a huge piece of metal some time ago. Could you help me in cutting it to shape?" Earlier, Jun Moxie had procured a mysterious metal, but he hadn't been able to figure it out yet. The metal was extremely solid and hard, but physically it was still very lightweight, and on top of that, couldn't be melted either. Given his current ability, Jun Moxie knew that it was hopeless to try and cut the metal himself, but knew that his uncle might be able to do it since he was Sky Xian expert, and had a lot of aura still left inside his body which would be able to provide him temporary assistance. "Sure, I will," Jun Moxie promised in reply. His body had almost recovered completely at this time, and his body had a huge amount of surplus energy since the residual of the herbs were still burning inside his body, which was increasing his self-confidence. "What shape do you want?" "I'll cut it to any shape you desire, haha." Jun Moxie seemed awfully cheerful at the moment. Little did the Sky Xian expert knew that he'd have to put in 2 days of hard labor, expend a huge amount of energy, while also mustering his entire Sky Xian power to fulfill his promise and delivering the shape which Jun Moxie desired. This task would leave him half dead and miserably exhausted before it was over. Jun Moxie worked around the clock over the next few days to finish Jun Moxie's task, and managed to finish casting the metal to the desired shape. Even though the metal was only to be casted into a very small knife, but since Jun Moxie required the knife's balance to be very precise, since he intended to use for personal tasks, the task became quite arduous. Jun Moxie participated in the task, same as his uncle, but didn't seem very exhausted at the end of it, while Jun Moxie was so exhausted that his thighs had swollen from the effort that he had put in, even though he was a very strong and burly man. "Moxie, I wonder why I've never seen you practicing your skills." Jun Moxie was quite surprised. This arduous task, which had been dauntingly difficult for the Sky Xian expert, had seemingly been a child's play for his nephew. On top of that, Jun Moxie had never seen his nephew practice his Xian Qi, which was only making him more curious. "Practice?" Jun Moxie looked at him in surprise. "Uncle, I practice all the time. How have you not noticed it yet?" Jun Moxie couldn't help but stare at him with widened eyes in astonishment. "Uncle, do you really believe that only controlling your breathing while sitting cross-legged motionlessly, and tempering your Xian Qi is the only way of so-called practicing?" Jun Moxie's tone was clearly expressing his amazement. "I think that we can practice our skills at all times, while eating, while talking, while fighting, walking, standing or running, and even when we aren't doing anything at all. Even while we are sleeping, we can still practice in our dreams. One day has 20 hours, and I don't even waste a single minute of it. Even though we are talking to each other at this moment, I'm still practicing. So instead of asking me when I practice, shouldn't you ask when I don't practice?" Jun Moxie smiled. Even now. Jun Wuyi's eyes widened further. When walking we can practice our balance, and hone our senses of vigilance on our feet. We can also to exercise our hearing ability and our eyes, and our body's sensitivity to our surroundings. As long as you are determined, you can practice all the time. Jun Moxie seemed quite serious about it. While fighting, it is important for your mind to be active, and you can temper your mind to be calm while you're undertaking a frustrating task. It's important to practice such skills to the point where they start happening automatically, otherwise you might be unable to use your skills properly at a critical juncture, which is why I practice all the time. Do you understand my meaning? Even though Jun Moxie made perfect sense, but Jun Wuyi's eyes were still gaping at him, and it seemed as if they would pop out of their sockets. If I interpreted your words correctly, then you intend to say that when you're dodging an incoming attack, you're not trying to move aside wholeheartedly and your mind is not in a state of chaos? Jun Wuyi gasped, isn't that impossible? How's it impossible to tune your mind to that? Jun Moxie sounded helpless. All you need to do is melt your skills into your instincts, and make such actions a habit of your nature. If you can do that, then you need not think or even intend to carry out an action. Won't it just happen by itself in this case? Jun Wuyi was dumbstruck, but he was finally beginning to realize something. His own nephew was a freak of nature. When a normal man like Jun Wuyi is confronted with a freak like his nephew, being uncomfortable and confused is only a natural human reaction. Such kinds of bizarre practice methods could drive a person mad. In fact, for ordinary men, even mentioning such methods was an act of madness. How could practicing Xian Qi be this easy? There's no need to deliberate while carrying out an action if it's molded into your instincts. So to speak, while we are walking, we can look out for the things that lay ahead of us and what we might be stepping on, and while we talk, we can still use our nose to identify the smells in the air. This is why I was able to get through the forest with so much ease. My mind was constantly distinguishing my surroundings, and everything was happening instinctively. Jun Moxie smiled leisurely. If practice can be done in this manner also, then why shouldn't we do it? Just because you can't focus your entire attention on your practice doesn't mean that you can't practice at all. This might seem very difficult in the beginning, but you'll get used to it over time. And when that time comes, these actions will become your habit, and as time will pass, they will be molded into your instincts, and eventually you'll even stop noticing the difference between actions and instinctive reactions. It's really that simple. Jun Moxie smiled. Jun Wuyi was quite amused by his nephew's ideas. No wonder that you are always so dull and indifferent. Since your mind is always analyzing everything, it tends to appear as if you're taking everything lightly, including your own life. Well, it seems that you're not indifferent at all, but you're just always analyzing everything with an open mind. Jun Wuyi was finally beginning to understand. In fact, Jun Wuyi had been unwittingly mimicking Jun Moxie's methods, and now that he suddenly came to a halt, he started to feel as if his whole body was being gripped with a sense of fatigue. He was well aware that Jun Moxie's body's Xian Qi was nothing compared to his own, but still his nephew showed no signs of tiredness. He couldn't help but admit that this habit was indeed a formidable force. Previously, upon their return from their adventure, a servant had come to report a few messages. Dugu Wudi had come looking for the young master, Tang Yuan had also come looking for the young master. The young master had also received an invitation from a few other people, including 3 invitations from His Majesty's 3 sons, while another 2 nobles had invited him over for dinner. Coincidentally, a generalissimo, 2 nobles and 3 princes wished to see him at the same time. Suddenly, if 3 of His Majesty's sons were interested in making friends with the dandy Jun Moxie, then this really couldn't be a coincidence. Jun Wuyi looked at his nephew profoundly and said, Moxie, from now on, you can make decisions on your own. You understand our circumstances quite well, and your grandfather and I will no longer restrict your actions. He paused for a moment and said, we believe in you. Jun Moxie's actions had borne excellent results in quick succession, and as a result, he had managed to create a formidable reputation in his uncle's mind, so much so, that Jun Wuyi was even beginning to admire his nephew, which is why he had decided to give Jun Moxie a free hand. He had realized that even though Jun Moxie might seem indifferent to everything, he was always cautiously trying to concentrate on one thing: no matter what you do, avoid trouble. And like his bizarre practice methods, his sense of wariness had been embedded into his instincts by now. So basically, if anyone tried to misuse Jun Moxie's influence, then that man would end up having a bad day. "Thank you very much, uncle." Jun Moxie's reply sounded very earnest. "Jun Moxie, you kid. What kind of weird nuisance did you put in that wine? The 7 of them are still unconscious. If anything happens to them, I swear on my life, I will tear you apart." Dugu Wudi was so enraged that he jumped off his armchair the moment Jun Moxie walked into the room. The valiant general had turned into a worried father overnight. The 7 sons of the Dugu family were still asleep ever since he had brought them home from the Jun family's residence in a state of sleep. He had tried everything to dissipate the effects of the alcohol, tea, vinegar, soy sauce. But nothing had worked. Finally, he ordered the physician to carry out a medical treatment, but even that didn't bear any result. If the 7 of them weren't snoring thunderously in their sleep, an evident proof that the 7 of them were sleeping under the effect of the alcohol, then the general might have lost his mind, and may have already attacked General Jun Zhantian's only grandson. All 7 had remained unconscious ever since they had consumed the wine, which was practically an unprecedented incident. "Dugu Wudi, this little boy is sitting in front of you upon accepting your invitation and hasn't said anything rude to you, then why would you scold me in such a manner? You came to my family's house, and you stirred trouble with my grandfather, then you wantonly caused damage to our property. And didn't even apologize, nor did you reimburse for the damages with even a single penny from your pocket. On top of that your boys stole my wine, and yet you still accuse me of falsehood? Is there no justice left in this world anymore?" Jun Moxie tried his best to mimic his father's tone and style of speech. "And, they still haven't woken up? Well, I can easily fix that." Jun Moxie was already laughing up his sleeve. "I know how to wake them from their slumber." He lazily retreated into his armchair, and raised his arms and legs up. "Shall I prepare the medicine? They are obviously still under the effect of the wine, and I can give you a few shots of the cure, but you'll have to pay me some money." Money. Dugu Wudi's face was going black and it seemed like he hadn't understood Jun Moxie's intentions. The Jun family has a reputation of being very honest and upright in the public eye, not wrongly so either. But why did their only heir have to be such a money grubber? He's so blinded by money that he has even resorted to blackmailing and wrongdoings. 1 jar of wine for 25 million taels of silver. He is more ruthless than the emperor. How much money do you need this time? You already ripped me off the last time, but you better not think of it again. Dugu Wudi gnashed his teeth as he eyed Jun Moxie covetously. 70,000 taels of silver should be enough this time. The raw materials will cost a lot of money, so I'd say that it is a fair trade, and very affordable too, a genuine bargain. Jun Moxie stretched the 5 fingers of his left hand, and 2 of his right, to indicate the price of his services. "Oh, lucky me. Just 70,000 taels. You know your hands aren't big enough to carry so much silver yet." Dugu Wudi taunted. "Don't worry, I'll use my toes if I have to." Jun Moxie grinned. "I'll go and get the raw materials, but you need to pay up right now, I don't give out credit." Dugu Wudi's face had gone black with rage. He threw the money on the table, but couldn't help feeling a little oppressed. It is hard to imagine that an honest and upright man like Jun Wuhui's son would turn out to be such a rascal. Jun Moxie got up and walked out of the room. He returned a while later, with several other men, each of whom was carrying a small jar of wine. "Well, we need to stuff their stomachs with this wine until they throw up, and vomit out the other wine. Mixing 2 different wines can be a very effective cure in some cases. Are you playing with me?" Dugu Wudi was even more enraged now. "You think that I haven't already tried this? I had their stomachs stuffed with all kinds of wines, but they didn't vomit. How would you know what's right? They got drunk because they stole my secret wine. I'm the only one who knows that wine's potency and abilities. They drank so much of it and have been very badly intoxicated by it." It's only due to their extraordinary physique and high Xian qi that they are still alive. If an average person drank that much of my wine, then they would have already died from its intoxication. But in order to dissipate the wine's effects, you first need to know its functioning. Even if you forced another wine down their throats, and tried to make it react to the wine which is already present inside their stomachs, then it may not bear the desired result, since the nature of each wine is very unusual and different from the other. I brewed that wine myself, and only I know its true blend, and the effects of that blend. So, only I can cure its hangover. Do you understand it now? In order to apply common sense, you still need to have some basic knowledge and experience, right? General. Jun Moxie's reply and tone were merciless. Even if what you say is true, it does not take 7 jars of wine. They didn't take so much of your secret wine in the first place. You're obviously blackmailing me. Dugu Wudi didn't really understand the nature of the wine's intoxication, but was still trying to use his general knowledge on the subject to accuse Jun Moxie while tactfully trying to avoid the real issue which was bothering him. These wine jars cost nearly 12,000 taels each. That's too much. I haven't even started selling my wine publicly yet, so this is actually my first sale. Jun Moxie started collecting the money, so basically, I'm giving you this for a very cheap price. And it may not be this cheap next time. Even though Dugu Wudi's face had become even blacker with rage at this moment, he turned around and left since he was afraid that he might end up losing his temper. He really didn't want to beat this kid up. He was the young master of the Jun family after all. It was reported that you were teasing the Dugu family's girl. Old man Jun smiled as he squinted his eyes and readjusted his gaze to look at his grandson. Grandpa, no, I don't know that savage girl is saying. I don't know why the Dugu family is claiming that I bullied their daughter. She has been teasing me, okay? Jun Moxie sighed, almost as he had felt wronged by the accusation. This is ridiculous. What's so ridiculous about this? It's simple, that girl fancies you. The old man revealed a cunning smile. If that girl didn't have a crush on you, then she wouldn't be acting so naughty. Dugu Zongheng, that old bastard. He probably knew this all along, and is just trying to play dumb in front of everyone. He thought that I won't be able to see through his scheme. What scheme? Jun Moxie was genuinely very surprised. He really hadn't spotted anything unusual about this matter. Dugu Xiaoyi fancies you like the little fool she is, but the Dugu family will be reluctant in making you their son-in-law. On the other hand, even the king will not allow you to marry someone from the Dugu family, which is quite obvious, right? Jun Zhantian stroked his beard. Of course I understand. If two such powerful military families of the Tianxiang Empire were unified in a bond of marriage, then the royal family will feel threatened. Jun Moxie nodded. He was finally beginning to understand some parts now. No, you still don't. Jun Zhantian seemed a bit gloomy that his grandson was unable to see through such a basic scheme. The Dugu family is just trying to prepare for the worst. If Dugu Xiaoyi tries to commit suicide over not being able to marry you, then the Dugu family will try to use it and will try to take it out on us, and when that time comes, they will need more reasons to attack us. When this happens, the 2-inch families will be pointing swords at each other, but that will just be to deceive the public, do you get it? Even though His Majesty will not want the Dugu family's pampered daughter to be married into the Jun family, but it will still be a better scenario than a complete falling out between the two families. And at that time, in order to prevent a huge internal strife in the kingdom, His Majesty himself will turn into a matchmaker for the two of you. Understand it now? Dugu Zongheng sent his 7 pups here to create trouble. That was his way of creating an alibi for stirring trouble later on. That old moron must be feeling very proud right now, humph. That old bastard thinks that he's too smart and everyone else is a fool. Didn't he even once think that the emperor is a lot smarter than him? What a pig. If we don't prepare for this in advance, then we might end up taking a lot of damage. Jun Moxie repeatedly uttered, as listened to this, dumbstruck. It's surprising that these old guys have so much time to formulate such weird schemes, at this rate. That can't happen. Old man Jun looked at his grandson and winked. You can't marry her. Whatever you did with her, without being married to her, is fine, but I will not allow that old bastard to marry off his granddaughter to my grandson. Jun Moxie was practically sweating bullets. When the grandfather is leading with such examples, then there's no point in blaming the grandson. We need to put this matter off early, otherwise this will cause a big headache later on. I can't believe that he thought that I'd let him marry his granddaughter to my grandson. Grandfather Jun seemed a bit out of tune, the first sign of you rising to power, and everyone wants to befriend you. Even the three princes are fighting with each other to curry favors with you. I can't help. I'm just naturally handsome. Jun Moxie touched his chin, feeling a bit impressed with himself. Of course you are very handsome. Why wouldn't you be? You're a son of the Jun family. If Jun Moxie was pleased with his looks, then Jun Zhantian was practically on the verge of narcissism. But that doesn't mean that this kind of thing should happen. You probably had a few flings with a few girls along the way, but this will be slightly more difficult to deal with. And as far as those three princes are concerned, I tell you, those three are a bad deal. Once they stick to you, you won't be able to shake them off. And don't think that you're smarter than them, they will betray you whenever it suits them. Understand? Well, I understand. In fact, my real intention is. Jun Moxie was about to give an idea to prepare for the uncertainties. Oh, just don't okay. Your private affairs do not concern me, but just keep the Jun family's name out of it. Old man Jun promptly waved his arm to interrupt Jun Moxie, and then left the room with his hands folded behind his back. Jun Moxie was quite angry with this situation, especially since he wasn't allowed to express his opinion. He had struggled a long time to create his new image, and he was suddenly left looking like a fool all over again. The young master of the Jun family shook his head, and made his way towards the courtyard where Fatty Tang was anxiously waiting for him. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Jun Moxie had gotten busy with healing his uncle, and then helping him during his physical rehabilitation, post which he had accompanied his uncle for a tour. And it had almost been a month since he had seen his friend now. However, he had thought about the meatball's well-being a few times though. But all that sentiment vanished the moment he saw the fatty again. That huge meatball had been constantly asking a little Lolita, who was looking after the guests in the courtyard, when will he be back? Why hasn't he returned yet? What? And then he had also asked, he didn't die during his trip, right? The little maid at the reception was quite scared of the seemingly grim and dejected body language of the big fat man. She was afraid that if the man accidentally or intentionally tumbled over, and fell on top of her little body, then given her small physical structure, she would inevitably get crushed to death underneath him. Hey fatty, what are you doing here? Jun Moxie was holding the 3 invitations in his hand, although he felt as if he was holding 3 bombs. The 3 brothers weren't on good terms with each other, and since all 3 of them wished to see him at the same time, then something was definitely going on. He was already having a headache, and then this huge fat meatball of a body made it even worse. Third young master, you came back. You have to help me out. Brother, I don't want to live. You don't know what happened to your little brother. Tang Yuan's eyes and nose were leaking. You have to help me out this time, or I'll just. You just what? Eat till you die. Quickly tell me what happened, and wait, first tell me why I should help you. Jun Moxie was sitting on a chair opposite to his friend. He looked closely, and figured that this might be a little serious. Fatty, you seem in a really bad shape, what happened? Did you lose your wife again? Balls. Tang Yuan cursed out loudly, you think I'm stupid? Okay then, it's time for my sleep now. Jun Moxie playfully started to get up from his seat. No, don't go. You don't know what my grandpa is doing to me, you have to help me out, or I will die for sure. Tang Yuan hastily barred his way. Quickly tell me your problem, I'm very busy. I don't have time for your silly games. Jun Moxie raised his line of sight. Oh, woo. Painful. Third young master, they are sending me for castration at the palace, woo. Tang Yuan started crying again. What? Your grandfather wants you to become an imperial eunuch. Your grandfather still loves you, right? Jun Moxie seemed quite amused, and sat up straight as he stared his friend with big round eyes. TL's note, in ancient context, eunuchs are men who protect important women when their husbands are away. These men are usually castrated before they are hired for the position of a eunuch. Ah yes, he wants me to become a eunuch. Tang Yuan's chest welled up like a mountain, as if there are no other jobs in the palace apart from this. Of course there are other jobs in the palace, but none of them will suit you. You're barely good enough for this one as it is. Jun Moxie rubbed his chin and shrugged his shoulders, before breaking into a provocative laughter. What do you mean? You think that I'm only good enough to be a eunuch? Are you trying to piss me off? Even though Tang Yuan felt quite aggrieved and indignant, he couldn't find more tears to express it properly. Alright, then why don't you tell me about your other qualities? What would you be good at? Jun Moxie ignored the fatty's anger and continued to laugh lightly. I have a lot of qualities, such as, the fatty thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. For example, you could help your grandfather by forging a good relationship with the generals of the Mu Rong army. Jun Moxie realized that the man was already quite embarrassed and decided that he shouldn't tease the man any further, so he smiled and gave his fat friend a hint. Yes, that's really it. The fatty's gloomy face suddenly lit up. I didn't get it earlier when my grandfather explained it. He said that he had good relationships inside the imperial palace, at all levels, and even with the man who carries out the medical examination of the eunuchs. So basically, he will set things up, and wants me to. Why are you reacting so swiftly and decisively? Your father learned a great deal there. Jun Moxie had always been quite amazed with the fatty's father. When the big man was overseeing the command of his guards, all enemies were sure to die. But his father was going to take charge of a different position now, and Tang Yuan could soon get his job someday. Amazing. This is really distressing. Third young master, my father and my grandfather were serious about this. They are going to start training me. They want me to start at the base level, and once I've mastered this level and have cultivated myself, then my father will choose an appropriate time and will redeploy my position. I'll keep rolling from one department to the other, and finally I'll have to inherit my father's seat, in time. Do you understand? Fatty's face was hanging from his body like a dried-out melon. In other words, you will become the head of the Tang family one day. Jun Moxie stared blankly at this amusing fatty in disbelief. Head of a family. Master of one of the biggest families of the Tianxiang Empire. Who's going to believe this? Well, I don't know where that old man popped out of, but he said that he's an old friend of my grandfather from 40 years ago, the fatty continued, for damn decades, and he hasn't written a single letter, and now that the Tang family is on the rise, he's suddenly here to talk friendship. What kind of a friend is he? But Grandpa was quite happy about it. Stop. How's that relevant to you? Jun Moxie was beginning to get another headache now. This fatty just keeps jumping discussions. He doesn't make any sense logically. What is wrong with him? How's this irrelevant, huh? After that old man waltzed in, he picked out Tang Gun, Tang Bao and Tang Gua and tested them out for Sky Xian potential. After he was done with the three of them, he told my grandfather that the three of them have potential to enter into the Sky Xian level and that he'll take them as apprentices. He also promised that he'll train them into the Earth Xian in less than a decade. My grandfather was so happy that he took the offer, saying that he is the proud grandfather of 4 grandchildren. Tang Yuan sighed. Do you understand it now? I still didn't get it. All I could make out was that the Tang family will probably have 3 Earth Xians in less than a decade, which can only be a good thing for the family, but what's this have to do with your side of the story? What are you trying to say? Jun Moxie was looking at his friend blankly. Third young master, you're usually so clever, why are you acting so stupid today? The 3 elder brothers of mine are going after their master, so what happens to the family now? Someone will have to inherit the responsibility. And am I not the only one remaining? Families like our, whether big or small, have one thing in common: the person who is in charge of the family must make sure that the family keeps growing, in order to ensure that, the leader of the family must train suitable candidates, men and women, and then turn them into loyal followers. During this period, the old generation, which is already loyal to the family, helps out and trains these people into successful Xian experts. Then, they in turn train the next generation, and cultivate their powers, and this keeps happening from one generation to the next. Until the family is gradually entrenched into the roots of the empire, so much so that even the royal family doesn't provoke these superfamilies, and all this is done so we can light incense sticks in front of the portraits of the ancestors. All such families are inevitably struggling in that direction. And me, I'm not even remotely affected by such things. Do you understand my pain now? Tang Yuan sighed. I don't understand a damn thing, you fat fart. Jun Moxie replied contemptuously, your grandfather is training you to be the head of the family, and you'll get all the glories of life. How's that related to those three? They have talent for cultivation, and isn't that going to help you in the future? So basically, you're just trying to show off, right? You know how much struggle is there inside a family for the position of the family's head. Brothers wage wars against each other, they fight. And sometimes the family breaks up in discord, you're getting all of it, and without the slightest of struggle. I do not want any of it, I do not want to be a minister. How many times do you want me to say it? The fatty cried out in anger, I'm not showing off. I don't want the responsibility of bureaucracy. Traps and deception at every step, do you think that I'm cut out for this? Or even good enough to endure it? I do not have any of those skills. I just want a free and leisurely life. I just want to be an unaffected dandy. I've never wanted to shoulder these responsibilities. Do you understand? The fatty's saliva was sprouting out in all directions as the fatty vented out his anger. You don't want to be a minister, you don't want to be the head of the family, and you don't any responsibilities. Then what do you want to do with your life? Jun Moxie frowned. Third young master, I don't mind when other people ask this, but you're not other people. You're my confidant, you know me, you know what makes your brother happy, right? Tang Yuan raised his gaze, and it seemed as if looking at his imaginary future, brother, I only want money, the sound of other people's gold and silver falling into my pocket is what makes me happy. Really happy. Jun Moxie was silent for the next 5 seconds. What kind of a person is he, why am I friends with him? Jun Moxie must have been his soulmate. But not me. Although I am Jun Moxie, but I'm not really Jun Moxie. I just want to do business, that's my favorite thing in life. My family has a business, and I just want to inherit that. I want to overtake that business, and once I've done that, I'll turn it into the biggest business house of the entire continent. Tang Yuan was waving his thick arms at this point, which were even wider than Jun Moxie's thighs. That's easier said than done. You must try to convince your father of this first. Jun Moxie was feeling a bit strange. As far as he could tell, the fatty would make a formidable businessman, in fact, that was the only thing that he'd be good at. But Fatty's father wouldn't understand it, let alone endorse it. Really? It seemed as if Tang Yuan was about to start crying again, but he couldn't find the tears this time. He took off his robe and revealed his upper body. He turned about to show his backbone to his friend, while his face had turned red with anger and humiliation. See, third young master, this was the result of convincing my father. Tang Yuan sighed as he showed his back to Jun Moxie. Well. Painful. Jun Moxie was stunned to see that the fatty's back was dyed purple with almost a dozen bruise marks. And look at this. The fatty turned around and pointed to his belly. There were 5 or 6 foot marks on his fat belly. Then he put on his robes again and stated bitterly, I will not show you my ass, but that's much worse off. I can barely take a dump. You've been beaten up like cattle, Jun Moxie was dumbstruck. It seems that you can't do anything about this, so you might as well not try. Since your father is already clearing your way to the top, I believe that you won't have many issues, and you'll be able to cope with the pressure. Quite easily. Indeed, even if I was willing to find a solution for you, I don't think I'd be able to do much. No matter what we think, your father will not listen to any of it. I advise that you honestly try to become a minister for now, and then succeed him to his seat for now. Jun Moxie was silent all of a sudden. What kind of heartless acts are people willing to do for power? He didn't even go easy on his own son. Tang Yuan is being forced to reap where he hasn't sown. He's obviously going to be very reluctant about it. But what kind of a man is his father? Is he even more evil than me? Would I have been able to do something like this? I'm not going to do that. I would rather die. Tang Yuan stood up vehemently, and raised his hand to his chest as he chanted his vow with a firm look in his eyes. I will not take over the house master's seat, I will not become a minister, in this life, I will only make money. Plop. Jun Moxie stared blankly as the chair which was previously glued to the fatty's buttocks, finally dropped to the floor. He had never seen a clown like this one before, not in this world, nor in the previous one. I won't stray from my ideals, and all of my old man's possession and incentives will not deviate me from my path. The fatty looked quite resolute, and I will fool that eunuch, Zhu Lao. Eunuch Zhao Lao. An idea popped up into Jun Moxie's mind as he said the word. Tang Yuan would make a very good businessman, but his family will not allow him to do business. But if I helped him out, then we could start a partnership together, and we could amass a fortune over time. With this thought in mind, Jun Moxie suddenly looked at Tang Yuan again, almost as if he was staring at a priceless commodity. What are you doing? Why are you eyeing me like that? I'm a guy. Stay away from me. The fatty seemed afraid and backed off a few steps. Ah. Jun Moxie's internal organs were sent tumbling at the thought, and he barely managed to control his vomit. Well, I don't want to listen to more of your crap. You said that you'll fool that eunuch Zhu Lao, how? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Eunuch Zhu Lao was quite close to the emperor, which is why Jun Moxie estimated that the man must be an expert. Eunuch Zhu Lao's given name was Zhu, which is quite funny, but the man is known to people like Jun Zhantian and Dugu Wudi, and visits them quite often. Thus, it can only be estimated that the man must be quite an expert himself, and was certainly not an ordinary man. That castrated old fool is in charge of checking the body of the eunuchs, and is known to play around with them a lot. Fatty grimaced, brother, even though my body is a little fat, but I'm perfectly healthy, and I don't have any diseases, so I'll pass for sure, that is my main concern. The fatty patted his belly with a sense of pride. I heard that the other guy, Mu Rongqian Jun's medical examination was very brutal, and that old fool twisted his penis for a long time. Mu Rongqian Jun was pale after the examination. In fact, he was seen walking wide-legged for the next 2 weeks. The fatty seemed to be deriving entertainment from the rumor. Are you still feeling good about this? I think you should immediately start practicing walking like that. Jun Moxie burst into laughter again, as he funnily stared at the fat meatball, trying to imagine how he'd look in the situation. Yes, third master, you have to help me, I don't want to walk wide-legged. Tang Yuan immediately realized the gravity of his own impending fate. Medical examination. Will he check your body naked? Jun Moxie thought for a while, and came up with an idea. He extended his finger and made a poking gesture. Will he also check your backside? Medical examination. Is he going to strip you naked? Jun Moxie pensively held out his finger and made a poking gesture as he winked. Is he also going to check your ass? I've heard that they even check your anus. Tang Yuan replied in a gloomy tone, right now I'm not going to be able to pass that exam. The fatty was standing on his feet, and one could tell that the man was quite scared of what was coming his way. Third young master, I have heard that the eunuchs are asked to strip naked, completely. Gives me the creeps, really and then they put all kinds of things inside your body And now I have the creeps. Jun Moxie scratched his arms, which were studded with goosebumps. If something was so terrifying that even the king of all assassins was terrified of it, then just imagine how horrifying the situation must be. So is there no solution to this? Brother, I'm counting on you. The fatty looked at his friends with a hint of hope in his eyes. There is. But you have to go to the palace as soon as possible for the checkup, and I'll help you prepare for it myself. So. Jun Moxie smiled and winked, and then broke into a laugher. I don't understand, what do you mean? Tang Yuan was standing with a blank look on his face. You don't understand. I can't have you working at the palace, okay? I was thinking about doing business with you, as a partner. Over time, both of us could make a fortune, together. Jun Moxie smiled as he continued to observe Tang Yuan's face. Do business together? Tang Yuan's face lit up, and he blinked twice in quick succession. Third young master. You're like my second parent. You're like my. Get out of here, you won't be able to live up to your father's expectation, but what's your father going to do once his own actions lead to your disqualification? Jun Moxie stretched his legs and kicked the fatty in his buttocks. Tang Yuan clutched his buttocks as he grimaced in pain. Nothing. As long as the royal decree goes against me, father will not kill me. I hope. So you're saying that if I fail and use my father as the scapegoat? Ha 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 ha. Tang Yuan's body language changed the moment he realized that he was out of danger. Jun Moxie was laughing so hard that all the sorrowful thoughts of his heart seemed to have washed away. This fatty is one heck of an amusing clown. He was still laughing when he suddenly recalled Tang Yuan's earlier words. Tang Wanli's friend from 40 years ago had suddenly popped out of nowhere, and the man was a super expert. He paused in the middle of his laughter. A super master? How could this be? Does this mysterious occurrence have anything to do with the news about the Xian Corps? But so quickly. If so, then there's a storm coming towards the Tianxiang country. Suddenly the qi inside Jun Moxie's body started working automatically. Jun Moxie could clearly feel the strength of the qi which was flowing through his body's meridians at the moment, and could tell that it was beginning to reach the point of saturation now. The originally thin and weak flow of energy had now transformed into a strong and turbulent current, and he was able to carry out his normal physical movements with much greater ease at present. Jun Moxie's heart was carrying a very strange feeling, which had no logical explanation, but he felt that once this energy reaches the saturation point, then he might be able to open the second layer of the pagoda. So this time, Jun Moxie didn't ignore it. He started spending his entire time in circulating this energy throughout his body, and ended up spending the next 2 days in promoting his state. After he was done, Jun Moxie was pleasantly surprised to realize that not only was the pagoda capable of absorbing his body's aura, but could now also assimilate aura from the outside world, only a little amount though. But this was still indicative of a major step in forward direction. Jun Moxie had big expectations from the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda, since the first layer was only the basics of its foundation. If the basics were so amazing, then the second layer. In the recent days, the atmospheric temperature had dipped, and the autumn winds were rustling brazenly throughout the city. Dried-out yellow leaves were falling from the sky, but Jun Moxie was spending his entire time inside his room, practicing. He was busy absorbing energy from his surroundings, and was trying to feed it to the pagoda. If he couldn't feed some part of the energy, then he'd scatter it around in his surroundings, such as his courtyard, and that of his third uncles, and Guanqing Han's. Due to this sudden influx of aura, the courtyards were actually still lush green, almost as if it was still the peak of the summer. In fact, some of the tree branches had even started sprouting new buds. Even though this quite bizarre, Guanqing Han was cherishing this new life in their courtyard. While this phenomenon was quite abnormal, she was beginning to care about these new buds almost as if they were a priceless treasure. The winds were rising inside the Tianxiang city, so Jun Moxie was obviously under tremendous pressure. In fact, pressure can be a very powerful driving force. And so, Jun Moxie was forcing himself since he wanted to be prepared for this unpredictable change in climate, which was now approaching the Tianxiang city, and wished to be strong enough to brave through this upcoming turbulence in weather. He had always been a lone wolf in his previous incarnation, and would always act freely. However, his circumstances had changed now, and he was no longer alone. He was now burdened with the protection of an entire family. He could still act freely and remain unaffected by the fate of his family, but having an entire family supporting his actions would fuel his ambition further. In this world, power and influence were very eminent and necessary factors. Jun Moxie had personally trained 300 men in the past, and now they would all come in handy. For the first time, Jun Moxie was going to work with a team. For the first time, he was going to be a team player. Just as grandfather Jun was developing his own army's strength for the uncertainties of the future, Jun Moxie had also started secretly training his own. He needed decent men. Otherwise, what would a handful of silver and gold Xian fighters be able to do in the face of a storm? It takes a real master to overcome a storm. In case of mediocrity, it's just better to give up. But if the servant becomes a top-level expert, then would I be able to keep him in control? Jun Moxie scratched his head, and suddenly he remembered something that he read in his previous life. Even the heroes of this world bow in front of great men, and follow them with utter devotion. They remain loyal to such men, and this is the basic foundation of any organization. If I can portray myself as a great man, then even the supreme divine Xian experts will follow me loyally. How wonderful! Jun Moxie scratched his chin, and smiled crookedly. He held out the 3 invitations in his hand, and started thinking about accepting the second prince's invitation. The place of the meet with the second prince was obvious, Nichang Pavilion. He had been there once on an eavesdropping mission, and was well aware of Lady Yuer's deep-seated hatred for the Jun family, which now beginning to linger in his mind. If this woman finds out that I'm there, then she'll try to get to the bottom of the situation, and then she'll try to cause trouble. But then again, Jun Moxie had been presented with an excellent opportunity of meeting the second prince, and he simply didn't wish to let it slip by. There are, according my calculation, a long time had passed since the incident regarding the Xian beast tendons and crossbows, and even though grandfather looked into the matter, we still haven't heard anything new. Anyway, the second prince had organized a nice banquet along a beautiful river, which Jun Moxie obviously didn't mind. As far the other distractions and attractions of the locality were concerned, Jun Moxie wasn't even remotely interested in them. I'll go to the Nichang Pavilion today. Jun Moxie was beaming a radiant smile as he stepped out into the courtyard. He was completely prepared to blatantly tell his grandfather that he wished to visit a brothel, and would require a couple of bodyguards for protection, a couple of his best and strongest bodyguards. Just as stepped out of his room, he saw Guan Qinghan sitting in the courtyard, dressed in a snow-white robe. She looked at him coldly as he approached her. "Where are you going?" "Well, I'm going out to the Nichang Pavilion." Jun Moxie replied honestly, almost as if there was nothing shameful about it. "The son of the emperor has invited me for a meeting there, so there's obviously no blame attached to my head, right?" Shameless. Now you've even started acting so boldly about visiting that shameful place. I thought that maybe you've straightened up, but no, you just put on a false robe. You're betraying the trust of your grandfather. Guan Qinghan's face was flushed with rage, and she was already unwittingly leaning forward, ready to teach him a lesson. Just look at this guy. He was only acting to be upright for a few days, and now he's even started boldly stating that he's visiting a brothel to fool around. He's so annoying. If he wasn't my brother-in-law, I wouldn't have tolerated his nonsense. Jun Moxie ignored her angered remark and laughed as he said, "Sister-in-law, in fact, I think you look even prettier when you're angry. I'm just saying the truth, really." Guan Qinghan's face went cold, and she charged towards him without saying anything further. "If I don't teach this kid a lesson today, then he'll just go back to his old ways. Anyway, I won't let him go today. I'll teach him lesson and then I'll drag him to the grandfather's chambers." Jun Moxie quickly ducked and dodged her palm, and then smoothly slid his feet and distanced himself from her body, and smiled. "Later, sister-in-law, right now I have an important appointment. I'll practice with you once I return, but right now someone important is waiting for me. Bye." Then Jun Moxie ran out. He could tell by her heaving chest that she was quite angry with him. Jun Moxie would have told her the truth. The second prince was indeed waiting for him at the Nichang Pavilion, but then again, Guan Qinghan hadn't really given him a chance to explain. She had just naturally assumed that he was visiting a prostitute as always. How could she not have flowing into a rage then? This kid had just started turning a new leaf. I will not allow him to degenerate into that scum again. If I let this happen, then how will I show my face to my in-laws and his deceased brother someday? Guan Qinghan bit her lips and quickly started walking towards Grandpa Jun's chambers. Jun Moxie was quite amazed with his progress, his physical actions had become so subtle, that he could barely believe it. Some time ago, if he was encountered with Guan Qinghan's anger, then given that he can't attack her back, or kill her, he wouldn't have been able to dodge her easily. In fact, it was awfully hard for him to control his urge to kill her in combat. But right now, he had been able to dodge her attack very easily. In fact, it had happened almost instinctively. And then, the other day, he had managed to dodge a Sky Xian's attack and had also managed to strike him, without killing the man. Even though the man hadn't expected the retaliation and wasn't exactly ready to defend either, the fact that Jun Moxie was able to counter, and that too without causing a fatality, was undeniable. Previously, Jun Moxie didn't have the ability to do these things, but now these things were beginning to happen naturally. Was Jun Moxie even aware of his own progress? Jun Moxie frowned thoughtfully when he recalled the incident at the Manhwa Hall the other day, and the massacre that he had staged. In his previous life, Jun Moxie was unstoppable because of his superior skill set. But in this world, Jun Moxie's current skill sets and strength weren't enough to be the best. The Xian Qi cultivation system of this world, ranging from the first 9 levels to Silver Xian and all the way to Supreme Divine Xian, were all very clearly labeled out, and very distinctly organized. However, the art of unlocking the heavens was a very unique and mysterious ability, and seemed somewhat weird when compared to the general Xian Qi cultivation standards. In fact, it felt wrong. According to what Jun Moxie could make out, if this mysterious ability was as good as he was assessing it to be, then there was no need to go through all the pains and hardships that a martial artist takes to become a Xian expert, and still ends up being a meager silver or gold Xian. After all said and done, even a silver Xian expert, in fact even a silver Xian peak expert, was nothing in front of Jun Moxie, since he could kill the man with a snap of his fingers. If the first layer of the Hongjun Pagoda was able to give him so much power, then at this rate of progress, assessing Jun Moxie's strength after unlocking the second layer would be astronomical. How strong would he become then? With these thoughts in mind, Jun Moxie was beginning to realize that he needed to find out more about this world. After all said and done, this world was completely different from the one he originally hailed from. Grandpa Jun wasn't home, so Jun Moxie called out 2 guards on his own authority and ordered them to accompany him outside. After all, he was going out for a meeting with the second prince, and if the other party had any malicious intentions, then it was important for Jun Moxie to appear well defended, since walking in alone would be inviting danger. Guan Qinghan was a little late to arrive at Grandpa Jun's chambers and saw that Jun Moxie was already on his way out at. She immediately turned around and rushed to find Jun Wuyi, still angry at Jun Moxie. Jun Wuyi was about to give out his first order as the master of the house. He would be sending out his most reliable soldier after the girls and boys who had escaped from the Manhwa Hall. But instead of giving his first command as the master of the house, and relishing the power of his position, Jun Wuyi was sitting in his wheelchair and was pondering over his nephew's words. Previously, on the way back from the Manhwa Hall, Jun Moxie had demonstrated superb hiding and anti-tracking skills, which gave an indication that he had achieved this expertise after a serious amount of training and experience. After returning to the Jun residence, Jun Wuyi had been trying to recall Jun Moxie's words, actions, movements, and each time he'd replay the memories in his head, he'd realize that he had missed something the last time around. Later, Jun Moxie had said, "My practice is in my instinct. I do not deliberate to practice, but I still practice all the time." This one phrase had been lingering inside Jun Wuyi's head ever since, and he hadn't been able to get it out of his head. This phrase was quite reasonable. In fact, it was a very simple fact. If practice was ingrained into a person's instinct, then why would the person need to do it on purpose? But could this ever be done, and what kind of result was possible? But then again, Jun Wuyi had personally seen Jun Moxie in action, and was aware that Jun Moxie's expertise and skill set was far superior to any man he had ever known. Even though Jun Moxie was still just a youngster, his achievements in the realm of martial arts were already worthy of being turned into an immortal folklore. Jun Wuyi's face was carrying a grave expression. Since Moxie can do it, then why can't I? Am I that useless? Simultaneously, Jun Moxie also knew that if he wanted Han Yanyao's family to acknowledge their mutual affection, then he'd need to adapt Jun Moxie's style of training. In fact, this was his best hope. Jun Moxie's mind was completely muddled with such thoughts, but he hadn't realized that this one idea would take him on the path of greatness. Although, this moment was just the beginning. Jun Moxie was able to do this type of practice since he had been trained in this fashion in his previous incarnation, and the art of unlocking the heavens was a little different from Xian Qi. Qi and blood flowed through his meridians together, as a fusion. On top of that, the Hongjun Pagoda continuously emitted qi to help him support his practice, which was quite difficult to achieve for ordinary practitioners. But Jun Moxie was unaware of this truth and believed that it wasn't impossible to achieve it since Jun Moxie was already doing it. In this world, although energy and qi were similar in functionality, their inherent nature was quite different. Circulating Xian Qi was a difficult and dangerous task, and the effects of negligence could be very violent, and even lethal. So much so, that if Xian Qi was allowed to run harmoniously with natural functions of the body, then there was even a chance that the body might end up getting possessed. And the practitioner may end up suffering a very tragic end. This was the reason that practitioners were so prudent and cautious while conducting their practice, and made sure that they weren't being disturbed by outside elements during their practice. However, Jun Moxie was already considering going against this norm, which could be considered as a major change in ideology. In fact, just by daring to take on this task, he had already won half the battle. Sounds of quick and crashing footsteps fell onto Jun Moxie's ears, and he could tell by the sound of the footsteps, that the owner of the feet was in an enraged state. "Qing Han. What are you so angry, what happened?" Jun Moxie tried to guess the identity of the person. "Uncle, Jun Moxie. That little brat is getting out of hand now. Today, he boldly told me that he is going out to visit the Spirit Fog Lakes Niqing Pavilion." Guan Qing Han roared angrily. This anger was obviously directed at Jun Moxie, since Guan Qing Han sincerely respected both the elders of the family, namely Jun Zhantian and Jun Moxie, even if the latter was a physically disabled cripple. "What about it?" Jun Moxie wasn't even a least bit surprised. "Ah. What about it? This isn't a small matter. He had just started walking on the right path, and now he's going back to his old ways, and—" Guan Qing Han was still raging with fury. "Oh, that's something that I know about, I allowed him to go." Jun Moxie was finally waking up from his personal thoughts, and hence replied in a soft voice. "Even you knew about this? But you still allowed him to go there? You?" Guan Qing Han's eyes widened in shock, and suddenly she was eyeing Jun Moxie in rather confused manner, unable to understand his reply. "Qing Han, you are mistaken. The second prince invited him for a talk, and as chance has it, the prince requested that the meeting be held in the Spirit Fog Lakes Niqing Pavilion." Jun Moxie smiled warmly. "Qing Han. Moxie has actually become very sensible now." Sensible? Guan Qing Han was somewhat dumbstruck. After all the years of watching Jun Moxie undertaking all kinds of nefarious tasks, which were an indignation to all civilized laws under the heavens, it was hard for her to interpret that Jun Moxie could call that debauchee very sensible. "I suppose I was mistaken, but I understand now." Still muddled, Guan Qing Han whispered, sighed and turned away. "It turns out that I have a lot to catch up to." "Yes, there have been a lot of changes, and you'll naturally need to bring yourself up to speed," Jun Moxie stated lightly as she was leaving, and he once again immersed himself in his new form of practice. Guan Qing Han's footsteps paused for a moment, but then she continued to walk. Jun Moxie sighed and whispered, "Uncle Pang, please come in." Lao Pang quickly came in and stationed himself in front of Jun Moxie. "Uncle Pang, I have a task that requires your assistance." Jun Moxie rubbed his face with both his hands, and it seemed like he was having a hard time in making the final decision. "What is it?" "Please give me your command, Third Master." Lao Pang's face was solemn. This was going to Jun Moxie's first command as the head of the family, and no matter what, Lao Pang would want to execute it to perfection. There was news from the ministry offices that a large group of disabled children have escaped from the Huanghua Hall. Pitiful. Jun Moxie had finally made up his mind. You please investigate how many of them are alive, and use the family's resources to help them set themselves up for a better future. They are still just kids. Yes, I'll get to it. Lao Pang finished and turned around to leave. If you can do this secretively, then do not expose your identity. If you face any obstruction, then please reveal that it was done upon my orders. Jun Moxie looked up, and his eyes reveal a hint of sharpness. Ni Ching Pavilion. The huge third floor of the building was almost empty, and only a very few people were leisurely sitting there, dressed in graceful attires. Accomplished scholars, middle-aged businessmen, some youngsters. Even if their clothes weren't expensive, their actions were enough to reveal that they all belonged to high-class social backgrounds. Heir, Jun Moxie is nothing but a debauchee and a spendthrift. Heir, there was no need for you to personally come and greet that boy face to face, but now that Heir is present to grace him, that kid will start talking big. The speaker was approximately 20 years old by the looks of it, and looked rather pale. His body was extremely thin, and his hands were leisurely swaying a hand fan. Even though his identity was unknown, it was obvious from his body language that this person belonged to an influential family. Brother Heir, there is no need to meet Jun Moxie face to face. As younger brother just stated, Jun Moxie is nothing more than a debauchee and a spendthrift, and completely incompetent otherwise. As for the other aspects, he is completely useless and is of no value to us. But yes, he does have a powerful family behind him, so we should rather focus on the elders, like Jun Xie maybe. The speaker was in his 50s or 60s by the looks of it, and spoke his words in a slow pace. Even Jun Xie is no good, what is he really? The younger brother chuckled in disagreement, although Jun Xie occupies a high position, but in terms of Xian Qi levels, he just a sky Xian expert, at best, that's it. If you wish to send him to the heavens, then I could request my father, and he could swat him aside like a fly. This remark made the second prince sit upright in his chair, and his eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. His frowned and replied in an angry tone, just a sky Xian, that's it. Even if you tear apart this country, how many sky Xian experts will you find? Although you are lucky to be born into a large family, which has a lot of advanced Xian experts, but after all said and done, the Jianghu families' strength is nothing compared to the military might of the Jun family. Perhaps if you had considered that, then you would have known that Jun Xie could swat your father aside like a fly if he wished it. As for your father, although I've never met him in person, but according to the rumors, he's also just a sky Xian expert. Even if your father and Jun Xie fought head to head, there's a good chance that your father might end up losing the fight, and along with it, his life. So to think that your father could wipe out Jun Xie with ease is overstating it, more than just a little. However, the youngster's father was the head of a reasonably powerful family, who had only recently invested his troops in the second prince's cause. The second prince couldn't say this out loud since the man's family was of considerable importance at the moment. But as for the youngster, he was no importance and had no major talents. In fact, the youngster was an out-and-out idiot, who nevertheless gave himself too much importance, and carried himself with an "I'm the greatest in this world" attitude, and usually looked down upon everyone else. Although he was only at the peak of the silver Xian, he carried himself with the attitude of a supreme divine Xians. The second prince had brought him along since he, like Jun Moxie, was an outright debauchee, and the prince was hoping that if these two birds of the same feather managed to flock along, then the prince's motives might find an easier path. But judging his present attitude, the prince was beginning to get worried since he felt that his arrogant attitude might end up messing the whole matter. Sitting adjacent to him was another man. The man was wearing a very depressed look on his face, and was sitting on his chair in a very awkward manner, with his legs opened wide apart. This man was Lord Lu, who had previously jumped into the lake's waters in pursuit of a mysterious man. During the pursuit, he had been struck by a bamboo pole, which crashed straight between his legs at a thunderous speed, causing him to adapt this weird posture. Lord Lu would probably never be able to get over this humiliation. These days, Lord Lu only had two hobbies: frantically attempting to get his condition cured, and wantonly arresting people to find his culprit. But he hadn't been able to see the mysterious man's face, and had only been able to see a white, round, ass. So anyone who was arrested under the suspicion of being the mystery man, had to undergo the same procedure. They would be brought in front of Lord Lu, and then their pants would be stripped off their bottoms, for inspection. Due to this, the prince had been hearing several rumors about Lord Lu. There has been a major change in Lord Lu's sex drive after his injury. Moreover, he's only showing interest in buttocks, and only those of young men's. Moreover, Lord Lu seems to fancy white-bottomed young men. As a result, every time a young subordinate was in the presence of the lord, they'd inevitably try to cover their buttocks with their hands. In case Lord Lu took a fancy to their plump and round buttocks. Then how would he ever be able to call themselves a man again? Heir, the third young Master Jun has arrived. The hall's door opened, a tall and gracefully stunning beauty walked in, adorning her face with a gentle smile. Her tall posture, equipped with her big and proud breasts, and a slender waistline, turned to face the road beside the lake, where a small palanquin was leisurely swinging its way towards the pavilion. Lady Heir pointed towards the people around the palanquin. Heir, see those men? They are old faithfuls of Jun Xie, so I'm certain that the man inside must be Jun Moxie. That's one ugly-looking palanquin. The second prince couldn't help himself. The young Master Jun has a very unique taste. Very unique indeed, ah. He's nothing more than a typical debauchee and a spendthrift. Lady Heir's eyes suddenly flashed a cold essence, but she quickly resumed her smiling expression and said, Heir, would you like me to go down and personally receive Jun Moxie? You. The second prince's face was somewhat sullen, but upon seeing the firm and staunch look in Lady Heir's eyes, he sighed and said, all right, however, he must not feel unwelcomed. Hi. Heir, Heir might be cheap, but when it comes to making men feel welcomed and important, very few people can match me. There's a reason my services cost so much. Lady Heir smiled as she confidently gazed at the red palanquin from above. Well. The second prince tried to smile. Below, Jun Moxie jumped out of his palanquin, and landed unstably on the ground below, staggered a bit, spat on the ground, looked upwards at the sky, and sneezed. Then, he rolled his neck around once, hammered his back twice, shook his arms, tilted his head, and started walking shakily like a crab. He was wondering inside his head, this second prince is going to have a very bad day. Jun Moxie stepped inside the Ni Chong pavilion, took off his hat, and started to fan himself. Then, he looked sideways, and entered into the reception area, and asked one of the attendants, is the second prince here? The second prince is waiting for your grace on the third floor, inside the feather hall. The attendant informed respectfully. The feather hall? With all the naked ladies? Jun Moxie quacked out a couple of laughs. The second prince surely knows how to pick a place. Well, he's won me over already. Then he started to embark up the staircase. The attendants were wondering about the prince's choice of company now. The second prince has asked this man to meet him in person. How much longer do we have bear this pighead? But really, second prince, wow. How could the second prince be dining with such people? Moxie, my younger brother, it's been such a long time since I last saw you, you look so refined and cultured now. This is amazing. The second prince affectionately stood up and energetically waved towards Jun Moxie. It's surely been a while, second prince. Jun Moxie seemed flattered. How could Moxie dare to refuse if the second prince calls him for a banquet? Oh, there's no need to be so polite. The second prince hurried along and extended his hand to greet Jun Moxie, but couldn't help feel a sense of unhappiness and surprise, as he stood there with his hand extended, his lone hand. This guy didn't do any customary bows in salutation, and on top of that, he is even refusing to shake my hand. That too when I'm offering respect first. Jun Moxie of course didn't greet him respectfully. In his head, even the emperor wasn't worthy of his worship. In fact, if the god descended to the world, then would Jun Moxie have worshipped him? Jun Moxie wasn't awfully sure about it either. So then, what respect would he have for a mere prince? In the eyes of Jun Xie, the assassin, the prince was just another living body, which he could transform into a corpse at any time. Let's just throw aside all formalities. after all, our families are friends of old Ah. The second prince smiled graciously. I remember that we used play together quite often as children, but now that age has caught up, now my younger brother and I can only look back at the past and marvel at the days gone by. The second prince's words had a hidden meaning behind them, and it seemed as if he was trying to remind Jun Moxie that he shouldn't act very high-headed in front of him, and the prince was only greeting him since he belonged to the Jun family. He was still the blood of the king, a prince, and Jun Moxie was just a high-class noble. Ah, yes yes. Jun Moxie quickly assessed the situation and replied. Such trivial matters aren't worth spoiling this broth over. He couldn't help but notice the four other people who were eyeing and assessing him from the sidelines, especially the youngster whose eyes looked full of contempt and disdain. The second prince is asking me to befriend this pain in the neck. What kind of a man is this guy? Little brother, let me introduce you to some of my friends, you probably know some of them. The four men got up from their seats as the second prince gestured towards them. This is my teacher, Hongwen University's great scholar, Fong Bo-wen. The second prince sounded very respectful. Fong Bo-wen stroked his beard as he looked at Jun Moxie. Then he smiled and said, Nah, I'm just an old man, and nothing compared to you youngsters, really. A renowned university scholar indeed. Jun Moxie looked at the old man, and could feel that he'd need to be on guard against this man. This old man didn't seem ordinary, and in fact seemed to be concealing a huge amount of chi inside his old body. Could such a person really be the prince's master? Or a scholar from the Hongwen University? He certainly has a history. This man is Lord Lu. Lord Lu is a master of the pen and the sword, a very rare breed of talented men. The second prince smiled. Jun Moxie looked up and down the body of the man who had caused him to run naked on the streets, and had almost ripped him to pieces. Then his eyes suddenly revealed a look of interest as he asked, Lord Lu has a very unique way of standing, gee, he's standing so tall, even with his legs open so wide ah. Jun Moxie didn't expect that his opening sentence would actually expose the man's scars. Lord Lu's face was suddenly flushed red, while his mind was replaying the incident which had led to his awkward posture. The young master of the Jun family is indeed very different from his peers, and very handsome, far too handsome. Lord Lu smiled as he tried to conceal his embarrassment. You think so too? I wonder why I'm so handsome. I'm too handsome to be true. Other handsome men always envy my looks. You and I could become really close friends confidants. I'll take you out for drinks later Jun Moxie coquettishly swept his hair back, and then shook his head. Instead of shying from the compliment, he had brazenly accepted it, and in fact was also appreciating his own self. Everyone was left standing dumbstruck. They had never witnessed such narcissism before. Lord Lu was looking even gloomier now. You arrogant little snob, you think I'll ever desire to befriend you? Third young Master Jun, you deserve your reputation well. I admire you already, haha, I'm Ching De Chao. Jun Moxie reset his eyes to the speaker. Ching De Chao's face was grimaced with an arrogant smile, and it appeared as if he was half a measure away from stabbing Jun Moxie. Ching De Chao. Never heard of you. Jun Moxie directly waved him out. Who does this guy think he is? Damn it, he looks like he wants to stab me. I'm your daddy when it comes to that. You puny little jerk. After hearing the young Master Jun's words, Ching De Chao's face had gone completely pale with anger. Oh, young Master Jun, the young Master Ching belongs to a smaller family than the Jun family, so it is quite possible that you may not have heard of him. Fong Bo-wen's eyes had been glued to Jun Moxie from the moment he had entered the room. The old man was constantly observing Jun Moxie's every action and word. Ching De Chao, is that right? Jun Moxie lifted his gaze and looked at him with a side glance. Recognized expert. Ching De Chao's entire body was trembling with rage at this point. He gritted his teeth. Young Master Jun, I've heard so much about the reputation of family, especially about your father's military prowess. I too was almost unable to recognize you by your demeanor. Ching De Chao's words were quite tricky, and it seemed like he was implying that the young Master Jun's parents hadn't taught him any manners, this was a direct assault on the young Master Jun since he had lost his parents in his childhood. Everyone was quite surprised by Qing Dechao's sentence since this one sentence would not only expose the scars of the young master, but also the entire Jun family. The second prince knew that if Jun Moxie interpreted these words correctly, then the entire Jun family might turn against his cause. In fact, at this point, the second prince was already praying that the pig-headed Jun Moxie wouldn't understand the true meaning of these words. The gods obviously weren't siding with the second prince today. The assassin Jun Xie heard those words, snorted and replied, "So the young Master Cheng is a recognized expert, apologies, this is the first time that we've met each other and I was being so rude to you, so please allow me extend my greeting as an exemplar of my etiquette, so, Qing Dechao. Speaking of family. How's your mother?" Jun Moxie intentionally raised his tone as he said that last part. Now, everyone was blankly staring at these two men. It was obvious that the two men were on the verge of squalling since they had already started greeting each other by their mother's name. How could a man be so shameless? Everyone was truly amazed to meet their guest for the evening. They had heard that he was the most outrageous debauchee of the city, but meeting him in person was another experience altogether. Qing Dechao's hands and feet went cold with rage, while face turned ashen. He was faced with a highborn like Jun Moxie at the moment, but the personality of the man in front was no more than that of a bully, and the bully was hurting his family's pride, which wasn't a very small family either. And was brimming with experts of all levels. But after all said and done, no matter how much strength the Jianghu province had at their disposal, they were still no match for the political and military might of a super family like the Jun family. In other words, even if Jun Moxie's attitude was unbearable, Qing Dechao simply didn't have enough might to challenge him. Insulting the ancestry of the Jun family would be asking for a slaughter. Anyway, everyone knew that the younger generations of such powerful families often tend to run their mouth without thinking twice. At the moment, Jun Moxie's eyes were red with rage, and he didn't even make any efforts to control his anger. If Qing Dechao replied back in rebuke, then everyone knew that the Jun family's soldiers would wreak havoc, and this trivial incident could lead to the extermination of the Qing family. Therefore, even though Jun Moxie could freely criticize his counterpart, Qing Dechao would have to show some restraint. Anyway, even though Qing Dechao wasn't the smartest person around, he wasn't the biggest fool either, and even though he already despised Jun Moxie, he didn't insult him back any further and concealed his anger behind random chattering. The others who were watching from the sidelines were drawing entertainment from Qing Dechao's plight. Why is this guy provoking Jun Moxie? Even if he is a debauchee himself, he should have known better, and shouldn't have provoked a third-generation young master of the Jun family. For all this pride on being a recognized expert, If he deliberately provokes Jun Moxie again, then he'll learn the lesson of his life. Just then, a burst of sweet incense filled the atmosphere, and gentle voice chuckled and said, "Honorable guests, please allow Heir and her sisters to add some fun to your meat." Then, 5 or 6 elegant and graceful women came into the room. All of them were young and all of them were beautiful. Most of them seemed a bit shy, and got scared the moment they saw the infuriated men in front of their eyes. Just as the women made their entrance, Jun Moxie's domineering and arrogant attitude quickly changed, and his eyes readjusted to the women who had just spoken up. He made no attempts to conceal the perverted intentions of his heart. In fact, his eyes were already exhibiting an abundance of obscenity, while his mouth was hanging open with saliva trickling down from the corners. A long asleep force seemed to have awakened. Jun Moxie had half accepted the second prince's invitation since it was being held at the Nichang Pavilion, which meant that he'd get to meet Lady Heir, otherwise why would he accept the invitation so quickly? Now that she had actually appeared in front of him, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip by very easily. Everyone saw the change in his expression, and couldn't help but despise the man in their hearts. What kind of morals does this man have? Lady Heir might be beautiful, but she's still a prostitute. It isn't right to be involved with such women. Is this why the young Master Jun is called the biggest debauchee in the city? The second prince's eyebrows wrinkled. His interest in Lady Heir was no secret, and even though Lady Heir had read his heart's desire, he had always kept her at an arm's distance, but the second prince's heart nevertheless itched to get closer. Given his identity and position, he couldn't marry her. In fact, even taking her as a mistress would not suit a man of his position, and so he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in keeping his distance from her. A transparent pearl curtain separated the two sides of the room. Lady Heir gently smiled as he approached from behind the curtain, and leisurely sat down. She brought out her lute and started playing it, and suddenly the vulgar environment of the room transformed to a very elegant one. Food and wine were brought in at the prince's command, and even though the prince constantly kept offering the items to Jun Moxie, it seemed that the young master Jun had turned a blind eye to everything, except the body of Lady Heir, which he was constantly staring. The prince and the other men felt disgusted. Everyone already knew that Jun Moxie is a debauchee, but no one had expected that his actions would be this absurd. His reaction to the insult on his family was expected, but no one had ever expected that Jun Moxie would act so shamelessly towards women. The second prince started the discussion. At present, the capital has several large and small families. All of these families are looking out for the actions of their counterparts, and are constantly attacking and defending against each other. At the time when the prince finished this sentence, Jun Moxie was in the middle of nodding in agreement with something. Good. The second prince came under the impression that the young master Jun was in agreement, and felt inspired to continue, but then found himself cut midway by the young master Jun. His Royal Highness is right. But Lady Heir's ass is so full and round, must feel really good, and it's certainly quite strong too, I feel like rubbing it. The second prince choked mid-sentence, almost as if he had swallowed a housefly. Next, Fong Bo-wen and Lord Lu made their attempts to solidify the prince's statements, and even though they weren't direct about it, they tried to indicate that the Jun family's strength might be important to their matters, and prayed that the pig-headed debauchee of the Jun family would understand their meaning. As for the things that everyone was discussing, it seemed as if the prince had heard about the issues from his elders, while Lord Lu and Fong Bo-wen seemed to be speaking from experience. Jun Moxie, however, had only read about them in books. The young master Jun's soldiers were also participating in this discussion, and seemed fairly knowledgeable. They were listening to the discussing very carefully and were participating in it very actively, making the discussion very lively, but still maintained a serious attitude. However, whenever the young master Jun opened his mouth, he'd end up saying something out of context, and would leave the other people dumbstruck and uncomfortable. Fong Bo-wen took the lead on the subject of political strategy and techniques of governance, and stated that the strength of a nation is its financial power, meaning that the nation would need a strong financial backbone. Everyone agreed. But at the moment he said the phrase, Jun Moxie suddenly picked up interest in the conversation. That's right, the elder is right. Very good, haha. But speaking of money, reminds me of gambling. Wow, haha, your brother here went into the 1,000 gold hall with Fatty Tang in disguise, and played the most amazing bet that day. I even earned the name, God of Gamblers, but I've not been able to meet any worthy rivals after that amazing and famous battle. It's gotten so lonely now. I mean it's so lonely at the top. Jun Moxie smugly stood up and looked disdainfully at the rest of his company. He put one foot on his chair and started making gestures with his hands. Whether it a beast fighting a beast, or snake fighting, or dog fighting, or cock fighting. Oh, you don't know, in cockfighting, when the cocks, their hair. As Jun Moxie carried on bragging unrestrained, his saliva scattered in all directions, but he was speaking like a true expert. Jun Xie had the memories of the greatest debauchee, so when it came to these things, no one could match his expertise. Even though the young master Cheng was a known debauchee himself, he was nothing more than a mere infant in front of Jun Moxie's experience. Even though the man despised Jun Moxie, he couldn't help but reluctantly submit to the man's supremacy in these affairs. Everyone raised their eyebrows and enjoyed the show for a while, but it still seemed as if someone had struck them with a bolt of lightning. Everyone was thinking the same thing, Yuan Tang Yuan in disguise. No matter how well disguised that Fatty Tang is, anyone can recognize him in just one glance. You can search the entire Xian continent and you'll never find anyone with a bigger belly than that man's. So you and Fatty Tang went in there and won a lot of money? Of course, you're the god of gamblers. But where did that even come from? Oh God, let's not stray from the topic again. The second prince was already repenting to the point of killing himself. If he had known that this would be result of calling Jun Moxie for a meet, then he wouldn't have spent so much effort in the preparations. Only Fang Bowen was paying attention to Jun Moxie. In fact, he was still observing Jun Moxie's every word and every action, even though he found the young Master Jun completely unbearable. Suddenly, he discovered one thing, one very interesting thing, and the old man's body trembled as his eyes solemnly looked up, and a faint hint of a sparkling light lit his eyes up. The old scholar realized that Jun Moxie was timing his interruptions well, and was only interjecting the flow of the discussion when the gathering was trying to steer the topic towards the strength of the Jun family. Instead of answering delicate questions about the strength of the Jun family, Jun Moxie would suddenly start talking nonsense, and would end up nauseating the other men on the table, and as a result, no one would carry the subject any further. However, he couldn't tell if this was intentional or unintentional. This debauchery may not be as simple as we think. Fang Bowen shook his head as he thought to himself, but either way, it seems that the second prince is bound to return empty-handed today. However, is this approach Jun Moxie's own decision, or was it taken by his family? Answering this question is going to be a tough job. Hey, second prince today, is there any other plan in addition to drinking? This wine party has been fun, but it would be pointless if we didn't have more fun afterwards. Jun Moxie put on a wretched smile on his face, as he stood up with a slam sound. His actions were becoming more distasteful with every passing minute, and he had even started referring to the second prince as second prince, instead of his highness as before. There might have been other plans for later, but the second prince had already cancelled all other plans after seeing Jun Moxie's behavior. Naturally, the second prince didn't wish to associate himself with such indecent people publicly. In a span as short as the course of a meal, Jun Moxie had left him feeling angry enough to vomit blood, and not to mention hopelessly and helplessly embarrassed. Jun Moxie was secretly relieved to see that everyone had already given up on promoting their political and diplomatic agendas. He stood up grinning, and twisted his waist as he walked over towards the pearl curtain partition where Lady Yuer was playing her lute. He had come to the Nichang pavilion for her, so how could he let her slip by? You little woman, alone, would dare to think of destroying the Jun family. The last time when Jun Moxie had seen Lady Yuer, she had unknowingly revealed her deep-seated hatred for the Jun family. Jun Moxie was already somewhat afraid of this woman since she was very well connected in the society and quite quick-witted, and on top of that, a very accomplished martial artist. Moreover, even though the second prince was trying to keep his distance from her, she could end up in his arms one day. Would the second prince be able to keep his innocence when faced with the charms of a brothel's prostitute? This statement seemed a bit ridiculous, and Jun Moxie could sense that this woman might turn into a major threat later. Jun Moxie had no doubts that this woman might have some plans, and was even suspecting that she may have other people supporting her secretly from the dark. This suspicion had been growing stronger and stronger in the young Master Jun's heart, and he had finally decided to do something about it. This was his main objective behind visiting the Nichang pavilion today. But who is this unknown enemy, which is patiently waiting in the dark? The Jun family has been slowly growing in strength, and there will obviously be some factions that might try to hinder our growth, but if I eliminate them, then the Jun family will grow unrestrained. If I let her get away this time, then with the growth of the Jun family's strength, she might go into hibernation, and even her backers might become passive. But if I kill her, and that too publicly, then the enemy will conceal themselves with even more vigor, which could be a very unfavorable situation as well. Lady Yuer, you're looking really pretty, hey. Jun Moxie made no attempts to conceal his perverted desire, as his eyes shamelessly eyed her body before coming to a stop at her breasts. Lady Yuer suddenly felt as if an invisible pair of hands was touching her body inappropriately, but she couldn't say it out loud. She looked at him coldly and said, "Young Master Jun, please behave courteously. There's no need to. Being the son of a big family has its benefits, Tang Yuan is an example of that." Jun Moxie broke into laughter. He broke through the partition, paying no attention to her rejection in his interests. "Young Master Jun, although Yuer works in a brothel, I'm not a prostitute, but an entertainer, please try to understand," Lady Yuer stated in a cold voice. "I will give you really good money, why wouldn't you sell yourself?" The girl should remember that the young Master Jun has been kind to her in the past as well. Jun Moxie's face shamelessly reminded her of their past interactions. At this point, everyone could tell that this debauchee had been with Lady Heir before. In fact, most men were assuming that he would have forced himself on her in the past as well. They were finally beginning to realize why Jun Moxie had an unparalleled reputation as a debauchee. But now the biggest issue at hand was, what to do with Lady Heir. This banquet is being hosted by His Royal Highness, the Second Prince. If Jun Moxie did something untoward, then it would bring bad name to the Second Prince. If this issue came into the public knowledge, then there might be a large outrage. Everyone was thinking the same thing, and had already halted feasting on their wines. This was a rare and unusual situation, since the bully was none other than a son of the great Jun family. What is he going to do with Lady Heir now? If Lady Heir hastily rejected this debauchee, then this guy might immediately retaliate. Could a lowly establishment like the Ni Chong Pavilion bear retaliation from the great Jun family? But if she doesn't refuse his advances, then would she actually allow him to take unfair advantage of herself? The young Master Jun is surely being horny beyond control. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to decide on a course of action. The Second Prince intervened and said, "Young Master Jun, Lady Heir is a musician, and of noble character. This is the first time that you're meeting her, please don't embarrass the lady." His address to Jun Moxie had changed from "little brother" to "young Master Jun." Embarrass? How am I doing that? This is a place of business, what's so noble about that? Ha ha ha, if I don't take such interests in her, then what will happen to her livelihood? This is what she does for a living since she's already sold herself into slavery. Don't pay any attention to her, she's just teasing me since she likes me, why else would she play hard to get? Jun Moxie was obviously carrying a drunken look on his face, and didn't seem to be bothered by anyone's objections. He continued to watch Lady Heir's body with perverted thoughts on his mind. Lady Heir fiercely stared back at Jun Moxie, but her stomach was beginning to feel a drum beat. "Young Master Jun, I might be an employee here, but I don't offer my body in service." "Don't offer your body in service? Ha ha ha. In a brothel, ah. Do you know what this place is? A brothel. Okay. You're saying that you work in a brothel but you don't offer your body in service? This is really funny, ha ha ha. This is a brothel, there are no noble characters here, and you're asking the son of the Jun family to behave, in such a place." Jun Moxie seemed very proud of his perverted behavior. Lady Heir bit her lips in anger, and it seemed as if she was almost contemplating killing this hateful hedonistic son of the Jun family. "Even if you were the last man on this planet, I still wouldn't fancy you." She looked across the pearl curtain and saw the ash-faced prince, and suddenly came up with an idea. "Heir, please save me." Lady Heir panicked and ran out through the curtain, with the intention of getting to Prince's side. Even though her footsteps were staggering, her speed was still quite fast, so much so, that even a level 9 expert wouldn't have been able to intercept her. But against her expectation, Jun Moxie suddenly darted sideways with his arms wide open, and suddenly gripped her delicate and feminine body in his embrace. He continued to laugh as his cat-like palms brushed onto her breasts and stated to forcefully fondle them. He smiled as said, "Such a beauty. Don't resist. Don't struggle, gee, you're so pretty, there's no need to be shy here." Lady Heir had heard the rumors that Jun Moxie wasn't capable of cultivating his Xian Qi, which is why she had never expected that he would actually be able to exhibit such agility to intercept her. Even though Jun Moxie was one step ahead of her, she still hadn't expected him to catch her since. She had ducked sideways, but had ended up landing in his embrace with a thud. Is this a coincidence? But isn't this too much of a coincidence? Jun Moxie's hands continued to swim all over the angered and embarrassed Lady Heir's body, who was almost on the verge of fainting with fury. Everyone's face was clearly depicting the disgust of their hearts. How could someone be this indecent to a woman in the presence of the Second Prince? What kind of behavior is this? Even if we are in a brothel, the young Master Jun is still crossing his limits. Jun Moxie. Let Lady Heir go. Cheng De Chao shouted as he rushed up towards them. Lady Yuer took advantage of the opening and broke free of Jun Moxie's embrace. Her eyes were full of tears of anger and indignation, and she waved her hand and slapped Jun Moxie straight across the face. Even though Lady Yuer didn't employ the complete extent of her Xian Qi in the slap, it was still a lot to take for Jun Moxie's body. Pop! Everyone froze in their footsteps. Lady Yuer's hand had not only hit its target, but had hit Jun Moxie straight across the face, and as a result, left the mark of her 5 fingers on his face, which was already beginning to swell from the strike. Everyone stood halted in their steads, unable to fathom any measures to respond to this change of events. Bitch! You're not a noble woman, just a prostitute, don't you have any ethics? How dare you slap and deface me? Jun Moxie hopped towards her as he cursed, and raised his foot to kick her, but found his way obstructed by a man. Qing De Chao said, "Young Master Jun, why are you losing your temper over this mere brothel woman?" Qing De Chao was somehow able to prevent his face from being distorted by the dislike he felt for Jun Moxie. Even though his mind was advising against it, he still wished to strangle Jun Moxie to death at this point. Get out of my way. I will kill this little bitch today. How dare she slap me? Jun Moxie shouted angrily. Jun Moxie, you have to understand the circumstances. This banquet was organized by His Royal Highness, the Second Prince. We are all his guests. Would you cause His Royal Highness shame in the public eye? Qing De Chao stared at him. Strange how would teaching this prostitute a lesson equivalent to defacing the Second Prince in the public eye huh? Qing De Chao, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that this little bitch slapped me on the Second Prince's orders? Jun Moxie flipped his eyes in accusation. That was an outrageous presumption. Lady Yuer was just. Qing De Chao halted in the middle of his sentence as a chill ran down his spine. Was just? What? Jun Moxie broke into an unbridled laughter. He twitched his lips and said, since she's brothel woman, what kind of an entertainment could she provide if we can't even touch her body huh? I'm being considerate towards her profession by showing interests in her, and she offends me in this manner. You're destroying the reputation of your family. Qing De Chao's eyes were reeking of contempt for the young Master Jun Moxie, you're really forcing me to hate and despise you. Qing De Chao was suddenly feeling very proud of his own self at this moment. People have often said that I'm an insult to my family's name, but I haven't done anything even remotely as shameful as Jun Moxie. Qing De Chao. Fuck you. What did you just say? You despise me? You and I are cut from the same cloth, and remember that I can eliminate your entire family if you insult me again. Jun Moxie furiously tightened his neck and slanted his eyes. Qing De Chao, go back to your mother and let her nurse you up a bit. Qing De Chao's entire body started to tremble with rage, and his crimson eyes looked up at Jun Moxie again, while his hand landed on the hilt of his sword with a pop. Clang, he unsheathed about 3 inches of his sword, and exposed its metal's cold radiance. Jun Moxie. The sullied Second Prince stood up, you're drunk, perhaps you should go back home early today. I've barely had a few mouthfuls of wine, how could I be drunk? Jun Moxie snorted, as he titled his neck towards the Second Prince, unwilling to agree, and now this sissy has just unsheathed his sword in threat. I'm saying you're drunk, it means you're drunk. The Second Prince finally snapped, unable to tolerate it anymore. Fong Bo Wen hastily rushed towards the prince, and gently pressed hand against the prince's shoulder. Jun Moxie raised his eyes to meet the Second Prince's gaze. The two men continued to gaze into each other's eyes for a while, before Jun Moxie crooked his mouth and smiled again. Since the Second Prince says that Jun Moxie is drunk, then I'm drunk he. Even if I haven't had enough wine. I'm still drunk, ah ha ha. This is funny, really funny. He continued to laugh as he reached out to grab a cup of wine, and smashed into the floor beside Lady Yuer. The cup broke, and crisp sound made everyone's face twitch in surprise. Jun Moxie fiercely pointed a finger at Lady Yuer and said, you little slut, today we are in presence of the Second Prince, and since the Second Prince is speaking in your favor, I'm letting you go for now. But I'll come back for you later someday. Jun Moxie subconsciously rubbed his crotch to indicate his nefarious desires. Jun Moxie turned around and faced Qing De Chao. He slowly extended his hand and reached out towards Qing De Chao's face. Clap, clap, he patted Qing De Chao's face twice, producing a crisp sound, and said, "So you want to kill me, huh? Really?" Qing De Chao, drawing even half a sword is indicative of war. You will behave yourself in the future, understand? Then, he turned around as he continued to laugh, waved his hand, almost like he was trying to wave away the atmospheric dust, twisted his hips, and quickly left. He had made a mess out of the second prince's feast. He insulted the prince's company to the point where the prince had to personally threaten retaliation. Firstly, he had managed to abuse Qing De Chao, and had in general been very vulgar and disrespectful. By being rampantly arrogant and aggressive, Jun Moxie had lived up to the reputation of being the city's most notorious debauchee. Jun Moxie reached downstairs and sat inside his palanquin. Surprisingly, there were two more men inside his palanquin, who were both dressed in black-colored clothes. Jun Moxie sighed and said, "After I leave, you will pay close attention to the movements inside the Ni Chang pavilion. You will also keep an eye on the people the second prince meets after he leaves. While the other person will continue to watch the Ni Chang pavilion, and will keep track of the people who enter and exit the place, and do not slack one bit." Both men nodded. The palanquin started to sway as the young master Jun left for his residence. Although today's events hadn't gained any concrete results, it had still been a very fruitful trip. On one hand, Jun Moxie had lived up to his public reputation, but secondly and more importantly, he had publicly insulted and embarrassed the woman the second prince had been showing interest in. So this trip had definitely been worthwhile. Jun Moxie certainly knew that even though Lady Heir was working in a brothel, she wasn't exactly a prostitute. In fact, he could tell that she didn't think very highly of the profession, and was wondering if she was an expert in disguise. Jun Moxie was convinced that Lady Heir would retaliate. In fact, Jun Moxie was hoping for it. Now the situation was turning favorable for Jun Moxie. Since Jun Moxie had overheard Lady Heir and Lord Lu's conversation the other night, he already knew the identity of his enemies. But they weren't aware that Jun Moxie was also targeting them. Therefore, Lady Heir would certainly try to avenge this insult without being aware of Jun Moxie's ulterior motives. But it didn't just stop here. Jun Moxie had accomplished another, third feat, today. He had built a wall between the second prince and Lady Heir by insulting her in front of him. The second prince hadn't reacted firmly, and hadn't been able to impose his dominance properly, which would have left Lady Heir very disappointed. If a man can't even protect the woman he is trying to pursue, then would he still be able to call himself a man? Especially in this case, when the man was powerful enough to protect her. But since he didn't take the initiative, their relationship would inevitably suffer. If Jun Moxie had been in the prince's shoes, then he would have certainly charged screaming, "This is my woman. Keep your hands off her." But the second prince hadn't, at least not boldly. In fact, even Jun Moxie was looking down upon the prince. Is my wealth and position of that much importance? In fact, even Jun Moxie hadn't expected to get away with his actions so easily, especially since he knew that the second prince had shown interest in Lady Heir. As for his action, Jun Moxie felt no guilt about the manner in which he had treated Lady Heir. She might be a woman, but she's still an enemy, and there's nothing that I wouldn't do to intercept an enemy. Since she planned and plotted against the Jun family and me, why should I show any restraint against her? The young master Jun's conscience was clear in that regard. Lady Heir's entire body trembled with rage as her tear-stained eyes looked at Jun Moxie's swaying palanquin. She turned around and raised her gaze to look wildly at the prince in complaint, but instead of voicing her complaint, she turned around and left. The second prince stood dazed in his spot, but his face was expressing the disgust his heart felt. Who would have thought that the second prince's attempt to entertain Jun Moxie would yield such a result? Who could have guessed that the young master Jun would act so arrogantly, and would even ignore the second prince's objections? Jun Moxie had paid no heed to the prince's objections and had even left without apologizing for his actions, which was tantamount to slapping the prince's dignity in the face. The second prince had never been so embarrassed in his entire life. It could be said that he hated Jun Moxie right down to his core. He stood there motionless for a long time, away from the other men in his company, the prince was barely able to stop himself from breaking into tears. The prince stood dazed for a long, long time. He eventually raised his gaze, sighed and said, "Let's go." Cheng De Chao decided to fawn and make his gains. "Your Highness. This Jun Moxie was so rude to your Highness today, allow me to teach him a lesson, I could even have his life." "Are you really that stupid?" The prince looked at the man in front of his eyes, and said, "He might have been arrogant, and may even have insulted me today, but I cannot retaliate. And that is a fact. Do you think that Jun Moxie would have had the courage to contradict me if he didn't know this? And you want me to break my relationship with him? Teach him a lesson? Assassinate him? Is your head really full of so much rubbish? First, you do not have the power to do anything to Jun Moxie, and secondly, if anything untoward happened to Jun Moxie right now, then we'll be the first ones coming under suspicion. Jun Zhantian's anger has caused bloodbaths in the city before as well. Will you only be happy after he runs a bloody riot inside my palace? Well, don't you think I've had enough for one day?" The flatterer had been kicked in the face. Cheng De Chao's face twitched in anger a few times, but he remained silent. Although he continued to curse inside his heart, "What kind of a prince are you? First you allow the grandson of your military general to humiliate you, and then you take it out on me? That's for certain when it comes to Jun Zhantian." Fang Bowen stroked his beard, and slowly stated, Jun Moxie's actions were clearly intentional, meaning, that he had already come prepared to cause a scene today. "Well? What makes you say that?" the second prince thoughtfully asked. The Jun family has always refused to participate in the politics of the empire, and has only concentrated their attention on military matters. All three of His Majesty's sons were trying to involve the Jun family in the empire's politics, so it's only natural that they would want to remove themselves from being involved. Jun Zhantian's army has already proven that they can cause a bloodbath in ministerial mansions before, the Jun family has already shown their power before, and whichever son of the Majesty manages to get a grasp on this force, will have enough power to overrule the other two. In other words, the prince who gains their support will rule the empire. Now we have seen their attitude. And the other two will also come to know about this soon. So now, I'm afraid that High Royal Highness, and his brothers, will have no other option but to leave the Jun family and Jun Zhantian out of the political agenda since the man doesn't wish to get involved. Even if the Jun family is willing to expose their true strength, they still wouldn't be willing to join into the muddy waters of political conspiracies. In this case, the best way to retain their support is to leave them out of the politics, and that's the only way. The second prince was gradually beginning to understand, so I should break my political relations with them? No. His Royal Highness must break his political connections with his brothers. Only after demonstrating your solidarity against the politics of this empire, will you ever be able to securely gain the support of the Jun family, otherwise Jun Zhantian will never support you. In other words, it didn't matter which prince's invitation Jun Moxie accepted today, he was going to act in the same way, and would have choreographed a falling out. His Highness, the second prince was just unlucky since Jun Moxie decided to pick you for making his statement. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys? The second prince was finally beginning to understand, but couldn't help gnash his teeth in rage. Jun Moxie, that son of a bitch, he actually made me, the second prince, his chicken. After the scene that the young Master Jun has caused here, the other princes won't dare to bother him and the Jun family will be able to carry on peacefully. It seems that this whole plan was orchestrated by Jun Zhantian. But this situation has also given rise to an additional problem, a big problem. Fang Bowen frowned his eyebrows. Please explain, teacher. The second prince's face was already beginning to look gloomier, and it seemed as if he had already made his own guess. Your Highness said it yourself. Fang Bowen sighed loudly. Soon, everyone will know that your Highness and Jun Moxie have had a falling out in public, and that your Highness was publicly humiliated by the young Master Jun's arrogance. If any harm comes to the young Master Jun at this time, then, your Highness will undoubtedly be the first one to be suspected for it. I firmly believe that your Highness's enemies won't miss this chance to frame you. What is this nonsense? The second prince was suddenly furious. even after all the humiliation that I have faced today, I will still have to protect him. It all depends on your highness's choice. If your highness isn't afraid of Jun Xiantian's wrath, then you can simply ignore this possibility. Fong Bo stated slowly. The second prince remained silent. Not afraid. That's an understatement. So many men lost their lives the other day. The last time Jun Xiantian lost his temper, he cleared out almost a third of the imperial court. If he lost his temper on me, I can't give him a reason to ransack my palace. Damn that son of a bitch. The second prince felt wronged to the point of death. This man was turning into a legendary jinx for him. He had been nothing more than pure bad luck for the prince. First he had insulted the second prince, and then Jun Moxie had also insulted Lady Heir, and had also made a public enemy out of her. A delicate silhouette was watching the second prince from the top of the Nichang pavilion as the second prince continued to walk alongside the road. If that's the case, then you should have thought twice before arranging this meeting. Jun Moxie humiliated me publicly today, and you didn't even try to stop him. If I'm so bad for your reputation, then why did you try to pursue me to start with? I'm Heir, how could you let this happen to me? A sly silver light flashed in her eyes as Lady Heir bit her lip. As the night gradually became darker, Lady Heir loosened her hand and released a pigeon. The pigeon fluttered its wings a few times, and then flew up into the air. Around a distant dark corner, a dark-clothed figure started to run at the speed of lightning and quickly landed on a nearby rooftop. The man released a dark-colored net and spread it open in mid-air, and the dark-colored net gradually fused into the dark sky. The pigeon which had just taken off from the Nichang pavilion landed inside the net. The black-clothed man collected the body of the pigeon and quickly retreated into the shadows. The second prince's platoon reached his residence late night. Another black pigeon was released into the night sky, which quickly disappeared as well. Qing De Chao stood by the window with a grin on his face, and murmured, Jun Moxie, I don't care about the power of your family. Since you've insulted me today, I will not allow you to exist. Everyone will think that you were killed by one of the princes, who will suspect me. What's more, I don't even have the strength to harm you, right? Ha ha ha. This self-proclaimed genius was a complete fool to take out a deal against the hitman Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie hadn't missed out on any details so far, and had already placed his sleuths around the second prince's residence as well. Everything was working according to Jun Moxie's plan so far. Jun Moxie was looking a little depressed sitting inside his rickety palanquin. He was so accustomed to traveling on his own feet, that sitting inside his palanquin was nothing short of torture for him. These kinds of things aren't good for hitmen. So much bouncing and swaying can make anyone's life miserable. Why would some people consider traveling in these palanquins a status symbol? If I had any kind of a heart-based condition, then so much swaying would have already sent me straight to the gates of hell. Even though Jun Moxie was trying his best to fight the urge to get out of the palanquin until he reached the Jun residence, the extraordinarily slow speed and the constant swaying of his ride was more than he could tolerate. Unable to bear it anymore, the young Master Jun was almost about to open his mouth and order his bearers to halt, when he suddenly heard a whoosh sound, and some kind of a small white object jumped into his palanquin, cried excitedly, "Hoo," and rubbed its body against Jun Moxie's arms. Jun Moxie reacted quickly, and grabbed the unknown animal by its neck, and picked it up. As he looked at the small animal, he realized that he was holding Dugu Xiaoyi's Haiyan Xian beast, the iron-winged panther cub. Jun Moxie carefully looked at the small limbs of the tiny creature in a weird way. How could something so small be so fast? And how fast will he become after he grows up into an adult? I underestimated this animal. He is truly worthy of being called a Haiyan Xian beast. The panther cub was unable to move since it was suspended mid-air from its neck furs, and hence it opened its mouth to whine, while its limbs drooped helplessly. His beautiful pair of eyes were looking at Jun Moxie with a confused look in them, unable to understand why a man he liked so much would treat him in such a crude manner. Jun Moxie immediately assessed that Dugu Xiaoyi must be somewhere in the vicinity. How else would this young Xian beast be able to smell his scent? He extended his finger and poked the tiny creature's miniature nose, and ferociously whispered, "Please, you mustn't follow me. if you continue to follow me, then your owner will create a lot of trouble for me since her entire family will come after me. Do you know how much trouble I will be in then? You please stop this, please. His initial intention was to frighten the animal away, but he had no idea why he had ended up begging piteously instead. Even though the Iron Winger Panther was a high-end Xian beast, he was still accustomed to being around humans. But he still wasn't able to interpret the meaning of Jun Moxie's words, and strained its neck as he looked at Jun Moxie with an even more puzzled look in his eyes now. Jun Moxie released the tiny cub, who suddenly hummed twice, and looked at Jun Moxie with a merry look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the small cub jumped up and landed straight into Jun Moxie's arms. He took 2 deep breaths, and arched its tiny neck a few times until it found a comfortable spot to rest its head on Jun Moxie's chest. Then, he opened its rosy pink mouth, yawned, and its beautiful eyes slowly started to narrow as he slowly fell asleep. Well, he can't be blamed for this. I'm a big man with a big chest, and big chests are usually quite comfortable to sleep on. But I'm in so much trouble now. Little White, where are you, Little White? Little White, he heard a crisp sound, and he could tell that the source was anxious enough to break into tears at any point. Dugu Xiaoyi had been treating this young cub as her baby, and since the young Xian beast had suddenly disappeared now, her mind was obviously in a state of complete chaos. Jun Moxie sighed at his fate. Even if this seemed like a tale of fate from some folklore, it was more like ill-fated attraction in his eyes. A cold voice echoed in front of the palanquin, I request the people inside to kindly step out. This cold and dull voice belonged to Yi Guhan. He was a Sky Xian expert, so he had obviously been able to spot the cub as it jumped into Jun Moxie's palanquin after jumping out of Dugu Xiaoyi's arms. Although the beast was very small in size, the Sky Xian expert was sure that it was inside the palanquin. After a while, Jun Moxie's voice lazily sounded from within the palanquin, really? There are so many people inside the Tianxiang city, but this young master is just destined to constantly bump into you? Both the people suddenly spoke up in unison after they heard his voice, Jun Moxie. Although they spoke up at the same time, but they did so to express completely different emotions. While Yi Guhan's voice was filled with contempt and anger, Dugu Xiaoyi's sound was filled with a sense of joy. Formerly, Dugu Xiaoyi had excitedly followed Princess Ling Meng to the imperial palace, and had stayed there for several days without going back to the Dugu family's residence. But if the eldest daughter of the house remains away from the family for such a long time without any notice, then the family is bound to get worried, and so Dugu Xiaoyi bid Princess Ling Meng farewell, and departed for her family's house. Even though the princess wished to retain her at the palace with pure intention in her heart, she was intelligent enough to understand that it might be wrong to. The princess was quite angered to know that the young Master Jun was also in the vicinity at the time when Dugu Xiaoyi was supposed to leave for her residence. Unable to stop the eldest daughter of the Dugu family from leaving, she had asked Yi Guhan to escort her back to her residence as a precaution against anyone with evil intentions. Who would have known that Dugu Xiaoyi's little Xian beast would suddenly catch the familiar smell of a man he was fond of, and would dart out of her arms, and would land inside a palanquin without leaving a single trace behind it, leaving his owner anxious and worried to the point of dying. Hearing Jun Moxie's voice from inside the palanquin clearly explained the situation to her. No wonder Little White reacted like this. I remember, he really liked Jun Moxie the last he met the man, so it's not very surprising that he chased after the young Master Jun. Jun Moxie helplessly jumped out of his palanquin with the Xian beast cub in his arms. Dugu Xiaoyi saw his face, and was left speechless instead of cheerfully greeting him. Watching her Little White peacefully resting in his arms, and unwilling to even open its eyes to see its master's face, made her feel a bit envious since it clearly indicated that the young creature was feeling very peaceful and comfortable, almost as if he was in the most comfortable place on the planet. But watching Jun Moxie's tired face aroused a sense of sadness in her heart. These feelings were quite strange and new for the eldest daughter of the Dugu family, and she remained silent for a long time, unable to react to the situation, which was a very rare thing given her character. Oh, we're in the same place again, Miss Dugu. I guess we were destined to meet each other again. Jun Moxie smiled as he said the words, while his face was carrying a pleasantly surprised look. The young Master Jun hadn't never expected that even though he had greeted Dugu Xiaoyi in the same manner as always, these words were now being interpreted by her in a very different context. He said destined. And I'm very fortunate that I met you all. Hey, this really could be destiny. Would we be able to see each other daily? Would our families oppose this? Jun Moxie's words had filled her heart with joy, and her initial resentment had already gone up in smoke, thanks to Little White's mischief, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see you today. Dugu Xiaoyi wasn't involved in political conspiracies that clogged the dark side of the world. Even though she was the same age as Jun Moxie, she behaved like a normal 16-year-old girl. Given her age and background, she couldn't understand the complexly subtle emotions like love etc. She had often heard of Jun Moxie's unbearable arrogance in the past, and had always felt disgusted by it. She had always felt that the man needed to be disciplined, very strictly. But after her previous few encounters with the young Master Jun, she had realized that the so-called hedonistic and flippant son of rich parents was actually a very organized and a very appropriate character, due to which she had started seeing Jun Moxie in a very general light. But these encounters aroused a lot of curiosity in Dugu Xiaoyi's heart. Jun Moxie is a tiger in a pig's shell, and he pretends to be such in order to deal with the outside world. Until this time, she had always felt disgusted in his presence, and had always looked down upon him, but she had finally started to realize something at this point. I've been misunderstanding Jun Moxie all this time. Even though Dugu Xiaoyi's attitude towards Jun Moxie was beginning to change, she still couldn't help thinking, I have misunderstood Jun Moxie for several years, and I've bullied him for so many years without giving him any reason to explain his actions. He suffered it all these years without making any complaints, which was justifiable for a man with low intelligence. But it's obvious that he's very clever. Could I be misunderstanding him again? Such thoughts had ignited mixed feelings in her heart, since she also knew that Jun Moxie had tricked her into defrauding the metallic ore from her hands, which had left her feeling very displeased. But then again, maybe he did that because that metallic ore was very important for him. Is his resourcefulness his true face? Why is it so difficult to see the real face of people? Why do we have to deliberately hide ourselves from the world outside? Even with these thoughts in the back of her mind, she still saw him as a bully for cheating the metallic ore away from her, but realized that she had missed it out at the time since she was too proud and arrogant, and couldn't see that he was a tiger disguised as a pig, which made her a bit upset. Then thinking again, I've known him so many years, and I've bullied him so much in past, but he had never seemingly bothered about it. As these thoughts sprouted in her head, she suddenly felt as if something was amiss. She cried after she returned home that day. She wept since she was beginning to recall their encounters over these past years. She recalled all the suffering that the Jun family had been through, and began imagining that it must have been very hard on Jun Moxie, which instilled an indistinct sense of pain in her heart. On top of that, she had made her father bully Jun Moxie several times in the past since she had felt that he had wronged her, owing to which she had wished to get even with him. After she started to understand the unsaid aspects of Jun Moxie's life, she felt as if someone had struck her heart with a hammer. So many years of misunderstanding him, will I ever be able to compensate for it? As these thoughts came into her head, she had started to blame herself. Once a young heart develops such feelings, they often find it difficult to conceal their emotions. Naturally, she had been unable to eat her meals properly for days. After pondering over these issues for several days, the young Master Jun's reputation started to change very drastically in her psyche, and in due course of time, she started seeing in a very high light. For this reason, she ventured into her grandfather's study one day, with the intention of inquiring more about Jun Moxie, and after learning more about the Jun family's situation, she finally found an explanation for his behavior. The previously declining Jun family has now once again become very dangerous and powerful. He has managed to turn his family's fortunes around at the cost of creating a very dirty public reputation for himself, and after suffering so much humiliation. His life has been so difficult. Even though he's just my age, he has suffered so much for so many years. No wonder there is such a great contrast between him and the others. This man is instilled with a sense of responsibility and is willing to make sacrifices for his family. Jun Moxie had actually tried to save the princess, which had almost injured him to the point of death, such a chivalrous man. So Jun Moxie had suddenly gone from a debauchee to a responsible and noble young man in Dugu Xiaoyi's mind. This had completely twisted her life upside down. Once a young girl develops a favorable impression about a man, anything the man does seems justifiable and noble to the young woman. After she found out that the young Master Jun had been seriously injured while saving the princess, she started to fear for his well-being and even started to fantasize about helping him in his rehabilitation. Then later, when she suddenly heard Jun Moxie's voice in the magnificent jewel hall, her heart soared with an unexplainable sense of joy, and she felt as if she had just recovered a long-lost treasure. Then her pet suddenly took a liking to Jun Moxie, which made the young maiden even more happy since Little White had never shown any affection to anyone apart from her. She started seeing this as an indication of something special in Jun Moxie. At that time, she was still unable to understand whether Jun Moxie was an evil man or a good one, but then as an after effect of the trouble that her father and brothers sprouted at the Jun residence, she started asking herself, so I really fancy bad men? Do I really like him? What is this feeling? This feeling is really, really wonderful. In the following days, even though she was afraid since her father and brothers started interfering in these matters, her heart still carried a sense of apprehension. Even though she didn't meet him again for a long while, just the thought of him was enough to make her a little shy, and she started thinking that she fancied him. With these thoughts in her mind, her heart leapt and her face would blush since she would long for their next encounter. The mind of a young maiden can be very elusive, almost like a poetic dream, full of endless fantasies. Although Dugu Xiaoyi was a highborn, she wasn't as arrogant and haughty as some of the other powerful women of the kingdom. Her heart was that of a delicate young maiden's, and wasn't very different from that of an ordinary farmer's daughter. All the interventions and pressure that followed in the succeeding days abruptly forced out these feelings, and made them stronger. If it hadn't been for the wild speculations of Princess Ling Meng, if it hadn't been for the naughty interventions of the Dugu family, then these emotions would have gradually diluted. Then, Jun Moxie would have only remained a very interesting character in her life, an interesting man and a very reliable person, that's all. Believing that he is just another very interesting man, with passing age and increasing distance, he would have become a transient passerby in her life, who she'd only recall as a faint memory in time to come. But due to the blend of circumstances, Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly started gripping harder to the thought that Jun Moxie was a rare exception, and started becoming so convinced about it, that she slowly built a cocoon around herself. At the moment when she heard his voice today, her heart suddenly started pounding so hard, that it almost skipped a few beats, and she didn't know how to react since she didn't know how he felt about her. Her face had suddenly started burning and she had even contemplated the idea of running away. Do I? Him, really? Destined to be together? Oops. People will think shameful things. Dugu Xiaoyi's good-looking face was suddenly red. Thief Jun, this night has been a real eye-opener for me. Don't even think of doing anything to Miss Dugu. Yi Gu Han looked at him coldly. I don't know what means Jun Moxie used in order to attract Miss Dugu's high-level Xian beast cub towards himself, but it's undeniable that he only did so to trouble Miss Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Xiaoyi's pet's affection for this man is quite obvious, and now that the cub is so attached to Jun Moxie, it will undoubtedly make things very uncomfortable for her. In fact, it might even put her in harm's way in the future since her pet might seek him again, which is a very dangerous thing. In addition to their masters, high-end Xian beasts rarely ever develop any kind of attraction towards strangers. Although Yi Gu Han couldn't explain this mystery, and even felt that it was quite incredible, but he was still convinced that the young Master Jun must have used some very shameful methods to attract the young cub. What other explanation could there be for this? What? Thief? Don't call me a thief. Jun Moxie was somewhat depressed. Did I bother anyone? Why would he act so blindly, and be so hostile towards me? This isn't fair. I simply didn't do anything. This animal simply jumped into my palanquin and slept off in my arms. I'm a handsome and suave guy, that's a rare thing. Makes me stand apart. I'm the real victim here. This isn't fair. Thief Jun, are you refusing to hand over Little White to Miss Dugu? Yi Gu Han was feeling very fortunate that he was escorting the young miss personally, otherwise it would have been hard for her to escape Jun Moxie's trap. And if anything untoward happened to the young Miss Dugu, then it would have sprouted a big dispute in the capital. As far as he was concerned, he absolutely needed to stop this thief's conspiracies. Yi Gu Han, right? Why would you be so narrow-minded? Anyway, you are the princess's guard, why would you even intervene in this matter? Who do you think you are? This matter is between me and the young miss. Why are you sticking your foot into it? Jun Moxie returned Little White to Dugu Xiaoyi, as he replied to Yi Gu Han, feeling wronged by the man's accusations. The hitman's nature somewhat resembled that of a donkey. If you stroke it gently, then you'd feel the softness of its hair, but if you're blindly harsh, then Jun Moxie would react even more harshly. This, perhaps, was the greatest weakness of his character. Although Yi Gu Han was the one who was making the accusations at Jun Moxie, he completely ignored the man, making his face blue with anger, and helplessly glimpsed at Dugu Xiaoyi. Miss Dugu, do you also believe that I abducted Little White? I haven't done any such thing, I never abducted him, he jumped into my palanquin on his own. Even the last time I met him, Little White showed a fondness towards me. And why would I ever try to steal him? For making a pot stew out of him. But he's so small. He won't even give out much meat either. Little White was comfortably lying in his arms, while his throat ceaselessly emitted a comfortable purr sound, a voice which an animal only emits when it's at its happiest. He opened his eyes, and satisfactorily looked at Jun Moxie's body with warm and comfortable look in his eyes, and then closed them again. Little did the intoxicated cub know that the man he was so taken by, was just talking about using his body for pot stew. What did you just say? Dugu Xiaoyi opened her eyes wide, she clenched her tiny hands into a fist as she angrily looked at Jun Moxie, and it seemed as if she wished to spank him. Well, miss, you never stop teasing me. Your father and 7 brothers showed up at the Jun residence the other day, and leveled the buildings to the ground. Some of the rooms don't even have a roof over their heads anymore. Jun Moxie arched his hand as he described the state of the infrastructure, while leaning against his palanquin, making his body look weirdly boneless. The mournful look on his face suggested that he felt wronged by the ravaging that the members of the Dugu family had caused to his home. Dugu Xiaoyi didn't like the look on his face, and started thinking about her 7 brothers. Oh. I know the facts, and I don't blame you, sorry I'm sorry, once I get back home, I'll ask my father to help you build back your house, and I'll make sure that your family is compensated for the losses incurred. Dugu Xiaoyi was feeling a special kind of embarrassment at the moment. After all, she was carrying the impression that Jun Moxie had been harassed by her family on her account. The poor girl was under the impression that her family had caused a lot of trouble for Jun Moxie, and was already beginning to imagine the destruction that her father and her 7 brutal brothers must have caused to the Jun residence. As far as she was concerned, even if Jun Moxie was exaggerating things a bit, their actions still must have been very difficult on Jun Moxie. But she didn't know that Jun Moxie had grounded her 7 brothers, who still hadn't been able to get up from their beds. And even though her father fared slightly better, Jun Moxie had blatantly blackmailed the man into expending huge sums of money. Never mind, these matters are not to concern you since your father was probably misinformed. Jun Moxie generously waved his hand, I'm from the younger generation, so I must practice tolerance and forbearance, even if I'm wronged by my elders. Anyway, our families have been friends for a long time, and have many deep sentiments attached to each other, so there is really no need to point swords and spears at each other over such trivial matters. Dugu Xiaoyi nodded in approval as her beautiful eyes lit up with a look of satisfaction, the fact that you're not taking into account my emotions, sometimes things just happen, there's no need to beat. She stammered as she uttered these few words slowly, and was unable to finish her sentence since her face had turned completely red, right down to her neck. The poor young maiden had completely misunderstood his meaning, and had instinctively believed that Jun Moxie had been forced to bear the abuse of his father and brothers. Since she was blaming herself for it, the young maiden's heart suddenly turned as sweet as honey, and her thoughts started to stray once more. Jun Moxie stated once again in a gentlemanly manner, "True, that's the way it must be." Dugu Xiaoyi became even shyer, and started unconsciously drawing rings in the ground with her toe, while her neck and head had turned red with a blush. Her eyes were secretly watching Jun Moxie's face, filling her heart was a sense of infinite satisfaction. Yi Gu Han was a hard-skinned man and was unable to watch these people court each other with the affection of young lovers. "Jun Moxie, how can you be so shameless?" Yi Gu Han pointed his finger at Jun Moxie, and it seemed as if he wished to kill the youngster. "The 7 sons of the Dugu family suffered such a great calamity at your hands, and yet you say such things. Ah! How could that be?" Dugu Xiaoyi cried out in shock, unable to believe that Jun Moxie could harm her brothers. "That's not the truth." Jun Moxie flatly denied the truth in order to avoid trouble. "Yi Gu Han, you're a dignified Sky Xian expert, please do not give heed to such fabricated rumors. How could I suddenly hurt 7 people? Could I have ever beaten them up? Don't you know about my abilities? And you still think that I could cope up with the 7 of them? Please don't try to bend the facts." The situation was reaching a critical juncture, and he simply couldn't truly admit his actions. If he admitted to hurting her brothers, then she was likely to flip out at him. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at Yi Gu Han with a puzzled look on her face. "Miss Dugu, you must go home and see for yourself." Yi Gu Han was unmoved, and continued to look at Jun Moxie coldly. "Miss Dugu, the color of the night deepens, and we must be on our way. I have to return to the princess's side for her protection." Dugu Xiaoyi couldn't make up her mind. She hesitantly looked at Jun Moxie again, and analyzed that the atmosphere wasn't very favorable at the moment. Even though she was a bit reluctant to leave, she knew that Yi Gu Han's words made sense, and she would only understand the truth after reaching her residence. On top of that, she was well aware that Yi Gu Han was a man of his words, and wouldn't lie to her in such a manner. Although, given his skill, she simply couldn't fathom how Jun Moxie could hurt the 7 of her brothers. "Little White, come to me, I will take you home." Dugu Xiaoyi clapped her hands as she approached closer to Jun Moxie. She tasted a faint smell of his body's aroma in the air, and couldn't help blush even more. Jun Moxie hastily returned Little White to her arms. The little panther cub didn't resist, but looked at Jun Moxie helplessly with a pitiful look in his eyes. A question suddenly emerged inside Jun Moxie's mind: why is Little White showing so much attachment towards me? This simply doesn't make any sense. Nothing ever happens in this world without a reason, so there must be something about me that other people don't have, and something that I haven't thought of yet. Is it because the Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking the heavens fortune? Being the only possible explanation, this idea swept across Jun Moxie's conscience like a tsunami. "Jun Moxie, could we meet tomorrow?" Dugu Xiaoyi lowered her head in search for a reason, and found one lying in her arms. "Little White really likes you. Oh, you can see it too, he really, really likes you. I do not wish to make him unhappy." Even though Dugu Xiaoyi had found an excuse to meet him again, she didn't know how to use it properly, and was wondering if it was a good measure to use Little White as an excuse to arrange a meeting with him. "Sure." Jun Moxie responded in acceptance. "I can help you in looking after Little White tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow for some playtime, Little White." Dugu Xiaoyi's heart rejoiced as she stated, "It's a deal. It's a deal." Jun Moxie maliciously looked at the little cub as he exposed a pleasant smile. "Come back tomorrow so I can carry out some experiments on you." The little cub, which was now in Dugu Xiaoyi's arms, suddenly felt a burst of chill on his body, and his soft and delicate white furs stood upright. Alerted, he looked around in search of an enemy, but couldn't spot any. If he was capable of speaking, he would have surely voiced his skepticism. Why is this happening? Why did I suddenly feel these creeps? Why does it feel as if someone stripped me? Why are my fur upright for no reason? Dugu Xiaoyi retreated 3 steps and left. Jun Moxie had already accomplished his objective, and so he quickly returned to the Jun residence. Third uncle. Third uncle. Just as Jun Moxie returned, he sensed a different smell in the atmosphere, and quickly ran into the courtyard. "What's going on?" Jun Wuyi slowly came out. In the absence of outsiders, he wouldn't be sitting in his wheelchair since he had been in it for over a decade, and was already quite bored of it. Jun Moxie replied with a solemn look in his eyes, I brought those kids back. Kids? Which one? What children? Jun Moxie stuttered. Out of the children whom we previously set free, I've ordered 45 of them to be set up in the warehouse for a bit, as a temporary accommodation. As for the ones with deformities, all 39 of them have been presently accommodated here. I'm trying to use my Xian Qi to see if I can unblock their tendons in order to see if there's any hope for them to have a normal life. Jun Moxie was completely surprised. Jun Moxie looked at him profoundly. Moxie, you did something with a strong purpose, but it comes with some heavy responsibilities as well. It is important for us to cultivate the strength of our family, but it would be harsh, even cruel, of us to not act on this matter. You may blame me for this, but as long as I'm the head of the Jun family, we have an obligation to be responsible for the basic necessities of these children, which includes curing their injuries and illnesses. Moreover, although charity mustn't be done recklessly, the downtrodden mustn't be neglected outrightly. Jun Moxie's eyes were filled with a sense of pain, like these children, no matter what. He expressed these words very resolutely and decisively, and it was obvious that there would be no challenging his decision. Since he had personally suffered from a disability for a long time, it was apparent that he was looking at these children with a strong sense of sympathy. Even if they can't do anything by themselves, we will support them. It doesn't matter how much burden they impose on us. Jun Moxie remained speechless for a long time before he finally replied, I understand. He inwardly thought to himself, perhaps this is the difference between men of honor and ordinary men. However, does such kindness really make sense? Jun Moxie was a born killer. He had always been calm, cold-blooded and had barely ever shown any affection towards anyone. Even in his previous life, he had only cared for his master, and a handful of his mates. As for his present life, he was only concerned with the well-being of his grandfather, and his uncle. In fact, even Guan Qinghan, his sister-in-law didn't receive this kind of concern from the hitman, so there's no point in talking about others. Jun Moxie would often show compassion towards people in distress, but when it came to actually caring for them, he'd politely decline. Of course, kindness also has its limitations and drawbacks. If I was left standing on one leg someday, then these people will probably be the first ones to abandon me, but if we have the ability, we must bear in mind that a man doesn't need a reason to save another. Even though Jun Moxie was bearing his emotions undisguised, Jun Moxie wasn't exactly being influenced by them. But still, he agreed with his uncle's statement, a man doesn't need a reason to save another. The ability to do good deeds isn't the natural temperament of a cold-blooded heart, however, doing good deeds is a hard task, and one must make sure that they only help people who are willing to help themselves, otherwise both men are consigned to eternal damnation together. Jun Moxie obviously understood this truth far better than his uncle. Anyway, why did you come looking for me in such a hurry? Jun Moxie asked. Well, I need some Xian beasts, low level and high level, preferably at least one beast of each level, as high as level 8 if possible. Jun Moxie smiled slyly. High-level Xian beasts. You must be dreaming, so wake up Moxie. Jun Moxie looked at his nephew with a funny look in his eyes, and did you just say level 8 Xian beast? Arranging lower-level Xian beasts might be possible. Level 4 or under. But once you start talking about level 5, level 6. Even if we were lucky enough to find any, they'd certainly be riddled with disabilities, or loss of functions. As for level 7 or above, you're literally dreaming. Only low levels. That's also okay, I can make do with them alone. By the way, even if you can find crippled level 5 or level 6 Xian beasts, get them. As long as they are alive, please send them to me. Jun Moxie looked quite serious, I require them by tomorrow morning. Understood, I'll arrange them. Jun Moxie didn't show the slightest signs of hesitation, so much so that he didn't even ask Jun Moxie's purposes. He was too concerned with the expenditure of this venture of his nephew's. Level 5 or 6 Xian beasts were immensely expensive, even the crippled ones. Thank you very much, uncle. Jun Moxie was very serious. Well, now that you're back, help me in taking a look at the children that we've managed to bring in. I've been busy in evaluating their situation for a long while now, and I could use a second opinion. Jun Wuyi's face looked a bit tired. Sure, third uncle, I'll take a look. Jun Moxie stepped inside the room. The 39 children in the room had obviously been washed more than once by now, and had already been provided with beds and snow-white beddings, but even that wasn't enough to hide their stench. Apparently, some dirt had already infiltrated their skin, and had embedded itself deep into their bones. Cleansing their bodies over such a short period of time was obviously not possible. Each of these children was thin as a match. These 39 children had only one thing in common: their limbs were deformed, while their tongues were amputated. In fact, more than 20 of them had been stabbed in their ears, which meant that they were actually deaf and dumb at the same time. Jun Moxie sighed as his blood boiled with rage. The heavens cannot tolerate such acts. Once I find you, I will make you pay 100 times over. These children had already eaten a meal, so their facial color was looking a lot better. They looked a lot livelier now. The moment Jun Moxie came in, they immediately realized that he was the man who had saved them, and although they were incapable of saying it, they expressed their gratitude with their eyes. For the first time ever, whether in this life or the one before, Jun Moxie exposed a lukewarm smile to appease those poor children, and approached the one closest to him for inspection. His speed of inspection was obviously a lot faster than that of his uncle. Jun Moxie finished his inspection after a while, stood up with a heavy face, and winked at his uncle to make a gesture, and the two men stepped outside. Some of the smaller ones are hopeless. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth. The bones of 3 of them have rotten to such an extent that their entire lower body, including their waist bones, have completely rusted. Their death is just a matter of time now. Even a miracle drug won't be able to save them. Even though they are still breathing, they are practically struggling on whilst at the door of death. However, with unconditional support, they might be able to carry on for about 2 more weeks, but these 2 weeks will be very painful and nothing more than pure torture. Jun Wuyi clenched his fists tightly. There are several others whose hands and feet have reached the point of necrosis, and their meridians have been completely degraded. They will probably never recover, and will have to lead an abnormal life. Jun Moxie lowered his voice. Then there are 12 others. If we cut off their limbs and parts below their waist, then they might be able to live on. But such a life. They will just be alive, not even men or women, just alive. Jun Wuyi held his breath as wave of cold air washed over his face. As for the rest, their condition is much better. Maybe they weren't subjected to those jars for long, or maybe there was some other reason, but their deformities aren't as serious. As long as their bodies are nursed properly, their hands and feet could be broken once, and then grown again with the help of careful medical treatment. In fact, this regrowth could be accelerated with the help of proper medication. Later, we could break off their limbs again, and then we could use Xian Qi to cleanse and reopen their meridians. After regrowing their limbs the second time, they might be able to recover to a very good extent. However, conducting this treatment for even a single person would cost several million taels of silver, and even that won't ensure the success of the treatment. In fact, my biggest concern and our biggest hurdle will be breaking their bones twice. We won't simply be breaking their bones, we'll also have to ensure that their meridians don't get affected, and we'll need to ensure that their meridians continue to flow uninterrupted. Such treatments are extremely painful, and Jun Moxie's eyes deepened. Ordinary people cannot bear so much pain. And even after such a painful medical procedure, their best and most optimistic chance is to be capable of achieving 60% of a normal human's functionality. Jun Wuyi gasped. Jun Wuyi had already experienced the medical expertise of his nephew firsthand, and trusted his judgment completely. So basically, even if he was fortunately enough, and was able to save some of these people, even then they wouldn't be able to lead a normal life, and would still live a life of relative torture and misery. If third uncle must save them, then I will advise that you be prepared to spend millions of taels of silver in advance by the most conservative estimate, and I'm not even taking into account the cost of the medication post their treatment yet. Even after a successful treatment, the body of the patient will be at its lowest possible functionality, and the physical conditioning of the patient will require expensive drugs, which will be very essential in restoring their physical abilities, and will need to provide them with all this throughout their medical treatment. In other words, just the cost of the post-medical treatment is expected to cost 50,000 taels per head, which is considered an astronomical amount in most other families. Uncle, I hope you don't take my words to heart. I know that our Jun family has a very deep and rich patrimony, but you have to recognize the problem here. As the head of the house, once you tread on this path, and continue to destroy the other dens of sin alongside, you will receive many such children. Do you think we will be able to save them all? If you wish to provide salvation to all such children, then I believe that you will need the support of more than just the Jun family. In fact, even the entire Tianxiang kingdom will not have enough power to bear the burden of such an immense financial expenditure. If third uncle insists on bearing this responsibility till the end, then there will only be one end result: the Jun family will eventually be destroyed along with such children. I do not oppose the third uncle's benevolence to do good deeds, but in this matter, you must stop here. You cannot initiate this instance. As Jun Wui listened to Jun Moxie's calm and cold-blooded analysis, his face started becoming more and more serious, and a fresh wave of depression started to wash over his soul. It's difficult to do good. Jun Moxie sighed deeply. If a family as influential as the Jun family took the initiative for a charitable cause such as this one in the previous world, and called upon the community to set up a fund, they could have easily established orphanages or similar such places for the support of such children, and would have been able to provide them a good life regardless of their physical condition. But was such a feat possible in the feudal monarchy of this world? The answer was undoubtedly no. Even if there was no issue of money involved, failure to carry out such a campaign successfully would be very embarrassing for a family of the Jun family's caliber, and in case the Jun family was able to succeed alone in their venture, then they would gain the support of the public masses, which would only agitate the royal family. Under such a feudal system, even doing excessive good deeds could lead to a complete disaster. Just as you say, I will not take this initiative very far. Tomorrow I'll make arrangements for the children in the warehouse to be sent over to the manor. As for these people, Jun Wui had already bitten the bullet. I cannot stop halfway now. I cannot allow them to return empty-handed after bringing them to the Jun family's home. But it's just this once. Well, that's the third uncle's decision, but there are about 15 or so children who are a lost cause at this point. Uncle must immediately make arrangements to make their life happier as long as they are alive, and when the moment comes, Uncle must relieve them of their pain. They will not be able to kill themselves, and even though it seems very cruel, but for them, death will be no short of freedom. But Uncle, please remember your words. Just this once. Jun Wui nodded sadly. In addition to arranging for their treatment, you must leave 2 personnel with them, who must be willing to relieve them of their suffering when the moment comes. Uncle, you mustn't be soft-hearted in this regard. Jun Moxie continued, Third uncle, I would like to ask if this will cause any problems with respect to the financial condition of our family. I know I speak out of turn, but no matter the world setting, no one can develop a family without money. You need to have money, and you need to channel it wisely. A family must make these decisions collectively since a family is a continual system. But once the younger generation is forced to ask such questions to their elders, the situation can be very embarrassing for the latter, since they are facing the concerns of their successors. There haven't been any wars in the recent years, so the income of the Jun household has reduced greatly. The fief only generates a revenue of 2 million a year. There's no other source of revenue. Jun Wuyi's face reflected mixed emotions as he said the words, since he knew that Jun Moxie wouldn't like hearing them, but stated the truth since he didn't have another option. That seems a little too less, right? Jun Moxie stated bluntly, only a mere 2 millions. I'm afraid that such a low sum of money isn't enough to support a family as big as our Jun family. 2 millions a year in revenue might seem very high to normal people, and most would even call it an astronomical sum of money, but in the contrast of a family as big as the Jun family, this sum was too less. Even though the Jun family didn't have too many descendants, but there were still at least thousands of people who worked for the family. Providing clothing, food and salaries to just the household worker itself would reach a very alarming expense. Kindly hand over the financial matters to me, and I'll make some changes around the house for the sake of improvements as well. Jun Moxie started pacing about. His mind was secretly contemplating means to sell his wine to support the Jun family's expenditures. That shouldn't be a problem. I really don't have a choice now. I'll sell it at a reduced price first, but later, when they need the cure, I'll only sell it at a very high price. They won't have an option, they'll either have to buy it or die. The young master Jun thought for a while and said, as for the remaining 24 children, third uncle, you must initiate their preliminary recoveries, but watch carefully as to which of them can be of use later in the future when we need them. Although this wasn't the intended reason for rescuing them, but we can't feed them in vain. So if they have the ability to repay us and they still don't, then what's the point of keeping them in the first place? People also have their own value. If a person doesn't have any value, then they are only as good as a breathing corpse and must be abandoned. Jun Moxie nodded his head heavily, as a familiar feeling washed over his being. Unorthodox gambits could also help us out. Jun Moxie helplessly shook his head. He knew that even though his nephew had an utterly unorthodox thought process, which was morally differential from the rest of the family, the young man was still extremely practical. Though, Jun Moxie still wasn't sure if it was a good thing or bad. The hitman on the other hand was secretly lamenting, Uncle is a very noble man, but he isn't yet qualified enough to be the leader of a family as big as the Jun family. Even though being the head of the house isn't a cold-hearted job in its entirety, but sometimes tough decisions are required to be made. Personal compassion and mercy cannot be the basis of every action. The code of conduct must be based on the overall interests of the family. However, these thoughts hadn't crossed Jun Moxie's consciousness yet since he was still stuck in the state of being a war general. Jun Moxie left towards his chambers, but Jun Moxie was unable to find any sleep. So, he stationed himself in his wheelchair again, and strolled over to the coffee table, and intentionally poured himself a large cup of wine to keep him company in the cold of the night. Slowly, his mind went back a decade into the past. Jun Moxie was already upset at the thought of those children's fate, and then Jun Moxie's words made things even worse for him. It took him a long time to calm down, but the wine still ended up amplifying the feeling of sadness, making him even unhappier, leaving him feeling very dejected once again. My beloved Yao, if you were by my side, then what would you have asked me to do? Help me make a choice. You know. I miss you. I miss you very much. Jun Moxie's words were muffled in whispers as he raised his glass once again and drank more wine to drown his sorrows. The cool distant moonlight continued to shower a faint and brilliant light over his body. He continued to listen to the insects as he stayed awake till late, but even their sounds sounded like sobbing to him. Jun Moxie returned to his courtyard, where two black-clothed people had been waiting for him for a while now. Young master, this carrier pigeon flew out of the Ni Chang pavilion. One of the black-clothed men bent over in courtesy and then handed over a pigeon to Jun Moxie. It's not hurt, is it? Jun Moxie looked at the pigeon and asked. Since the master had already instructed very clearly, then how could I have hurt him? If you set this pigeon free now, then it will still be able to fly high and far, and will even reach its intended destination without much delay. The black-clothed man smiled as he stated confidently. Jun Moxie nodded as he gently lifted the bamboo tube off the pigeon's leg, and retrieved a crumpled ball of paper from inside it. Slay the entire Jun family in 1 month's time. Jun Moxie mustn't live. The illegible handwriting of this single sentence was enough to indicate that the writer must have been in a very excited frame of mind. The note carried a tiny U signature at the end. Haha, this woman is so silly, why would she do such a thing? Did I even retaliate after she slapped me in the face? Does she really think that getting me killed is a good punishment for calling her a slut? She's got no tolerance at all. Jun Moxie smiled as shook his head disdainfully. The faces of the two other men twitched. That woman would try to kill the young master of the Jun family over such an incident. She's no fool, she is Xian Qi expert in her own right. If this pigeon is sent out, then will you be able to track it? Jun Moxie raised the hand which held the pigeon. I cannot trace it. The black-clothed man's face seemed a bit embarrassed. These pigeons have a tendency of flying high and for long distances. Except for capturing or killing them at the time of their ascent, my strength renders me helpless. Oh, that's also all right. Jun Moxie carefully restored the paper to its original position inside the bamboo tube, while carefully determining that the paper and tube were bundled together in the exact same manner as they had been by heir. Well, set it out again. The black-clothed men took the pigeon and left. Jun Moxie smiled as the cool midnight breeze gently brushed past his cheeks. Open a net and the fishes come running in, haha. That night, however, was bound to be another unusual night for the Tianxiang imperial city. Gold, silver, and yellow lights were constantly flashing throughout the city like fireworks in the night sky, but in the silence of darkness. Countless pairs of eyes were alertly watching the imperial city, while their ears were busy listening to any and all signs of trouble. Whenever two such opposing parties came together, a bloodbath would inevitably follow. But these teams continued to carry on, leaving blood and dead bodies in their path as they continued on their mission. Li family, Meng family, Song family, and Mu Rong family had been on the move ever since the Xian core had been stolen from the Tang family. Over the course of this sudden change in environment, the Tang family's reaction had been the most unexpected and the most tolerant one. Instead of sending out their troops to inquire, the Tang family had receded backwards, and had put strict restrictions on the activities of their personnel. In the dark of the night, 8 shadows seemingly flew over the high walls of the city, and entered into it, and slowly concealed their way through the darkness towards the Li residence. The silence of the northern part of the city was being crushed by the rolling of wheels. A team of people were speeding at full pace as they marched through the city. This group was traveling in luxurious bogies, which were being pulled by large and powerful horses, which were far taller than average horses. Moreover, these horses had 2 weird horns on their foreheads, while the 4 legs were covered with scales. It was obvious that these weren't ordinary horses, and were a special kind of Xian beasts. Each and every carriage of this team was being pulled by 4 of these mysterious Xian beasts, and they were traveling at such a fast pace that even a war horse on a battlefield at full gallop wouldn't be able to match up to the pace of their carriages. The first carriage. Grandpa Lu, this mysterious Xian core rumor may not even be true, but we've still traveled thousands of miles in such a hurry. Don't you think that we're overdoing it a bit? Besides, this city isn't our territory. Given the power we are investing in this matter, don't you think that the 9 elders will question us? The voice and manner of speech of the speaker indicated that the man was quite young, and clearly full of impatience. Feng Wu, since this matter relates to a Xian core from a peak level 9 Xian beast, we had to be careful. Your experience is still shallow, so you may not be aware of the situation. The 9 elders had previously sent out a communication asking a peak spirit Xian expert to investigate the matter. That by itself is enough to validate the authenticity of the matter. My only fear is that even all of us together may not be able to outdo a peak spirit Xian expert. After, a peak spirit Xian expert is no ordinary thing, a hoarse voice replied. Would anyone in the world go against the Blizzard Silver City? Not to mention that 3 elders are also accompanying the grandfather in this venture. Even a peak spirit Xian will not be able to oust the preparations that we've made to acquire the treasure. The young man's voice seemed too full of arrogance, and it seemed that being born into such a high family greatly affected his judgment. Boy, do not blame me for calling you a frog who's stuck at the bottom of a well. Even if the strength of the Blizzard Silver City is sufficient to look disdainfully at the rest of the world, we still can't be careless. The old man sighed, but even his voice reflected a faint hint of pride as he said, we might be the overlords of this world, but no one can overlook that a man once challenged the might of the Blizzard Silver City 10 years ago. The little princess had come to this place to understand and experience the meaning of life, and had been allowed to travel unaccompanied by the Blizzard Silver City. If it hadn't been for that careless decision, then an ordinary man would never have been able to challenge us. The old man sighed again as his eyes narrowed. The moment the youngster heard the reference to the little princess, a ray of light gleamed in his eyes, reflecting a hint of desire and longing. It seemed that the youngster was attracted to the charms of the little princess, and had been pursuing her for a long time now. Inside the middle carriage, sat a young girl, dressed in white-colored clothes, only 16 or 17 years in age by the looks of it. Her picturesque elegance couldn't be described in mere words, but her face reflected a hint of cleverness, and it would seem that she wasn't exactly a law-abiding citizen, and was probably on the naughtier side of the spectrum. At this time, due to the constant shaking of the carriage, she was holding the hand of the white-bearded man who was sitting next to her. "Third grandfather, why would you hide such things from me? You told me just enough to get me interested, so now you need to tell me more." The old man was sitting with his eyes closed, and didn't seem very different from a corpse at the moment. He opened his eyes and his face wrinkled, while his heart was inwardly cursing. "I'm finally beginning to realize why people are so afraid of her." No wonder the old man wanted the little princess to be escorted away. He just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief by removing his burdens, and he must even be rejoicing from the pains that she will inflict on the others. If only I had known this earlier. "Little girl, while we are away from the blizzard Silver City, I will tell you a story which is being talked most about these days. I can also tell you the story of the horses which look like dragons, or about how I got so old. Little girl, your grandfather is getting old now, and the story which you want to hear is over a decade old, so I don't really remember it very clearly anymore. Do you think that my old bones are lying to you?" The old man was almost on the verge of crying. Had he known about the little princess's temperament, then he would have spared himself from signing up for this errand. "I really hate this. When I received this news, I thought this will relieve me of my boredom and would help me in finding some inspiration. But it appears that I won't even be able to find any relief here. It would have been better if I tossed my old bones into a wreckage." "Why would you start the story, and then suddenly stop it? You've left me hanging." The little princess pouted her mouth in distaste, while swaying her body like a pampered little baby. "Third grandfather, you've barely mentioned the Jun family, and that Jun Moxie. And then you also told me that big sister shared a touching love story with that man, but then you haven't told me any further details." The third elder groaned. This story was a taboo inside the blizzard Silver City, and no one would talk about this affair very easily. He had only mentioned this story to her in order to stop her from troubling him, but little did the old man know that this tale would attract her interest, and would keep her imagination glued to it. She had been nagging him for more details ever since. "Allow my old bones some rest. You've been asking me about this since last night. It's been over 15 or 16 hours now. Younger brother, you come and tell the little princess a story. If you exchange positions with your elder brother this once, then I'll always owe you one." The third elder proposed an exchange in positions. "Well, only if you remember that you'll owe me one later. The word has it that there's an old lady in this empire who found a ghost with a long tongue which vomits blood. The ghost seeks beautiful princesses, and drips blood on them." The sixth elder was clearly in no mood to be trifled with. "Ah, no. 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 I don't want to hear the sixth grandfather's story. I want to hear the third grandfather's story." The other old man hadn't even finished his sentence when the little princess cried out and hastily refused his narration. "Third brother, you see that I tried to take your place, but the little princes won't allow me to. Ha ha ha. Third brother, please don't forget that you still owe me one for trying, ha ha. I guess it's your job to make the third princess happy again, meanwhile I can get some more sleep." The sixth elder started laughing out loudly. "Despicable. Shameless. You have no code of brotherhood." The third elder cursed out in resentment. "Third grandfather, do you hate Schwer, ah?" The little princess's eyes instantly gleamed tearfully, and she made a crying face. "What, how?" The third elder denied flatly. "I feel bad that Schwer even thought so." "Then you have to tell me the story about Big Sister and Jun Moxie, otherwise it will mean that you hate Schwer." The little princess's face immediately transformed the look of anger to that of joy, and her joyful face started beaming a happy smile again. The third elder held his breath, praying that he'd faint. What sin's debt am I being forced to pay here? As the wheels rolled, the princess continued to chatter in high spirits, and didn't shut up for even a single minute. Even though the third elder was an able-bodied spirit Xian, his old wrinkles gradually continued to deepen from the torture, and as his spurts continuously left his body, his disposition started nearing that of a Tianxiang city beggar. In another direction, another team of people had been marching towards the Tianxiang imperial city. Guo Shi, between you and me, this whole Xian Core incident is very risky, it is likely to bring more harm than good. The speaker was a thin-bodied middle-aged man dressed in black clothes, who was sitting on a horseback. The rigid lines on his face spoke of all the bitter tragedies of wars he had suffered in his life, which seemed to igniting a feeling of rage inside him. This border does look dangerous at first, but since the Yutang Empire has been living in peace for so many years now, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Moreover, since the three princes of the Tianxiang Empire are wrangling for power at this point, we should push the wave and add to the billows so we can fish in troubled waters, and profit from the circumstances. Besides, with me around, even if the opposition army was equally matched in strength, I don't think that anyone will be able to stop me from leaving the Tianxiang city if I so chose to. The speaker was an elderly man dressed in white robes, his hands were tucked inside his sleeves, while his hale and hearty face exuded a very leisurely aura. Why would you wish to escort me through the Tianxiang Empire at your own risk? The threat is much greater for you than it is for me since you've been at war with Jun family for years, and have killed so many of their men in action. Because of the wars that have been waged in the past, the Jun family's descendants are almost exhausted in number, so obviously this situation is far more dangerous for you than it is for me. Why is this dangerous for me? If the Jun family had the tendency of taking this opportunity to take a military action against me, then they simply wouldn't have been worthy of being called my enemy. The middle-aged man's cold face smiled calmly. They say that even if my victories were unwitting, they were still victories. But one thing is for certain. A few of the Jun family's members didn't die at my hands. In all fairness, the three brothers of the Jun family were better than me. As he said these words, his face suddenly exposed a color of humiliation, and he stated angrily, Jun Hui and his brothers have always been the enemies that I've most admired in my entire life, and I will probably never meet anyone as good as them. Even if I had died in the battlefield fighting against them, then I wouldn't have had a single complaint from my life. But the manner in which I won the war was no less than a shame for me. I have come to the Tianxiang city to escort you, firstly. Secondly, but more importantly, to find out how Jun Hui died. If he was killed behind his back, then even though he was my enemy, I will still avenge his death. The black-clothed middle-aged man's face was clearly expressing his anger. A man with his valor didn't deserve to die in the thickets of a conspiracy. I would expect such words from you. Guo Shi's face exposed a profound smile. Even though I've known you all these years, I still wondered if you ever tried to get him killed in secrecy. What would you even say that? If there was anyone who wanted the three Jun brothers dead in secrecy, then that was you, not me. The black-clothed middle-aged man turned around to face his companion, and glared at him. The frog at the bottom of the well always thinks that he's the best since there's no one around. Guo Shi's eyes were still calm in the face of his companion's glaring eyes. I can assure you that I had nothing to do with Jun Hui's death. Although I did intend on getting him killed, and I even made some arrangements, but in the end, I had no part in his death. Well. The middle-aged man's look changed to a very ferocious one as he shouted out, that was a military matter, why would you stick your nose into it? He paused for a second, and then suddenly yelled out even louder, who are you to stick your nose into it? Guo Shi was silent for a long time, before he finally stated, Zhao Jianhun, some things aren't just military matters. Sometimes you also have to think about the country and your family. He was unable to finish his sentence, and started gazing into the night sky in front of his eyes instead. Zhao Jianhun, the middle-aged man in black clothes was the first general of the Yutang Empire, and was Jun Hui, Jun Meng, and Jun Wuyi's sworn enemy. Zhao Jianhun smiled bitterly and said, Jun Hui and Jun Meng might be dead, but Jun Wui is still alive. I will find my redemption one day, and only then will I be free from the humiliation of this victory. The 4 consecutive victories over these past years have really driven me mad. Did you know that? Zhao Jianhun looked up at the sky and sighed. In another direction. This border was being stained by another squadron, who had borne tremendous hardships to get here in time. This border was associated with the Jun Xie Empire. The distant savannah was led by a middle-aged, black-clothed, iron-cladded man. Small flagon which was resting on his shoulders flew into the sky as his face exposed a gentle smile, a peak level 9 Xian beast's Xian core. That's indeed a good thing. If it wasn't for such a treasure, then I wouldn't have been able to exchange blows with some of the other heroes of this world. I live for these joys of life. TL's note, the Jun Xie Empire is a savanna land. This tall and straight-standing middle-aged man had a very slender body, and even though his face seemed very ordinary, it still exuded an unexplainable breathtaking charm. His long hair wasn't restricted in any way, and was flowing straight down his shoulders. His charismatic temperament had gained him the support of the savannah, and he was practically worshipped in his land. He stood overlooking the heavy blanket of darkness which covered the Tianxiang Empire, almost as if he was the creator of all beings. Tianxiang City, I've arrived. This man was known as the Falcon of the Savannah, and was one of the strongest of his generation. His looked in the sky, and roared as the weather started to take a turbulent turn over the savannah. At this point, his troops scattered into numerous smaller factions, mostly comprising of 3 or 5 in number, and the largest faction was no greater than 12, while some men even went alone, but all teams had the same target in sight, the Tianxiang Imperial City. All these teams started to converge towards the Tianxiang Empire. At the same time, inside the distant Tianfa forest, all kinds of mysterious Xian beasts were flying above the forest at lightning speeds, disturbing the peace of the Tianfa forest with the fluctuation of the winds that they brought along with their tyrannical speeds. They rushed over the forest as they continued to carry forward. The animals inside the Tianfa forest were unable to understand the reason behind this suddenly human unrest. After a long while, a shocking roar sounded in the skies. If we allow a peak level 9 Xian core to fall into the hands of another, then it will be a shame like no other. This overwhelmingly thunderous sound caused a ruckus inside the hearts of the wildlife of the Tianfa forest, and left the living creatures of the forest trembling in fear. The first ray of the morning sun was just beginning to light up the sky, but Jun Moxie's body was already covered in sweat from all the physical training that he'd been doing for the past few hours. He casually wiped off the sweat, put on his clothes and started walking towards the warehouse. Previously, his uncle had brought in some of the children which they had rescued from the Manhwa hall. Even though Jun Wuyi had ordered them to be sent them away to the manor, Jun Moxie still wasn't reconciled to bearing the cost of their unproductivity. He wished to see if any of these kids could pay the family back in some manner or the other. Sowing where you can't reap isn't a wise thing to do. Just because we saved them doesn't mean that we must bear their burden forever, and just because we're supporting them now doesn't mean that we're obligated to rear them forever. Even if a meat pie falls out of the sky, one have the flexibility to use their hands for protecting themselves, otherwise the food will only hit you hard on the head and crush you to death. So, Jun Moxie went to take a look, but he didn't have any high expectation from them, and was only hoping that he'd find at least 1 or 2 who'd be worth training. After all, these boys and girls were already inspected for their value at the time of entering the Manhwa hall. After an hour of inspecting those children, Jun Moxie came out of the warehouse with a disappointed look on his face. The Huang Hall had completely rejected these children, and not without reason. These boys and girls were completely unfit for martial training. Therefore, left with other option, Jun Moxie decided to give up. If a batch of people with no talent is forced to train, then it would only be a waste of effort and resources, and would eventually force them to an early death. A large crowd of people had flocked in front of the Jun residence's door. Even though Jun Wuyi was a crippled man, he was still considered gentry in the Tianxiang city. When such a powerful and wealthy figure sends out a message for acquiring Xian beasts, how could every merchant in the city not swarm to his door? So, when the Jun residence's gatekeeper opened the front door, he was surprised to see a huge crowd gathered in front. This used to be a very common sight until 7 years ago. At the time when Jun Wuyi had first suffered his disability, Jun Zhantian had spared no effort to find the best doctors in the country to cure his only surviving son's disability. Upon realizing that his son's disability was incurable, the old man resorted to buying all kinds of treasures, rare objects and books to keep his son amused. The already disheartened Jun Wuyi was unable to bear his father's kindness, and would only pick up 1 or 2 items reluctantly. After several years of this, the father and son duo cleared the matter out and these activities were inevitably put to rest. But this time, the message was sent out on Jun Wuyi's initiative, and that too for acquiring a Xian beast, so naturally, every merchant in the Tianxiang city herded to his doorstep. Jun Wuyi sat in his wheelchair again, and slowly made his way towards the front of the line which was snaking out of the door. He had already understood Jun Moxie's intentions. If Jun Moxie had wanted to acquire a Xian beast, then he would have simply done it himself, and would have never bothered his uncle with it. Since he didn't wish to undertake this matter on his own, it can only mean one thing: Moxie doesn't want other people to find out that he's searching for Xian beasts, or at least doesn't want people to know that these beasts are being bought for him. My nephew often acts in weird ways, but I have to admit that Moxie always puts a lot of thought into his actions, and is always very rational. Even though Jun Wuyi didn't know why his nephew wanted these beasts, he at least understood the reason behind Jun Moxie's request for the task to be done by someone else, which is why Jun Wuyi personally picked the beasts out from the lot. He deliberately picked out the best beasts from level 1 to level 5, and in fact, went one step further and picked a pair instead of just one, and sent the rest of them back. As far as level 6 or higher were concerned, he couldn't even find one merchant who was offering them. The entire Tianxiang city didn't even have a single level 6 Xian beast on sale. Even a damaged level 6 Xian beast was unavailable. Upon Jun Wuyi's command, these beasts were loaded into cages and were carried into his yard. Jun Moxie saw the commotion and came over. He made the servants wash those 10 beasts. The grade 1 beasts were rabbits, the level 2 beasts were winged raccoons, level 3 beasts were wolves, level 4's pick were bulls, and the level 5 Xian beasts were iron-skinned snakes. Jun Moxie waved his hands and asked the servants to leave. Then, he walked over to the first cage comprised of the 2 rabbits and stopped for a moment. The 2 rabbits didn't even open their eyes to look at him, and completely ignored his presence. He rubbed his nose, and stationed himself in front of the cage with the winged raccoons, but still didn't get any response. Cage 3. But still no reaction. Jun Moxie was beginning to lose faith in his judgment and was beginning to wonder if he was wrong in making this assessment. But doing this halfway wasn't in the hitman's nature, and even though he didn't expect much, he walked over to the 4th cage. He suddenly heard a hiss sound which came from the cage beside the one he was standing in front of. The iron-skinned snakes in the cage besides had snaked towards the edge of their cage and were shaking their tails while their eyes were staring at Jun Moxie's body. Soon, the 2 bulls in the cage in front of him also opened their eyes to look at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie's heart sprung up with joy. The confused bulls looked at him, then looked down, then looked up at him again, and then started looking around them, and then looked at Jun Moxie again. A ray of hope started to emerge in their eyes as they continued to stare at him, almost as if his body was exuding seeds of immortality, and it appeared that they were looking forward to something really good. The more distant cage with the snakes in it, had already started to shake since the snakes were ceaselessly shaking their tails while banging their heads against their cage, and those 2 pairs of eyes were still firmly fixed at Jun Moxie. They seemed so anxious that if they hadn't been imprisoned in a cage, they would have already rushed towards the young Master Jun. Jun Wuyi was watching from the sidelines, and although he noted this strange behavior, he couldn't explain the reason behind it. Also he couldn't help but notice that his nephew was seemingly indifferent in the face of this anomaly. Jun Moxie calmly took a couple of steps backwards as his face remained expressionless, defying the ecstasy of his heart. Only a pig wouldn't understand the meaning of this. Either, the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune or the Hongjun Pagoda, or both were mysteriously causing these Xian beasts to get attracted towards Jun Moxie. This sole discovery itself was worth a priceless treasure. What was the most dangerous place in the entire Xian continent? If this topic was ever raised, then no one would say the Blizzard Silver City, because even though the Blizzard Silver City was very powerful and arrogant, even they wouldn't take a man's life without any reason. However, there was one place on this continent which would, and everyone was aware of this place, so even the most ordinary of men would only give one answer: the Tianfa forest. The paradise of Xian beasts and the infernal hell of humans. Even if a peak spirit Xian ventured into the Tianfa forest, then they were quite likely to lose their life to the dangers of the forest. But Jun Moxie didn't need to afraid of it anymore. But what did this mean? What items are considered most valuable in the Xian continent? High-grade herbs, healing dawn, Xian Qi fruits, Xian beasts Xian cores, or Xian beasts cubs. And were all these rarities produced in abundance? The answer will still remain the same, the Tian Fa forest. No one had dared to venture out into the depths of this forest for millions of years. However, Jun Moxie's body seemed to be attracting high-end Xian beasts' love and affection. This could be the best way to increase strength and become rich. However, Jun Moxie still wasn't convinced if relying on Xian Dan and herbs was a good way to increase power and upgrade the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune. Jun Moxie's heart was beginning to feel a strange sense of agitation, and just then the Hongjun Pagoda started to spin. This rotation of the Hongjun Pagoda ignited a very special and wonderfully strange feeling in his heart. Like he was despised or laughed at, almost like someone was carrying a mountain of gold, but would be required to beg people for food, only to be mocked at in the end. This sentiment left Jun Moxie feeling very unhappy. All of a sudden, it seems that I have an issue. But Jun Moxie really didn't know what this problem was, but could sense that it was a big problem nonetheless. In fact, he felt like the beggar who was holding a gold bowl in his hands, but was still begging people for rice. His heart perceived a feeling of emptiness, but he really didn't know how to overcome it. This is such a great tragedy. If one must compare Jun Moxie to a beggar with an expensive bowl in his hands, then a diamond bowl would be more suited in this situation. In fact, no matter how valuable his bowl was, he'd still have to beg for rice. As the Hongjun Pagoda started to spin, almost all the Xian beasts' cages came to life. In fact, the beasts who hadn't taken any notice of his presence earlier, namely the level 1, 2, and 3 beasts, were also staring at Jun Moxie now, while constantly banging their bodies against their cages. Almost as if they simply couldn't wait to rush out of their cages and land straight into Jun Moxie's arms. Jun Wui was staring in disbelief from the sidelines. How is this happening? What is Moxie doing? He's just been walking back and forth since he's arrived here, and seemingly hasn't done anything, but then why are the Xian beasts acting out in this manner? What is going on here? At this point, a servant came in and reported, the young miss of the Dugu family has arrived. Jun Moxie's mouth curved into a pleased smile as he waved his hand. That's just great. His experiment had been successful. He said, these, as he pointed to the cages in front, are useless now, have them removed from here. The servant hastily gathered a few more servants, and then they all carried the cages away. Those Xian beasts are useless. Jun Wui opened his eyes wide as he stared at his nephew in disbelief. Well, yes, they are useless now. Jun Moxie smiled again. Third uncle, Uncle, if you're planning on killing those snakes for meat, then count me in as well. Snake meat is excellent for the human body's nourishment. Kill the snakes. For meat. Jun Wui opened his mouth with the intention of scolding Jun Moxie. We spent hundreds of thousands of taels in buying these beasts. You asked me to buy them just last night, and they are already useless to you. All you did was parade around them for 2 minutes. Those 2 iron-bodied snakes are level 5 Xian beasts. And they are completely intact as well. I spent over 200,000 taels on them alone. You want me to make a meal out of snakes which costed 200,000 taels. He was just about to start his rant when they heard a mighty rumbling sound. Dugu Xiaoyi walked into the courtyard, being escorted by 7 big and burly men. Dugu Xiaoyi looked even more beautiful, refined and elegant in the contrast of her 7 brothers. Her rolled-up black hair looked slightly fluffy, which were being held in place by a crystal hairpin. Her white face looked even more tender and delicate, while her cheery lips were curved in a smile which revealed a hint of joy and bashfulness at the same time. A white shawl covered her light green dress, which gently caressed body right down to her waistline. Although the young maiden's body appeared somewhat immature and unripe, it was still curvy and exquisite in its make. The young maiden stood in the doorway, while her body gleamed brilliantly in the rays of the morning sun. A gentle breeze fluttered past her sleeves, not many people were capable of matching her grace. Jun Moxie stared at his nephew, who was looking at the young girl, almost as if he had never seen such a sight in his life before. Even Jun Moxie couldn't help admire her beauty, and was for a moment, lost in the beauty of the moment. "What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before, ah?" Duguin growled unhappily as his burly body stepped sideways, blocking his sister from Jun Moxie's line of sight. It seemed that Dugu Xiaoyi's 7 brothers weren't very happy about their sister visiting the Jun residence. "Oh, how are my beloved Dugu brothers doing, ah? Do you want some more wine? We have plenty more." Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes. Duguin suddenly burst out in a loud voice, "Don't look so proud, you fooled us into drinking that stupid wine of yours." He suddenly grunted heavily as his face started reflecting a color of embarrassment. After returning home last night, Dugu Xiaoyi obviously ran straight to her brother's chamber since Gu Han's words had gotten her worried about their well-being. When she reached the door, she saw that her 7 huge brothers were sitting around the dinner table, and had already overturned the large porridge cauldron which had been sitting on top of the table. One really couldn't blame them for toppling over the cauldron. Jun Moxie's wine had burnt off their stomachs, and they couldn't even digest greasy food items at the moment, let alone meat. No meat and no alcohol for a complete week had left these 7 men moaning, groaning and hungry. For such big men, eating porridge 3 meals a day for survival was nothing short of torture. "Ah! Did that Jun Moxie bully you? And why have you all lost so much weight? I just saw you guys a few days ago. Tell me what he did. I'll teach him a lesson." Dugu Xiaoyi was extremely shocked and angry upon seeing the plight of her 7 brothers. However, her words aroused a sense of embarrassment in her 7 brothers, and they all simultaneously thought the same thing. What? Did she just say that Jun Moxie bullied us? That guy can't even lay a finger on us, and she thinks he bullied us? That's a joke. He did give us that wine, but we got greedy after a few glasses. That's all that happened that day, although that wine was really good, ah. Bah, did you just say Jun Moxie? Ha, 3rd brother slapped that little guy to the ground the other day. Do you really think that a guy as small as him could ever bully us? Haha, Xiaoyi, you're joking, right? Come on brothers, tell her about it. Dugu Hao opened his mouth to brag. That's right, 6th brother and I kicked him, and stamped on him. You should have seen the look on his face. If it wasn't for father's presence, we would have run him over. Ha ha ha. Dugu Shang started boasting shamelessly. But I heard that Jun Moxie leveled you all to the floor. This information was given to me by a very reputable source. Her 7 brothers missed out the wrinkling of her eyebrows, they inflicted so much pain on him, and he didn't even complain about it. Do you really think that Jun Moxie has the ability to put the 7 of us to ground? That's just a rumor, and a blatant lie, that's all. Dugu Xiong stood up and rolled his sleeves up, revealing his thick and hairy arms, and pumped his muscles into a knot. Xiaoyi, I'm sure that Jun Moxie planted this rumor to settle old scores with us. Since he couldn't touch us, he's just using these rumors to comfort himself. That's right, he's just hoping that repeating his rumors will make them a fact. We didn't just beat up Jun Moxie that day, we also demolished his house, but those few jars of Dugu Chon rushed over and covered Dugu Jie's mouth. Don't talk to me, how could you? You treated him that way, his body is so weak, how could you do that to him? How can you do this? Dugu Xiaoyi became even angrier upon hearing these words. Distressed, she suddenly started whining, don't you guys have any heart? They had certainly overdone it. The 7 brothers started looking at each other with a confused and embarrassed look on their faces, and then those 14 eyeballs looked back at Dugu Xiaoyi. Then what do we say, Our stomachs have been completely perforated by that man, and we aren't even allowed to run our mouths now. Dugu Xiaoyi started stomping her feet as she continued to sob, You. We're too hard on him. I can no longer look at you. I hate you. Suddenly she turned around and ran crying out of the room. What was that about? Dugu Xiong looked the rest of his brothers with a confused look on his face. No idea. His 6 remaining brothers looked just as confused as him, and shook their heads from left to right in unison simultaneously. Dugu Wudi happened to be passing by their chambers at that time, and was enraged to his daughter leaving their room in tears. He aggressively charged into their room and grabbed the 7 of them, and then taught them a lesson. Later, when Dugu Xiaoyi asked permission to visit the Jun residence, the entire Dugu family naturally opposed it. They had taken such extensive measures to separate the 2 of them, and then allowing her to visit the Jun family's home after all that effort would be simply outrageous. Dugu Xiaoyi resorted to her own means in order to get her way, and burst into tears. Faced with her tears, all the 3 generations of the Dugu family surrendered to her will. However, they made a condition of their own: you can go, but you must go along with trusted family or friends, meaning, she would be accompanied there by her 7 brothers. And thus, she ended up being accompanied by a huge and powerful retinue instead of traveling alone to the Jun residence. In fact, Little White had been the first one to take a stand on going to the Jun residence. He had jumped down to the ground, and had turned his head to look pitifully at the Dugu elderly. Then he had turned his head to face Dugu Xiong, and had glared fiercely at him and his brothers. Don't you dare to stop me, I can't wait to jump into Jun Moxie's arms. Even though Little White was just a cub, and even though his body's growth and development hadn't yet started, he was still carried the blood and the pride of an advanced Xian beast's race. He simply didn't wish to deal with such annoyance. If I were a grown-up, then I would have bitten your ears off. You don't know who the real big guy around here is. Jun Moxie looked smilingly at Dugu Xiaoyi. You look very nice today, Miss Dugu. I really can't take my eyes off you. Dugu Xiaoyi's face suddenly started to glow, and she replied back, you really think that I look pretty? I thought that you hadn't noticed me yet. Her mind was playing a completely different tune. He called me Miss Dugu instead of little girl. That's so much more pleasing to hear from his mouth. Jun Moxie hastily replied, how could that be? However, he had already started pushing out his body's energy into the Hongjun Pagoda in the hope of starting its rotations. Little White was within arm's reach, so obviously wanted to experiment a bit. This was the first time that Jun Moxie was intentionally trying to initiate the Hongjun Pagoda's revolutions. Boom! His energy started penetrating through to the Hongjun Pagoda. The Hongjun Pagoda suddenly started spinning at high speeds, and started emitting rainbow-colored rays, which were at least 10 times more powerful than ever before. A strong and powerful aura started to flood out of the pagoda, with the intensity of a tsunami's waves. At the moment when Jun Moxie's energy had come in contact with the Hongjun Pagoda, which had caused the Hongjun Pagoda to spin wildly, Little White's ears erected and had then started flapping. He tilted his head to look at Jun Moxie with his cute pair of eyes, which clearly expressed his surprise. At present, 9 people were sitting inside Jun Moxie's courtyard, out of which Dugu Xiaoyi was sitting next to Jun Moxie since her little pet was sitting in his arms. Jun Wuyi had strolled away in his wheelchair to a distance since he didn't wish to intervene in this gathering of the younger generation. However, he was still close enough to keep an eye on things. The 7 Dugu brothers had spent a lot of time last night bragging about their victories over Jun Moxie to save face in front of their sister, but it was obvious that they still wished to get back at him for all the suffering that he had inflicted on them. However, all the 7 brothers were behaving themselves very well at the moment since they knew that they were in Jun Wuyi's presence. Their father, the invincible General Dugu Wudi, had always spoken very highly of Jun Wuyi, but had told them that the man was now the shadow of a once great tree. The 7 Dugu brothers had heard about the legends of the 3 great Jun brothers from their father, their uncles, their grandfather, and several other sources right from their early childhood days, and were capable of reciting those tales backwards. The White Generals, Jun Wu Hui, Jun Wu Meng and Jun Wu Yi. The stories about their military might and accomplishments had been circulated around the military divisions of the entire nation to an extent that they had already been transformed to the position of legends in the hearts and minds of every soldier. Dugu Wudi had always expressed that he wished his sons to be similar to the 3 sons of Jun Zhantian. Their proud father considered no man to be his equal, but when it came to the subject of the 3 Jun brothers, he'd remained silent out of respect and admiration. Although Jun Wuyi had turned into a very silent and quiet man now, whose each and every action was refined and elegant, but they knew that the once great military general still lingered in the shadows somewhere, and if that man was ever provoked then he could still wreak havoc. At the time of Jun Hui and Jun Meng's mysterious death, Jun Hui had gone wild and had dispatched troops and waged wars that had stained the land in blood. Zhao Jianhun had suffered heavy losses in the 3 wars that had followed, and if wasn't for the last-minute mystery intervention, then he would have certainly lost the war. However, because of this mysterious intervention Jun Hui suffered a similar fate to that of his brothers, but ended up as a cripple instead. But that war was still acknowledged as a demonstration of supreme might in the Tianxiang country. The storm with which the hundreds of thousands of iron-cladded men had charged into battle, advancing towards the enemy in an unprecedented feat, had become a legend. Although Jun Hui was forced to retire from the army due to his disability post this war, his name and figure were still an icon in the military circles, while his stories were legends. Even mere talks of those stories would ignite a sense of pride and passion in the hearts of any soldier in the nation. At the time when the 7 brothers of the Dugu family were asked to accompany their sister to the Jun residence, Dugu Wudi had solemnly warned them, never provoke Jun Hui. If there was anyone in the Tianxiang Empire who could openly dare to go against the Jun family, then it was the Dugu family, but even though the young master Jun Moxie had dared to rattle their cages, they still wouldn't dare to teach him a lesson, only because of one man, Jun Hui. If Jun Hui was angered, then he could easily dish out 7 generations of the Dugu family like sliced-out vegetables, and even Dugu Wudi wouldn't be able to stop him. Such a thing wasn't entirely impossible. In fact, Jun Hui's temperament in the past was proof that he even had the courage to do it. In the hearts of the 7 Dugu brothers, Jun Hui's image was that of a hero. He was their idol. Jun Moxie might tickle their tempers, but they still won't misbehave in front of Jun Hui out of sheer admiration and fear. Jun Hui didn't exactly see his nephew as a child anymore, but the more he understood his nephew, the more mysterious he found his nephew's temperament to be. Jun Hui was consciously aware that after their recent spats, both the parties were interested in starting a fight, and he was well aware that if that ever happened then the 7 brothers of the Dugu family were quite likely to lose their lives on the spot, unaware of his nephew's real abilities. However, Jun Hui also knew that his nephew was highly unlikely to act out so recklessly. But even then, he felt it necessary to oversee this gathering from a distance, just in case something went wrong, in which case he'd have to act and stop the proceedings. Jun Hui's subconscious mind was constantly nagging him to watch their gathering since he felt that something untoward was about to happen. Because Jun Moxie's body's current state was becoming increasingly unstable with every passing moment, and even though Jun Hui, Dugu Xiaoyi and her 7 brothers weren't able to sense it, they were all in grave danger at the moment. Jun Moxie had pushed his energy into the Hongjun Pagoda without validating his judgment in order to initiate its spin. The simulated Hongjun Pagoda had started spiraling at high speeds, and had started circulating a huge amount of aura throughout his body. Soon, this aura started becoming more and more condensed, and started emitting a radiant white light within his body. Jun Moxie had never anticipated this occurrence, but his body's meridians were unable to control this sudden and massive surge of aura, and it felt as if they would explode along with the rest of his body. He was inwardly very surprised by this surge of aura, and could anticipate the danger that he was in at the moment. Jun Moxie had been hearing a puk sound for some time now, which was being caused by the rushing of the aura within his meridians. But the most inexplicable horror of his current situation was that he still couldn't stop the Hongjun Pagoda from spinning since he couldn't disconnect his body's energy from the pagoda. Then suddenly, the Hongjun Pagoda fused into one, and become inseparable. Little White was whining ecstatically, and his 4 paws were firmly clinging onto Jun Moxie's chest. In fact, even his belly and mouth were attached to Jun Moxie's body, while his eyes were closed and his face was exuding a look of extreme satisfaction, pleased by the surging aura inside Jun Moxie's body. He is a really good man, and is actually giving me such pure aura. Good man, I'll never leave you. All this was happening inside Jun Moxie's body. Nobody was aware of it except Jun Moxie and Little White, since the outsiders could only see the enigmatic smile on Jun Moxie's face. However, as the Hongjun Pagoda's momentum continued to increase, it started to reach a completely bizarre level, and Dugu Xiaoyi and her brother started sensing something weird, almost at the same time. At this moment, all 8 of them were feeling the same thing. Even though Jun Moxie was sitting right in front of them, they all felt as if he was 1,000 miles away, as if, even though he was just in front of him, he was still a fantasy, unreal, like a mass of thin air. Although he was real, alive, and within arm's reach, they felt that they might still not be able to touch him, and suddenly all 8 of them started feeling as if they were dreaming. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. He was like the evening moon. Within reach, yet unattainable, elusive. Simultaneously, Jun Wuyi, who was sitting far away from them, tensed his eyebrows and issued 2 sharp and intense rays of light. Being a Sky Xian expert, he clearly sensed the aura which was being emitted from Jun Moxie's body, since Jun Moxie had started slowly distributing this aura to the outside world because he was unable to keep it inside his body. Even though the autumn sky seemed completely still over the Jun residence, the aura which was circulating in the atmosphere was giving rise to an unseen storm. Even though this storm was invisible to the naked eyes, but the pressure of this storm was beginning to build up over the Jun residence, and was capable to giving rise to destructive calamity. The sky above showed no traces of wind, but the plants and trees inside the Jun courtyard were still fluttering in the invisible breeze of this storm. And Jun Moxie's body was the center of this tornado. All the insects and other creatures of lower life forms had already gone silent, since the depth of their souls was warning them about this impending disaster, and they could all sense that something unprecedented was about to take place. Jun Wuyi had already realized the threat of the impending disaster, even though the others couldn't. Acting decisively, he used both his hands to leap out of his wheelchair, and practically flew over to the aid of his guests almost like a hawk. Bang 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 bang. He struck 8 times, and stunned the 8 siblings in an instant. No one in the Dugu delegation was a match for his speed and strength. In fact, they weren't even able to react to his attacks. Then, Jun Wuyi quickly tossed their bodies in a pile, with Dugu Xiaoyi on top. Then he took a deep breath, and picked up their bodies with his bare hands. He was already thanking his stars that he was capable enough of doing it, and felt that all his life's hard work had been worth it, since the combined weight of those 8 siblings was almost 2,000 kilos. Then, he immediately turned around, and ran out of Jun Moxie's courtyard, while carrying their bodies. That violent surge of aura had quietly taken the form of a huge tornado. Although this hurricane wasn't visible to the naked eye, it was powerful enough to kill a large number of people. In fact, Jun Moxie was the only man who was immune to its destruction, while the others were likely to turn to ash. Even Jun Wuyi, a Sky Xian expert, wasn't certain to survive it. In front of something as dangerous as this aura storm, people like Dugu Xiaoyi and her brothers had absolutely no chance of survival. In fact, they weren't even aware of the danger. But Jun Wuyi was a Sky Xian expert. How could he have not sensed the danger? He had acted decisively and had knocked them unconscious, and had then carried them outside in a desperate attempt to save their lives. He had decided to carry them all at once, since he was afraid that he may not even have the time to carry them out one by one, in which case the aura's convergence could easily have killed the remaining ones. Therefore, Jun Wuyi had only one option: carry them all at once. He was even willing to expose himself in the process, but was reassured by the fact that given the strength of the Dugu siblings, they would never be able to regain enough consciousness to realize that they were being carried out by a cripple. Jun Wuyi had barely left the courtyard when the aura above suddenly started spiraling downwards at high speeds, and converged straight into Jun Moxie's body. The aura went straight into the Hongjun pagoda, making an OM sound, and the tower instantly magnified several times. It issued numerous rays of a golden-colored light along with a white-colored light comprising of pure aura. This white light comprising of pure aura went straight towards Jun Moxie's Baihui. TL's note: Baihui acupoint is an acupuncture point in the skull of a human where hundreds of acupuncture points coincide. Jun Moxie's stationary body suddenly started shaking as his face twitched under the influence of the attack. His Baihui suddenly opened up in one swoop as the Hongjun pagoda established a line of connection with it, and the overwhelming force of the aura wantonly channeled itself through Jun Moxie's body and towards his Baihui. After the Hongjun Pagoda's magnification, the aura started converging into his body almost as if it was being sucked in by a large whale. The entire aura which had been scattered into the surrounding region was now being absorbed back by the Hongjun Pagoda, which even though was forming an avalanche in the process, was disappearing into Jun Moxie's body without leaving a trace in the world outside. Jun Moxie's body's meridians hadn't yet recovered from the strain yet, but the Hongjun Pagoda didn't stop. After devouring this surge of aura, it started streaming a fresh wave of aura into the atmosphere. Then, it started rotating again, and absorbed that aura again. Again, and again. The fact that Little White was still willfully in Jun Moxie's arms was enough to reason that this aura was possibly the purest form of aura. Already having undergone a filtration process by the Hongjun Pagoda, this aura was proving out to be very beneficial for Little White. In fact, as far as the Xian beast was concerned, this aura's benefits were beyond comparison. At this moment, Little White's furs started shining brightly as he hummed twice in pain. However, it seemed that the Xian beast cub was aware that this was a big opportunity for him since he seemed to be forcefully holding back the pain which was sending his bones rattling. Soon his fur started to fall, leaving only his bare flesh and skin. Even his eyelashes started shedding like tree leaves in the autumn winds. The Xian beast cub made a few more sounds as he winced, while his bare body continued to tremble in pain, but he didn't remove himself from Jun Moxie's body. Soon, his body started growing a new layer of fur, at a rate which was steep enough to be visible to the naked eye, and soon his new furs were longer in length than his original ones. He slowly opened up his body's joints, which made a crackling sound in the process. Then, Little White slowly opened his eyes as he relaxed his body, and then used his 4 paws to stand up straight in front of Jun Moxie's body. He looked at his body joyfully, and then ran 5 or 6 laps around Jun Moxie. Then he suddenly stopped and bowed his head in gratitude. Then, he took out his tiny tongue and started licking his new fur caringly, like a dog in the park. This dramatic movement happening inside Jun Moxie's body had left a very abnormal effect in the outside world, which was felt throughout the Tianxiang city and had left everyone panicking. The insurmountable aura which had almost broken the windows of every household in the city had then suddenly disappeared without a trace, which had left everyone gasping. What kind of a being is capable of creating such an earth-shattering momentum? The invisible vortex of aura had occupied a range of almost 10 miles, which had effectively turned into a restricted zone for the outside world. In fact, even a spirit Xian wouldn't have the courage to enter this zone and seek for the source on this anomaly. Even though everyone was curious about the origin of this storm, no one was willing to risk their lives by entering into this forbidden zone. This has always been the way the world reacts in the face of danger. In the face of such extreme danger, even the usually proud and arrogant spirit Xian experts had started acting like ants. Inside the magnificent jewel hall, a white-bearded man was standing under the roof of the building with 2 other men beside him, namely Mu Shuetong and Xiao Han. Such skill! I'm afraid that this being has already transcended the level of spirit Xian. The 9th elder's face clearly reflected the shocked state of his mind. I would have never imagined that such a figure could have ever existed inside the Tianxiang city. Both men beside him were very surprised. Xiao Han asked, 9th elder, if this person is stronger than a spirit Xian, then is there another realm above it? Stronger? The 9th elder gently shook his head, and replied with a solemn look in his eyes, the word, strong, isn't enough to describe the realm that this man has already achieved. You won't be able to understand this at your present skill level. A strand of fear appeared inside the 9th elder's eyes, and then quickly disappeared. Mu Shuetong and Xiao Han stared at the void in disbelief. Outside the city, 3 platoons were approaching the Tianxiang city, but faced with this anomaly, all 3 of them immediately issued an order and their teams came to a screeching halt. Blizzard Silver City's little princess hobbled down her carriage, wearing a veil to cover her face, and joined the elders. 3rd grandfather, why are we stopping? We must keep going. We haven't reached our destination yet. The 3rd elder and the 6th elder had both felt the world-shaking momentum, and had spontaneously looked at each other, and had seen the same look of horror in each other's eyes. The 6th elder stuck out his finger and started poking his beard. The momentum we sensed earlier was clearly not due to fighting, however, if one person was capable of coming up with such a massive momentum, then his strength would far too much to compete against. I can't imagine someone strong enough to produce such astonishingly terrible force. Can you think of a possible source? Brother, it could be possible that this person is also after the peak of level 9 Xian Beast's Xian core. Then, he paused, shook his head, and smiled. If that's the case, then we are like lambs in a tiger's den, or even worse. The third elder wrinkled his brows and replied, if this presence is a tiger, then we are certainly more than lambs. Don't you think that you should seek a better metaphor, perhaps something with dragons in it? The sixth elder was speechless for a long time, and then he said, Third brother, I have never sensed such a terrifying existence in all my travels. I afraid that this man had already transcended the peak of spirit Xian. The third elder sighed, I have never seen anything like this either, and even though I also believe that he's already crossed the peak of the spirit Xian realm, I believe that this may not necessarily be a bad thing. This man had already transcended the might of mortal men. So, even a peak level 9 Xian Beast's Xian core might not have any importance in the eyes of such a man. It could also be possible that this man might be living inside the Tianxiang city in seclusion, and might have released his momentum to scare away the approaching warlords, to deter and scare them away, quite possibly because he doesn't wish to be disturbed. But even then, if such a powerful figure is residing inside the Tianxiang city, then we must be very careful. We simply cannot afford to take even one wrong step, or cause bloodshed without reason, otherwise I'm afraid that this divine existence might not allow us to return back to the Blizzard Silver City alive. Third brother's words make a lot of sense, so we'll do as you say. The sixth elder frowned. Anyway, it's not like this man would be running around in streets and marketplaces. Yes, that's right. I strongly feel that even a Xian core of a peak level 9 Xian beast will have no value in the eyes of such an existence. I don't think his appearance has anything to do with the Xian core. The third elder raised his head as a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. If we were able to meet with this man, then he could even give us information which might be more valuable than the Xian core itself. As long as we have a chance of meeting with this man, any risk is worth it. The sixth elder trembled at the thought first, but then nodded excitedly and said, yes, in fact, I don't think he would be interested in any materialistic objects of the world, wealth, glory, and even the Xian core. So how will we find something to present to such a being? It's difficult to judge the temperament of such an existence since we've never met anyone like him before. Their two pairs of eyes continued to stare at the Tianxiang city with a sense of fervent passion inside them. The Yutang Empire's regiment was also traveling towards the Tianxiang city when Fei Mingchen asked the troops to halt, and looked gloomily at the city ahead. I never imagined that the Tianxiang city would be the residence of a something even possibly stronger than a peak spirit Xian. Yes, that force was definitely stronger than a peak spirit Xian. It seems that there are a lot of things that are beyond my perception. Zhao Jianhun was on horseback. He coldly looked at his companion and said, Teacher of the state, what are you talking about? Although Zhao Jianhun was a famous general, but his Xian Qi cultivation level wasn't very high. Although he was aware that there were some divine creatures in the world, but his understanding of these matters was very limited. Fei Mingchen was looking extremely gloomy, and was still under a shock after experiencing the terrifying strength that he has just sensed. Then Zhao Jianhun's question made things even worse. Zhao Jianhun, are you still suspecting me for Jun Wuhui's death? Why shouldn't I suspect you? At the time of those 4 baffling and humiliating victories, you were missing from your position as the teacher of the state. I dare to ask you, teacher of the state, where were you at such a critical time? Zhao Jianhun's face resembled a deadpan. When the enemy was in front, had I gotten a chance to kill Jun Wuhui, then I wouldn't have hesitated in claiming those victories. But he was killed by a last-second intervention, otherwise he would have won the battles. Zhao Jianhun suppressed his voice as he growled in a low tone. The entire continent has been saying that Zhao Jianhun was nothing more than a lucky general. A lucky general? Do you even understand how humiliating that is for a man like me? Is personal honor more valuable to you than your country? Fei Mingchen's brow converged provocatively. Is personal honor more important to you than your country? Fei Mingchen raised his eyebrows provocatively. The personal honor of a military soldier? Zhao Jianhun smiled sadly. Yes, and I've already told you that, but you wouldn't be able to understand it. You're so high and mighty that you'll never be able to understand the things mere man like me cares about it. How could you ever understand the honor of a military soldier? You just care about the results, right? Fei Mengchen laughed grimly and pointed to the Tianxiang city. You're not stupid, and even though you're not extremely strong, but even you can sense that if a power like the one we just sensed participated in a war, then such a power could easily create a gold-banded empire in a very short period of time, and would be able to unify the entire Xian continent under one banner. That would obviously mean the end of us. What would your military honor do then? As the teacher of the state, I need to look beyond your pedantic military honor. As far as Jun Wuhui's death is concerned, I had no part in it. And even if I had to get him killed for the sake of the Yutang Empire, my conscience would still be clear. Zhao Jianhun's spine erected like javelin, and then rotated slightly, and he stated coldly, "You fire arrows behind people's backs and you still claim to have a clear conscience. This just shows that you have no ethics or morals." Fei Mengchen tried to control his temper. What is this man? I have really never seen such a brain-dead man in my entire life. Each time we come to this topic, he starts acting like this. It's been 10 years since that war, and he still can't accept it. Inside the Tianfa forest, a team of savage soldiers was walking steadily as they tried to make their way out of the forest step by step. This group of people was dressed in very ragged clothing. In fact, most of them barely had any clothing hanging from their body. Most men were only wearing animal fur or hide, and just sufficient amount to cover their crotches, while their bodies were studded with scars from top to bottom. The almost dozen or more scars on each man's body made it impossible to detect the real color of their skins. It was evident from the scars on their bodies that these men had almost been delivered to doors of death several times. It was obvious from the limp in the walk of several men that their legs were severely injured, but even then they were walking in a very solid and firm manner, refusing to accept a supporting shoulder from their comrades. The injured men were dragging their bodies with so much effort that they weren't even falling behind the rest of the party. No one was using any kind of support for help, not even crutches. Even though their bodies looked exhausted, their spirits were still soaring high. Each pair of eyes were sharp and resolute, and the hundreds of such men in this team were enough to put any other platoon to shame. They would look no less than messengers of death, in case they were ever put on a battlefield. Each person was carrying a package on their backs, and even the men with injuries were no exception. Each time a man would touch his package, a trace of pride would flash in the man's eyes. It was obvious that these men were carrying their winnings from their exploits in their backpacks. They were resolutely walking step by step towards the Tianxiang city, and although their pace was slow, but their steps were extremely firm and stable. Although their eyes exuded a sense of urgency, their feet were still steady and no man was wavering from their steady pace of advance. These people were the survivors from amongst the 300 Jun family guards who had been sent to the Tianfa forest on a suicide training mission by Jun Moxie. If these men were metallic or a few months ago, then they had now been smelted into steel. If they were steel back then they had now been shaped into the sharp and murderous weapons now. Two shadows suddenly breezed above the Tianfa forest and over their heads from behind them, while the speed of their flight made a sharp piercing sound as these two flying objects made their way towards the Tianxiang city. However, the occupants of these flying objects never saw the men in the Tianfa forest below, since they had already concealed themselves in the dark of the forest. Jun Moxie felt another surge of aura rushing through his body, and it felt as if his meridians would burst under the effect. As the aura continued to flow through his meridians, it almost instantaneously filled his meridians up, but then disappeared into the Hongjun Pagoda, almost as if it was bottomless pit. Then soon the aura started rewinding backwards in frenzy, and then the Hongjun Pagoda suddenly suspended the intake of aura. The flow of aura continued to grow in his meridians, but in a much more condensed form, and it seemed as if his meridians were now full. At this point, Jun Moxie had already gathered enough aura to break past the bottleneck of the next layer of the art of unlocking the heavens fortune, and easily managed to enter into the second state in one single swoop. If Jun Moxie's new strength was measured by the standards of the Xian continent, then he had already broken past the level 9 Xian cultivation mark, and had entered into the silver Xian realm. But in terms of his powers, roles and functionality, even a spirit Xian wouldn't be able to match up to him. This was equivalent to a big leap forward. The Hongjun Pagoda had managed to absorb that entire aura in a matter of moments, while the leftover aura continued to trickle into the pagoda slowly. The aura was so massive that even the Hongjun Pagoda had been unable to digest all of it in one go. Even though the pagoda inhaled an ocean of aura, there was no creation of waves inside it. Jun Moxie had never anticipated that the Hongjun Pagoda would explode with such terrible force upon the excitation he had induced. He had never imagined that the sheer force of the pagoda would have enough momentum to send the whole world trembling. However, this didn't mean that Jun Moxie's power was unrivaled in this world. The Hongjun Pagoda was an ancient and mysterious object, which is why its natural starting point was so mighty, and even though Jun Moxie's strength had seen a major improvement, the improvement had only been proportionate to his original strength. Since the Hongjun Pagoda had already absorbed the entire aura in the atmosphere above, Jun Moxie's courtyard seemed perfectly normal now. In fact, it seemed as if it was the same as before, but in case someone entered his courtyard consciously seeking for a change, then they would notice it upon taking their first steps into the courtyard. The entire ground of his courtyard was now 3 inches below its original level. Shelves, tables, chairs, and stools which had once existed inside his courtyard had now disappeared without leaving a single trace behind, just the way ice melts in water. Jun Moxie's face was covered with pain, and although he had already attempted to disconnect his energy from the Hongjun Pagoda several times, but he was unsuccessful since they were already locked in very firmly. Since Jun Moxie had no idea about what was going on, he had no other option but to wait patiently. Suddenly, the Hongjun Pagoda started to churn inside his body once again, and Jun Moxie felt a sharp and intense pain inside his brain. Then, the Hongjun Pagoda suddenly slowed down and the rays of light which were previously surrounding it instantly disappeared. Simultaneously, Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if a strange image had been projected inside his mind. Days and nights are yin and yang, heaven and earth are yin and yang, the biochemical cycles of beings are yin and yang. A person is also a yin-yang from the time of its origination, and whether faced with good luck or bad, and whichever side the person decides to show, everything is yin and yang. Everything can be hidden, and everything can be investigated, because everything will always remain yin and yang. Yin and yang escape. Jun Moxie slowly read each and every word of this yin and yang escape law, while pondering over them. He started to realize that this so-called yin and yang escape method would require a lot of practice, but could eventually grant him means to hide his body anywhere and at any time. In fact, upon reaching its peak, this law could even allow him to hide his body in the air. He could escape into water for hundreds of years, or even bury himself in the mountains. The Hongjun Pagoda is definitely not an ordinary object. I could use something like this for. Jun Moxie sighed contentedly. Suddenly an idea sprouted in his mind. I could use this method to spy on beautiful women, such as my beautiful sister-in-law. Just as this idea popped into his head, Jun Moxie spat on the ground below and shouted, Jun Moxie, you might be dead now, but I still curse you for leaving such thoughts inside my head. If the original and now dead Jun Moxie had heard his words, then he would have certainly left wronged and would have complained, isn't this your own thinking, brother? The truth is that these ideas are your own, and they have nothing to do with me. So stop blaming me for your shamelessness. Jun Moxie hadn't yet realized that this yin and yang escape law wasn't as easy to comprehend as he was assuming it to be. There are only 5 elements in the world, metal, fire, water, wood, and earth, but understanding all 5 elements was beyond the scope of an ordinary man. Based on individual qualification and merit, a person could only hope for achieving specialization in one of these elements. Although this yin and yang escape law had several limitations, it was still an advancement as compared to the first layer of the art of unlocking the heavens fortune, since this would allow him to hide himself anywhere freely. But Jun Moxie hadn't yet realized that the power of this law was extremely rare and great. Since he had gotten it from the Hongjun Pagoda, he was already beginning to take it for granted, but if the outside world found about such a power, then it would start a blood battle for this power. No man would show any shame in trying to procure such a power. Jun Moxie looked shocked as he cautiously stepped into the courtyard again, unsure of the ground he was stepping on. His advanced and keen Sky Xian senses were enough to instantly discern that he was stepping on ground which was now 3 inches below its original position. The floor hadn't disappeared, and the land under his foot was still solid. How is this possible? The floor has eroded by 3 inches. What kind of a terrible power is capable of doing this? That's not even the most surprising thing. What's even more surprising is that the flowers in the garden are still completely intact. Such an intense and powerful force impacted this courtyard, and not even a single leaf was harmed. That's just too weird. But the most surprising thing is that the jade stools, on which our 8 guests were sitting, were very sturdy and durable, and even those stools have simply evaporated. Land falls, things disappear, but why were the plants not harmed? How could this outrageous phenomenon be explained? Moxie. This. Jun Moxie felt like he was in the middle of a dream as he gazed at his nephew, expecting his baby nephew to give a statement to explain this strange phenomenon. Jun Moxie had just returned to his consciousness, but the traces of the trance still lingered in his head. I'm also very surprised, third uncle, so don't ask me for an explanation because even I'm very confused and don't exactly know what's going on right now. Jun Moxie smiled tolerantly. Well, it wasn't all that bad. Jun Moxie smiled regretfully at him and said, it shouldn't be a bad thing. He paused and then said, did they see it? I stunned them, and they are still a bit dizzy. Jun Moxie breathed a sigh of relief. This happened very unexpectedly, so I don't think they noticed anything much. This did indeed happen very unexpectedly, and you handled things very well, uncle. Jun Moxie stood up. The Hongjun Pagoda was his greatest secret in this world, but moreover, it was his life insurance and something that he could lean on to climb the ladders of success in this world. He simply couldn't disclose this secret to anyone, not even his loved ones. Some secrets are destined to be exclusive to one man. Little White was unusually excited at this point, and was running around back and forth while jumping up and down all along. He was so excited that he would occasionally jump up in the air, and execute a somersault as well, but would always land very firmly on the ground. He hadn't crashed to the ground even once. In his state of excitement, he jumped up and grabbed a strand of Jun Moxie's hair, and started swaying back and forth from it as he continued to enjoy himself. Jun Moxie looked helpless at this obviously overexcited little thing, and tried to convey to Little White with his eyes that he was taking it a bit too far now. This little guy is not going to let me live peacefully, uncle. I guess it's time to wake them up now. First you need to think of a possible explanation for this event so that they don't start suspecting anything unusual. Jun Moxie started laughing, but then his eyes suddenly fell on Little White's body and his laughter abruptly broke off. As his eyes flashed a look of shock, he blurted out, how's that possible? It actually advanced. This. How's this even possible? It was a level 7 cub just a few minutes ago. Now, holy. The eyes of a Sky Xian expert were obviously sharp enough to spot the little differences in the cub's body, and he couldn't help but burst out using foul language to express his astonishment. Given Jun Moxie's character, it was obvious that he was under extreme shock at the moment, or else he would have never used such foul language. In fact, it could even be said that the man wouldn't forget his manners even if he was confronted with an actual ghost. A high-grade Xian beast was able to advance at the age of a cub. There is no other word for it. This is a miracle. What are you saying? Jun Moxie grabbed the little thing, paying no attention to its rebellion, and started turning it over and over again to inspect its body. Nothing seems different, or there are some slight changes. Jun Moxie remained silent. I think my nephew has all the answers, or else he wouldn't be making such ridiculous arguments, right? A Xian beast's advance is obvious from one look on his body. How could he not have seen it by now? Little White seemed quite angry, and was constantly whining in rebellion. After all, he was now close to being a top-level Xian beast, and even if he liked Jun Moxie a lot, he still didn't like being treated in this manner. A despised Xian beast can often act like an ignored woman. It must be said that even Xian beasts have their own limitation. Their advancements are limited by their talents. Iron-winged panthers, especially high-level ones such as this level 7 cub, are rarely able to reach the peak of level 7 in their lifetime. Advancing to the next level may not be impossible for them, but it was still an extremely difficult task. As far as iron-winged panthers were concerned, in order to make a breakthrough, the first prerequisite would be that their strength would have to reach its peak in the prime of their years, because once Xian beast steps into the later years of its life, then even if their strength reaches its peak, their physical strength tends to decline due to their aging body, which makes it very hard for them to make a breakthrough. However, if a Xian beast is able to reach its peak strength in the prime of his age, its chances of advancing are still quite limited, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the beast would be able to successfully break past the barrier of grades. But in case a beast was able to make the breakthrough, then it was quite likely to get a lot of attention from the world, since the beast was quite likely to produce some very high-level treasures over the course of its remaining lifespan. An iron-winger panther's cub was almost never likely to make a breakthrough. In fact, the vast majority of iron-winged panthers were only able to reach the peak of their strength in the later stages of their life. Moreover, it was very rare for an iron-winged panther to reach its peak in the years of its prime. But at the moment, Jun Wuyi's eyes were staring at miracle like no other. The iron-winged panther cub in front of his eyes had already advanced to the next level at the age of a cub, and the whole world was likely to find out soon enough. Is this because of Moxie? He was just lying on Moxie's body, and then he just advanced. No one else came in contact with that little thing this entire time. What is going on? Miracle? Is this a miracle? That, right there, that's a big change, isn't it? Jun Wuyi pointed the little guy's body. Your aura gave it the strength to make the advancement. That earth-shattering momentum was the reason. How are we going to hide this from the rest of the world? That's a level 8 iron-winger panther cub now. Jun Wuyi was still going crazy. In reality, level 8 iron-winged panther cubs, even though were extremely rare, weren't exactly unheard of, but a level 7 cub advancing to a level 8 cub was almost unprecedented in the entire Xian continent. It was certainly unprecedented. Advanced or not advanced, that's none of my business. I know nothing about what happened here. Jun Moxie innocently spread his arms out. It simply advanced on its own. What do I have to do with that? Why are you giving me credit for this? You're just pretending to be unaware of this. Jun Wuyi exhaled heavily, and stared at his nephew fiercely. We cannot be careless. Sooner or later people will find out that this cub has advanced to level 8. In one sense of perspective, even Jun Wuyi was being ignorant to the benefits of this little cub, since he was failing to see its value and its boundless future. This wasn't a complete accident. Jun Moxie knew that his useless and weak excuses had left without many options, and the young Master Jun was already contemplating means to dispose off this anomaly-stricken beast, since he too knew that people were quite likely to find out. He was already thinking of finding means to prove that this beast was plagued, and would then try to convince its young master to send it away, since he really didn't care much about the beast's fate. What just happened? Duguing entered into the courtyard again, while his eyes were still swirling from dizziness. His 6 brothers followed after him in a similar fashion. Third uncle, why did you hit me? Duguing wouldn't dare to be even slightly rude to Jun Wuyi, and address him as third uncle, since the Dugu brothers had always been taught from early childhood that they must never speak rudely to a few men, since they would need to learn from these men if they ever hoped to achieve anything in their life. The first one was obviously their grandfather, Dugu Zonghang, then the next one was their father/uncle, Dugu Wudi, followed by the man in front, Jun Wuyi. And last but not the least, their father or uncle, Dugu Wudi's brother. Hit you? Why? You all took a few drinks from my wine the other day, and since some of those wine jars were still lingering around here when you got here, you simply sniffed its scent in the air and passed out. I estimate that it was just a side effect of the medication. But you guys are really useless, aren't you? Jun Moxie stared at them with a look of extreme contempt in his eyes. Your life must be so difficult. I mean, just look at your 7 big and burly selves, and you still fainted by just smelling a wine. Aha. The 7 brothers raised their hands and scratched their heads simultaneously to hide their embarrassment. So that's what happened. Jun Wuyi's movement had been so quick, and his control on his strength was so exquisite, that even though the 7 brothers had faintly seen him springing into the air, they had never seen him attack them. At present, their mind was in such a chaos. that even the mention of that wine reminded them of its smell and taste, and on top of that, since their bodies felt the same hangover-ish feeling that they had felt at the time when they had woken up from their slumber, that they simply assumed that Jun Moxie was telling the truth, and forgot about everything else. In fact, they didn't even realize that they hadn't noticed any wine jars in the courtyard earlier. As for the new changes in the decoration of the Jun courtyard, those 7 thick-skinned brothers were highly unlikely to take notice of it anyway. Xie was the only one who wasn't about to get fooled so easily, and just when she narrowed her eyes questioningly, Little White suddenly jumped out of Jun Moxie's embrace and sprung into her arms. His continued to move about her arms, almost as if he was trying to say, "Master, you see, I have advanced, wow, ha ha ha. Why are you not happy about it?" The uncle almost popped his eyes out in disbelief. "Little White, you're so cute." Xie started stroking her pet cherishingly as her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. She felt extremely happy all of a sudden, since she had never seen her pet so happy and excited before. Little White's show-off had gone in vain, even though the young maiden was quite intelligent, but due to her limited knowledge, she had no idea that the little cub had already advanced. In fact, she had always treated the iron-winged panther cub as a puppy or kitten in general, and had always just treated him as house pet instead of a high-level Xian beast. "You 7 need to follow me." Jun Moxie started moving his wheelchair. "Let me see what Wudi has taught you." The 7 brothers looked at each other excitedly. They could tell that Jun Moxie had addressed them, and were under the impression that he was about to teach them something. One of the Dugu brothers immediately stationed himself behind Jun Moxie's wheelchair, and started pushing it. In fact, he was so careful that he made sure that he pushed Jun Moxie's wheelchair so gently and smoothly that Jun Moxie wouldn't feel any bumps or jerks, as they led him away. The 7 of them didn't even realize that they were leaving their younger sister alone with Jun Moxie. They had completely forgotten the reason behind their visit. As the 7 of them herded behind his uncle, fascinated by his charms, Jun Moxie finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Dugu, I still recall that I owe you one from the other day." Jun Moxie sat up straight as he smiled and said. The moment he mentioned it, the questions immediately faded away from Xie's mind, and she pouted her li. She paused, and then continued in an authentically angry tone, "If the knife isn't good enough, and I'm not happy with it, then it will not count." Even though she was trying to appear angry, her face was still blushing. After all, as a girl, this would be the first time that she'd get to accept a gift from a boy. However, she was afraid that he may not give her one. "Then Moxie must produce a knife which is of enough quality to satisfy you." Jun Moxie smiled as he got up and said this. Then, he walked into his room and returned very quickly while holding a sheathed knife in his hands. The sheath of the knife was very elegantly curved, and the onion skin sheath seemed almost weightless in Jun Moxie's hands, but anyone could tell that the weapon's appearance was deceptive to say the least. The elegant and ethereal feel of the scabbard obviously seemed to be contradicting the solid feel of the blade inside. Xie liked the weapon the moment she saw it, and started looking at Jun Moxie with big blinking eyes, expecting him to present the weapon. Jun Moxie noted her expression, and slowly pulled out the knife by its hilt. The knife made no sound as it left its scabbard. A pool of light flashed from the surface of the blade, almost as if Jun Moxie was holding a shiny river which was flowing unrestrained through the galaxy. It seemed as if the blade had its own Xian Qi, which was flowing back and forth its body. A pocket knife. Jun Moxie's fingers gently stroked the edge of the knife as he said, "This is a pocket knife which can be concealed in your sleeve. Since this is first knife of its kind in the Tianxiang city, I've named it the first knife of Tianxiang." The first knife of Tianxiang. That's a very nice name. Xie's gleaming eyes were fixed at the blade in Jun Moxie's hands as she impatiently waited to get her hands on it. What's such a beautiful knife compared to that ugly piece of metal? I think that it's a good thing that the raw metal fell into Jun Moxie's hands. The curvature, length, and weight of this knife are perfect for concealing it in your sleeves. Take a look and see if this suits your hands. Jun Moxie gently handed the knife over to her. "This is really beautiful. Do you really wish to give this to me?" Xie took the knife and started twisting and turning it over and over again. She held the knife in her hands for a while, then she twisted her head slightly and looked at Jun Moxie expectantly. Of course. Do you like it, Miss Dugu? Jun Moxie faintly smiled at her. Of course I do. Dugu Xiaoyi shyly looked down, but you're giving me such a good knife, and I have nothing to give you in return. I owed you this knife, so there's no need for you to reciprocate. Jun Moxie almost laughed out. This little girl is so naive. So be it. Dugu Xiaoyi bit her lips, seemingly undetermined. She pulled off a thin thread from around her neck and placed a small jade pendant in her hands. I give you this in return. Dugu Xiaoyi's head was still bowed down as she subconsciously started grinding her toes. Thank you. Jun Moxie received the pendant in a well-deserved manner. Little did the extremely low emotional quotient owning hitman realize that this gift had a special meaning behind it. As far as he was concerned, this little piece of jade was the least possible compensation that he could have received for the amazingly refined and unique blade which he had crafted for her. Given the build of the knife, it would face no resistance from the wind, and when in use, the curvature of the blade would glide through the air, almost to the point where it would remain hidden even while being in action. Even though this was a woman's choice of weapon, but it was still extremely sharp and tenacious. So obviously, from his perspective, the tiny pendant which he had just received from her wasn't a fair trade for his knife. This jade. You. As she placed the pendant in his hand, she became even more self-conscious and started stammering, unable to frame her words properly. Does Miss Dugu have something on her mind? Oh, and I presume that Miss Dugu must be very proficient in using knives. Jun Moxie smiled slyly. He had only used about 2/10 of the metal piece to create this knife, while the rest had been used to make throwing knives, so he naturally didn't mind giving this blade to her. Knife? Of course. Dugu Xiaoyi heard him say, something on your mind, and couldn't help but blush. But since Jun Moxie had also questioned her skill, she got excited as said, I will demonstrate for you to see. She was already finding it very hard to stand in front of Jun Moxie after exchanging gifts with him, so she withdrew backwards and raised her hand, brandishing the knife, and demonstrated her skills. Although she had been trained using the conventional methods of this world, but her movements were far inferior to Jun Moxie's skill set. Even though the blade was accurately designed to suit the little hands of women, the blade appeared longer and heavier in her hands. In fact, the extraordinary knife suddenly seemed very normal when she used it to demonstrate her skill. Jun Moxie watched her practice, and then sighed. Ever since he had been subjected to train under the guidance of Jun Wuyi and Jun Zhantian, he had realized that the people in this world gave too much importance to the cultivation of their xian qi, and barely paid any attention to their skills in general. Obviously, as long as the xian qi of a person was higher than their counterpart, they'd be able to overpower the enemy with brute force, but would still be vulnerable in a way since they weren't very well equipped to handle tricky opponents. It was almost unimaginable for the people of this world that a mere silver xian could beat a spirit xian by using better tactics. It was this myth which had given rise to the notion, anyone under silver xian realm is an ant. However, even in this world, when two people of equal strength faced each other in combat, then the winner would inevitably be decided by the superiority of techniques and skills in general. This was especially more important in the case of women like Dugu Xiaoyi, since if they tried to seek a competition on the basis of pure strength, then they were bound to lose. The innate strength of a woman is lesser than that of a man, there are no two ways about it. The chewing ox Jun Moxie sighed and made sure that he was audible to Dugu Xiaoyi. That's a good knife technique, but you see that this law is overly taxing on your knife. You think that my knife skills are good? Dugu Xiaoyi stood up straight as she looked at Jun Moxie with a sparkle in her eyes. Yes, but this won't be enough. The problem doesn't reside with the knife, but with the dull usage of it. Jun Moxie bluntly took the knife from her hands and stepped back diagonally. Then he tilted the angle of the knife and rolled it to demonstrate his skills. Even though the skill he demonstrated was elegant and seemingly harmless, it was still enough to push back 4 to 5 opponents in a fight. It's a beautiful technique. Dugu Xiaoyi applauded as her eyes reflected a hint of desire. This is the first law of pocket knives, pocket knife soft winnowing. Jun Moxie stopped, smiled and said, pocket knives have a total of 9 strokes. The pocket knife soul dance is said to be the best law. Do you wish to learn it? Of course. Dugu Xiaoyi almost jumped up as she positioned herself right in front of Jun Moxie. Teach me. Since the two of them were very close to each other at this point, her words sprayed a hot air on Jun Moxie's face along with a strong sense of a fragrant aroma. As Jun Moxie's nostrils inhaled Dugu Xiaoyi's sweet bodily fragrance, his mind started feeling weirdly soothed. He immediately recoiled backwards, and then thought to himself, teach, just teach, what am I afraid of? And then he again stepped forward. Dugu Xiaoyi saw the manner in which he blushed. I never thought that such renowned debauchee of the Tianxiang city would shy away and blush so much from the mere scent of a woman. With this thought in her mind, she deliberately moved closer to his body with the idea of menacing and teasing him. But as she moved forward, her body came so close to Jun Moxie's, that their lips almost came in contact with each other's. At this point, Jun Moxie had just jerked backwards, and was moving back into his previous position, and was suddenly met with a shock. Their lips were seamlessly in contact with each other's, while their eyes were roundly staring at each other in shock. Then, the knife left Dugu Xiaoyi's hands and fell to the ground as her mind was sent into a state of complete inactivity, while her entire body stiffened, unable to comprehend a means of escape. Jun Moxie had just moved forward and had felt the soft touch of her lips along with her sweet fragrance, but hadn't yet been able to comprehend the meaning of it. Subconsciously, he stuck out his tongue and licked her upper lip. Feeling a sense of enjoyment, he couldn't help feeling her lower lip as well. Ah! Dugu Xiaoyi screamed as her jade-shaded face suddenly turned red. It seemed as if her entire body was fervently blushing since even her neck had also become red at this point. She covered her face with her hands and squatted down to the ground, and started breathing heavily, but not loudly. He kissed me. Dugu Xiaoyi's mind was in a state of complete turmoil. He gave me a knife, I gave him my jade pendant, and then he kissed me. It was an accident, really, it was just an accident. Jun Moxie was a bit embarrassed since he had subconsciously stuck out his tongue and had licked her upper lip, and had then proceeded to her lower one. His position of a teacher had inadvertently transformed to that of a rogue without his realization. Little White had seen the action made by Jun Moxie's tongue, and couldn't help getting excited. He instantaneously jumped up into Jun Moxie's arms and then licked his lips in the same manner. Oh gosh! I was actually just indecently assaulted by this little thing. Jun Moxie quickly grabbed the cub and tossed it away. In the face of such trouble, Jun Moxie seemed to have lost his charms. Miss Dugu, you need to get up. If you remain seated with your eyes covered, then how will you learn the knife techniques? Jun Moxie tried to rescue the situation. I'm not getting up. Dugu Xiaoyi's voice sounded like a mosquito's hum. You are bad. How can you call me Miss Dugu after treating me like that? I'm a bit confused, what did I do? Jun Moxie scratched his hair, then how should I address you? Well, you know. Dugu Xiaoyi stomped her feet. I've never seen such an idiot. I know. Jun Moxie frowned as he pondered, but then noticed a sudden and slight movement as Dugu Xiaoyi parted her fingers, which were covering her eyes, in order to secretly watch Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie finally started to understand. Now it seems that our relationship is changing. I was trying to teach her, so now our relationship is changing to that of a master and student. Little girl is now my disciple, hurry and get up, your master is waiting to teach you an exquisite knife. Law. You're no teacher of mine. Dugu Xiaoyi didn't jump up the way he was expecting her to, instead, she extended her foot and stomped on his. Moreover, she didn't stop here, and went on to stomp on his feet a few more times. What makes you think that you're qualified enough to be my teacher? Jun Moxie was caught completely off guard since he had never expected his student to act so outrageously. He winced and said, respect your teacher. Teacher my ass. Respect my ass. You think that you can use this knife law lie to exploit me? I'm telling you. I don't want to learn your stupid knife law, you're just a scoundrel. Nothing more. Dugu Xiaoyi seemed so infuriated that it appeared as if she'd pounce on him with her claws and tear him to pieces. I'm angry. You're a bad guy. And a blockhead. You're such a stupid, unromantic idiot. This is ridiculous. How am I a scoundrel? And how am I bad guy? Jun Moxie was completely flabbergasted, and couldn't help thinking, this is a big injustice. The previous Moxie was a bad guy, but I've been nothing short of a savior for the Jun family, why should I have to bear this? I really don't know what this girl is up to. I just helped her little pet evolve, and then I gave her such a good knife, and now I'm even trying to teach her a great knife technique, but she's still saying these things to me. This is unfair. I already told her that the kiss was an accident. And it's not like this was the first time she's kissed a guy, and even if it was her first time, then it was my first as well, so it's really me who's at a loss here. Wait a minute. Is she thinking that I'm interested in her because I kissed her? Jun Moxie's entire body shivered as he realized that the body of a female starts to mature at the age of 16 as opposed to their male counterparts. I hope not. I haven't had enough of my bachelor days yet. Never mind then, quickly teach me the knife law. I hope that you know one, and weren't just bragging. She stomped on his foot again grumpily, and then bit her lips. Even though she wanted to leave, she didn't. She had managed to arrange a meeting with him after facing a lot of difficulty, and even then her 7 brothers had accompanied her. I have no idea when we'll be able to meet again. But this idiot, Dugu Xiaoyi almost felt like weeping, this idiot. He kissed me. Even my parents have never kissed me on my lips, and on top of that, since he's such a renowned debauchee, I'm sure that he's kissed plenty of women. Before, this was certainly not his first time. Even though Dugu Xiaoyi was behaving like a normal teenage girl at the moment, a normal human would still never be able to understand her thoughts. You're forcing me to teach you after disrespecting me like that? Do you think I owe you something, or what? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes as he shouted at her. She stared at him with her big round eyes, which had suddenly become red, and then tears started dripping down from the corner of her eyes. You're bullying me. Her heart was harboring unbounded grievances. First this bastard kisses me after I gave him my jade pendant, and now he's shouting at me. I have to go. Did no one teach this idiot about courting a young woman? Well, Jun Moxie sighed loudly, but felt very weak within. God. Why is this girl so hard to keep up with? The hitman was very experienced in handling all kinds of worldly affairs. In fact, his experience was very, very, very extensive. But courting the heart of a young maiden was almost like Greek to him. Little White was standing perplexed between the two of them, and was constantly looking from one person to the other. Even the little cub could tell that the two of them were having a fight, but couldn't understand why, or how he could sort it out. I want to go. Uncle Jun. I'm going to tell my grandfather and Uncle Jun that you are bullying me again. I hate you. I hate you. Dugu Xiaoyi burst out crying again, and turned around to leave. Jun Moxie hastily pulled her back. Hey, don't go. I made a mistake, okay? This was definitely the first time that the hitman had ever made a confession in both his lives. Let go of me. Men and women aren't supposed to touch each other. No one taught you that? Dugu Xiaoyi puffed her cheeks and tilted her head. Jun Moxie remained silent. But the last time you went about spreading a rumor, your 7 brothers landed straight on my doorstep. If you go around crying again, then who knows? Maybe your grandfather will personally lead his army to my bedroom. Ah, God, what sins did I commit for having to endure such a bitter life? Fine, I'll teach you. Jun Moxie seemed to be begging for mercy. Under his own roof. Well. Dugu Xiaoyi grunted heavily. First be a little sensitive. Jun Moxie suddenly realized that his big hand was still holding onto her arm, and couldn't help turn red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Dugu Xiaoyi's voice had turned extremely soft and shy. You need to release my arm. Jun Moxie released his hold on her arm, and started scratching his head. I really don't know what this girl is trying to do. In just a matter of a few breaths, her moods have actually transformed back and forth at least 5 or 6 times. How can this be normal? It was obviously beyond the comprehension of Jun Moxie's intelligence that a person could be capable of shifting their mind frame so much. And so quickly. No wonder people often say that women are the world's most difficult animals to comprehend. This remark is certainly true. Okay, pocket knives have a total of 9 strokes. Jun Moxie picked up the pocket knife again, and affixed it to his armpit. The first one, pocket knife soft winnowing. Jun Moxie was in a hurry to teach her the law at this point so he could quickly send this girl away. Anyway, the law he was teaching was just a pocket knife law, and not a very profound martial law by any means. Keeping this girl here. It is just too much of a task. The second stroke, the third stroke, pocket knife dream. Pocket knife cloud, pocket knife wind dance, pocket knife falling thunder, pocket knife flash, pocket knife dream ruins, pocket knife universe. Dugu Xiaoyi seemed to be very gifted and was extremely intelligent as well. On top of that, her memory was so sharp that she actually managed to memorize the entire skill set in just half an hour, even though Jun Moxie had taught her some very complex postures. However, just when it seemed that they were done, she suddenly started intentionally messing up the most basic of postures, which she was able to perform perfectly just a few moments ago. Naturally, Jun Moxie had to approach closer to her body in order to correct her postures, so some amount of physical contact was almost inevitable. Jun Moxie's body was very tenacious in a physical sense, but he was still dripping sweat while teaching her. Meanwhile, Dugu Xiaoyi seemed to be training with high spirits, so much so that her cheeks were flushed. From Jun Moxie's point of view, the task was extremely arduous, but from Dugu Xiaoyi's point of view, the scene was a beautiful romantic sight between two lovers. However, since Jun Moxie's emotional quotient was close to 0, the hitman was obviously left complaining to the heavens. She is so stupid. Why do I have to teach her the same thing over and over again? Just then, an unexpected noise of cannon sounded outside the Jun residence. The almost deafening sound was followed by the sounds of soldiers unmounting their horses and approaching the gates of the Jun residence. What's happening? They both hesitated, and involuntarily stopped their training. Jun Moxie wiped off the sweat from his face. Even though he was inwardly relieved, he felt a bit strange. I was finding this exercise a bit tough, but then how was this girl able to carry on? Is this little girl hiding her strength? How did I not notice it? He had already realized that Dugu Xiaoyi was quite intelligent at the time when she had been able to memorize the second stroke in just one attempt, but hadn't figured out that she was intentionally playing the moves wrong at the moment. The whole process hadn't been tiring in the least for her. How could it have been? The little girl was obviously too busy feeling shy and happy about learning this skill from the man of her dreams. It seemed that a difference in state of mind was indeed enough to induce a difference in physical endurance. The Yutang Empire's state teacher, Fei Mengchen, is arriving in the Tianxiang city with his troops. He's already outside the city gates at the moment. Jun Wuyi was pushed out to the front of the gate by the Dugu brothers. Also, he is being accompanied by the famous general of the Yutang Empire, Zhao Jianhun. His Majesty has already sent the great prince to greet them into the city. The moment Jun Wuyi spoke the name, Zhao Jianhun, a strange light shone in his eyes. In addition, the Shenxi Empire's top Xian Qi expert is also arriving with his troops, and will coincidentally be arriving today as well. His Majesty will also be sending the other 2 princes to greet them. His Majesty is making preparations to send out the 3 princes to meet the envoys from the 2 countries. Jun Wuyi smiled faintly. His Majesty's arrangements can already be described as pretty good. Jun Moxie praised loudly. He was well aware that these 2 envoys were certainly arriving in the Tianxiang city with ulterior motives, but sending the 3 princes to receive them in full force was obviously very good. Thinking on the Emperor's part. His Majesty is just experimenting again. Jun Wuyi smiled again. It won't be surprising if the Emperor ends up choosing his successor by the time the capital sees the end of this event. Jun Moxie was somewhat puzzled, and so he asked, "Why do you say that?" Diplomacy is a very delicate activity, and one needs to apply just the right amount of pressure at the points. In the eagerness to gain power, all the three princes will try to gain the support of the neighboring empires, and their attitudes will dictate the future of governance of this country. The attitudes of the three princes will have a very far-reaching effect in the future, so this is going to be a very decisive test for the three of them. Jun Moxie's eyes were half shut since he felt a bit intoxicated after clearing his nephew's doubt. Jun Moxie had grown accustomed to being corrected by his young nephew nowadays, and this was a rare event where he had gotten a chance to lend his experience to his nephew. Let's go and watch the show. Jun Moxie squinted his eyes. The three princes were definitely up to no good, and no matter what the king had in mind, he didn't trust the three princes to do anything favorable for the Jun family. The 7 brothers of the Dugu family cheered in unison. Dugu Xiaoyi also nodded while still holding Little White in her arms and then slowly leaned closer to Jun Moxie and whispered in his ear, "That whole scene was our secret, right? I will not speak about it to any, and I won't ask you to either." She paused for a second and then continued, "But if there's anything at all, you will tell me, right?" Jun Moxie turned around to look at her. As he looked into the eyes of the young maiden, he sensed a delicate trace of shyness and affection in them, but her eyes still looked firm. "I am determined to never harm you, and nor will I ever embarrass you." Her eyes were clearly expressing these words. At this moment, the warmth of a strange feeling softened Jun Moxie's heart, and he raised his hand to stroke her hair, but didn't speak anything in reply. There was no need for words here. Pop! Jun Moxie suddenly felt a force on his hand as a big hand slapped his palm aside. Dugu Chong was staring at him red-eyed. "Boy, you think you can treat my sister cheaply whenever you feel like it? If you touch her again then I'll cut your hand off." That mild feeling of warmth which had just smoldered in the hitman's heart suddenly vanished. Dugu Xiaoyi watched the sharp transformation in his expression, but could only apologetically smile at him in compensation. As they moved through the crowded street of the capital, the Dugu brothers intentionally kept themselves positioned between Jun Moxie and their sister. Jun Moxie was moving very quickly, and was constantly switching directions, and soon managed to put a distance between himself and the others. Soon enough, he disappeared into the crowd. The young maiden continued to look for Jun Moxie for a while, but couldn't find him. She helplessly glanced over at her brothers and pouted in disapproval. Little White on the other hand, had already gone off to sleep in her arms by now. Even though the young cub seemed full of energy after his successful evolution, he was actually very tired since the process had been very difficult and painful. However, since he was very excited, he couldn't help jumping about, but now that things had calmed down from his perspective, he fell into a deep sleep like any other child, a very deep and special sleep. After successfully blending into the crowd, Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel a sense of relaxation. Even though he was only walking forward aimlessly, but he felt as if a great pressure had been lifted off his shoulders since he no longer had that little girl around to bind him down. Little did the amateur realize that his silhouette had already been imprinted into the mind of the young maiden, and even though that impression wasn't the best, it had certainly left a very deep imprint. "So, it's that kid again, huh? Haha, the last we met, you abused me, and then you turned around and left. But today you can't leave." A familiar voice sounded from Jun Moxie's left-hand side. Jun Moxie turned around and saw a middle-aged man walking towards him with a smile on his face. The man was being followed by 2 bodyguards. The man raised his hand to pat Jun Moxie's broad but thin and slender shoulders. The Jun Moxie who had previously occupied this body had already damaged the physique of this body to such an extent due to his eating, drinking, and entertainment habits that this raw body wasn't worth more than garbage after his exit. After the hitman had taken the command of this corporeal body, even his extensive training and the support of the Hongjun Pagoda were only able to tune the muscle structure of the body. As far as general appearance was concerned, his body still looked very similar to the one which had been left behind by the debauchee. Jun Moxie flashed backwards and escaped his hand. The hitman wasn't accustomed to being touched by random strangers without notice, and was quite surprised to realize that he hadn't acted to launch a reflexive counter-attack in return. Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows and said, "Neither can you." Although he had only seen a glimpse of the man, the hitman was quickly able to recall that this was the same man who he had met on that rainy mid-autumn afternoon, when he had ventured out to the little shop. As chance has it. That was day when Jun Moxie had acquired the peak level 9 Xian core. Today, that very same peak of level 9 Xian core had attracted a strong external interference, putting the Tianxiang city in a delicate situation, and coincidentally, he had bumped into that very same man again. Jun Moxie just sighed deeply as he wondered, the world really is round, and small. I don't want to. The middle-aged man didn't seem to take any offense to Jun Moxie's movement, and laughed, I wonder why we have met again in world full of so many people, little brother. It seems that we are destined to meet each other by fate. Jun Moxie sensed a hilarious contrast in this situation. He had always used, destined to meet by fate, phrase to charm Dugu Xiaoyi in order to extract undue advantages, and now this big man was suddenly using the same phrase on him to make unwanted advances. In fact, he almost felt as if he was being molested by this big man. Jun Moxie finally understood Dugu Xiaoyi's perspective, but why is a middle-aged man saying this to me? Is he interested in young boys? Since we're destined to meet each other, what should I call you? Jun Moxie knew that he hadn't been in a good mood at the time of their previous encounter, and had inadvertently cursed the man. You're trying to dodging the bullet here, kid. That day when you came into the Old Song Tavern, you abused this old man, didn't you? The middle-aged man said out aloud, you said that my cherished wine wasn't good enough for you, wasn't that an abuse? And then you said that there isn't a man who is worthy of drinking on the same table as you. That sentence clearly indicated that I wasn't qualified enough to keep you company. That certainly qualifies as an abuse, doesn't it? Jun Moxie inwardly exclaimed twice as he stared at the face of that old man, then looked at the man's body from top to bottom, and guessed that the man was no more than 40. He's claiming to be an old man. Has the word old lost its value in this world? He's in his 30s. 40 at best, and he's still calling himself an old man. That's a bit weird. Finally willing to admit it. The middle-aged man smiled slyly, if you're really sorry, then how do you think you should apologize for it? Jun Moxie was left speechless, is this person real? Unable to come up with anything else, he said, I would make amends to you, but being shameless is the style at this time of the year. Cough. The middle-aged man coughed for a second and then broke into a laughter. Only a real gentleman is capable of cursing another man without making it seem dirty. But how did a young lad such as yourself manage to get away from an old man like me? 10 years could be the same as 1, and 1 year could be the same as 10. If we meet again and I'm the father of 7 or 8 children by then I could also claim to be an old man, but would I really be old? Who can say for sure? Jun Moxie snorted back. Ha ha ha. So be it, but stop teasing me, come and join me for a drink. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, and then started pulling Jun Moxie along. Do I know you? What makes you think that you can pull me for a drink so casually? Jun Moxie frowned. When you meet someone by chance, you always stop for a drink, no matter east or west. Then, why should I care about your identity? The eccentric middle-aged man smiled, since we have agreed that we were destined to meet by fate, then why shouldn't we drink a few cups of wine? You've got a point. Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if this guy had an appetite for sly words, and he suddenly felt as if he had met someone he could be friends with for the first time in his entire life. Naturally Jun Moxie was interested in having a drink with that man now. In fact, the hitman had never made many friends in his previous life either, he had always been a bit of a loner. Are you waiting to see Yu Tang's state teacher, Fei Meng Chen's entry into the city? The middle-aged man smiled subtly. Why not? I think that a scene as lively as this one must be looked at. After all, the state teacher of another country is making his entry into ours, it should be a fun sight. Jun Moxie smiled merrily. Watch the crowd. That's good, but in the end they are all just a bunch of this empire's enemies accompanied by an old bastard, who will now be allowed to openly walk around the city with selfish intentions concealed in their hearts. The man's smile seemed to be fading at this point. Today we are welcoming them, but no matter how enthusiastically we honor them, when the two armies come face to face in war, no one will show any leniency while killing the other. So, what's the point of such a big charade? Yu Tang Empire's state teacher or not, I don't really care. The middle-aged man seemed very dissatisfied. Well said. Jun Moxie applauded. That remark itself is enough to drink 2 cups of wine. You say that the old song's wine isn't good enough. Have you ever tasted the rarest of their rarest wines? The middle-aged didn't seem to be mocking him, and it appeared as if he was genuinely thinking of a very rare and high-quality wine. Jun Moxie chose to keep his head down, and said, I will not dilute the argument by speaking against something I've never experienced. The facts always speak louder than words to a fair mind. The middle-aged man laughed since he realized that he'd have to prove his argument, and drew Jun Moxie along with him. The gates opened and the great prince received the Yutang Empire's state teacher as the guest strode into the city with at least a dozen horses by his side, and rode to the prince's side through the welcoming ranks of the city's royal soldiers, which lined up along the street to greet him. As they strode through the street, the great prince maintained a tall and straight posture on his horseback. Seemingly in high spirits, the great prince would often talk and smile with his guest while pointing at the streets, almost as if he was introducing the city to the Yutang Empire's state. Teacher. The middle-aged man turned around to look at the prince one last time, sighed, shook his head, and then turned away. The middle-aged man led Jun Moxie through some of the narrower alleys of the city, and kept turning left and right on short intervals, almost as if he was extremely familiar with the map of the city, and soon reached the Old Song Tavern. Jun Moxie looked at the man's dressing and wondered, that seemed a bit weird for a man of his status, right? How's this man so familiar with the trails of this market? The last time we met at this Old Song Tavern, you told me that you had tasted better wines, so now quickly bring out that better wine and show it to this old man. As Jun Moxie heard these words, and the manner in which they were spoken, he suddenly felt as if he had been betrayed. His posture seems to resemble that of a hitman looking at the bounty on the head of his employer's enemy. What? What do you mean by that? Jun Moxie widened his eyes as he stared at the man. I come to the Old Song's Tavern to drink wine. Apart from this, I only have one more hobby, and that's to taste the best wines in the entire Tianxiang Empire. I largely appreciated your words the last time we met, and I even went about asking about you in the entire Tianxiang city in order to find you. When I finally saw your face in the crowd today, I was only obliged to laugh at fate. You told me that you've tasted better wines, so now you need to prove it. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands to conceal the embarrassment on his face. But the look on his face seemed more conspiring than embarrassing to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was silent for a while. Ever since he had come into this world, he had been using other people to extort his needs, but today this middle-aged man had given him a taste of his own medicine. There were tiny clues sprinkled all along, but Jun Moxie simply hadn't been able to spot them. This is an insult to my name. The young master Jun simply cannot allow people to find out about this. You pretended to be an old man, and this young master treated you properly. Why would you do such a thing? How do I get out of this situation now? The thin middle-aged man hunched a bit and took a few steps backwards as he said, We have a truly honored guest in our presence today. Remember I told you about that youngster the other day but you wouldn't believe me. Well, he's here to save my face, and you'll finally get to meet him. Come out quickly. The man said these words not to Jun Moxie, but to someone else. The thick-skinned middle-aged man went inside into the back of the shop. As for his 2 bodyguards, they had already disappeared from sight and were presumably hidden in the dark somewhere nearby. Jun Moxie's heart hesitated a bit as the middle-aged man returned with a slightly older man since it seemed that he had seen this man before. The feel and the stature of this man wasn't evidently familiar, but Jun Moxie still felt a bit strange in his mind. As that man smiled at Jun Moxie, the young master Jun started thinking harder about his identity. I've heard very highly of your words, and I've thought a lot about these ones in particular. The true act of drinking is to drink to one's emotions. Or even to one's thoughts. Pouring wine into one's belly cannot be considered the true act of drinking wine. That is simply the act of wasting good wine. This sentence of yours won my heart over. Old Song graciously greeted his guest as he continued to speak. Obviously, I've been fermenting wine for decades now, and in the world of making wine, no man can boast to be better than me. But you defiled my lifetime's work in one sentence. that is a bit sad. Yes, just pouring wine into one's belly is nothing short of wasting it. Jun Moxie looked at the two men as they set a wine jar on his table, but was still unable to tell their real intentions. Haha, I would like to know why the young man considers it to be a waste of good wine. Old Song seemed very modest as a ray of light shone through his muddy eyes. What is wine? Jun Moxie asked a question. The hearts of the men in this world love wine, but why? What is the point of wine? What is wine? Old Song repeated the question to himself, feeling a bit disconsolate. He had just claimed that he was the best winemaker in the world, but then, what is wine? Even he couldn't come up with a good answer to this question. If you say that wine is just another beverage, then that's an insult to wine. But beyond that, what is it? Wine is an emotion. Jun Moxie switched his tone to a very serious one, so the act of drinking by that ideology changes with the emotion. If you drink in a merry state of mind, then the wine will make you happy. If one drinks in celebration, then the wine becomes the celebration. If one drinks in a depressed frame of mind, then the wine becomes a broom which sweeps the worry from one's mind, and makes one forget. When one visits a friend or a close confidant, then the wine is a concert. When one says goodbye to a friend, the wine becomes a token of farewell. When soldiers drink wine on the battlefield, the wine becomes the wine of blood since it will help in killing the enemy. Next comes wine tasting. When one is tasting a wine, the mood of the taster becomes the true taste of the wine. Jun Moxie poured himself a cup and drained it down in one single gulp, and then said with a sparse look on his face, when wandering uncertain and alone is a faraway land, the wine becomes a flavor of homesickness. When toasted by a stranger in a foreign land, the wine becomes a symbol of a new friendship. Good words, amazing words. Splendid. That was really enlightening, young man. Old Song and the middle-aged man seemed hooked to this passage, and stared at each other dumbstruck for a while. Old Song was the first one to snap out of the thought and started to praise again. What was so enlightening about this phrase? Jun Moxie sneered, there's no high-end and low-end wine, I feel that it's all about the difference in mental state of the drinker. Tasting wine is gentleman's game, but a real wine taster is one who has drunk with thousands of different people since. Only then will one be able to taste the different emotions of wine. There are no poor or rich when it comes to drinking wine, regardless of the status of a man. If the man knows how to drink, then they can experience the different flavors of its emotion. If one doesn't drink with emotion while tasting different wines, then the man only adds to their knowledge of the wine's effect on the taste buds, but will never be able to feel the wine since they are just devouring a cup with no feelings. So when it comes to the act of tasting wine without feeling any emotion, I can only rate it as second-grade wine drinking since it is not the real act of drinking but just another elegant act. Although one still won't spoil the name of the wine, but the man will not be a true gentleman to the act of drinking. Jun Moxie stated generously. The middle-aged man and Old Song seemed as if they both wanted to say something, but both men were strongly refraining from interrupting him, and were patiently listening to his words to get to the bottom of his ideology. However, both men were laughing within their hearts at the words of this juvenile as they inwardly agreed and disagreed to his words at different points, and both men could tell that his words were alluding enough to mean different things to different people. Jun Moxie looked sideways and said, the act of sampling wine is nothing more than a cliché. Regardless of whether one drinks in a pub over a conversation, or inside a brothel over a pleasurable interaction, or in a mansion with friends, or over a business or a political deal, they drink with emotion, and will still always be superior to wine tasters. Both men remained silent after listening to Jun Moxie's enlightening words, but nodded slightly as they felt a strange but faint sense of pride. We've been drinking for decades, so we should be regarded as true wine drinkers, right? The young Master Jun wasn't done yet, and extended his 2 fingers as he gently shook them. Based on these 2 terms, your wine would fall into the second grade. Nonsense. Old Song was finally infuriated by Jun Moxie's words, and thundered out loud to defend his product. We both are confident that I'm the best winemaker in this country, even though your theory is right, but I've steeped decades of my life in making wine, so calling my wine second grade is surely taking it a little too far. Jun Moxie paid no attention to the two angry men, and continued, "You're still not convinced that your wine is second-rate. You have steeped decades into making and tasting wine, so your seniority in that respect cannot be denied, but this so-called wine-tasting seniority has a precondition since you do not enjoy the wine. Your wine may be of quality, but since you sell it for the experience and not the emotion, it qualifies as second-rate since the experience itself is insufficient in terms of the true act of drinking wine." Jun Moxie shook his two stretched-out fingers again. "This is the reason that you believe that I possess a wine which is better than the Old Song Tavern's wine. Based on my knowledge of wine, I can bluntly say that your wine is harsh on the throat since it lacks the emotion." Even though his passage seemed to be twisting words to force logic, it was already beginning to sell. "Your words were very rational and opened my eyes to a new horizon. However, when it comes to wine, this old song has traveled the world, and it is demeaning to say that my wine is harsh on the throat since that would mean that the other wines are even worse off." Old Song seemed very displeased since Jun Moxie had called his wine second-rate and couldn't help raising his eyebrows in a challenging manner. "I have obviously spent my whole life in making wine, and no one can dare to say that their wine is superior to mine. When it comes to the world of making wine, no one possessed the secrets of my wine making, and then this kid is actually calling my wine harsh." Old Song obviously couldn't help being angry, but still couldn't come up with any plausible rebuttals to defend his production since he knew that even though his wine was better than the majority of other wines in the market, but it wouldn't be surprising if there was one wine which was better in every respect. On top of that, based on Jun Moxie's theory, the act of drinking wine had nothing to do with the quality of the wine by itself. Jun Moxie sensed that the man was feeling extreme indignation, so he didn't argue back. The middle-aged man pricked his ears as he looked from one man to the other, and then he suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "Old Song, if our little brother can come up with a wine which is 100 times stronger than yours, then what would you say?" "I would accept him as my teacher." Old Song raised his eyebrows again in a challenging manner as he blurted out. At this moment, his entire body was completely straight, which seemed to reflect a strong sense of self-confidence and pride. In addition to his confident and proud posture, there was a trace of sincerity in his body language, almost as if he would really accept a better winemaker as his teacher. Jun Moxie's heart suddenly jumped into action as he instantly confirmed the identity of Old Song. He turned out to be. Previously, when Jun Moxie had resolved the situation at the Huanghua Hall with his uncle, Jun Wu, they had realized that they were being followed by a mysterious Xian Qi expert, who later turned out to be a skew Xian expert. Although Jun Moxie's artifice had scared the man away, but this man was still stronger than his uncle, so there was no way that Jun Moxie could have ever forgotten about him. After careful analysis, Jun Moxie had come to realize that this man was indeed stronger than the likes of Xiao Han, and was only slightly inferior to his grandfather, Jun Zhantian. Who would have ever thought that there could be an association between the Old Song Tavern's owner and that Sky Xian expert? While uttering those last few words in a fit of rage, Old Song's mood had inadvertently fluctuated a bit, exuding a mild trace of his Xian Qi. Even though this exposed Xian Qi fleeted through the atmosphere in a very small quantity, it was enough for Jun Moxie to recognize the association between the two figures, which had now started to coincide in his mind. Like a slow-motion movie, the two silhouettes continued to come closer in his mind, while continuing to resemble each other more and more with every passing frame. Every action, and every movement of the two figures continued to repeat in Jun Moxie's mind, until the two figures combined to form a whole and became the same person. "I'm certain. Old Song, it was you." As he discovered this interesting truth, Jun Moxie curved his lips since he hadn't intended on going through with this bet at first. Given his own status in life, picking a fight with someone like Dugu Wudi would be worthy of his status, but was a petty bets against pub owners worth it? The answer was of course no. However, if the owner of the said pub turned out to be a Sky Xian expert, the verdict would obviously be reversed again. What is, and what isn't, can be made clear since I have the means to convince you. Jun Moxie smiled, revealing his white teeth. His mood had suddenly become very good, and he started to stare at Old Song like a hungry wolf stares at a plumb lamb. Even though Old Song was a Sky Xian expert, he couldn't help feeling a chill. This kid's eyes are so evil. May the best man win. Young man, a bet is a bet, and what will you do if you lose? The incited middle-aged man looked at Jun Moxie. He knew that old Song wasn't easy to beat, but he also felt that this mysterious boy wasn't ordinary either. Perhaps this bet between these two will turn out to be a very interesting event, but should I be a little scared as well? If I stay out of their bet and only watch from the sidelines, then there shouldn't be any reason to be scared from any trouble, or should there be? A razor-sharp light gleamed within the eyes of the middle-aged man. If you lose, then I only ask that you never demean my wine ever in the future, simply because you're unworthy of beating its quality. Old Song was carefully watching Jun Moxie. Indeed, your standpoint on wine makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't mean that you can insult my wine. This is, after all, is a craft which has been passed down from one generation to the other for centuries, and one shouldn't demerit a wine unless they are capable to fermenting a better one. That's settled then. Jun Moxie replied unambiguously. Faced with this bet, he didn't have anything to lose even if he lost the bet. The middle-aged man seemingly couldn't wait for the contest to start, and so it is, but to be fair, shouldn't there be a witness to assure that the two of you use fair and just means? Otherwise the other person will always feel a bit suspicious. So I believe that there must be a witness present while the two of you ferment your wines. Not only should there be a witness, there should also be a referee and a judge to announce the final results. These two seem very fierce about this contest, so I think that neither of them will produce the ordinary stuff. If I get to judge this match, then I would get an opportunity to enjoy both the wines simultaneously. No matter who wins, I will get to taste the excellent wines. This will be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. With this thought going through his mind, the middle-aged man couldn't help feeling elated. Old Song, young man, it's time that I get to taste the best of your wines, haha. Great. Old Song saw the calm and composed look on Jun Moxie's face, and suddenly felt a pang of lacking self-confidence inside him, almost as if his soul was subtly telling him that he could lose. What a joke. He's just a kid. It's one thing to drink wine, but when it comes to making wine, I have accumulated decades of experience, and if I brew my signature wine, then how can I lose to him? This thought helped in settling Old Song's heart a bit, but he could still feel a vague sense of defeat. This is a good thing either way. I could ascertain that I'm the best winemaker if I win, but if I lose, then I'll find out some new things and I'll be able to take a step in the forward direction. 3 days from now, I will close my shop early so we can all meet here. How does that sound? Old Song proposed. Jun Moxie smiled and nodded. His mind was thinking, I don't know if this mysterious Sky Xian expert is associated with an organization. Could he be associated with the Manhwa Hall? But he said that he's a fellow human at the time. I had managed to scare him away then, and he had run off quite hastily, so maybe he isn't working with the Manhwa Hall. Jun Moxie looked Old Song and smiled slyly. A less than silver Xian novice had managed to fool and scare away a powerful Sky Xian expert. How could Jun Moxie not enjoy knowing this truth? A couple of pounds of beef, and 2 jugs of wine. A voice unexpectedly echoed from behind. Also, in 3 days from now, I will help you in judging the bet. The categorical nature of this voice was extremely rare, almost as if he was an emperor who was announcing his decision to his subjects. His words didn't sound like an inquiry, they sound like a decision, certain. But this was the first time that this voice had been heard inside the pub, and it didn't belong to the 3 men present. On top of that, this voice seemed thunderously powerful. The middle-aged man was a low-skilled man, and would certainly not be able to defend himself without his guards, but Old Song was a Sky Xian expert, whereas Jun Moxie's senses had been amplified by the Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking the heavens fortune, but this man had somehow been able to conceal his trail for them all. In fact, none of them had even realized when this man had walked into the shop. At this point, this man was sitting a few feet behind the trio. The 3 men turned around simultaneously to look at this unknown man who was sitting around a table at some distance from them. Even though this person was human, it seemed that his back was as erect as a javelin. His face seemed very extraordinary as well, and was devoid of any lines, almost to the point where his face seemed to have been carved out from marble, while being completely devoid of expressions. His long hair was naturally falling over his shoulders unrestrained, and was covering about half of his face. This man was wearing a black gown, and even though it was just noon at this time, but his face and breath gave out the feeling of an impending nightfall. Neither of three men could tell the age of this man. He could have been 30, 40, or even 50. In fact, he could even be 80, but there was no way of telling his true age. This person is a true master, a master of masters, a master at the peak. One look at the man and Jun Moxie had already reached a conclusion. The weather has become very unstable in the Tianxiang city, and this man seems to be here for the same reason as several others. He is surely here for the Xian Corps, and whichever force is capable of sending such a man, must certainly be a very strong contender for the prize. In addition to this, Jun Moxie could also sense a very familiar atmosphere around this mysterious man, a solitary aura. This solitary aura seemed to be coupled with pride. His loneliness was his arrogance. Just the way Jun Moxie was in his previous incarnation. Like a lonely wolf in a prairie, although the wolf is lonely, but he's also fearless, he doesn't want this feeling of loneliness to change since he enjoys it. Who are you? Old Song and the middle-aged man seemed a bit wary all of a sudden. Someone who loves wine. The man's eyes were downcast and he said lightly, so, beef and wine please. Old Song lowered his gaze as he said, dear guest, please wait. And then went inside the shop. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, if that's the case, then we'll look forward to seeing you in 3 days from today. He could already sense that this man was something extraordinary. He seems like a legendary character from a folklore. If this person says that he will be the judge, then he won't be biased in any way. Such people don't like being offended and they don't offend others either. Little brother, I'll see you in 3 days. Goodbye. Haha, don't let this old man down. The middle-aged man laughed as he raised his hand towards Jun Moxie, and then turned away. After he went out, his 2 bodyguards came out from hiding, and positioned themselves behind him. Royal Highness, should we track that youngster to get a better idea of his true identity? No, that's not important. The middle-aged man chuckled, but then his face suddenly became serious. What about that other man? What do you know about his history? Did a person just walk in? No. The 2 guards glanced at each other, completely puzzled. Well, forget it. The middle-aged man's heart was secretly analyzing the situation. My 2 guards are first-class elementary Earth Xian experts, and are sufficiently strong to defend me from any threats in the capital under normal circumstances. But even though my guards are fairly strong, they didn't even see the shadow of this man when he walked in. Who is this guy? Old Song's Tavern. Jun Moxie interestingly looked at man in black, and then suddenly smiled and said, is everything okay in the savannah? This sentence caught the attention of the man in black, but even then his expression didn't change as he slowly raised his eyes to look at Jun Moxie. At this moment, Jun Moxie was very surprised to find that this man's eyes seemed as boundless as a sea, like they were as hidden in depth as a starry night sky. It felt like his eyes could trap a person into feeling a sense of being wanted. How can you tell that I come from the savannah? The man in black asked slowly in an unhurried tone. Each and every word from his mouth came out with precise clarity. Your shoes, they don't belong to this region. And then there's your belt, the knitting on it is of a unique flax which is found only in the savannah. These 2 were enough to deduce your origin. Jun Moxie smiled and said down in front of the man. These alone are not sufficient. The man in the black gown was now looking the tabletop in front of him, and I did not allow you to sit in front of me, and therefore, you do not deserve to. If this isn't enough, then what about that unique savannah body odor of yours? Jun Moxie smiled, and then there's that aura of a solitary wolf around you. Can these be enough? I didn't want to stand, so I obviously sat down. Whether I sit, or lie down, what difference does it make? Then Jun Moxie switched his tone to sharper note, and said, as for the subject on qualifications, if I feel that our standards aren't matching, and if I sense that you aren't capable of drinking with me, then I will naturally stand up. The man in black stared at Jun Moxie for a long while, and then suddenly revealed a perfectionist smile and said, "Interesting words, I guess it really wouldn't make a difference if you sit or lie down anyway." This man seemed really strange, even though he laughed. Even his laugh reflected a strong sense of loneliness. Although he laughed at Jun Moxie's words, it still seemed like he was just laughing to something else entirely. At this point, Old Song returned with a jar of wine in one hand, and some beef in the other. He looked at Jun Moxie, but didn't say anything. Then, he set the food down on the table and turned away. The eyes of the man in black remained fixed at the tabletop as he picked up the jar of wine and devoured it down in one gulp without making sounds. Then, the man said in a faint voice, "Tianxiang City is quite extraordinary, even a bartender is capable of being a sky xian. Good, this is interesting." Old Song's entire body started to tremble as a faint blue light flashed from his body. He eventually calmed himself down and said in a hoarse voice, "This old man admires your vision, but I just wish to blend into the city and make an honest living for myself in my late years since no one bothers a bartender for being a sky xian expert." The black-clothed man replied lightly, "If you wish to brew wine in peace, then that's good and I will not bother you." Old Song turned around to leave, but then whispered softly as he left, "Thank you for your kindness." Jun Moxie smiled and said, "Old Song, please give me 2 jugs of wine. Today this young master will make an exception and drink your wine again." Old Song acknowledged his order and went inside the shop. His heart was inwardly surprised at the ease with which this youngster was behaving around this mysterious expert, since he could sense that this mysterious expert was capable of killing them both in 100 different ways. This guy is behaving very recklessly. "You will not share my wine?" This time it was the man in black who raised his eyebrows and asked a question. "I do not take favors from others. If drink your wine then I'll owe you a favor. In this world riddles with debts, the debt of gratitude is the most difficult to repay." Jun Moxie smiled casually. "Besides, drinking wine after spending money is more comforting." "That's reasonable," the man in black replied, and then continued to drink his wine quietly. Then, he wiped his mouth and said, "This wine is really good. Kumi's always tastes better with beef. Kumi's is fermented from a mare's milk, it's a traditional East Asian wine." At this time, Jun Moxie's order was also delivered to their table. Jun Moxie immediately opened the cork and started to drink. His drinking speed wasn't lesser than the black-clothed man's. Although both men were sitting on the same table, they were both concentrating on drinking their wines alone. The man in black was drinking at a fairly slow pace now, but his speed was very consistent, and unhurried. Even his eating speed was very slow, and very casual. Although he was drinking wine in the company of another man, it seemed as if he had built his own world, and had excluded all elements of the outside world from his conscious altogether. After drinking 7 or 8 cups of wine, the man in black suddenly discovered something unexpected. This discovery suddenly elated the impression of the youngster in front by several levels in his eyes. He was drinking out of loneliness, but the actions of the youngster in front of his eyes seemed even more desolate than his own. Since he was drinking in a solitary manner, he was his own entertainment, but the boy in front didn't even seem to be drinking wine. It appeared as if the youngster was drinking cups of loneliness. At his mental level, he was drinking wine to distract himself from his solitude, but the boy in front seemed to be enjoying the loneliness. He's able to endure this solitary feeling with such an open mind that he's actually enjoying it. What kind of a superior mind does he have? His mental level, it seems that he's even superior to me. Who is this mysterious teenager? Even though the 2 men were drinking in a solitary manner on the same table, their charms were mutually exclusive. Even though Jun Moxie was able to integrate into this man's world, but the man was finding it extremely hard to enter into Jun Moxie's. A long while later, the man in black was further surprised to realize that he had paying a lot of attention to the boy in front, but the youngster didn't seem to be taking any note of his presence. "It seems that I'm not even present here in his eyes." The mysterious man's Xian Qi cultivation level had already transcended to the peak, so he could naturally sense that this young man's Xian Qi was near pathetic. Given his age, his cultivation level can only be described as ordinary, maybe even trash. I could just kill him by just blowing air. But then why is such a boy able to maintain this kind of a mind frame? Cultivation is easy for children from large families as long as they are sincere and interested in training, since they can find good guidance easily. Detoured youngsters are rare, but it shouldn't be this surprising. However, this kind of mental level is hard to find. Even a senior military officer is unable to maintain this mindset. What kind of penance is he concealing in his heart? Moreover, he's very young at the moment, but somehow he feels a lot older. Kid, you're something special. The man in black slowly stated. Do you still think that I'm not qualified to sit here? Jun Moxie asked without looking up as he continued to focus on his drink. In terms of your age, your Xian Qi is low since your meridians have suffered heavy damages, which is resulting in your abnormal cultivation level. So in terms of Xian Qi, you're ordinary, but being able to drink alone in front of me while being able to maintain such a mind frame isn't an ordinary feat. Even the most experienced men are unable to do such a thing. The man in black exposed a rare smile. Moreover, it seems that you're even more desolate than I am, but it's very interesting to know that someone could get so lonely at such a young age. We're in the same boat. Jun Moxie looked up at him coldly. You were special enough for me to borrow your desolation, which enabled to me enjoy my drink, but now I'm unable to. If you had continued to drink alone, then I would have continued to enjoy mine, but now that taste has changed, and has become rancid. Jun Moxie stood up and produced a silver coin. Interesting people can also get boring in time. You really shouldn't have spoken first. There are many curious people in this world, and now you've just added yourself to that list. Jun Moxie walked away without looking back again. But before he left, he said a few more words. Since you've acknowledged my qualification, I must stand up now. The man in black suddenly remembered Jun Moxie's earlier words. As for the subject on qualifications, if I feel that our standards aren't matching, and if I sense that you aren't capable of drinking with me, then I will naturally stand up. The black-clothed man's face immediately changed. Did this kid just imply that I'm not qualified to drink with him? I am the solitary falcon, and ever since I've risen to fame, no one has ever dared to act like this in front of me. And now this boy just implied that I wasn't even qualified to drink with him, and then mocked me right before he left. This is a strange feeling. Then the solitary falcon recalled what Jun Moxie had just said, and started smiling again. We were indeed curious about each other, but then I opened my mouth first. Answering my question could have led to the collapse of his mind frame. If my words disrupted his drinking and upset him, then his actions were plausible. Boy! Even if you don't know who I am, I will still remember you. The solitary falcon had always been proud and aloof, and had always aimed for the skies. The falcon of the savannah had never considered any man to be his equal. He had always despised others, and had always gone about his ways without bothering about the opinions of others. But he never expected that he'd also be looked down upon one day. There was a big difference in the ages of the two men, and moreover, their Xian Qi levels were simply beyond comparison, but even then this young man had insulted him. And after looking down upon him, Jun Moxie hadn't even explained his reasons. This had left the man feeling very dejected, and had angered the solitary falcon's heart. After 3 days, I will return to make trouble for you. We'll see how qualified I am then. The solitary falcon laughed inwardly as he continued to eat and drink. Soon enough I'll have the last laugh. Jun Moxie was walking with a sense of pride in his heart. The hitman Jun didn't know who that man in black was, neither had Jun Moxie been able to understand his true intentions. In fact, ever since the Jun Moxie had laid eyes on the solitary falcon, he had figured that the man was something unusual. At the time when the man had successfully identified Old Song's Xian Qi level, Jun Moxie's suspicion had been confirmed. Jun Moxie's art of unlocking the heaven's fortune was beyond Old Song's comprehension, but the man in black had realized something unusual about Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was conversely also able to sense that the man was at least the base of spirit Xian realm. Moreover, Jun Moxie could sense a familiar feeling of desolation which this man's body was exuding, and then when the two men made eye contact, Jun Moxie could feel the composure and pride of his mind. Obviously Jun Moxie had understood that this man had arrived in the Tianxiang city to seek the Xian core, but he had also sensed that this man had another purpose, a purpose which may not revolve around the Xian core. Even though Jun Moxie was unable to understand his true intentions, he could sense that the Xian core probably didn't have much value to this man. But nonetheless, it still felt as if the man would try to use all means to procure the Xian core. So in the end, this man was eventually to be driven in Jun Moxie's direction in search of the Xian core. Jun Moxie had been looking to catch the man's attention without actually attracting interest from him, which is why Jun Moxie had choreographed his character very carefully in front of that man. He had intentionally ignored the man, while enjoying his company in order to make the man curious. Which would tempt the man into breaking the silence, and eventually he would make the man feel despised. The eccentric are always odd, so one should always do the opposite of what's expected. Not so proud now, huh? Now I'm more proud than you are. You don't enjoy your solitude? Then you cannot be more desolate than me. I'm the only one in this world who comes from another. For now, Jun Moxie's plan had been successful, and the solitary falcon still hadn't realized that the entire scene had been choreographed by Jun Moxie. Therefore, Jun Moxie started planning on his course of action for the contest with Old Song in 3 days' time. By the time Jun Moxie returned home, Tang Yuan had been waiting a long time for him. In fact, Tang Yuan had reached the Jun residence minutes after Jun Moxie had left the place. Is it tomorrow? Jun Moxie crossed his legs as he sat down and asked. Yes, tomorrow. Tang Yuan nodded like a rooster on the way to the butcher's. Although his eyes still reflected a slight trace of hope in them, "Third young master, my brother, I'm relying on you here." Then the fat man moved closer to Jun Moxie and hugged him. "Fatty, don't make me vomit, okay? If you do as I say, you will be fine." Jun Moxie hadn't been able to comfort Tang Yuan these past few days, and as a result the fat man's hands and feet had been trembling with fear the entire time. The eunuch old Zhu Lao, was definitely going to be very thorough with his investigation, and would go far beyond checking just the Xian Qi of the applicants. In fact, given his disposition, it was evident that he'd play by the rules, and was highly unlikely to favor anyone without merit. Moreover, he'd execute the process very meticulously. No matter what task His Majesty asked old Zhu to carry out, the emperor would always carry a sense of trust that the task would be carried out to the letter. In addition to being very meticulous and precise with his work and responsibilities, old Zhu had another rather strange habit, an extreme obsession with cleanliness. Obsession with cleanliness isn't a problem in its own, and many people are cleanliness-oriented. The habit of keeping their environment neat and clean isn't an issue when it comes to normal people, but the eunuch, old Zhu's obsession was way over the top. He would bathe twice each day, regardless of the season. Even excess workload couldn't deter him from taking 2 baths a day. After each wash, he'd change his clothes right down to his undergarments. Even if someone touched a tree on the road, old Zhu would refrain from coming in direct contact with the man from the fear of catching an illness. Even His Majesty couldn't help feeling a bit strange about old Zhu's obsession with cleanliness. It is said that even when His Majesty offers old Zhu a seat to sit on, the eunuch first takes out his towel to wipe the chair, and only then does he sit on it, but only halfway. He refrains from sitting on the chair properly to avoid heating his buttocks. These strange actions of old Zhu were known to leave the emperor stunned and wondering about the man's sanity. As for his personal belonging, no one was allowed to touch them. Regardless of the value of an item, if someone touched his belongings, then the eunuch would discard the object. Obviously the person would have to pay back in some respect. Regardless of which body part of the said person came in contact with his personal belonging, the said body part would be chopped off, even if the contact wasn't deliberate. The all-seeing emperor had decided to make the best use of old Zhu's obsession and had bestowed him with the charge of the imperial palace's cleanliness. Obviously, the palace maids were always complaining under his charge. However, the effect was quite marvelous, and the imperial palace was regarded as one of the cleanest places in the entire kingdom. Old Zhu's obsession with cleanliness was a well-known matter, and since everyone knew about it, most people tried their best to avoid coming in contact with him altogether for the fear of offending the old man, as the aftermath was usually considered to be quite devastating. Naturally, Jun Moxie had no difficulty in finding out about this matter. Jun Moxie was planning on doing the exact diametric opposite of this, and was hoping that it would help in destroying Tang Yuan's chances of passing the examination. The old eunuch took his work and responsibilities so seriously, that in case there was a problem with Tang Yuan, he wouldn't refrain from mentioning it in his report, even if the fat man belonged to a very influential family. So naturally, Jun Moxie was planning on taking advantage of old Ju's obsession with cleanliness to strike out Tang Yuan's chances of getting in. Fatty, take this medicine pill 1 hour before your medical test. Then, when this comes into play, everything will. Jun Moxie winked. I will not, this is so disgusting. Tang Yuan hesitated as Jun Moxie handed the pill over to him. Then there's nothing that I can do. I have given you a solution, but the rest is up to you. You decided whether you wish to live the life of an insect or that of a free man. Jun Moxie hummed twice. Okay. Tang Yuan clutched the pill tightly in his hands as the fat flesh on his face distorted a bit. I'll go all out this time. Face it like a brave warrior. Jun Moxie patted him on the shoulder with a friendly look on his face. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll silently be standing behind you as you succeed in this mission. My spirit will be there to support you. Is there anything that you can do about the beating that I will get after I fail this test? Tang Yuan asked in a worried manner. After this happens, I'm pretty sure that my father will peel my skin off, and he will probably never give me any money again. I can only sympathize with you in that regard. Jun Moxie sighed deeply as he looked at his friend's impassioned face. This will be a thing of the past soon enough, and you'll forget about it sooner than you think. But make sure that you remember this, you mustn't forget to skip your breakfast. Don't eat anything in the morning, okay? Tang Yuan nodded solemnly. I will remember that. Once Tang Yuan was out of sight, Jun Moxie bent down and squatted on the floor while he laughed his lungs out. It took him a while to regain his composure and posture again. Jun Moxie was quite confident that plan would work. But Jun Moxie could have never imagined that this issue with Tang Yuan would become a very special and insanely hilarious incident, which would amuse the entire Xian continent for centuries to come, making this story a legend, and Tang Yuan a near celebrity. Tang Yuan was on his way out of the Jun residence when he ran straight into Jun Xie. Since the two men came face to face, there was nowhere for Tang Yuan to hide. Therefore, he stepped forward and made his salutations. Fatty, you came here to see Moxie. Did you lose your wife again? Jun Xie glared at Tang Yuan. What are you doing? Look at Moxie, he's completely changed his life around. You also need to grow up. Tang Yuan started panicking since he didn't wish to lose face in front of the general. Sometimes when youngsters are faced with a powerful and majestic presence, they tend to stammer if they are unable to find an answer for a question. No. He had already hidden his hand behind his back subconsciously. Nothing. Then why are you looking so scared? The old man seemed a bit puzzled. What are you holding in your hand? Stretch out your hand so this old man can see it properly. No, there's nothing. Tang Yuan immediately got nervous and started shaking his head. He took one step backwards, and then suddenly tripped over something and fell to the ground with a thud. Jun Xie laughed out loudly. You look like a scared little child. Don't be afraid of my position, it's not like I'll go to war with you. Then Jun Xie stepped inside the Jun residence laughing, not bothering himself with Tang Yuan any further. Tang Yuan stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead, and then suddenly realized that the pill had disappeared from his hand. He presumed that the pill must have fallen down when he tumbled over. This obviously wasn't a trivial matter, so Tang Yuan immediately knelt to the floor in search of the pill, and it took him the greater part of the evening to search for his lost life-saving pill. Due to this ruckus, Tang Yuan confused Jun Moxie's directions. Don't forget your breakfast, and started to believe that Jun Moxie had asked him to eat a hearty breakfast instead of going empty stomach. I don't think that eating breakfast is a good idea. But the third young master specifically told me to eat, so I must trust his judgment. I'll eat properly before I leave for the examination. Since this thought crossed his mind, his stomach naturally started growling for food. Next morning, Tang Yuan stuffed his belly round and smooth, burped, and then followed his father on his rickety horse to the imperial palace. Minster Tang was very proud of his status. Therefore, in order to prevent any mishaps, he had already put Tang Yuan through a full body examination, and was hence confident that there would no issues with regard to his son's qualification, since being overweight was unlikely to be a problem. What should I be afraid of? As the saying goes, a man mustn't worry about his weight. Minister Tang looked at his fat son atop the struggling horse and smiled. Once they reached the imperial palace, Tang Yuan sat down in the designated waiting area in anticipation of his impending medical examination. When only 1 hour remained, he quickly swallowed the pill which he had received from Jun Moxie. Since his throat felt a bit dry, he irrigated it with some cold water to comfort himself. A total of 9 people had applied for the position, out of which 4 people belonged to high-class families, while the other 5 were talented scholars. Seeing such strong competition for the post, Minister Tang was relieved that he had already arranged for his son's selection. He was completely unaware that the plan his son had formulated with the help of his best friend, Jun Moxie, would turn into a big headache for him. If their plan was successful, then he would lose a big chunk out of his life savings. In reality, Minister Tang was already doomed to lose his saving. Old Zhu's examination method was very strict and scientific, which had left the applicants very nervous. Everyone had heard that even though Mu Rongqian Jun had been selected the last time around, he was left limping for nearly a month afterwards. So what exactly did he do to Mu Rongqian Jun during the examination? As the applicants started becoming increasingly nervous, they started harboring sympathetic thoughts for their predecessor. If we get selected, then there's a chance that we might even end up getting crippled in the process. If we wash out, then it will be a big humiliation. Tang Yuan became even more nervous since the person before him had already been called in for an inspection. The fatty turned his fat neck and looked around, but saw his father staring right back at him. Minister Tang knew that his son was reluctant about this whole affair, and was keeping an eye on him since he was afraid that his son might run away in the middle of things. He saw the manner in which Tang Yuan was gazing around, and shouted in a low tone, "Don't embarrass your old man." Tang Yuan retreated his neck, grumbled a few words, and then looked down again. Then, he suddenly felt a burst of churning inside his stomach, which was followed by a grumbling sound from within his body, and his face immediately turned pale. He turned to his father, stood up and cried, "I want to." "You want me to kick your butt again?" Minister Tang opened his eyes widely as furiously glared at his son, "If you don't pass this test, then I'll break your legs after we get home, and if you say another word, then I'll break your legs right here." The pale-faced Tang Yuan clutched his stomach and sat down again, and gradually tried to suppress his inner desires. But he still couldn't help controlling the urge to curse Jun Moxie. "Why didn't you tell me that this pill will give me gas? This is so wrong." He was completely unaware that he had mistaken Jun Moxie's directions, since he had remembered, "Don't forget your breakfast," instead of "Don't forget to skip your breakfast." The mix-up of words made the two situations completely different. Plus, he had drunk some cold water, which amplified the pill's effectiveness and made it twice as strong. Even though the end result would be the same in this case, but the turn of event which would lead to the result would be poles apart. The 2 youngsters next to him were murmuring amongst themselves. The 2 boys belonged to the Meng and the Song families respectively. "Brother Song, you know that old Jew. What does he do to people in there?" "Don't ask me. I don't know. But I've heard that the examination is supposed to be very cruel." The boy surnamed Song expressed his apprehension in a low voice. "Cruel?" Tang Yuan raised his voice and said, "Did you know that Mu Rongqian Jun wasn't able to walk properly for months after his inspection? That's way beyond cruel, if you ask me." The 2 youngsters suddenly went pale as well. Minister Tang fiercely looked over at his son again in order to stop his son from spreading rumors, but felt very proud inwardly. He's finally getting the hang of things. He just successfully cracked his opponents down by putting them under pressure. Good, he's finally living up to my name. Tang Yuan leaned back in his chair with a clear conscience with respect to his words, but then he suddenly felt another burst of reactions inside his stomach, almost as if something was moving left and right inside his stomach, and his face became even weirder. "I can't wait any longer, Jun Moxie, I curse you. How could you have forgotten to tell me that the pill would give me gas?" Just as he was about to dash away to resolve his situation, a voice called out, "Next, Tang Yuan." Tang Yuan's face suddenly became green. He retreated deeper into his chair, unwilling to leave it. Minister Tang angrily got up from his chair, and grabbed his son's fat body and propelled him onto his feet. Then, he shouted as his son finally came to his feet, "He called your name, you evil creature, now don't keep the old man waiting." Then, he raised his leg and kicked Tang Yuan in the buttocks, and sent him flying to the floor. Tang Yuan entered a long and narrow corridor, and was led to a room at the end of the passage by a young palace eunuch. The room's temperature was quite low since the thick curtains were blocking out the autumn sun. Naturally Tang Yuan couldn't help feeling the cold on his skin. On top of that, the old eunuch in front's complexion was as white as snow, and then the man was dressed in spotless white robes, so much so that even his socks were white, along with his hair, eyebrows, and beard. There was no other color on his body. Tang Yuan suddenly recalled the legend of the Soul Reaver, and suddenly his stomach didn't seem to bother him as much. Tang Wanli's grandson. Shed them off. Old Zhu's name was quite strange, Zhu. His face didn't show even the slightest trace of emotion as he looked at the fat youngster, and then pointed to a piece of white cloth on the floor, strip naked, and stand on top of that. If there was a beautiful woman in front, then Tang Yuan was guaranteed to strip faster than any man alive. But at the moment, he had been asked to strip not by a beautiful woman, or any woman for that fact, but by an old eunuch. Under physiological pressure, Tang Yuan started dilly-dallying, almost as if he was refusing to shed his clothes. Old Zhu raised his eyebrows provocatively, and then grunted, "Ah." He hunkered down in his chair, and even though he didn't move, Tang Yuan felt a surge of immense pressure, which numbed his fat body like an avalanche of snow. "Eunuch, can you, please, turn away?" Tang Yuan's face twitched as he asked while gripping his belt. "Take him off." Old Zhu blinked as he repeated himself angrily. But it seemed as if he was beginning to enjoy it. Quickly. He seemed to be showing no trace of politeness even though he was talking to the son of a minister. "As you say." His stomach started feeling even worse as he untied his belt, and then turned away once again as he grimaced, "Eunuch, can I just?" Tang Yuan had already given up at this point, and was now more worried about his stomach. Humph. Didn't seem interested in repeating himself again. His eyes flashed a blue-colored light as he extended his hand and withdrew a small knife. Chi sounds were heard as his blade fluttered through Tang Yuan's clothes, revealing his bare fat. His belly almost stooped down to his knees. Tang Yuan shrieked, and then used his hands to cover his lower body. He didn't really need to though. His fat belly was enough to conceal everything he didn't wish to expose to the old man in front. Zhu coldly glared at Tang Yuan and then started walking around him in circles as his keen and sharp eyes probed every part of Tang Yuan's bare body. "Lift your left arm and show me your armpit." Since Zhu coldly ordered Tang Yuan, the fatty hastily did as he was asked to. Even though it was autumn, the room was slightly colder than the rest of the palace, but still wasn't unbearably cold. However, as the old eunuch approached Tang Yuan's body, Tang Yuan started feeling a strangely cold nip in the air. As the chill bit his soul, his stomach started getting even worse. Zhu was about 3 feet away from Tang Yuan's body at this point, and was constantly issuing new orders in an electric cold voice. "Raise your right hand. Use your hands and pick up your stomach so I can see the rest of you. Lie down and part your legs." Tang Yuan wasn't able to soothe that feeling of coldness, nor was he able to get accustomed to the old eunuch's commands. Sweat started dripping from his forehead, and it seemed that he simply couldn't wait to leave the room. The snow-white Zhu was expressionless throughout. He approached closer and said, "Get up, then turn around and bend down, so I can put this stick up you." "What? No." Tang Yuan screamed within his psyche. "I don't want to walk around weirdly. This old man is perverted. I don't know how I will ever be able to escape his clutches." "Hurry up." Zhu repeated himself again. Tang Yuan hesitated as he slowly bent down since doing such an action would make things even worse and more uncontrollable. He was well aware that if something went wrong then certain things would come out with a gush, and he knew that he won't be able to hold himself back once things started in motion. He tried to bend down several times, but was unable to since he knew that things would be beyond his power of control if he did. Old Zhu was enraged by this since he thought that the fatty was deliberately causing mischief. Therefore, he pushed Tang Yuan and forcefully bent him over by 90 degrees. Then, Zhu used 2 strips of wood he was holding to part Tang Yuan's backside, and then leaned forward slightly. And looked intently. With eyes wide open. At this point, Tang Yuan finally lost control, and just focused on controlling the voice from his throat as his body contracted, which is why only a pop sound was heard while the tragedy took place. A golden-colored substance turbulently ejected from his body. By this time, old Zhu had come in close proximity of the youngster's body. Since he had never imagined that something like this could ever occur, the completely unprepared eunuch was unable to dodge the incoming attack. Outside, Minister Tang had been served with tea since he was a man in a high position. He sat in his seat sipping his tea, confident to hear the good news about his son's selection. He had already arranged for the rest, but he still needed his son to qualify in the old eunuch's inspection. I really don't think this necessary, but once he's passed this old man's test, he's through for sure. I've already talked to every minister and official. Several of the other applicants were also from powerful families, but were quite disheartened to see the determined look on Minister Tang's face. In fact, their escorts had already left in dismal. Minister Tang was simply sitting there with a smile on his face. You wish to compete with the Tangs? Haha, this is really funny. At that moment, a furious roar sounded from the chambers inside. That roar was filled with the pain of a living death, extreme remorse, and extreme hatred. Almost as if someone had suffered a pain so shrill that it had instantly transformed their life into nothingness. The roar pierced through the entire palace. It was eunuch old Zhu's voice. This roar was followed by another, even more furious one. Get out, you're disqualified. These 4 words crashed over the entire Tianxiang city like thunder, and thousands of people were able to hear it clearly. Each and every person who heard this voice was clearly able to assess the extreme resentment behind the voice's origin. The roar carried as far as Jun Moxie's house, and the young master Jun raised his eyebrows and smiled as he understood the special meaning behind this roar. Pleased with himself, he reached out and grabbed the teapot, poured himself a drink and sipped a mouthful as he said, Fatty Tang, you actually did it, kid. Now you're truly worthy of being Jun Moxie's future partner. I will never doubt your ability again. He paused, and then broke into laughter, unable to control it any further. I wish I could have seen the look on that old eunuch's face. Little did the young master Jun realize that the old eunuch's face was a lot angrier than he could have ever anticipated, and looked a million inch times worse. The Imperial Palace. After that thundering voice, bang. Sound was heard, and then a huge body came flying out of the door. The fat on the body vibrated as it slammed into the wall on the opposite side of the waiting room, and then dropped to the floor below with a pop sound. Simultaneously, an unspeakable stench filled the room. That body was Tang Yuan's. But at the moment, the fatty was completely unconscious, and the corner of his mouth was constantly flowing blood, while his 2 eyes were completely shut as his naked body lay on the ground. His buttocks were covered with a yellow-colored substance. His originally perfectly round buttocks were now imprinted with palm marks. His buttocks were swollen and seemed to be bleeding as well. As for his bones, perhaps they were broken, but it was hard to tell. The hearts of everyone present were beating at the speed of lightning, while their faces were constantly twitching since neither of them knew what had happened to this fatty. What did he do to make the old eunuch Zhu so furious? The eunuch was still inside his chambers, his face was covered in despair while his entire body was trembling. His calm, composed and proud look had been completely obliterated. Old Zhu's eyes were covered in a yellow-colored paste, his hair, eyebrows, white robes were all bathed in a golden-colored tinge now. As for his mouth, he was vomiting ceaselessly. Jun Moxie's plan had gone rogue due to a mixture of different circumstances, and coincidentally, the victim of this accident turned out to be old Zhu. And Tang Yuan had ended up bathing the old eunuch in a waterfall. The correct description would be A yellow river had broken past the dam which was holding it in place. Minister Tang was furious. Anyone would be after watching his son being beaten into a pile of broken bones and torn flesh.